Tian was destined never to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top warriors. Instead, he became the most peculiar figure on the job transfer stage, a boss, professional, an unprecedented new class quietly emerging. The transfer ceremony was in full swing. In the Great Hall of the Profession Hall at Qingqing No. 2 High School in eastern Huaxia, tension hung thick in the air. Golden lights flickered on the central stage. Over 200 senior students held their breath as the scales of fate began to tilt. Principal Ji Chonglin prayed solemnly, hoping for a new generation of heroes to rise, repel foreign invasions, and safeguard the peace of Blue Star. Tian, the black-clad youth, looked bewildered and unwilling. He knew he had traversed into this world, coming from two different realities. Yet before this life-defining transfer stage, he was helplessly mocked for receiving a life profession. He had thought himself a martial artist training for 10 years, only to awaken as a blacksmith, a role useless even on the battlefield. He was furious and rebellious, shouting against this injustice. But the harsh reality of the transfer stage shattered his spirit. The hum of excitement around him shifted to sharp dissatisfaction. Half the students wept uncontrollably, while the other half stared angrily. This transfer day was not a celebration, but a desperate gamble. Ji Changlin's voice was steady and grave as he announced the levels of profession ranks: common, elite, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Those who successfully awakened to epic and above were few, and divine was a miracle possessed by only 3 among billions of lives. Transfers were irreversible. Fate was sealed. Finally, Tian's moment arrived. Hesitant, he stepped onto the stage, his heart turbulent. As golden light enveloped him, his awakening stone instantly turned to dust, yet no radiant pillar appeared, no gleam shimmered. Everyone fell silent in shock. Applause dissolved into whispers, sympathy mingled with doubt in their eyes. But through the illusory panel, Tian discovered this was no failure. It was an incredibly mysterious boss profession. Its initial attributes were sparse, only 10 points in agility, physique, and spirit, but crucially, the boss class wielded a unique ability to hire and invest in talents, share employees' skills and experience, earn dividends 247, manage daily operations, and terminate contracts to reclaim capabilities. This was the first miracle career in Blue Star's 200-year history of supernaturals. A boss could use funds to invest in any profession from common to legendary, divine, even covert fields. Starting with 20 points of capital meant he could immediately secure a legendary-level employee, because he was not just a rookie, but a pioneer harboring limitless potential. Among the successful transfer candidates, isolated Tian became a target of scorn. Most students flocked to warriors, archers, and other combat classes, like pilgrims seeking favor from the strong, their envy and flattery entwined. They frantically recruited and begged for help, desperate to survive the grueling apprentice trials. These trials were the first hurdle for new professions, allowing teams of up to 5 to attempt challenges fraught with death risk. Fail the trial, and one could never advance, forced to wait another year to try again. Tian remained calm and clear-headed. He did not rush to find companions. Instead, he used his innate skill resume check to identify truly promising employees. Data flickered before his eyes. Lu Lei, a common archer; Wang Yun, idle yet lucky. Most had mediocre potential. Color tier potential was rare, and top-ranked martial artists were average. With limited funds, Tian had to give up the ordinary and decisively bet on legendary potential. Honor, achievements, rankings all were key to increasing capital. Without steady funding, his company would never grow. At that moment, Ji Changlin's booming voice called out another name by Chioli. That lively figure stepped forward with determination toward the transfer stage, bringing a new wave of tension and anticipation. At this moment, all eyes from the school leaders and students converged on a young girl. Her black hair was tied high, her eyebrows like ink strokes, and her eyes resembled an icy lake, cold and clear. The loose school uniform did little to hide her sleek, tall figure and long, straight legs. She stood like a freshly unsheathed blade, sharp and radiant. Her name was Bai Chioli, universally recognized as the top academic prodigy and perfect school beauty of Qingshan No. 2 High School, the unspoken idol in countless boys' and girls' hearts, consistently ranking first in swordsmanship, martial arts, and academic subjects. Teachers predicted she was destined to become a pillar of society. Even Tian, watching from the side, silently gasped. Compared to his own unnoticed past life, Bai Chioli shone like a star blazing fiercely in the night sky. Under the crowd's gaze, Bai Chioli stepped onto the job transfer platform. A pillar of pure white light rose from the stage, wrapping her slender figure. But in the next moment, the light dimmed. Life profession, gardener. What? Gardener? The crowd fell silent briefly, then erupted into murmurs. Even a few school leaders who had seen this routine before sighed deeply. Talent, effort, and glory seemed to crumble instantly before that one phrase. The principal, Ji Chonglin, looked dark and troubled. Child, Baichioli was stunned for several seconds, then closed her eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly. Life profession gardener. Those 4 words cut away piece by piece the decade of effort she had poured in, like a blunt knife. She took a deep breath, forcing herself upright, suppressing the sting in her eyes, and gave Ji Chonglin a strained smile. Principal, I'm fine. Her fingertips turned pale from grasping tightly, and she repeated, I'm fine. The fall of a genius like her happened every year. Persistence and hard work were just lottery tickets in fate's cruel game. Nearby, the head teacher sighed, crossing out Baichioli from the guaranteed admission list to top universities. Below the stage, Tian felt a pang of sorrow. In his past life, he had fought just as hard, only to gain nothing in the end. Perhaps this was fate's cruel joke. With a thought, he pulled up Baichioli's resume. Name, Baichioli. Basic info, female, 18 years old, from Qingqing City, Daxia. Profession, gardener. Potential, gold rank human hero. Biography, parents killed by alien race. Vowed to annihilate all alien foes. 3-time champion in high school swordsmanship, martial arts, alien knowledge, and combat simulation tests. Investment opportunities. 1. Legendary profession Cold Moon, Sword Immortal 20 points. 2. Epic profession Ice Mage 10 points. Golden potential, dual investment options both high-tier professions. Just the endless list of first-place achievements revealed how much sweat was behind her success. Tian immediately locked her in as his top recruitment target. Meanwhile, the job transfer ceremony neared its end. Ji Chonglin glanced over the statistics with a furrowed brow. Over 80 life professions, more than 70 ordinary professions, 36 elite professions, 12 rare professions, and 1 failure. The overall results were disappointing. The victory in this year's 2 races grand competition would likely depend on other schools. He withdrew his thoughts and looked somberly at the mixed expressions of the students below, solemnly announcing, the job transfer phase is complete. The apprentice trials will now begin. The trial has been emphasized repeatedly in class. It won't be easy for you. It's best to team up in groups of 5 to cooperate and avoid casualties. Ji Changlin's voice echoed beneath the dome as he scanned the students and continued to warn. Those with life professions or who fail the job transfer can choose to leave the profession hall and give up on entering the trial. At least that way, you'll keep your life. As soon as his words ended, the hall became noisy again. Rows of students in school uniforms bowed their heads and sobbed. Nearly all the life professionals wiped away tears and silently headed toward the exit. That step meant no level-ups for the whole year. A bleak future, but as the principal said, it meant survival. Life professions have almost no combat power. No team wants to carry the dead weight that lowers the trial score. The score determines rewards and is a new professional starting point. Nobody wants to gamble with their future. Even Baichioli, top of her class, received no offers of help. But Baichioli did not leave. Chioli, giving up is no shame. You're a life professional. Entering the trial is just suicide. Right, your grades are so good. Even if you can't take up a combat job, you could stay here and become a teacher. The head instructor and several teachers took turns persuading her. No team forms with a life professional, and survival odds in the trial are 1 in 10. Everyone understood this truth. Yet she stubbornly stood her ground, or rather, this was her last act of defiance. I think this may be the only chance he'll ever have to enter a dungeon. Principal, please grant me this. Transferring to gardener meant burying her dreams by her own hands. Even so, she wanted to seize this one chance and put a period at the end of 10 years of effort. Ji Chonglin fell silent. At that moment, a mocking voice drifted from the crowd's depths. Such a show-off, just awakened as a gardener, might as well be a useless decoration. The voice was quiet, but like a fine needle piercing her heart, making Baichioli's breath hitch. Ji Chonglin snapped his head up and shouted angrily, "Who said that? Come out." The pressure of a high-tier professional poured down fiercely. The mocker's legs trembled. Finally, a girl in Baichioli's class lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Malice among girls can be even crueler than among boys, Tian remarked silently from the side. Ji Changlin's voice chilled. Have you forgotten the rules of the transfer ceremony? Before he finished speaking, a boy in the front row stood firmly and declared, all citizens of Daxia are brethren, and after job transfers we are comrades. After the ceremony, mocking or belittling others' professions in any form is forbidden. We must unite as one to repel outside enemies. Violations will be met with severe warnings or expulsion. No college entrance exam, no military enlistment. With every word the boy spoke, the girl's face paled further. Ji Chonglin stepped forward 2 paces, his anger thickening the air. Daxia faces demons invading from outside and foreign tribes entrenched within. The nation holds up the sky. This is not the time for you to envy and ridicule one another. You have only been lucky in fate's eyes. How dare you mock others? You are even less entitled to mock someone who strives. Principal, I'm sorry. The girl stammered on the verge of tears. I am a rare profession, Principal. Mentioning a rare profession at last gave her the courage to lift her head. Ji Chonglin stared at her coldly, snorting before turning away. This is a serious warning, a 30 cut to your professional allowance. One more offense, and you're out. As his words fell, the vast hall seemed to go dark all at once. Every murmur immediately died down, leaving only a tense, deadly silence in the air. No one spoke up for her because in the Great Xia, this was an ironclad rule engraved deep in every professional's bones. You could fight to the death, you could argue endlessly, but never mock someone's origins or profession, as those were fates beyond choice. Standing at the back of the crowd, Tian nodded inwardly as he watched the scene unfold. This is the kind of ruthless spirit a wartime nation needs, he thought. Within minutes, the disturbance had settled. Hearing the approaching bell signaling the start of the trial, he quietly skirted the crowd and moved toward the corner where Bai Qiuli was standing. At that moment, Ji Changlin's stern demeanor softened, worry returning to his brow as he looked at Bai Qiuli, who still stood tall and unyielding. His voice was gentler this time. Qiuli, I respect your choice. But going into the trial alone is too dangerous. You should find a team. Joining a team wasn't so easy for a life profession. Bai Qiuli gently shook her head. Her silky hair brushed over her shoulder. No one would want to team up with me. Before she could finish, a clear youthful voice cut through the silence. Yes, they would. Everyone turned toward the sound. Tian pushed through the crowd and strode up to Bai Qiuli without hesitation. He raised his hand, and on the system panel, the words Team Invitation appeared, glowing faintly blue. Tian. Ji Changlin was stunned. I thought you failed your class transfer? Why haven't you left yet? No, I didn't fail. My profession is just a bit unusual. Tian smiled, and then glanced sideways at Bai Qiuli's radiant profile. Team up? Bai Qiuli was silent for a few seconds, then finally pressed accept. To her, this was the only, and best, choice she had. So you really didn't fail your transfer. Ji Changlin nodded quietly. Though curious about Tian's profession, with the trial about to start, he decided to give the new team some time to gel. Bai Qiuli turned back to Tian, her expression serious. Now that we're teammates, I should be upfront. I'm a florist class, with only 5 base stats. Her attribute panel was embarrassingly weak, almost a burden. She worried she'd hold Tian back, and wanted to leave him room to grow. Tian casually waved his hand, and said firmly, no need to explain. I believe in you. Those words stirred quiet ripples throughout the hall again. The principal and others exchanged looks. Does this kid risk everything for love, perhaps? Bai Qiuli's clear eyes trembled slightly. Before her transfer, she had been used to being trusted by her comrades. Since becoming a florist, this was the first time she felt such certain and fierce support. Thinking of the information on Bai Qiuli's file, Tian's tone grew even more resolute. You might not believe me, but I trust you more than anyone here, even more than you trust yourself. A loud bell echoed through the great hall of the professionals, and the scattered golden lights atop the advancement platform instantly converged, forming a dazzling portal of light. The apprentice trial had officially begun. Principal Ji Changlin stood at the edge of the high platform, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the gathered students. As wave after wave of students were swallowed by the glowing gate, his expression grew increasingly grave. The standards this round aren't high, he murmured to himself, but be cautious above all else. His eyes then fixed sharply on Tian and Bai Qiuli. Especially you two, if you have to give up, do it. Survival is most important. Tian raised his hand to the principal and made a relaxed okay gesture without a word. The next moment, he and Bai Qiuli stepped side by side through the portal. The golden light flashed, and the world spun. When their vision refocused, they found themselves in a dark, dense forest. A gray, oppressive canopy hung overhead like a heavy shroud. Cold mist wound tightly around trees near and far, blurring their outlines and stealing all sense of direction. Because the secret realm randomly dispersed the teams, students from the same cohort were scattered throughout. Here in this misty woods, only Tian and Bai Qiuli remained together. A translucent panel appeared before them. 1. Kill more than 10 ferocious beasts to earn points. The more you kill, the higher your score. 2. Reach the secret realm's exit through the gray mist forest for mission success. Challenge. Find and slay the trial's boss to earn extra high-risk points. In the upper right corner, a countdown ticked down 02:00:00. Tian closed the panel and was about to discuss strategy when he noticed Bai Qiuli walking over to a withered tree. She began brushing aside damp leaves, as if searching for something. What are you looking for? He asked. Dead moss, Bai Qiuli replied calmly yet swiftly. If we rub it on ourselves, it mimics the scent of dead plants so the beasts won't smell living prey. Our combat strength is average, it's best to head straight for the exit. No need. Tian waved his hand and suddenly activated his class skill Recruit Invest. A system pop-up appeared. Choose your investment opportunity. Legendary Potential Talent, 20 funds. Epic Potential Talent, 10 funds. The golden rating flashed prominently. Without hesitation, Tian went all in and selected Legendary. Whoosh. A recruitment contract with gilded edges materialized in Bai Qiuli's palm. What's this? She asked, puzzled. She had never heard of having to sign contracts before a team trial. A conscientious boss signs first. Tian grinned. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly hardened. Watch out. Bulma's shadowy figure burst through the mist ahead, whipping up a howling gale as it charged directly at Baiqiuli. Baiqiuli reflexively braced herself with both hands on the ground, pulling in her waist and flipping backward to narrowly avoid the sweeping claws. Ambushes like this happened anytime in the trial forest. Bone Bull Demon. What rotten luck. She instantly recognized the silhouette. Barely dodging the deadly ram, she didn't back down. Instead, she drew the Academy-issued iron longsword and took advantage of the bull demon's brief stagger after impact to thrust a sword strike into its neck. Tian nodded silently to himself. The Bone Bull Demon's charge indeed left it stiff for about a second, but most rookies would be too frightened to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Few like Baiqiuli could respond immediately and strike back. Playing the ordinary iron longsword struck the barbaric bull demon's hind leg, slicing only a shallow white scar through its dark, armor-like hide. The power was too weak. Baiqiuli had only 5 points in strength. Even though the bull demon was just a low-tier ferocious beast, she could hardly deal a serious wound. Want more strength? Tian withdrew his gaze and handed over a scroll-like contract, his tone tempting like a devil luring a mortal. Sign it, or just press your thumbprint. Is this some kind of buff? Baiqiuli looked down at the contract. The terms were not harsh. She saw it as some kind of buff skill from Tian. The bull demon's stiffening state was about to end. Its heavy breathing blew on Baiqiuli's face. Gritting her teeth, she pressed her thumbprint on the contract under the Party B section. Boom. The next moment, a brilliant golden pillar of light suddenly pierced through the clouds like a divine punishment from above. The newly awakened bull demon was startled and took several steps back, its hooves smashing the ground into cracks. Tian clicked his tongue silently. Legendary class awakenings always make a big scene. Next time outside the secret realm, he'd have to be more discreet with people switching professions. Within the golden light, Baiqiuli's ice lake-like eyes shimmered with ripples as she froze in place. The girl who normally reacted to beast ambushes in a fraction of a second stood stunned for a full 5 seconds until a prompt exploded in her ears. You have accepted the boss recruitment. The original gardener profession is replaced. You have become a legendary class, Cold Moon Swordsman trainee. Am I dreaming? Baiqiuli raised her hands and shook them lightly. This scene was one she had imagined countless times during her decade of hard training, and today, at the most desperate moment, it came true. She hadn't cried when she was demoted to gardener and her dreams shattered. Now, 2 silent tears traced down her face. If this scene happened to an Autobot, it probably shed a couple drops of oil, Tian muttered, then looked at the bull demon trying to run away, reminding her, how about finishing it off before crying? Baiqiuli took a deep breath and lifted her eyes, tears still wet, but her fighting spirit burning fiercely. She raised the unremarkable iron longsword and slashed through the air. Shoo! Several meters away, an icy sword aura broke through the mist. Alongside the bull demon's piercing wail, the sword aura cleaved it in 2 midair. Frost instantly formed at the severed edges. One slash, instant kill. A ranged strike that instantly killed not only proved her incredible compatibility with the swordsman class, but also made Tian realize the terrifying power of legendary class attributes. He pulled up the employee panel. Employee, Baiqiuli. Profession, Cold Moon Swordsman Level 0 trainee. Investment opportunity, shows profession at Level 4, currently Level 0. Quality, legendary. Level 0. Strength, 35. Agility, 40. Constitution, 25. Spirit, 30. Class talent, Cold Moon technique. Class skills, Cold Moon sword dance, Moon shadow step, Cold light sword spirit. Tian gasped. Her starting stats were more than 3 times that of an ordinary profession user. The strongest rare profession in this year's senior class barely reached half her strength. Not to mention the legendary class came pre-equipped with a talent and 3 skills. No wonder every nation treated legendary professions like treasures to be cultivated. It was outright broken, indeed broken. At the same time, his panel displayed several notifications. You have successfully recruited employee Baiqiuli, gaining their attributes, Strength 35, Agility 40, Constitution 25, Spirit 30. You have acquired talents and skills, Frost Moon Strike, Frost Moon Sword Dance, Moon Shadow Step, and Frostlight Sword Spirit. Employee growth attributes and newly gained professional skills are shared as well. Employee Baiqiuli defeated the Savage Bone Ox Demon. You share the gained experience 30. Tian glanced over his stats panel, nodded calmly without a trace of emotion, and said, good thing my class is a bit more broken. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the sky was split open by a pillar of golden light. The beam shot straight up from the ground, piercing the gray mist of the jungle like a sharp dagger so dazzling that almost no student could ignore it. On the other side of the gray foggy jungle, another team had just taken down a Savage Bone Ox Demon as well. The team leader, Lu Chuang, a rare-class storm warrior, had his right arm severely mangled by the beast's charge. Gritting his teeth in pain, he still gripped his weapon tightly. Linyu, heal him quickly. The one called out was Linyu, the girl who had mocked by Chili earlier in the Great Hala Rare Grade Priest. Because of her rare class, she was invited to join this team of highly skilled members. Lu Chuang looked around sharply and firmly reminded his teammates, "The 5 of us are all rare class, have the highest combat power in this year's trial. Let's aim to smash the trial score record from our school." As holy light descended, the wounds on his arm began to heal rapidly under the healing spell. When the scores come out, not only will we get the principal's reward, but we can also secure guaranteed admission. Lin Yes's eyes immediately lit up. She was jealous of Bai Chili precisely because of that guaranteed spot to a top university. Now with Bai Chili likely out, the opportunity was right in front of her. What the heck? What's that? Lu Chuang suddenly looked up, seeing the golden pillar piercing the sky. His teammates froze for a moment, then all were drawn to it. They say danger and opportunity coexist in the secret realm. Could that be our chance? With direction lost in the gray mist jungle, the light pillar became the only landmark. Lu Chuang raised his hand decisively. Forget it. We can't find our way in the fog anyway. Let's charge over and check it out. The cold moonsword's mantis was exactly the profession I dreamt of. Bai Chili wiped the tear from the corner of her eye, her fingertips trembling slightly, but she couldn't hide the nervous hope burning deep within her. Suddenly, she realized that if she were forced back into the powerless gardener class, the crushing helplessness of being trapped might become unbearable. Don't worry. Tian drew the long sword from the chest of the bull beast demon. Blood dripped from the blade onto the dull earth beneath. As long as I live, your dream will come true. With that, he crouched beside the mangled corpse, rummaging through the broken bone armor. His hand emerged clutching a heavy piece of armor that shimmered with a dark red metallic glow. The bull beast heavy armor. This one's mine, he declared offhandedly, tapping the thick plates of the chest piece with casual authority. As the boss, safety comes first. Bai Chili blinked, curious yet hesitant. I remember from the ethnic lore book bordering the South China region, among the elven royal tribes, there's a rare group called the Holy Sacrifice Elves. They can grant new racial abilities to other elves, but the cost is sacrificing their own lives. Powers granted by them usually come with terrible prices, so why did they choose me? Tian paused thoughtfully, his gaze sincere. Because you're a qualified employee. Though a simple answer, it didn't fully ease her doubts and in fact made her even more curious about this boss standing before her. Seeing Tian had no intention to elaborate, Bai Chili smiled and bowed formally. All right, boss. No matter what happens, I will protect you from now on. Hearing her confident promise, Tian glanced at his status panel in secret, noting that every one of his attributes was exactly 10 points higher than Bai Chili's. He nodded quietly to himself, deciding not to burst the employee's enthusiasm with that fact. The mist thickened as the two ventured deeper side by side, this time actively hunting their prey. Between cracks in the rocks, a cluster of demon chi flowers bloomed, their red petals radiating a faint aura of demon energy. The demon chi only grows where demon power is strongest. Looks like we're in the right place. Bai Chili's eyes sharpened, her sword raised in readiness. No sooner had she spoken than 2 rugged bonebull demon beasts charged from the fog, roaring ferociously. Their staggeringly high spirit attributes allowed both to lock onto their targets instantly. Bai Chili barely touched the ground as she streaked forward like moonlight. Her blades exploded in radiance. Her passive skill, Cold Sword Aura, unleashed icy blue sword chi, fierce and unmatched. System notifications flashed one after another. Employee Bai Chili killed bonebull demon. Experience shared 30. Employee Bai Chili killed bonebull demon. Experience shared 30. Power surged through Bai Chili's body, her face glowing with delight. The attribute and talent bonuses from a legendary class are terrifyingly strong. But she quickly sheathed her sword and turned apologetically. Sorry, we're a team. I should have left you some health. In theory, experience during the trial is divided by team contribution. With Tian's AFK playstyle, he should earn nothing, yet he was smiling contentedly. Just kill. Don't worry about me. She took the action, but he still received the same amount of experience. Why not enjoy it? The screen flickered before them. Trial quest. Kill ferocious beasts 310. Rating, none. Time remaining, 1 hour 47 minutes 30 seconds. There was still plenty of time. Tian and Bai Chili's goal had long surpassed. Simply clearing the trial, they aimed for a high score, even to break the record. Especially Tian, who sought the top trial ranking for the hefty bonus payout. With his current financial struggles, he desperately needed to recover his investment. As the two adjusted their gear, a sudden clash of metal and furious roars echoed from the depths of the gray fog ahead. Exchanging a glance, they moved swiftly, crouching low to get a better view through the haze. The battlefield revealed itself. 2 massive rotten black gorillas pounding steel bowl-sized fists, backed by 4 bonebull demons, tearing apart a student team that was slowly being driven back. The rear guard was Lu Chuang, surrounded by storm energy, badly injured but fighting desperately while leading the retreat. It was clear their team was strong. They had already slain several ox demons, but the most challenging threat for new players was the beast swarm attack. Once the beasts encircled them, panic would spread like wildfire, causing most rookies to fumble. At that point, forget about forming a solid defense. Just managing not to waste all their skills was a small victory. Suddenly, a string of low gasps broke out. It was the ape demons, low-level fiends. They were faster and smarter than the ox demons. In trials and dungeons, it wasn't just monsters that respawned. Often stronger demons appeared. These creatures fed on flesh and blood, naturally fiercer in combat. Baichioli was the first to recognize the enemy, her eyes narrowing slightly. Tian, however, looked on with keen interest and pursed his lips toward the front. Lin Yu, the fastest runner who dared not turn back to use skills, was the very girl who had mocked Baichioli just minutes ago, a member of Lu Chuang's team. Want to help her? Tian half-joked. Baichioli's face was as cold as an ice lake as she drew her sword and stepped forward. I'm not helping anyone. I want to kill monsters and get my first kill. Boss, be careful. Before Tian finished speaking, Baichioli's figure blurred into a faint afterimage. Each step leaving behind a crescent-shaped mark, the Moonshadow step. Tian couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Model employee right here. Help. Somebody save me. Lin Yu's voice trembled as her footsteps grew more erratic. Meanwhile, Lu Chuang stubbornly held the rear, facing two ape demons alone, pressure mounting. Damn it. Give me some healing. He roared. At that moment, a silver flash ripped through the crowd in a sharp Z-shape. It was Baichioli. Her long sword pierced an ape demon's throat like a lightning strike, silencing it instantly with a sharp SHCH. Employee Baichioli has slain an ape demon. Shared experience 60. The system prompt appeared. Tian's experience bar was already full, but since the apprentice trial was not cleared, the system wouldn't upgrade him yet. He could only keep accumulating XP. Once he reached level 10, he would be promoted from rank 0 to 1 and unlock a class-specific skill. Subsequent promotions would follow at levels 25, 50, 75, and 100. But the level 75 fourth-tier promotion was extremely difficult, with no player worldwide having succeeded so far. The pinnacle was currently level 74 third tier. Curiosity grew inside Tian. What kind of unique skill will the boss have? Elsewhere, the ape demon collapsed in a pool of rotten blood. Lu Chuang stared in disbelief, his voice choking. Sheshkull beauty? Baichioli had no time to respond. Her sword gleamed once. Moriox demons and ape demons fell one after another to her single strikes. The foundation of the Cold Moon swordsman combined with exquisite swordsmanship made her killing intent as chilling as frost. Lu Chuang and his teammates were utterly stunned. Isn't Bai Xiaohua Gardner class? Next to her, we're just life skill noobs. Could it be she actually landed that golden opportunity? Hearing the noise behind her, Lin Yu faltered and turned. Her eyes widened with more terror than when the demons were chasing her moments ago. Baichioli. How are you here? She didn't finish her sentence before seeing Baichioli's sword stained with blood, her icy gaze fixed in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu's knees suddenly buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, too shocked to make a sound. A sharp tearing sound sliced through the air. A cold sword chi whooshed right past her face. Lin Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Her pupils shrank to pinpoints, but she was utterly frozen, unable to react. The next moment, the sword chi crashed down behind her. The savage bone ox demon, poised to ambush, was cut clean in two before it could let out a scream. A spray of gore and coppery blood mist hit her face. Baichioli sheathed her sword without breaking pace. Her long hair and flowing robes traced smooth arcs through the blood mist. She turned and strode back to Tian's side, never once casting even a sideways glance at Lin Yu. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice rang in their ears. Trial task: kill 10 ferocious beasts. Score rating D. Trial passed. You may exit the secret realm anytime. Time remaining: 1 hour 44 minutes 36 seconds. The kill count had just hit 10, and the score refreshed. But Tian's target was still far out of reach. At Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, the highest past record had been an A rank achieved by 2 epic class players, while Tian's own modest goal was to start at S rank. Boss, let's move. Baichioli slid her sword back into its sheath and gently reminded Tian. At that moment, Lu Chuang swallowed nervously and mustered the courage to approach, stammering, "Be Baichioli. Can I team up with you?" Another teammate quickly chimed in with a flattering grin. "Yeah, by the school beauty. We're all rare classes and won't hold you back. Definitely not dead weight." Baichioli didn't answer directly, but instead tilted her head to look at Tian. Her cool, clear voice carried a hint of inquiry. "Boss, do you want to take them with us?" "Be boss." Lu Chuang and the others looked stunned, all turning to the casually indifferent Tian. The ice-cold school bell and heartthrob, now terrifyingly powerful, calling this slacker boss with a tone of obedience who put her into this mode. Their hearts shattered almost to a tsunami. Tian waved a hand lazily. unwilling to waste words. Stop hesitating. Let's grind the score and take down the trial boss while we're at it. Got it. Bai Chili replied crisply. Side by side, she and Tian left, their figures growing smaller and more distant. Lu Chuang, Lin Yu, and three others exchanged looks heavy with mixed emotions. Outside the secret realm was the Qingshan No. 2 Middle School's professional hall. Above the massive glowing portal hung a luminous screen, the trial scoreboard. Every time a team earned or changed score, it updated instantaneously here. Say you're not hopeful, but your eyes never leave it. Principal Ji Chonglin stood with his hands behind his back at the foot of the steps, silently watching the screen refresh. Suddenly, a ruckus came from the hall entrance. Director Wei, you're here? A group entered, led by a man in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, exuding scholarly demeanor with a warm, gentle smile. Wei Yuan, the chief director of the East China region and the highest authority. Hearing the noise, Ji Chonglin quickly rose to greet him. Wei Yuan's voice was like jade, chiseling, clear, and commanding. I just returned from No. 1 Middle School after reviewing the trial results. They produced in a ranked team this time. Quite impressive. Though complimenting, Ji Changlin principal for years knew, well, that an A rank still fell short of Wei Yuan's real expectations. This year's big competition with the Yaga dynasty demanded top-tier talent to secure advantages for Daxia. Wei Yuan's visit clearly aimed to scout the best candidates among schools. Ji Changlin could only smile wryly and shake his head. Our school's batch is probably on par with No. 1 Middle School, judging by the class transfer outcomes. Wei Yuan skimmed the class transfer reports from No. 2, sighing softly. Class awakenings are fated by heaven, there's no forcing it. They'll go check out No. 3 next. Ji Changlin nodded. I'll see you off. Ji Changlin and Wei Yuan, along with their group, left the main hall. Only the teachers from the second high school and the head of discipline remained inside. The crowd gradually dispersed, casually chatting among themselves. Which team in our school is actually going to show some results this year? I specifically told Lu Chuang to assemble a squad with 5 rare class professions to guarantee an A-level performance and boost the reputation for this batch. Director, that's some high-level insight. Look, a team just got their trial scores. A teacher suddenly slammed the table, his voice echoing through the spacious hall. Everyone quickly turned to the trial score display. The first line at the top of the pale golden screen flickered and quietly refreshed. Trial score rankings. First place, Tian squad. Member, Bai Chioli. Current score, D. Only 2 people and already killed 10 ferocious beasts? And it's a 2-person squad. Is that Chioli? But isn't she a gardener profession? How did she do it? Tian, which class is he in? A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the room. Even a 5-person squad would struggle to kill 10 beasts within the first few minutes, let alone Bai Chioli, who was just a gardener before entering the secret realm. Could it be a lucky find? Guessed one teacher. If 2 waves of beasts fought each other, maybe they ambushed and cleaned up the wounded. Before he could finish, the light screen flickered again. The second place hadn't appeared yet, but Tian's squad score had already jumped. Current score, DC. The teacher who suggested the lucky find theory froze. To reach C rank, you have to kill 20 ferocious beasts. And it's only been a minute or 2. That speed means they are one-shotting. Only epic professions can reach this efficiency, right? But this was only the beginning. Over the next hour, Tian's squad score soared astonishingly. After 5 minutes, CB. After 15 minutes, BA. After 30 minutes, AS. Quick, call the principal back now. The head of discipline's voice trembled. What's got you so worked up? Ji Changlin hurried back, but saw the teachers clustered around the screen, shouting excitedly. The head of discipline grabbed him in front of the screen. A huge strength score shimmered brightly, reflecting in Ji Changlin's eyes. Less than an hour, and its level score. His voice rose, trembling from excitement. No one in our second high school's history, even those 2 legendary epic players, has ever done this. Bai Chioli really is a gardener, no doubt. So Tian's profession must be very special. He paced back and forth, clapping his hands loudly. Quick, call the person in charge back here. If outsiders could see the actual battle inside the secret realm, the score might be even higher, because from start to finish, it was Bai Chioli alone who had slashed through all the enemies. Tian, just along for the ride. Not only that, the equipment aside from the weapon had been first used by him. Any other guy witnessing this scene would be red with envy and ready to attack this so-called lazybones. A popular school idol, yet Tian treated her mercilessly as a mere frontline soldier. What's worse, Bai Chioli herself seemed to enjoy it immensely. Phew, so satisfying. Blood from demons dripped off her sword tip, and Bai Chioli's expression was one of unrestrained exhilaration as she loudly shouted with little concern for her image. Just beyond this swamp lies the trial boss. Right on cue. Tian was in high spirits, genuinely applauding his own recruitment instincts. Having Bai Chioli on the team was way more efficient than pulling together a dozen random players at the last minute. That girl was basically a walking girl-type killing machine, masterful with the sword, ruthlessly targeting the demon's vital points, and barely breaking a sweat. Yet Bai Chioli seemed gloomy the whole time. Ever since they set out, She had been soaking up all the experience points alone and felt she owed Tian something. Is it really okay for only me to gain experience? She couldn't help but ask. Tian waved her off with a relaxed smile. You just focus on killing monsters. To the boss, this wasn't just polite talk. Team experience was fully shared with him. The real joke would be for the boss to do the grinding himself. But to Baichioli, it sounded like something else. What? You think I'm not trying hard enough? Her thoughts raced as a proud gleam sharpened in her cold eyes. Don't worry, you'll work harder than anyone else. Tian blinked, quietly thinking. This generation of employees is too easy to manage. They come with built-in psychological tricks. She scanned ahead and spoke seriously. This swamp is muddy and dangerous. You could get stuck if you're not careful. Let me carry you across. Tian nearly choked. Baichioli had always seen him as a low-agility support type and naturally thought carrying him would be safer. But the boss giving his precious employee a bridal carry? Where's the dignity in that? No need. With that, Tian lightly tapped his toes. With 50 points in agility buff, he skimmed over the mud like a dragonfly on water, landing on the other side in a few breaths. Baichioli blinked in surprise. His agility might actually rival mine? Realizing this, she followed closely behind. Pushing through the gray foggy forest, they spotted the trial target at first glance, a giant demon about 4 or 5 meters tall. Its coarse muscles bulged like twisted ropes, 2 sharp ivory tusks jutted from its jaw, and arms thick as tree trunks. Just standing there, it radiated intimidation. Ogre medium elite demon. Strength, incredible. Weaknesses, slow attack intervals, bulky body, vulnerable spot size, back of head, knees, elbows. Baichioli instantly recalled the intel, drew her sword, and took a step forward. Boss, I'm going in. The ogre bellowed, stomping the ground and charging wildly. Tian never doubted her skill. Even legendary classes had tiers, and ordinary person's job change versus a sword genius job change was worlds apart. In just 3 or 4 rounds, Baichioli accurately severed half of the ogre's right forearm with a swift slash. The maimed ogre went berserk, bloodlust flooding its senses. With barely any stamina left, Baichioli took a deep breath, her blade gleaming cold as moonlight. Cold moon sword dance. Her figure merged with the moon's glow, her sword transforming into 10 white streaks of light swirling around the ogre. In an instant, the phantom images of sword dances left a trail of bloodlines across the ogre's body. Cold moon sword dance condenses sword energy into 10 afterimages that slash through all enemies within 1 second. During the attack, the user is invincible, and upon completion, the sword dance triggers an explosion dealing additional damage. Snap! With a sharp slicing sound, the 10 icy afterimages fall simultaneously. The enemy's health bar bursts instantly as the giant troll's massive body is riddled with countless gashes, blood spurting forth. Its savage roar instantly turns into a pitiful scream before it collapses with a thunderous crash, shaking the very ground. This move is the Cold Moon Swordsman's ultimate burst attack, dealing 15 to 20 times the damage of a normal strike. Its fearsome reputation alone is enough to kill most foes instantly. Baichioli felt her mana and stamina drain to the limit, ready to exhale in relief, when a flicker in her peripheral vision caused her pupils to neurono kill notification. The next moment, the fallen troll's blood-red eyes snapped open. Despite its shattered body, it dragged its left arm weakly and swung fiercely, sweeping up huge rocks and dust toward Baichioli. His HP is so thick, he didn't die instantly. Watching nearby, Tian immediately sensed trouble. Though the troll's desperate counterattack wouldn't be fatal, it could seriously injure Baichioli or even break her bones that would delay their work. At the very instant the troll's arm came crashing down, Tian raised his hand and hurled a fallen iron axe like a spear. Bang! The rush of wind exploded past Baichioli's ears. She had braced herself to endure the blow but was stunned to see the iron axe deeply embedded in the back of the troll's head. The huge body toppled straight down, dead on the spot. His strength somehow feels even greater than mine. Baichioli looked on in confusion. At the same time, a series of translucent notification panels flooded Tian's vision. Trial boss defeated giant troll. Your team rating has risen from S to SSS. Highest rating achieved. Automatically exiting the trial realm. You have completed the apprentice trial. Profession apprentice status cancelled. Experience unlocked. Level increased to 6. Employee Baichioli's level increased to 6. Shared attribute growth. Strength 60. Agility 72. Constitution 42. Spirit 48. Employee Baichioli ranked first in the secondary apprentice trial. Bonus awarded. Funds 5. Employee Baichioli achieved SSS rating in trial and earned the honor. Top record in Qingqing trial history. Bonus awarded. Funds 25. Advanced equipment blind box X1. When the trial scoreboard showed Team Tian's rating rising from S to SSS, Master Ji Changlin and the other teachers in the main hall were so excited they could barely stand. SSS. At this moment, even if someone announced that Tian had awakened a legendary class, no one would doubt it. Who would have thought that, In this generally underestimated cohort of second middle school, the two students least expected to succeed before the trial would achieve the most terrifying results. Ding! The secret realm's light gate glowed with a silver-white halo, and then opened. Tian and Bai Qiuli stepped out one after the other into the hall of professionals. The teachers rushed forward eagerly, their gazes burning with intensity. Ji Changlin's face lit up at first, but then his expression tightened. The sharp, piercing aura emanating from Bai Qiuli was like a blade drawn from its sheath. She was nothing like the quiet, ordinary life-oriented girl she had been before entering the trial. He lowered his voice. Bai Qiuli, Tian, follow me. This isn't the place for a conversation. In the principal's office at second middle school, Ji Changlin took out a purple bronze compass. The moment the device activated, pale blue light patterns sealed the doors and windows, forming a protective barrier. He was not overreacting. What was happening before him had already exceeded his understanding and that of the entire Greater Xia Empire. Qiuli, the elderly principal, over 80 years old, was unusually nervous. Bai Qiuli nodded slightly and spoke plainly. Yes, principal. My current class is legendary grade, Cold Moon Swordsman. Legendary. Ji Changlin's pupils shrank sharply, and his voice dropped to a whisper. How did you achieve this? If a legendary class emerged normally, he would have celebrated with drumbeats and fanfare. But now, his heart was weighed down by immense pressure. A life-oriented class transforming into a legendary class. If this result could be replicated, it would bring earth-shattering change to Greater Xia. Bai Qiuli didn't answer, but turned to look at Tian. Following her gaze, Ji Changlin looked at the young man and felt a staggering suspicion form. Tian thought for a long time. He could keep his abilities secret and rise alone. But that would mean endlessly searching the world for teammates, battling invading demonic tribes at any moment, and concealing the strange phenomena. When repeatedly changing career, she was practically a boss now. Why exhaust himself so much? Greater Xia suffered internal turmoil and lacked talent desperately. If he entrusted his abilities to the state, it would be a win-win. As for lurking traitors, he had resume review powers that could flip a person's life story inside out, rivaling even the legendary Judge Bao. That included Ji Changlin. In front of him had already checked. A honorable veteran, trustworthy. At last, he resolved to reveal only the most essential details. Under Ji Changlin's expectant gaze, Tian said, Principal, my ability can change other people's careers, and it's not random. Those few words struck like thunder in the sealed office. Ji Changlin opened his mouth, but was speechless, a vein twitching on his temple. Tian continued, So, Principal, contact your superiors. The higher, the better. Outside the gates of Qingshan Third Middle School in Qingqing, Wei Yuan, the head of East China region, was driving into the school grounds with his secretary and bodyguards. The air carried the fresh scent of early summer leaves as the black business car smoothly passed through the school gate. Outside the window, the slightly worn teaching buildings flickered past. The secretary sitting beside him flipped through a tablet, quickly briefing the latest news. Just got word from number 2 high school. A squad scored its level trial rating in less than an hour. Do you want to check it out? Leaning back in his leather seat, Wei Yuan remained calm. Let's take a look. That's an impressive result. But number 3 high just awakened in epic class combat role. The principal said the potential is very high. Since that's nearby, we can head there first, and there'll still be time to return to number 2 later. The secretary nodded and adjusted the schedule accordingly. At that moment, Wei Yuan's phone vibrated in his jacket. He casually pulled out his everyday phone, but the screen was black. Instead, a rarely used encrypted satellite phone usually never far from him was ringing. Only top executives at Daxia headquarters and a few old comrades knew that number. A call like this always signified something serious. Stop the car, Wei Yuan said in a low voice. The driver promptly pulled over. The caller ID showed Ji Changlin, Wei Yuan's former squad leader. During the brief call, Wei Yuan's expression shifted from calm to shocked. A legendary profession, and even more, the ability to manufacture legendary professions. If true, this would be as momentous for Daxia as rebuilding the nation's foundation. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. The secretary froze in place. Chief, aren't we going to number 3 high? Go back first. Wei Yuan waved them off. The next second, a streak of blue-green light shot into the sky and sped off into the distance at several times the car's speed, leaving only a faint trail behind. The people beside the car exchanged stunned glances, still hearing the whistle of the wind. Bang! In less than a minute, the heavy wooden door swung open. Wei Yuan's neat military uniform fluttered slightly, yet without a speck of dust. The two exchanged military salutes. Wei Yuan first looked at Bai Qiuli standing nearby, and smiled kindly. You must be Qiuli, right? A swordsmanship-focused legendary combat role, very promising. After the college entrance exams, the Ministry of Education will tailor a development program for you. Keep working hard. Bai Qiuli's expression was calm, her voice firm. I will. Then she quickly left, understanding that today's real focus was someone else. Wei Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, and Ji Changlin followed her out. The large principal's office was left with only him and Tian. By the time Tian finished reviewing the resume, he already had a clear understanding of Wei Yuan. Name: Wei Yuan. Gender: male. Age: 58. Place of origin: Qingcheng, Daxia. Position: Chief Executive Officer of East China Region. Profession: Star Soul Master, level 74. Potential rating: Gold National Talent. Background: awakened the legendary profession Star Soul Master at 18, served in the military for 20 years fighting demons and monsters, rising to become the strongest in East China. Later, he made a wager agreement with the alien Yaga dynasty, voluntarily stepping back to work behind the scenes, focusing on developing East China's military and economy, and has maintained a brilliant reputation ever since. Investment opportunity: legendary profession chess saint, requires 20 points of funding. After reading through the resume, Tian silently admired. Now this is a true Daxia legend. Golden potential: a legendary profession only one in a century of Daxia. If the investment council didn't require erasing the original profession, he would have recruited him on the spot. But asking a level 74 legendary master to give up his original role was obviously impossible. Wei Yuan also studied Tian carefully. His deep eyes held a gentle smile. Tian, I've heard of your abilities, but we cannot verify the situation inside the secret realm. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Tian understood words alone held little weight and that the higher-ups had their reservations. Fortunately, after passing the trial, his funds had replenished to 30 points, allowing him to continue recruiting. I can awaken another legendary profession and prove myself with deeds. Really? Wei Yuan's eyes brightened. When Tian confirmed, the excitement almost overwhelmed him. Daxia had found a talent akin to a nuclear weapon. The youth spoke confidently yet without arrogance, actively reported to the state with clear reasoning, leaving no doubts in his mind. So, what do you need from the state now? Tian paused to consider, offering 2 requests. First, guarantee my safety. Second, help me find talent. Collaborating with the government was meant to leverage official efficiency. Once he located the right people, he could use the results to silence all doubts. Wei Yuan nodded gladly. Rest assured, I will personally arrange your safety. Then his expression grew more solemn, as if recalling countless buried brilliant sparks. Daxia never lacks talent, only opportunities. Tian deeply agreed with this, just as he had learned in his past life. Talented horses are common, but capable trainers are not. Without hesitation, Wei Yuan picked up his phone and dialed. Principal of number 3 high school? This is Wei Yuan. Immediately select some outstanding students from this year's class and have them wait in the conference room. We'll be there shortly. As Wei Yuan said, he directly took Tian to Qingshan number 3 high school. Before the car even entered the school gate, a bright red banner fluttered in the wind. Welcome to our school, esteemed official. The banner was not yet perfectly straight when the logistics teacher hurriedly pulled the ladder aside, his face glowing with barely concealed excitement. As the chief leader of the East China region, Wei Yuan commanded authority over 12 major cities. His sudden appearance at an ordinary high school caused everyone at number 3 to treat it like a major examination day. The principal and several vice principals stood neatly at the gate, their school badges polished to a shine. What surprised them even more was that Wei Yuan came without a secretary or bodyguard, accompanied only by a teenage boy walking shoulder to shoulder with him. The boy wore a simple dark school uniform jacket, his pace steady, eyes calm, as if it were perfectly natural to be alongside a top professional like Wei Yuan. Welcome. Welcome to our school, esteemed official. After a few polite greetings, the principal couldn't help but ask, directing his gaze at Tian. And this young man is? Wei Yuan raised a hand to pat Tian's shoulder, his tone relaxed but meaningful. This is my new specially recruited officer. Specially recruited officer? As long as he selects talent, I guarantee their priority training directly under the Ministry of Education. Wei Yuan added. With that one sentence, Tian's status shot to an admirable height. Since a special recruit could often become the school's brightest achievement, the principal and other leaders immediately looked at Tian with burning eyes. The next moment, they reached out eagerly, their voices tinged with urgency. Welcome, leader. Welcome. I've already arranged for this year's outstanding students to wait in the conference room. If you need anything else, just say the word. Faced with the rush of enthusiasm, Tian could only nod and shake hands one by one. More than 10 minutes later, Wei Yuan and Tian finally made their way into the number 3 conference room. The air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature. 12 excellent students personally selected by the principal were already seated according to their student numbers, each desk piled with thick personal resumes. Tian glanced around and flipped through the materials. The information on paper matched the potential ratings in his mind. Most were blue potential. Only 2 barely reached purple. Unfortunately, with funds tight, what he needed more were gold potential talents who could consistently bring back honors. The attributes and skills that came with legendary professions were far beyond those at the epic level. Wei Yuan motioned for the students to leave first, then asked, no suitable candidates this time? There are two decent ones, but still not quite what I'm looking for, Tian admitted truthfully. Then let's go check out others. Wei Yuan nodded. Just as the two left the conference room, a quarrel broke out at the end of the corridor. Director, this is my application for regular employment. How many times have I told you? You're not capable enough. Just obediently serve as a practical class internship assistant here at school. Don't cause trouble. Director, but I've been interning for almost 3 years now. Enough nonsense, get out. As the noisy voices of a young man and woman faded away, the door to the academic affairs office closed behind them. A handsome young man emerged, holding an application form. His black hair was neatly kept, his brow sharp and defined, and his rugged skin spoke of strength. Yet, the eyes that should have blazed with defiance were shadowed by a hint of helplessness. Walking beside him, Tian, carrying the memories of his toilsome, workhorse-like past life, couldn't resist teasing quietly. 3 years interning, and still no full-time position? Wei Yuan, hearing this, also glanced toward the principal of 3rd Middle School. His gaze was sharp and cold. I remember him. Wang Jiang, the school's top combat prodigy 3 years ago, famous in both Qingqing and Linqing. Then he switched to a vocational role and was recruited by you as a combat teaching assistant. Now you're blocking his full-time appointment? And the former genius can't even qualify for teaching? The principal's face shifted rapidly, his hands waving anxiously. No, director, the situation is complicated. Before he finished, Wang Jiang, just rejected, whirled around. Seeing Wei Yuan and the principal, his eyes sparked with excitement. He dashed forward in hurried strides, voice trembling. Director Wei, you're my hero. My father always said I should be someone like you. Can I get your autograph? He thrust the paper and a pen forward. Wei Yuan took them with a smile. Of course. Your father. He stopped mid-sentence as he noticed the application form was neatly folded. He unfolded it casually. A full-time appointment application? Wang Jiang scratched the back of his head awkwardly, eyes flicking up to the ceiling, flashing an embarrassed grin. Trying to pass off an autograph as an official stamp, only to be caught immediately. Wei Yuan took back the pen and paper, his smile now tinged with confusion. Is it really that hard to get full-time? Are you resorting to tricks? Inside, the academic affairs director in plain professional attire heard the commotion and quickly stepped out, her face stiffening. Director, it's not that hard. Our school's combat teaching slots are already full. I don't want a full-time teaching position. Wang Jiang lifted his head, voice resolute as he told Wei Yuan. I just want the chance to fight on the front lines, even if it's logistics, battlefield support, or engineering. Wei Yuan's expression shifted, suddenly understanding even in vocational roles, full-time combat teachers could support military missions, but assistants could not. The country is in grave danger, surrounded by enemies. Wang Jiang clenched his fists until they were white. A man must fight on the front lines to protect his home and country. But you are still in a vocational role, maybe logistics is all you can do? Wei Yuan softened his tone. My father disappeared during a demon invasion. Wang Jiang's voice was low but firm. I trained so hard, because I won't give up the chance to find him. The middle-aged female director stomped angrily. You're just a carpenter. Going to war means you're a dead man walking. Tian raised an eyebrow and quietly opened Wang Jiang's resume while the others argued. Name, Wang Jiang. Gender, male, 21 years old, from Ding City, Daxia. Occupation, carpenter. Potential, gold-level national pillar. Background, military family. Vowed to serve the country from youth. Exceptional combat talent with unmatched spear skills. Father disappeared 3 years ago, left a mysterious ring. Investment opportunity, legendary level profession dragon spear god, 20 points. This looks like we found a real talent. Tian inhaled sharply upon seeing Wang Jiang's potential evaluation. It was nothing short of extraordinary. A pillar of the nation. If properly nurtured, this young man's future would rival that of Wei Yuan, and perhaps, like Bai Qiuli, he was destined to carve out a glorious legacy on the battlefield. Yet what caught Tian's attention most was a seemingly insignificant note Wang Jiang's father had left behind a ring. An ordinary ring wouldn't be specially mentioned in a profile like this, which meant it could either hold great opportunity or conceal unknown dangers. The mystery would have to wait to be uncovered. As Tian pondered this, he signaled Wei Yuan with a glance and nodded gently. Found him. Found what? Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes lit up with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Wang Jiang, joy nearly bursting out of him. They had found a true talent. Without hesitation, he dismissed the other staff in the meeting room, and, taking Wang Jiang still looking confused, led him into a small inner conference room. Snap! Wei Yuan snapped his fingers, and starlight gathered as a shielding and defensive barrier instantly enveloped the room, cutting off outside noise. Wang Jiang stood frozen by the door, clutching his ordinary probation to full-time application, muttering to himself in a small voice. I just wanted to sign the paper for full-time, does it have to be this formal? He looked up and realized the person in charge wasn't Wei Yuan, but a boy who seemed even younger than himself. Tian sat calmly at the head of the table, his tone measured but with a clear, evaluative edge. Is your dream to join the army? There was no need to ask, but Tian felt this was part of the recruitment process. Wang Jiang, thinking he was finally getting the approval for full-time status, straightened up and responded with a firm voice. Yes, sir. To defend the homeland and drive out demons and alien invaders, this is my sacred duty. Tian nodded with approval. Joining the military meant more opportunities to earn honor. This recruitment gamble was sure to pay off. At that moment, a system notification popped up, funds 20. Then, an investment skill activated, and a pale gold contract materialized in Wang Jiang's palm, its edges flowing with faint, arcane patterns. Sign this, and call me boss from then on. Afterward, have Wei take you to enlist, Tian said. Wang Jiang's eyes instantly sparked with hope. Signing this contract meant his dream would finally come true. Wait, this isn't some kind of indentured servitude, is it? He briefly wondered, but pushed the thought aside. As long as he could join the army, a contract was a small price. Besides, Wei Yuan was right there. If Tian was a conman, had have been called out by now. Wei Yuan also held his breath, watching intently. He yearned to personally witness this young man's awakened legend ability. If true, the demonic alien forces lingering on the border stood no chance. Eyes full of expectation, Wang Jiang picked up the pen and signed his name at the bottom of the contract. Boom. A column of golden light shot up from his body, the radiant glow of a legendary awakening illuminating the entire conference room. The dazzling light reflected in Wei Yuan's pupils a color he knew as hope. Lost for a moment, he murmured, Tian, the great Xia thanks you for your arrival. At the center of the golden beam, Wang Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the transformation unfolding in himself. My class. Tian opened the employee panel and quickly reviewed the new profession details. Employee, Wang Jiang. Class, Dragon Courage Spearman. Rank 0. The investment panel showed the final class after rank 4. Quality, Legendary. Level 0. Strength, 40. Agility, 35. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 25. Class traits. 1. Dragon Courage immune to fear. 2. For every 1 lost in HP, agility and constitution increase by 1. 3. For every enemy nearby, strength increases by 2. Class skills. Dragon Soul Armor, Army Breaker, Lone Defender. If by Kyuli's Cold Moon Swordsman was an elegant and deadly assassin, then Wang Jiang's Dragon Courage Spearman was the undisputed king of the battlefield. His talent made him perfectly suited for frontline combat. No doubt, he would soon achieve great things in the military. Thinking of this, Tian's confidence in recouping his investment grew even stronger. Suddenly, a system notification exploded in his mind. You have successfully recruited an employee. Wang Jiang. Attributes increased. Strength 40, Agility 35, Constitution 35, Spirit 25. New talent skills acquired. Dragon Courage, Dragon Soul Protection, Break Army, Lone Fortress. The moment he recruited his second employee, level 6, Tian already possessed the attributes and skills of 2 legendary professions. His potential was emerging, and it was enough to strike fear into others. Wei Yuan, who had just lifted the barrier, witnessed all this with shock. He immediately took out his encrypted satellite phone and rapidly typed a message: block all of Tian's files immediately with highest clearance. After sending it, he looked up with a complicated expression. At that moment, Wang Jiang suddenly bowed deeply to Tian, his voice trembling with emotion. Boss. Tian raised his hand to stop the flood of gratitude. No need to say more. Just work hard. Only then did Wang Jiang understand why Wei Yuan valued this young man so highly. Tears glimmered in his eyes, but his tone was resolute. Boss, I will repay you for sure. Tian nodded casually and added a reminder. Remember to keep safe the ring your father left you. Wang Jiang was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. I will. Now I finally have the ability to go to the battlefield, and I can finally find my father. Wei Yuan waved and dispelled the meeting room's barrier, gently patting his shoulder. He'll personally send you to the Eastern China Border Military Command. That's where you can truly prove yourself. Wait, Chief. Wang Jiang suddenly remembered something. Before I leave, there's one more thing. With that, he dashed out of the meeting room. In the corridor outside the teaching building of middle school number 3, Wang Jiang stopped at the door of the academic affairs office. The principal happened to be passing by and looked at him with curiosity. They hadn't seen the transformation pillar earlier because of the barrier, only knew that Wei Yuan had personally announced. Wang Jiang was specially enlisted. The principal nodded repeatedly, beaming with joy. Good, very good. Pushing open the door, the familiar desk came into view. The academic affairs director, the middle-aged woman, was still hunched over writing a report, seemingly unaware of the noise. For 3 years, he had stood here countless times applying for official status, only to be repeatedly rejected with excuses from her. She had called him a career loser, warned him not to indulge in foolish dreams of going to war, and again feared he would die on the front lines. Yet before all that, she was the one who had given him all a mother's love and believed most in his talent. Wang Jiang approached quietly, barely making a sound. Looking at the streaks of gray now at his mother's temples, he took a deep breath. Mom, I'm leaving. He suppressed the swelling emotions and said in a hoarse but determined voice, I know you wouldn't let me become official because you were afraid I'd impulsively join the army. That life job offers no self-protection, and you feared I'd die on the battlefield, but now I have the strength. I will join the military, grow stronger, protect our land, and ensure more families won't suffer under the invasion of aliens and demons, and I will find father. His mother's pen kept moving on the paper, but her hand trembled and tears shone in the corners of her eyes. Wanjiang took a deep breath, dropped to his knees, and respectfully bowed 3 times. Mom, please take care. He stood up and turned to leave. Mom, I'm leaving. At dusk, a military jeep pulled away from Qingqing, heading toward Dingxing on the East China border. The steering wheel was firmly gripped by Wei Yuan. The deep growl of the engine blended with the rush of the wind. Tian sat in the passenger seat, while Wanjiang rode in the back. Their sole mission was clear to get Wanjiang safely to the border military camp. Anyone who saw this sight would be shocked. The renowned East China commander himself serving as driver for 2 teenage boys. Compared to a typical city, Dingxing looked more like a vast war fortress. Its steel walls glimmered coldly under the headlights, lined outside with neat rows of rune cannons and metal storm machine guns. Above, patrol Battle Hawk drones intermittently blinked red lights as they swept the border in the night sky. As the vehicle passed through the gates, Tian immediately noticed something odd about this city. There was no hint of civilian life or any street vendors. Even more striking, all pedestrians they encountered at night were non-human. Towering 3-meter giant lizards dragging thick tails, crimson-shelled sand scorpion people with high-raised tails and bone blades where their arms should be, winged half-dragon humanoids clad in overlapping dragon scales. Though it's Daxia territory, why is it filled only with aliens? Tian muttered, frowning. Wanjiang sighed deeply. Dingxing. There are no Daxia residents left there anymore. The jeep continued on, patches of old bullet scars marking buildings alongside the road. Wanjiang lowered his voice and filled Tian in on recent history. 1. 25 years ago, a massive demonic invasion swept across Blue Star, with enemies striking from all sides. 2. During the chaos, multiple portals to other worlds tore open. Many alien races seized the opportunity to invade, carving up Blue Star lands and even wiping out some smaller nations. 3. Dingxing's portal connected to a far larger realm, the vast territory of the Yaga dynasty, ruled by dragon-blooded Yaga kings commanding dozens of clans. Their power was terrifying. After occupying Dingxing, it became their forward base in the human world. The lizard men, scorpion people, and half-dragons here are all citizens of the Yaga dynasty. Tian recalled early reports. Adventurers initially treated such portals like dungeon entrances. But upon entering, they realized the portals allowed two-way travel. Friendly elves, dwarves, and mech tribes traded peacefully with humans, but more warlike species wanted only to pillage resources. The Yaga dynasty was among the most dangerous, treating Blue Star as an unclaimed hunting ground. But if Dingxing is occupied, why is the borderline still set here? Tian asked, puzzled. Outside the window, alien figures surged everywhere. Yet he felt no fear. Wei Yuan, a level 74 legendary Soul Star warrior and one of Blue Star's strongest protectors, was right here to back him up. Mentioning Wei Yuan made Wanjiang's mood brighten instantly. I heard that back then, Commander Wei Yuan was just a special squad leader. To retake Dingxing, he fought straight into the Yaga dynasty. From Dingxing all the way south to the Yaga capital city, he battled for 3 days and nights, killing 300 royal dragon-blooded clansmen. Stop. Don't exaggerate. Wei Yuan cut in, eyes fixed on the road ahead. 300 royal dragonbloods. That would have wiped out 22 countries worldwide. Wanjiang fell silent, embarrassed, but couldn't hide the admiration shining in his eyes. In the quiet, the wheels crunched over gravel. Wei Yuan's voice echoed within the vehicle, as if taking him back to those fiery years. Dingxing is the strategic linchpin of East China, easy to defend, but hard to capture. For the safety of all cities behind it, it must be taken back. The foreign tribes hope to take advantage of our struggle against the demons to reap benefits and seize territory in Daxia. But they needed to know that we wouldn't make it easy for them. If we suffer, no one else would get off unscathed either. Back then, Daxia decisively abandoned the 12 defensive lines in East Huadong, ceased the back-and-forth battles with the demons, and threw the entire country's strength into a sudden southern strike on the Yaga kingdom, striking directly at its capital and slaughtering the Yaga royal family. Even if it meant killing 800 enemies but losing 1,000 of our own, they were determined to make the foreign tribes tremble at the very mention of Daxia and dare not move recklessly. In the end, it was only when Wei Yuan personally beheaded the 3rd dragon-blooded royal of the Yaga line that the kingdom was forced to the negotiating table, signing a peace treaty and agreeing to return Dingxing. Wei Yuan recounted these events lightly, as if reminiscing casually, But Tian could hear the harsh truth beneath a path carved through thorns under the dual pressure of demons and foreign invaders. One misstep, and Daxiao would be doomed to endless ruin. Looking back at the global landscape 100 years ago, Tian increasingly believed Daxia's risky gambit had been the right choice. At that time, when the foreign tribes descended upon the world, nations either surrendered treasures and lands or bowed their heads as vassals, simply hoping to survive. Without exception, those countries all sank into the dust of history. The old saying held true: peace won through struggle endures, peace bought through compromise perishes. Yet even though Daxiao prevailed, the terrifying nature of the Yagu kingdom was still evident. They still managed to tread on Daxia's land now. If Daxiao were truly strong at its core, no Daxiao native would tolerate foreign tribes living comfortably in their cities. Clearly, Daxiao and Wei Yuan had already poured themselves out to the limit back then. Now, an off-road vehicle raced through the battered yet still busy urban district, stopping outside a heavily guarded military camp. Two rows of border guards clad in dark gray-black armor raised their guns to halt the car, which slowed to a stop. Upon verifying Wei Yuan's identity, the soldiers snapped to attention and rendered a formal salute. The iron gate clanged open. The car drove deeper into the compound. By the massive training ground, Wei Yuan spotted their target through the windshield and signaled to stop. As Tian stepped out, an overwhelming roar of shouting assaulted his ears. At the center of the drill ground, a combat ring circled by alloy fences hosted a fight between a Daxiao rookie soldier and a Yaga Kingdom lizardman. Long blades clashed against bone knives, sparks flew, dust billowed, and heat waves radiated fiercely. The crowd shouted while on one side stood Daxiao border troops, on the other a sizable group of Yaga tribesmen. Brother Fong, take him down. Take down that damn foreigner. Brother Fong, look for an opening to strike his center. Cheers and curses flew back and forth like gunpowder about to explode. The Yagu tribesmen's hoarse shouts laced with strange guttural sounds were completely unintelligible to Tian, but the hostility was unmistakable. Foreign tribes are even inside the military camp? He whispered. The border defense knowledge had only touched on in books clearly couldn't explain what he was seeing. No, those are the Yagu Kingdom's border troops. Wei Yuan motioned for Tian and Wan Jiang to follow as he walked, and quietly explained. Remember the peace treaty we signed with the Yagu Kingdom? Both sides ceased hostilities to jointly fight the demons. Dingcheng was returned to Daxia, but half the area had to be governed by them. Each tribe posts a unit in Dingcheng to defend against the demons side by side. Peace. Friendship? The words sounded good on the surface, but who truly believed the two tribes were fully united? Waves of emotion surged in Tian's heart. Clearly, he wasn't the only one smelling danger and ambiguity beneath the thin veil. Wei Yuan cut to the chase. The Yaga Kingdom has never given up their greedy intentions. They've always had their eyes on Daxia's lands and coveted the resources of Blue Star. That was the mindset of most foreign tribes as well. The Great Xia still needed to rely on the power of other races to fight the demons, reducing casualties among the professionals and easing the burden on the state. It was a game of mutual exploitation and secret maneuvering. Only then did Tian understand. Ultimately, it all came down to limited national strength and the number of professionals. Otherwise, why would they keep up a facade with the other races? The forced division of Dingxing and the coexistence of two ethnic border defense armies in one city was the most helpless proof. Living under the same roof naturally meant friction, rivalry, and covert competition. A loud crash came from the arena. The rookie called Brother Fong was slammed and thrown by a lizard man more than 10 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, what's with these lizard men? Stinking and tough like a pile of crap. Someone in the crowd cursed angrily, but could only watch the defeat helplessly. Come on, rookies, fight for some pride. Can we get a win? Next. As losses kept piling up, the once rousing cheers quickly died down. Morale sank like a bucket of cold water poured on a fire. At that moment, Wei Yuan led Tian and Wan Jiang through the crowd toward an officer with high-ranking shoulder insignia. The officer looked surprised when he saw Wei Yuan. Old Wei, what brings you here? Tired of your complaints about lacking talent in the border troops, so I brought you one. Wei Yuan smiled and patted Wan Jiang's shoulder. Wan Jiang, you'll stay in the Vanguard Regiment from now on. Yes, sir. Wan Jiang's eyes blazed as he swept across the camp, his ambition swelling after 3 years of hard pursuit. His dream was finally within reach. Hello, Colonel. The Vanguard Regiment commander's eyes lit. Yupanyan Wei Yuan called talent couldn't be ordinary. Perfect timing. There's a rookie sparring match against the soldiers from the Yaga Kingdom. The commander pointed to the arena. Everyone on the stage is locked at level 1. It's all about actual combat and talent. 5 straight wins, and you're the champion. You up for it? Wan Jiang stared at the arena for a long moment, then could no longer contain himself. Why not? Boss, Chief, I'm in. Tian nodded but wondered silently. Could this border rookie sparring match count as an honor? Boss. The commander heard the title and glanced suspiciously at Tian. Wei Yuan laughed and explained, I just brought him here. Wan Jiang was discovered and developed by this guy, Tian. You could even say he's the talent under his command. Classmate? The commander was stunned. He had no idea about Tian's background and thought, letting a student recommend soldiers to the army? Absurd. The praise instantly turned sour. Frowning, he was about to speak, old way this. Before he could finish, an explosion of cheers burst from the arena. A lizard man's claws slashed through the air, a glint of cold steel flashing. Wan Jiang moved like lightning, dodging to the side and delivering a fierce kick to the lizard man's knee joint. The creature staggered, losing balance, and Wan Jiang took advantage, dropping his shoulder and driving forward. Pajun. Boom. The legendary single-target skill Pajun condensed crushing power that shattered muscles and bones into his fist, ignoring defense and intimidating enemies nearby. With a thunderous crack, the lizard man flew like a stone-smashed bird, slammed into the arena floor, and couldn't get up for a long time. The fight lasted less than 2 seconds. The outcome was decided. Holy hell. Smooth as flowing clouds. Where did this rookie come from? Whose general is this? So fierce. Even the alien soldiers on the other side of the stands exploded in excitement. Though Tian didn't understand their language, he could guess the harsh curses they were shouting. The Vanguard Regiment commander's eyes went wide like huge copper bells. Having dealt with different ethnic groups often, he knew well that the various peoples of the Yaga dynasty all carried a faint trace of dragon blood, giving them naturally strong physiques far superior to humans. Yet this foreigner standing before him had just been instantly killed by Wan Jiang. The old man's sharp eyes saw it clearly. The effortless sidestep evades, the precise knee-blocking kicks, and the heavy punch smashing the jaw. Every move was like battlefield choreography. Wan Jiang's combat skills and professionalism were undeniably top-notch. A real treasure, he thought to himself, amazed. Nearby, the captain of the Vanguard Battalion, whose face had been dark with anger, suddenly lit up with joy and even put on a few friendly smiles. Hey, Tian, do you have any more talents under your command? Send a few more over to our Vanguard. You don't know how hard it is for us. We have to repel demons in the north and keep guard against the Yagu at the same time. Life here is tough. Tian. The martial contest involved 5 continuous rounds, but after the first fight, Wei Yuan and Tian rose to leave. With the legendary class stats combined with Wan Jiang's field experience, Tian was completely confident in the outcome. Besides, the ethnic warriors sent to the border had limited bloodlines and strength. The real threat lay within the royal dragon-blooded clans of the Yaga dynasty. Night had deepened, and the midnight log update was approaching. Wei Yuan drove as usual, giving Tian a ride back. Along the way, he seemed intent on explaining more about the ethnic conflicts. Today's border military contest is basically a microcosm of the rivalry between Daxia and the Yaga dynasty. According to the second article of the peace treaty Survival of the Fittest, the two races hold a biannual tournament for new recruits. 5 rounds of unknown duels plus a team battle in the secret realm. The outcome will decide control over resource-rich secret domains in East Huadong for the next 5 years, and even territorial sovereignty. Tian raised an eyebrow. So if we win, we can take back the other half of Ding City? Much more than that, Wei Yuan said with a bitter smile. In theory, we could even wrest control of the Yaga dynasty's homeworld. But so far, we've never won. We've never won. Tian was puzzled. But we haven't lost any other territory, right? We can't afford to lose any more land. Wei Yuan tightened his grip on the wheel, voice low. So every time we fail, we pay a penalty of smaller secret realms. There are small, medium, and large secret realms, producing resources like class transfer materials, equipment, and skill traits. For Qing City, controlling 5 small secret realms is enough to sustain a city. To defend our territory, Daxia has already ceded 27 small secret realms. He paused, then added, giving up land and people may make life easier. But which ones do you abandon? They're all Daxia's citizens. If we keep losing, everything we've built is at risk. Is the Yaga dynasty really that powerful? Tian asked, curious. Daxia's supernatural history spans only 2 centuries, while Yaga's has accumulated over 1,000 years. The worst part is the dragon blood that determines combat power. To keep bloodlines pure, royal families regularly practice close consanguinity marriage. Father-daughter, grandparent-grandchild unions aren't unusual. That makes each generation's royal bloodline incredibly strong. Humans like us can only get stronger through years of arduous training and luck. Compared to that, their incestuous breeding method is crude but effective. It's no wonder they're unbeatable. At this, Wei Yuan's expression softened with a trace of relief. Thankfully you appeared this year, bringing hope to East Huadong. Otherwise, would be gambling the nation's fate all over again against the Yagu. Tian laughed wildly. I was just thinking, if we win the tournament, how big a cut would we get? And if someday we push back or overthrow Yagu, imagine the glory and rewards. The car returned to Qing City and stopped in front of a building marked Qingshan Apartments. This was Wei Yuan's arrangement for Tian's new home, far superior in living conditions and security compared to his old residence. Here, take these. Wei Yuan handed over several silver gray spheres. Barrier orbs, epic grade items. When activated, they create a 555-meter protective shield that blocks any intrusion or surveillance. Next time you awaken, activate the barrier first. Don't let the light pillar give you away. If the Yagu, extremists, or enemy nations set their sights on you, it'll cause serious trouble. Tian accepted them readily. Past experience had taught him, while the meaning of a hidden dragon should not be unleashed. Wei Yuan's refined face broke into a smile. Hopefully the species tournament in half a month will give the Yagu a surprise. The two locked eyes, sharing a knowing smile. Apartment 502, Green Mountain Residences. Although it's called an apartment, stepping inside reveals a nearly 100 square meter spacious living room with floor-to-ceiling windows opening onto a wide balcony, offering an unobstructed view of the city's nightscape. Mounted on the wall to the left of the entrance are two striking red buttons: one-touch defense barrier and one-touch support, call both specially installed by the state. On top of that, Wei Yuan, the agent who arranged this place, lives nearby, making the sense of security absolutely top-notch. Tian felt no attachment to his old home. He had grown up an orphan in the Qingcheng Welfare Institute, without parents, and the state-assigned subsidized housing he had before was nothing more than a place to take shelter. Being able to live safely in Xia until high school graduation and complete his profession transition ceremony was something unimaginable in many other countries. Just for that, he believed firmly in following Xia's path. The clock read 11:45 p.m. 15 minutes before the midnight refresh of the management logs. Tian opened his personal backpack, which came standard for professions, and pulled out the Advanced Equipment Blind Box reward from his probation trial. Advanced Equipment Blind Box. Upon opening, randomly obtain one piece of advanced equipment weapon armor accessory. Rarity chances: rare 50, epic 40, legendary 10. Equipment quality matches profession quality. A mere probation trial bonus offering a chance at legendary gear far exceeded his expectations. If he could win the upcoming racial grand competition, the special rewards must be even more extraordinary. With that thought, his mind began to dream of the future. Resources on Blue Star were scarce. Epic and legendary equipment were rarities worldwide. Since numerous alien races had arrived and claimed many secret realms, the materials and equipment in every nation dwindled. Even advanced professionals struggled to assemble full top-tier gear. Open. The box cracked open with a flash of golden light. A piece of light armor fell into his hands, engraved with swirling desert sand patterns. Desert sand armor epic, level 5. Defense 30. Physique 6. Magic damage reduction 20. Grants shield when attacked. Shield value physique 500. Epic gear. For most professionals, this was a luxury. Tian quickly put on the armor and expertly fastened the straps. Even with personal protection assigned, armor was indispensable. Extremist groups in the shadows could strike at human prodigies at any time. Those factions, convinced alien races would rule Blue Star eventually, secretly aided the enemy and hunted native talent relentlessly. The alien powers were vast, with legacies stretching millennia and countless species. In fact, rumors said some had gods protecting them. By contrast, humanity's path to survival was extremely difficult. The clock hand approached midnight. Tick. The management log refreshed, and a long string of settlement info popped up on the profession panel. Employee Wang Jiang, first place in Border Defense Rookie Combat Tournament, bonus funds 7. Employee Bai Chioli, cleared Wild Beast Ridge Solo Dungeon on Hell difficulty. First completion, bonus funds 4. Employee Bai Chioli, 4th Hell difficulty run of Wild Beast Ridge, bonus funds 0.4. You shared by Chioli's first Hell dungeon completion experience, 5,000 points. You shared employee's monster killing experience, 26,000 points. Your level has increased to 10. Looks like my team is really stepping up. While scrolling through the latest management logs, Tian couldn't help but smirk. Apart from Wang Jiang securing first place without fail, Bai Chioli quietly unlocked the first clear personal achievement. For this swordsmanship prodigy paired with a legendary class, soloing the Hell difficulty dungeon was perfectly natural. The funds panel flickered. Combined with the remaining 10 points, the account balance had risen back to 21.4. Unfortunately, the normal dungeon repeats didn't yield nearly as much profit as the first clear. After the initial completion, Bai Chioli cleared the Hell difficulty again, but only brought back a mere 0.1. Clearly, to maintain a steady income, Tian needed to encourage his team to keep pioneering new dungeons and tackle higher difficulty levels. Even more surprising, Tian's own level had passively increased to 10, truly leveling up while just lying down. Others might spend a whole day coordinating teams just to finish a single Hell dungeon, but Bai Chioli had run it 5 times in a row, maximizing efficiency. Now he was finally ready for his class advancement. Tian called up the career panel. Next to the 0-tier class slot, a flashing upward arrow caught his eye. Tier 1 advancement task. Recruit 3 gold tier talents with potential. Current progress, 23. 1 more gold tier talent to go. Looking at the 21.4 balance, he felt relieved. He had hired top-tier individuals who could generate revenue. Otherwise, this advancement might have been stuck for a long time. With funds to spare, Head picked the right candidate tomorrow. The thought of unlocking the boss class exclusive skill made his anticipation hard to hide. Central China region, Daxia headquarters. The conference room's holographic projection sprawled out like a three-dimensional map displaying the Daxia territory, the 5 major war zones covering east, south, west, north, and central China, along with ongoing battle conditions. Beyond the borders, patches of black strategic points marked demonic forces, as if poised to swallow Daxia whole. At the frontier, more than a dozen gray and red indicators denoted alien factions, equally watchful. Any ordinary person might be tempted to click surrender just from looking at this, but for headquarters, this pressure had lasted decades. At the far side of the room, 2 officials quickly exchanged intelligence. North China's Shadow Wolf clan, Western China's Dracal Empire, and Eastern China's Yaga dynasty all engaged in alien clashes this year. Send backup to the south and central regions, especially North and East China. We can't afford any slip-ups. Also, the capital of the Cold Kingdom was destroyed by void insect tribes 2 days ago. Another country lost on Blue Star. Since it's close to our southeast, could it affect us? The tone grew heavier by the minute. Then, the elder standing at the head of the table finally spoke, his voice commanding and resolute. No need to worry about Eastern China this year. The room fell silent in shock. No, we're not abandoning Eastern China, someone instinctively protested, but the elder raised his satellite phone, displaying several newly arrived secret messages. Wei Yuan says Eastern China might be capable of self-sufficiency. The elder spoke softly but firmly. Redirect support from central and southern regions to other front lines. Everyone exchanged looks, suddenly spotting a glimmer of hope amid the gloom. If Eastern China could really hold its own, then the West and North would gain reinforcements and might withstand the alien onslaught. The meeting records still painted a dire picture. The 4 major regions south, west, north, and central China each faced urgent crises, and headquarters could only proceed cautiously. Yet for now, if Eastern China introduced any unexpected variable, the entire war situation might shift. Hopefully, Eastern China will surprise us this year. The next morning, Tian woke up in his new home and was about to instinctively check his phone for the time. Suddenly, a fresh scent with hints of grass floated into his nose, refreshing and invigorating. "You're awake?" came a clear, pleasant female voice from the living room. Through his sleepy haze, he saw a slender woman enter the bedroom. She wore casual white clothes and carried a bowl of colorful food, smiling gently. "Want some breakfast?" How did you get here?" Tian stared at her in confusion. He had just moved into this house yesterday, and now there was a beautiful woman here, something that usually only happened in interactive video games. The woman set down the bowl and said matter-of-factly, "Wei Lao said you're very important now and need close protection and care without any mistakes. Since I promised to protect you, I came." It was Baiqiuli. Rubbing his forehead, Tian felt half exasperated, half curious. "You and me together, I'm not sure who's protecting whom. But since Wei Yuan arranged this, he'll make sure it's handled." His stomach growled, and he glanced at the breakfast bowl, only to freeze. "Is this feed?" "It's my special salad." Baiqiuli's face was serious. Nutritious and balanced, perfectly meets a professional's daily needs. Tian hesitated between eating feed and wasting food, but finally reached out silently. The crunch of fresh lettuce made his expression heavy. After breakfast, Baiqiuli got down to business. "Wei Lao said you're assigned a professional team today to run dungeons with you. Level up quickly and advance sooner." Both she and Wei Yuan thought Tian's class was supportive and would level up slowly on his own, so it was best to get help from boost players. Tian shook his head. "No need, I'm already level 10. That fast?" Baiqiuli's eyes widened. "I cleared the hell level dungeon 5 times yesterday and only just reached level 10. Thanks to you." Tian thought gratefully, then cleared his throat. "By the way, what's your first advancement quest?" "To clear a dungeon no one's ever cleared before." Baiqiuli's expression brightened, though there was pressure beneath her excitement. In the 200 years of Daxia's supernatural era, every new dungeon promised huge rewards, but nobody had done the first clear because they were so difficult. Even so, she was full of fighting spirit. Tian felt the urge to try as well. First clears often yielded massive resources. Perfect timing. Let's find a team and see if there's a suitable dungeon. Qingsha No. 2 High School. With only 6 days left until the college entrance exam, the entire campus was suffused with a tense, hard-working atmosphere. To prepare, several low-level dungeons were already fully booked by students. Wealthier ones even hired boost players directly. By the school gate, a boost team of 2 boys and 1 girl leaned against the wall, their terminals flashing new orders that they all declined one by one. "Bro, other boost teams have already done multiple dungeon runs. Why is our employer still not here?" One boy kicked back against the wall irritably. "Do they expect us to wait forever? Even the Heavenly Lord would have to pay extra today." The young man sitting on the ground, Jiang Che, looked up and shouted that sentence, still hugging his knees and brushing off the dust, his face full of displeasure. Nearby, the slightly older young man, clearly the big brother of the three, frowned and whispered sharply, Jiang Che, you better behave. This client is someone the higher-ups are seriously paying attention to. We've all signed non-disclosure agreements. As long as we finish the job smoothly, you'll get your share. So stop complaining here. Jiang Che muttered a few words, voice low but stubborn. Still gotta get paid more. At that moment, two figures approached leisurely. Along the way, Tian flipped through resumes, eyes scanning the crowd. His professional upgrade was just missing the last gold level potential, so he deliberately slowed his pace, afraid of missing the right candidate. Vajra followed quietly, saying nothing, simply observing the surroundings. When the older young man noticed Tian, his eyes lit up instantly, and he came forward quickly. Mr. E, right? Hello. We're from the Xingho Martial Arts Academy's leveled up team. I'm Jiang Xing, level 25 Epic Dual Guns Ranger. Tian shook his hand, and only then realized what was happening. Wei Yuan had specially sent someone to help him level up, but he didn't actually need a booster. His professional instinct made him instinctively pull up Jiang Xing's resume. Level purple potential. Epic class, purple potential, and only level 25 in 2 years? Tian wondered aloud. Jiang Xing gave a helpless smile. Limited ability. Since the higher ranks are hard to reach, I chose to stay below level 25 to make some money leveling up others. You can't form a newbie team above the first tier. Many in this field get stuck here. He seemed to have other unspoken troubles, but didn't elaborate, and Tian didn't push further. Jiang Xing then introduced, this is my sister, Jiang Han, level 25 shield swordswoman. Petite Jiang Han nodded politely, her metal shield flashing in the light. Tian silently evaluated her strength was solid. If paired with Vajra to clear new dungeons, she'd be a good fit. Finally, Jiang Xing glanced at the boy still crouching on the floor. This is my brother, get up. He gave Jiang Che a kick on the calf, and Jiang Che sprang up like a spring. Jiang Che, level 25 Elven Priest. Jiang Che stood about 1.78 meters tall, lean from childhood malnutrition, pale skin, a hint of youthful innocence on his face. Yet every movement revealed the strength gained from martial arts training. Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. He blurted out, a martial arts prodigy, and he ended up as an Elven Priest? At the same time, a virtual panel popped up in front of him. Name, Jiang Che. Gender, male. Age, 19. Hometown, Qingqing, Daxia. Class, Elven Priest. Potential, Gold Martial Arts Prodigy. Background, orphan, taken in by the head of Xingho Martial Arts Academy. He is an inheritor of ancient martial arts with exceptional aptitude, but unusually focused on making money. His dream is to open a new martial arts school in honor of the old master. Investment opportunity, legendary class martial arts grandmaster requires 20 points funding. To find gold potential in a leveling team. Tian quietly rejoiced. This was exactly the missing piece he needed for his own upgrade. But Jiang Che misheard Tian's exclamation as mockery. He shouted back hoarsely, what's wrong with being an Elven Priest? I play just fine. Who do you think you are, mocking someone's class out of nowhere? Jiang Che. Jiang Xing hurriedly scolded. Tian remained calm, quietly looking at Jiang Che with a steady voice. I can help you change your class. Believe me? At those words, the three siblings froze. Even Jiang Che stiffened for 2 seconds. Then he suddenly lunged toward Tian, crossing his fists over his chest, eyes blazing as if set aflame. Jiang Che has drifted through life, only lamenting never meeting a worthy master. How could someone change their expression so quickly? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Che's investment opportunity listed martial arts grandmaster, Tian would have almost thought he was meeting a Sichuan opera master. Jiang Xing and Jiang Han first cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Che. Then their minds were filled with doubt over Tian's words. Destiny of profession is supposedly set in stone for 200 years. How could it be changed so casually? Everyone might be tempted by the idea of switching careers, but who could actually do it in reality? Still, the Jiang siblings understood that this employer before them had been personally entrusted by Wei Yuan, so there must be a purpose behind it. Jiang Che thought the same. What if, just what if, a miracle really existed? To avoid drawing a crowd by changing professions right at the school gates, Tian led Jiang Che and the others inside the second middle school. The principal, Ji Chonglin, one of the few who knew about Tian's powers, willingly offered an empty room for privacy. Tian summoned a barrier bead, enveloping himself and Jiang Che in a protective sphere. 20 points of funds were instantly deducted, and a recruitment contract materialized in Jiang Che's hand. Jiang Che stared at it blankly, then suddenly erupted. Fine, he'll be your employee, but you don't even put a salary on this thing? What kind of joke is this? He pointed at the contract, questioning. Whoever signs this must be insane. Wait, what do you mean providing a legendary level profession? Rubbing his eyes twice, he looked again, his face turning pale. All the terms are up there. Whether you sign is your own choice, Tian said calmly. Jiang Che snorted and grabbed the pen. He'll sign. If you can't actually provide a legendary job, then you're breaching the contract, and it's no loss to me anyway. With that, he casually signed. A golden beam shot up with a roar. Jiang Qi's usually rebellious face suddenly froze, his pupils dilating. Are you serious? Employee, Jiang Che. Profession, Kung Fu Kid, level 0. Quality, legendary. Attributes, strength 0, agility 40, constitution 40, spirit 30, career talent 25. Career talent, heart of martial arts, stay calm in battle. Unarmed or weapon damage 50, armor penetration 50. Skills, Bajiquan crushing punch, Bajiquan mountain close, Bajiquan splitting palm, 7 moves in total. There is an old saying among common folk. Civilization brings peace through Taiji, but martial power controls the world through Bajiquan. Bajiquan is fierce and straightforward, simple in moves. Yet Tian had never seen a starting profession with such high strength and agility. Combined with the talent, the stats were exceptional. System notifications flashed one after another. 1. You have successfully recruited employee Jiang Che, gaining attributes, strength 40, agility 40, constitution 30, spirit 25. 2. You have acquired talent skills, heart of martial arts, Bajiquan. 3. Profession advancement task completed. Your profession level has increased from level 0 to level 1. Future recruited employees will start at level 1. 4. Skill view resume upgraded, gaining a boss-exclusive skill, hold meetings. Although Heart of Martial Arts was strong before, the skill pool was limited. Now shared with Tian, the skill set instantly became richer and even more effective for him. In addition, the talent awakening for recruitment no longer starts at level 0, but at level 1, matching the boss' own career rank. Tian scanned the floating light screen before him and was quick to open the resume upgrade feature, automatically detect all talent with gold level potential or higher. That simple line eased his mind considerably. In the past, he had to sift through resumes one by one, but now, the system would proactively alert him whenever someone met or exceeded gold level potential, saving him from searching blindly. Next, an unexpected function caught his eye: hold meeting. He initially thought it was just a routine management command, but it had already been classified as a formal skill by the system. Hold meeting. Ignore distance limits to summon all employees into a special space. Strategic meeting. After conclusion, all participants gain 40 experience for 3 hours. If employee benefits are used, experience gain increases to 120. Tactical meeting. After conclusion, all participants receive 30 boost to all 4 main attributes for 3 hours. If employee benefits are used, attribute increases rise to 80. Employee benefits. Spend funds to distribute special rewards to all employees. These effectively served as group-wide buff effects, comparable to a legendary passive skill. Whether leveling up or clearing dungeons, holding a meeting beforehand would greatly enhance efficiency. Tian quickly absorbed the details of the new skill. Across from him, Jiang Che slowly recovered from his shock. As the youngest brother of the Jiang family, he had always been cared for by his older siblings and had become a liability after switching to the elf priest class. Now that the situation was completely reversed, he couldn't help but pump his fists fiercely, the rush of wind whipping around him. Now this is a real man's class. Elf priest? No one even plays that junk. He then turned to Tian, his voice trembling. Boss, what do you want me to do now? He understood that all these changes were because of Tian. Tian knew that it was best to let gold-level talents grow on their own. Forcing tasks on them would only restrict their potential. So he gave only a simple order. When I need you, you must obey. Planning to lead Jiang Che into a new dungeon sweep, he suddenly decided to test the hold meeting skill first. 3 hours of buffs would cover the whole session. With his thought firm, he whispered the command, hold meeting. In an instant, Tian's form dissolved into countless points of light as the surroundings shifted like layered holograms. The next moment, he found himself inside a virtual meeting room hovering above a sea of stars. A crystal-long table stretched across the center. He sat in the main seat, the chair's back towering like a throne, radiating an invisible aura of authority. Boss, where are you? In the real world, Jiang Che saw Tian's figure suddenly vanish, and a semi-transparent invitation notification popped up. He raised his hand and clicked accept. Outside the building, Jiang Xing and Jiang Han anxiously waited for Jiang Qi's job transfer result, while Bai Qiuli stood nearby with a calm expression. Suddenly, she also received a meeting invitation. With a tap of her finger, she disappeared from sight. Hey, where did she go? Did she become invisible? Jiang Han scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, at the Dingqing border defense zone, the Vanguard regiment was about to begin training exercises. Wan Jiang, having finished warming up, also received a prompt. The boss invites you to join a meeting. If no urgent matters, please click accept or mentally confirm participation. After a brief hesitation, he decisively left the team and reported to the squad leader. Squad leader, I'm not feeling well. I need to go to the bathroom. As a prodigy soldier who had defeated the enemy 5 times in a row and won the rookie martial arts competition, his request was naturally granted. The exercise doesn't start yet. You go ahead. Wan Jiang hurried to a secluded corner and silently thought. Join meeting. Light and shadows rose from beneath his feet, and his form gradually turned transparent as if being pulled into another space. Please choose the type of meeting, strategic or tactical. Since we're about to tackle a new dungeon, we need to boost our stats first. Tactical meeting, Tian said calmly, taking his seat and tapping to confirm. In the next moment, the conference room materialized like a dazzling galaxy. Sitting along one side of the long table were Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che, appearing in the order they were recruited. What a beautiful place. It feels like we're sitting above the stars, Baiqiuli whispered softly. Boss, you called for me. Jiang Che instinctively saluted. Wan Jiang's eyes widened in shock. Had just won first place yesterday at the border martial arts competition, but now was suddenly teleported here? He lived dozens of kilometers from campus, and such spatial disregard was beyond even many legendary experts. The three exchanged stunned looks. Tian quietly assessed the situation. The meeting skill's potential was far greater than he had anticipated. For now, he only wanted to test its effect, waving a hand to say, no big deal, just trying out a new skill. By the end of the meeting, you'll each get a nice buff. He then brought up the employee benefits interface. The first new option stopped him cold. Could pay extra to push buff boosts, all the way up to 80. That was basically doubling your level from scratch. Absolutely ridiculous. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Spend 3 the number of employees and funds to generate a life-saving shield for each staff member. This shield blocks 1 fatal injury and lasts 3 days. Tier 1 benefit only. A one-time resurrection chance. The offer was tempting, but with 3 employees, it required 9 funding points. Tian glanced at his 1.4 balance and silently closed the panel. All right, that's enough for today. Meeting adjourned. The test results pleased him greatly. Summoning regardless of distance, buffs shared by all, and pay to activate perks. If Tier 1 was this powerful, what would Tiers 2 and 3 be like? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The spatial glow vanished instantly, sending everyone back to their original spots. At the training ground, Wan Jiang looked down at his status bar, which boldly displayed all stats 30. He sucked in a breath. The class monitor was about to scold him, but froze when Wan Jiang casually smashed through a thick steel shield with 1 slash. He stared in disbelief. Did this guy level up just by going to the bathroom? Nearby, Jiang Qi's siblings gathered around him. Jiang Che, your profession really changed. Jiang Xing and Jiang Han could hardly hide their shock and joy. Jiang Qi's eyes reddened. Brother, we don't have to keep grinding levels for paid missions anymore. We can join the raid team and make big money. Only then did the siblings understand why Wei Yuan made them sign the confidentiality agreements first. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Ji Chonglin looked up at Tian and Baiqiuli. The college entrance exam is about to start. Are you two still planning to participate? With your professions, getting a special admission spot wouldn't be a problem. But special admission is different from the regular exam. Things like subsidies and mentor selection still depend on your entrance exam scores. Baiqiuli said decisively, I will participate. I plan to apply to Huaxing University, where the strongest known sword master of the Great Xia, Senior Yuan Shuang, teaches. I want to become her student. After speaking, she turned her head to look at Tian quietly, waiting for his response because in her heart, Tian's single word could change her original plan. Tian, who never liked to make decisions for others, simply nodded slightly. Sounds good, but I probably won't participate. In his view, Baiqiuli had no problem placing well, and he could still get a share of the bonus later. If he took the exam as well, the higher-ups would have to intervene personally, but receive no bonus. Won't that be pointless? He always lived by the motto, if you can lie down, don't move unnecessarily. Not to mention, with 3 legendary professions under his belt, taking the exam now would be like bullying children. After leaving the principal's office, Tian, Baiqiuli, and the Zhang siblings walked together toward the adventurer's hall. Baiqiuli needed to complete her advancement quest. Tian planned to earn a share in the new dungeon, and Jiang Che, still at level 0, had to grind experience urgently. In addition to the job transfer stations, the adventurer's hall also had a dungeon area. The few low-level dungeons controlled by Qingshan No. 2 Middle School could be accessed through an entrance at the rear of the hall. With the upcoming exam, the entrance was packed with people, noisy as a marketplace. Tian, unwilling to squeeze through the crowd, headed straight for the dungeon bounty board. The board listed dungeons that were still unbeaten and extremely difficult. The nation bountied them because after the first clear, the dungeon's difficulty would automatically drop and be subdivided into 5 levels, allowing new adventurers to use them for leveling and gearing up, thus improving overall training efficiency. If the first clear team submitted a guide, they could receive extra rewards, and the guides would be incorporated into nationwide curricula for students. The 3 scanned the list from top to bottom, but found that the unbeaten dungeons all started around level 20 or higher, well out of their reach. Scratching his head, Jiang Che suggested, maybe we should check other schools? Most low-level dungeons have basically been cleared. Wait, there's one here. Bai Qiuli's eyes lit up, pointing to the very top of the list. The characters, faded almost to red by hanging for so long. Red. Beast King Unsealed Dungeon. Difficulty. Restriction, level 10 or below adventurers. Max party size, 3. An unsealed dungeon. The Jiang siblings exchanged a glance and almost whispered simultaneously. Even Tian showed rare surprise once an unsealed dungeon is first cleared. A secret realm would randomly generate in the region. These secret realms are like modern oil fields or money printers, producing abundant materials, resources, and equipment. Even the smallest hold immense value to the nation. Whenever an unsealed dungeon emerges, the government immediately organizes strategies for it. The fact that this one remained unbeaten spoke volumes about its difficulty. An unsealed dungeon, should we give it a try? Jiang Che said eagerly. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the greater the honor rewards upon completion, so Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. Then it'll be me, Qiuli, and Jiang Che together. No sooner had he spoken than the receptionist wearing a badge at the bounty office hurried over, wearing a professional smile. She had initially planned to discourage this trio from signing up, but when her eyes caught sight of the longsword in Bai Qiuli's hand, she immediately changed her tune. You must be Bai Qiuli, who cleared the hell difficulty Wild Beast Ridge yesterday with the first completion, right? Given your record, you definitely qualify to attempt the Beast King dungeon. Tian hadn't expected the entry requirements for this dungeon to be raised so high because of its difficulty. Seeing his puzzled expression, the receptionist lowered her voice to explain, Beast King is an extremely high-risk dungeon, and recently there have been anomalies. Anomalies? Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes. The young woman's tone grew even quieter. Maybe the boss mutated or became corrupted by evil forces, or some unknown creatures invaded. No one has figured out the exact cause. In any case, 9 times out of 10, those who go in now end up retreating in defeat and disgrace. Despite the warning sirens ringing out, Yishin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. With the foundation of a 3-branch legendary class, 2 teammates of the same level, plus the attribute boost from the recent conference, their team stats could almost be described as luxurious. After all fear stems from insufficient power. Before they left, the receptionist handed them 3 pale gold dungeon exit talismans and solemnly instructed, if your life is ever in danger, be sure to crush this immediately. By the dungeon entrance, the assembled adventurers watching the 3 confidently head toward the sealed dungeon whispered among themselves. So bold. This dungeon hasn't been cleared in over a decade, right? Wasn't there a support team from Central China a couple years ago? 1 legendary, 2 epics, and they still got wiped out. I know that big sister with the longsword, Bai Qiuli. She just completed Hell Difficulty Wild Beast Ridge first yesterday, insanely strong. And who are those 2 guys with her? Anyone able to team up with Bai Qiuli can't be weak either. Good luck to the longsword, big sister. Amid the rising murmur of whispers, Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Che stepped into the shimmering portal together. The moment they entered, Jiang Che muffled his frustration with a low grumble. Why? I'm supposed to be the top player from the Spark Sword Martial Hall's pro team, yet no one recognizes me. Sooner or later, all of Daxiao will know my name. Tian, enough talk, let's get moving. You have entered the unsealed Dungeon Beast King. With a sharp system alert sound, Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Che suddenly plunged into a vast grayish-yellow grassland. Cold wind whipped up sand and gravel in fierce gusts. Scattered half-buried fangs and broken spears littered the ground, while piles of gigantic beast bones cast grim shadows across the wilderness. In the distance, a narrow canyon sliced through the landscape like a razor's edge. This dungeon was nothing like the ones before danger hit them as soon as their feet touched the ground. A piercing wolf howl tore through the wind. Up ahead, a silver-gray alpha wolf lifted its head and bared its sharp fangs, which gleamed ominously. Circling around Tian and the others were 3 or 4 gray-black wolves, growling with deep, menacing throats. Bai Qiuli's eyes narrowed as the system panel materialized before her. She whispered in awe, no wonder this is an unsealed dungeon. The stats on these mobs beat even hell difficulty. These level 10 wolves have attributes 1.5 times stronger than rare players of the same level. Too bad they still fall short compared to legendary players. Watch my move. Take that. Jiang Che shouted, springing forward with explosive force like a coiled spring. His iron fist slammed against a wolf's head. But the blow barely scratched the gray-black fur, splattering only faint blood. The wolf whipped its massive head with tremendous power bam. Jiang Che was thrown flying, rolling nearly 8 meters and shouting, damn. Bai Qiuli eyed him sideways. You're still level 0, and you dare hunt level 10 mobs? Before she finished, she vanished in a flash of silver light. Her sword sliced through the air, its cold gleam flashing as blood-red damage numbers popped over the wolves' backs, throats, and eyes, each strike hitting weak spot critical. Moments later, the pack including the silver-gray alpha fell with a thunderous crash. She sheathed her sword and called softly, Boss, let's move, boss. But Tian stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, his expression complicated. Only he could see the system notification floating before him. Ding. Special potential talents detected nearby. Meanwhile, at the other end of the dungeon in the gloomy Beast King's lair, jagged cave walls flickered with magma-like red light. A colossal tiger over 30 meters tall lay atop a pile of bones. Its gray rock-colored fur looked like armor plating, muscles twisting beneath like coiled steel. The beast exhaled slowly with closed eyes. The air shimmered with heat. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared silently, kneeling on one knee and speaking in a neutral tone. Beast King. The giant tiger's eyes snapped open, glowing with furious crimson-slit pupils. The black-robed man bowed lower, continuing his report. Beast King. Challengers have breached the domain again, this time they're unlike any before. Their strength is extraordinary. One of them's attributes alone surpass anything I have seen. Direct confrontation will surely mean defeat. I humbly suggest sending scouts to lure them in, then ambush their two teammates separately, wear them down through attrition. When they're exhausted, I am willing to join you in battle with a chance of victory. Before he finished, the Beast King blew out a scorching breath that whipped the man's robe violently. Nonsense. It roared, the cavern echoing like thunder. I thought you had some guts, but you're just a coward. The dungeon's natural laws lie in plain sight. What can mere level 10 humans possibly do? The black-robed figure fell silent, sweat trickling down his forehead, but too afraid to look up. The Beast King lost interest, shaking off dust, and began to stride forward with each heavy paw beat sounding like a sledgehammer strike. What challengers? Just fresh meat for the feast. It bared its massive fangs, a bloodthirsty aura rolling off it. Perfect timing, I'm hungry too. The Beast King emerged from its lair, prepared for the direct hunt of Tian and the others. The moment the giant tiger left, the black-robed figure dropped all pretense, exuding a chilling, lethal aura as she watched the beast depart with an expressionless gaze. In just a few breaths, the oppressive pressure she emitted surpassed even that of a dungeon boss. A waste is always a waste, good for nothing. Her eyes, fixated on the tiger, were filled with disdain, completely different from the humble look she wore moments ago. You really think you're strong when even I can't beat him? You're just asking for death. She sneered coldly, her voice resolute. This dungeon will be cleared soon. If I don't leave, you'll end up dying alongside that stupid tiger. Before her words even finished, she swept aside part of her robe to reveal a silver-gray mechanical arm gleaming with cold light. With a wave of her hand, the air seemed to tear open, an eerie purple portal sprang into existence, its interior glowing thickly like churning liquid. Without hesitation, she stepped through, her figure swallowed by the light. The portal closed behind her without a trace of residual energy. Ding. Detection alert. A person with special potential has appeared nearby. Note. Having special potential does not necessarily mean stronger than gold or rainbow potential. It means possessing or awakening a unique ability, making them one of a kind across tens of thousands of worlds. Recruiting a special potential talent grants you access to their unique abilities. Lines of text flashed on the screen, then abruptly cut off. Huh. Tian raised an eyebrow, reopening his skills panel, but the cold prompt said only, no gold level or above talents detected nearby. The special potential had vanished immediately. They were either killed or left the dungeon. Tian processed this in a flash. Recruiting special potential talents costs a steep 60 funding points, expensive, but worth the gamble. Now that there wasn't even a shadow left, he couldn't just sit still. Speed up the dungeon run. He ordered by Chioli and Jiangche, search carefully hidden rooms, passages to other areas. Everything must be found. Search thoroughly. Tian unleashed full power. The elite monsters that by Chioli had needed precise aim to one-shot were now as fragile as toys before him. A single punch, and they shattered on impact. Jiangche trailed behind, eyes growing more and more stunned. This was the terrifying stat panel of a legendary class. Halfway through the dungeon, the ground trembled with a roar as a mountain burst from the forest ahead. The Riftrock Tiger King, an 18th level epic boss. Its body was armored with cracked stone plates glowing molten red in the fissures, its roar shaking the air. How did the boss come here on its own? Baikieli's pupils tightened as she gripped her weapon. The Riftrock Tiger King's stats alone were enough to suppress her 10th level legendary class. Heh, human, scared so soon. The giant tiger growled in beast speech. Tian couldn't understand a word, but didn't care. He only confirmed one thing. This tiger was definitely not a special potential talent. Blocking my way, Tian stepped forward, his fist roaring with force. The Kung Fu Kid's heart of the martial way combined with the power of the breaking army skill, blood-red energy swirling around his right fist, solid as steel. The Riftrock Tiger King's pupils shrank sharply. It suddenly recalled the black-robed woman's parting warning, but before it could react, Tian's punch struck. Boom. The earth shook, dust rolling in all directions as the massive body of the tiger was slammed into the ground. Web-like cracks spread dozens of meters. One punch boss, killed instantly. Jiang Che nearly dropped his jaw. No way. Why did I bring this guy to level up? Oh, Wei Yuan sent him, never mind. Bai Qiuli stared blankly at the silhouette, standing with his fist lowered, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Why am I so much weaker than him? Could it be I just haven't tried hard enough yet? Still nothing? Boss, there's no hidden room and no passage to other areas. We've searched the entire dungeon for half a day, but haven't detected so much as a trace of that special talent. Tian felt uneasy and quietly wondered, could he have been killed? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Qiuli hurried out from behind the rubble, holding a barely alive ape demon, her eyes shining with excitement. Boss, I just interrogated this guy. He confessed that the Tiger King always had a black-robed figure by his side, but today, he didn't show up. You can interrogate a monkey? Jiang Che almost dropped his long sword in shock, his voice rising incredulously. Bai Qiuli raised an eyebrow confidently. My universal beast language skills are top-notch. She casually tossed the monkey demon to the ground. It wailed in pain and rolled twice. In this dungeon, monsters and alien races have all kinds of accents and dialects. Understanding their languages gives a huge advantage in both combat and exploration. Defier even included several universal beast languages in their high school curriculum, though neither Yishin's previous incarnation nor Jiang Che mastered them back then. A black-robed man. Yishin's eyes lit up. Jiang Che scratched the back of his head and asked, wait, so he left without fighting us? Did he think he couldn't win? Very likely, Tian nodded, then added, and if he is really a dungeon monster who can leave the dungeon voluntarily, that makes him even more unusual. By common knowledge, no dungeon monster can leave its own domain. It's a rule written clearly in high school textbooks. Yet the description of the black-robed man didn't fit the native beasts of the Beast King dungeon at all. He seemed like an outsider, someone able to ignore entry barriers and travel between dungeons, truly a terrifying potential. Tian sighed silently. Since he's still alive, we'll meet again sooner or later. Maybe we can ask Wei Yuan to send people to search for him. Having sorted his thoughts, he stopped dwelling on it, called everyone to leave the dungeon, and triggered the settlement. At the same time, he quietly noted a lesson: save more money. If next time he encounters high-potential talents but can't recruit due to lack of funds, that would be a real disaster. Leaving the dungeon, system messages appeared one after another. You have completed the sealed Dungeon Beast King. A secret realm of random scale will soon spawn somewhere nearby. Members Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che have successfully cleared the dungeon and received bonuses. Funds 152. Bai Qiuli smoothly completed her advancement quest, promoting to Cold Moon Sword Master, and shared her first-tier exclusive skill Icebound Final Slash with the boss. Her level rose to 12, bringing shared growth stats: Strength 26, Agility 30, Constitution 20, Spirit 22. Jiang Che was not far behind, reaching level 8 and sinking massive attribute gains with Tian: Strength 96, Agility 96, Constitution 64, Spirit 56. As for Tian himself, this wave of rewards pushed him to level 14. Secret Realm unlocked. Medium-sized resource realm will refresh in 2 days on the outskirts of Qingqing City. Based on your contribution, you will receive 9.5 of this realm's resource output. At the same time, Qingqing City's Lord Mansion. In a brightly lit conference room, the city lord, the commander of the garrison army, and several senior officers stood solemnly in formation behind the main organizer, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan had originally planned to personally arrange level grinding and career advancement for Tian today, but was forced to halt these plans due to an unexpected situation. The source of the trouble was across the long table. 7 half-dragons from the Yaga dynasty stood with their tall, partially folded wings, here as envoys to negotiate in East China. Leading them was a man draped in a dark red cloak, with a calm and imposing presence. He held a significant position in the Yaga dynasty and was known as Qi Di Longshu. Lord Wei Yuan. There's no need to dwell further on the rewards and penalties of this year's intertribal contest. If your Daxiao loses again, why not just hand over Dingqing and Qingqing to our dynasty? It would be better for both of us. The voice of the Red Emperor's dragon envoy was hoarse but unwaveringly confident. Every year before the intertribal contest, the Yaga dynasty would send envoys ostensibly to discuss terms, but in truth, to haggle for more advantages and probe East China's military strength. In past years, their greed was limited to a few small secret realms. But now, they outright demanded the transfer of 2 major Daxia cities, Dingqing and Qingqing. The dragon envoy added calmly, after dividing these 2 cities, our people will also help Daxia defend against dark forces. This way, both your military and economic burdens will be lessened. Don't you agree, Lord Wei Yuan? A dark current surged through the hall. Qingqing's city lord, the garrison commander, and other officers wore grim expressions, their eyes burning as if daring the alien envoy to step closer. But Wei Yuan, seated at the head, leaned back casually, fingers tapping the armrest, his tone teasing. If a lion is going to demand loudly, shouldn't the Red Emperor himself come to say it? The Red Emperor was one of the 3 supreme rulers of the Yaga dynasty, a peak, dragon-blooded royal. Years ago, He had fought Wei Yuan to a stalemate. The envoy's face tightened at the memory, but he retorted stubbornly, "You are right, Lord Wei Yuan. But whether the Red Emperor comes or not won't change the contest's outcome. You and Daxia should prepare accordingly." His words carried both caution toward Wei Yuan and unwavering faith in the contest's result. No matter how strong one individual was, a single person could never decide a race's fate. Amid this tense atmosphere, a swift attendant entered, whispering separately to Wei Yuan and the dragon envoy. The sealed secret realm in Qingcheng has been cleared. A medium-sized secret realm is about to emerge in Qingcheng. Both men were taken aback. The sealed dungeon was a difficult challenge Wei Yuan had personally sent elite troops to conquer 2 years ago, but failed. Wei Yuan's mind flashed to a certain young figure. The dragon envoy was shaken by the term medium-sized secret realm. The resources of such a realm equaled 10 small secret realms, enough to sustain 2 or 3 cities. Across East China, only one realm of that scale existed. Now it was about to reappear in Qingcheng, an opportunity impossible for the Yaga dynasty to ignore as well. "Congratulations, Lord Wei Yuan," the dragon envoy said with a forced smile, greed barely hidden in his eyes. "May we visit and inspect the site?" Wei Yuan met his gaze calmly, paused briefly, then nodded, "Very well." In the main hall of Qingshan No. 2 Vocational School, news of the dungeon's clearance spread like wildfire across the campus. A roar of cheers erupted. The faculty and students were not only thrilled that Tian and his companions had solved Qingcheng's long-standing crisis, but also over the impending medium-sized secret realm. Another victory would double Qingcheng's practitioners' resources, opportunities, and future prospects. Principal Ji Chonglin rushed over and pushed through the crowd. Seeing the names Tian, by Chioli, a satisfied smile crossed his face. This year, Qingshan No. 2 truly had 2 shining stars. Perhaps, not only as top scorers in the East China exams, but also in the upcoming intertribal contest, they would shine brightest. Amid the mingled shock and jubilation, Tian and his 2 companions stepped out of the dungeon. Jiang Che had intended to straighten up proudly to face the cheers, but the thought that he hadn't contributed anything in the dungeon and, as a legendary class character, had just coasted to victory made him slump again. "I need to get stronger, can't lose to the boss. Or no, as long as I don't lose to Bai Chioli," he silently vowed. After meeting up with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han, the 3 of them stepped into the reception area, where a uniformed receptionist froze, her mouth slightly open as if she couldn't believe they had really cleared the sealed dungeon. She hurriedly pulled out a terminal and spoke quickly. "Wait a moment. I need to register your information so we can arrange the rewards later." Meanwhile, a few hundred meters outside the main hall, Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy hadn't pushed inside with the crowd. Standing in the shadow of a raised platform, their eyes sharp, they spotted Tian and the others at the center of the group from afar. "Tian, by Chioli. So it really is them," Wei Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he wasn't fully certain of Tian's combat power, the repeated miracles he had pulled off along the way earned Wei Yuan a quiet respect. Scanning the crowd, his gaze landed on Jiang Che, whose aura was markedly different from before, obviously having completed a new class upgrade. This has to be Tian's doing. Few detection skills could reach the legendary tier, but Wei Yuan's formidable mental strength was enough to sense a shift in Jiang Chi's professional rank. Turning sharply to the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy beside him, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. At that moment, the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was still lost in the discovery he'd just made. A mid-level secret realm is forming. Wait, legendary tier. 2 legendary newcomers? His heart raced, his face darkening, yet a flicker of relief passed through. Luckily, I found out first. If these 2 legendary novices grow strong in the upcoming duel between the 2 clans, they could threaten the Yaga dynasty, especially since they've cleared the sealed dungeon. They aren't weak. If even one grows into a new Wei Yuan, we're in serious trouble. With that in mind, he resolved, after returning to the court, he must report to the Red Emperor and crush these 2 while they were still fledglings. As for Tian, whose class rank was unknown, even the data panel was inaccessible, it would be best to eliminate him too. His thoughts turned to the emerging mid-level secret realm. Unclaimed after birth, it would belong to whoever conquered it. We might be able to snatch it first, but the immediate priority was escape and transmitting the intelligence back. Wei Yuan mustn't become suspicious. Suppressing his surging emotions, the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was about to turn and wear his usual fake smile to steady Wei Yuan. Suddenly, starlight burst before them. Wei Yuan flipped his palm and called out, "Stellar net." Countless beams of starlight wove into chains in the air, shooting from all directions to ensnare the 7 alien beings, including the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy, in the blink of an eye. The chains tightened, rasping sharply through the air so fast the envoy didn't even have time to raise a hand to block. "Wei Yuan, you don't fight fair." His roar was abruptly cut off. The glowing chains of the stellar net constricted tighter, severing his senses, blocking out sound, draining strength, until his vision darkened and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Shielded, restrained, silenced, disarmed, Stun the Star Soul Masters might not be the strongest damage dealers among legendary classes, but their unparalleled control was enough to crush any enemy's spirit. Wei Yuan withdrew his hand and looked down coldly at the 7 tied-up aliens on the ground. His eyes gleamed with icy light in the starlight. Thinking you could gather intelligence and leave just like that? Nothing's that easy. Wei Yuan sent men to take away the 7 locked-up alien envoys, including the Red Emperor's dragon envoy, and imprison them. Judging by his assessment, once the envoy was killed, the Yaga Kingdom would definitely sense it. At present, the overall strength of the Eastern China professionals was still insufficient to confront them heat-in. Rather than provoke a powerful enemy, it was better to completely seal off their power and give them effectively a life sentence of indefinite captivity. The moment Wei Yuan made his move, Tian noticed the disturbance from afar and followed him to a secluded office. Well done. Even I didn't expect you all to clear the unsealing instance, Wei Yuan said. Glancing at Tian, despite having almost no decent equipment, he had solved a challenge that had plagued Eastern China for over a decade. He was both pleased and helpless. The logistics department is preparing gear. Next time you run a dungeon, at least give me a heads up. Don't go in empty-handed. To him, prioritizing Tian's safety was more important than the record of clearing the instance. Tian nodded, taking the advice. He then handed over intelligence about the black-robed figure found in the Beast King dungeon, including physical traits learned from interrogating the monkey demon. That special potential stuck in his mind, though he was limited by a lack of funds to recruit for now. I've never seen a monster able to leave a dungeon freely. Wei Yuan frowned, but gave his promise. He'll post a bounty through the military and the professionals guild. Once their whereabouts are discovered, he'll get the coordinates to you right away. Thanks, Elder Wei. Their casual chat turned to Jiang Che, who had just switched professions. Wei Yuan held high hopes for the talent Tian had unearthed, but Jiang Che intended to form a dungeon-clearing team with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han, focusing on instances and secret realms rather than joining the army or university. Both Wei Yuan and Tian chose not to interfere. All right, you should head back now. Wei Yuan stood and checked his watch, his expression serious. Try not to leave the city today. Martial law will be imposed shortly. Martial law? Tian was momentarily stunned. Martial law meant the city was entering wartime readiness, not a trivial matter. Wei Yuan nodded, his tone tinged with helplessness. The demon tide has arrived. 200 years ago, a crimson meteor fell on Blue Star, and since then demons have continuously invaded nations. No one could trace their origin. All that was known was their insane bloodthirstiness. They devoured any living being, treating humans and aliens alike. Many other worlds suffered the same fate. Scholars in the Great Xia put forward that periodically some force would draw these demons out, triggering sudden violent uprisings, largescal invasions known as the demon tide. Hearing this, Tian no longer hesitated and immediately rushed back to Qingshan apartment. Knowing the demon tide could strike at any moment, he prioritized defensive measures, completely suppressing the urge to go out and roam. From his previous lives' experience, he knew that being the boss boiled down to one thing: survival. With strong subordinates who could support his growth, there was no need to risk his life recklessly. So he decided to stay in for the day, grabbed some soda, browsed the professionals forum, and launched a few rounds of games. However, before logging in, a new WeChat message popped up on his phone. Wan Jiang. Boss, are you there? Wan Jiang. Can that meeting buff be given again? Wan Jian. The demonic tide is coming, but the squad leader said new recruits can't go to the battlefield unless their attributes reach 150 points. I'm just a bit short. The demonic tide surged toward the border, and the first to bear the brunt was Ding City. Its walls, like an iron fortress, were manned year-round by border guards ready to fend off the evil hordes at any moment. At the same time, deep inside the city, Tian frowned. This kid doesn't meet the requirements but insists on making them. He's a bit overzealous. After all, as the boss, he couldn't ignore his subordinates' enthusiasm. Besides, with the demonic tide attacking, maybe this was Wan Jian's chance to prove himself. Tian glanced at the skill description: hold tactical meeting. It grants attribute boosts only twice within 24 hours, and this was the second time. So he decisively activated the skill. At the Ding City border, the door of the makeshift latrine beside the recruit camp creaked open. Wan Jian emerged, his face alight with excitement, a faint glow around him showing the buff from the tactical meeting. Finally, I can go to the battlefield, he whispered, clenching his fist. Profession: Dragon Courage Spear Fighter Legendary. Level 9. Strength: 148-44. Agility: 125-38. Stamina: 125-38. Spirit: 88-26. The numbers in parentheses are buff bonuses. All his main combat attributes surpassed 150 points, and strength even soared to 192, that's equal to a rare profession at level 25. The assembly call to the front line blew, and squads of border guards lined up to set off. The squad leader of the vanguard caught sight of Wan Jian from afar and hurried over sharply. Wan Jian, go back to recruit camp and train. Going up without the strength to back it up is a death sentence. Wang Jian smiled brightly. Squad leader, I meet the attribute requirement now. What did you say, huh? What the heck? How did your stats get so high? Wang Jian showed him all 4 attribute panels. The squad leader's eyes nearly popped out. Level 9? Seriously? So, squad leader, which team do I report to? The words to warn him got stuck in his throat. Finally, he could only wave helplessly. Go to reserve team 5. Yes. Wang Jian ran eagerly to the assembly point. The squad leader watched his back, brows tightly furrowed. After a moment, he sought out the vanguard commander to report quietly. Commander, don't you think every time Wang Jian goes to the latrine, he comes back stronger? The commander pondered. That's human nature. Ding City was protected not only by its steel walls, but also by 2 additional defensive lines 5 or 6 kilometers outside the city. Against minor demonic tides, soldiers would sally out to ambush and harass, stopping the enemy before they reached the city. This preserved siege engines and gave troops practical combat experience. At the 2nd Defensive Line's Eastern Sector 12, Reserve Team 5 gathered. The captain loudly instructed the 5 members. This time, our small-scale demonic tide mission is guerrilla warfare in East Sector 12. Stay behind the vanguard's main force and mop up the lingering evil, but don't rush in recklessly. The main force charged up front. The reserves hunted down stragglers. For Wang Jian, as a reservist, just going to battle for the first time was already satisfying enough. He ran his hand over the blue glowing adamantine spear, in his grasp a rare-grade weapon specially approved by the commander after he met the standards. Resources were scarce in the Daxiao army. Without winning first place in the rookie combat contest, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Howling winds swept foul demonic energy through the air. Thunder split the horizon like a silver dragon dancing, striking the distant black tide of monsters that was the domain of high-level professionals. Lightning instantly illuminated the battlefield edge. The captain of Team 5 raised his hand, signaling. 3 demons ahead. Low-level demons called ghost children, gray-black and cracked like diseased kids, each with the strength of an elite level 30 soldier. The captain quickly made gestures, and the team spread out according to their roles. Taunt. The shield guard stepped forward to forcibly draw the aggro of the 3 ghost children, preparing to focus fire and annihilate them. Just as the taunt took effect, Wang Jian leapt off the ground, his spear bursting with blood-red light. Break army. Boom. What kind of attack power does this recruit have? The captain was stunned as 1 ghost child shattered into pieces from a single spear strike. Unnoticed by all, as the demon dissolved into black mist, strands of dark energy seeped into the ring on Wang Jian's finger, an heirloom left by his father. The ring suddenly emitted a shimmering, ethereal glow. Well done, Wang Jiang. The captain of Squad 5 exclaimed with genuine excitement. As Wang Jiang's Pajun spear pierced through the chest of the ghost child, blood sprayed in a mist, and the shrieking abruptly ceased. The 3 ghost children harassing Squad 5 instantly dropped to 2, trembling violently under the lingering force of the spear, their faces contorted like lambs awaiting slaughter. With no threat left, the team's counterattack ramped up sharply, accelerating their demon-slaying momentum. If this keeps up, we might crack the top ranks on the merit board for this demon tide. Someone whispered excitedly. During each demon tide, the Vanguard Corps ranked squads by kill count. Those at the top earned hefty rewards and precious promotion opportunities. Who would have guessed that Wang Jiang, fresh to the military, possessed such terrifying combat power? But before they could celebrate, something unexpected happened. Alohum. The seemingly ordinary silver ring on Wang Jiang's finger suddenly glowed with a ghostly blue light, enveloping him in a radiant halo. In the blink of an eye, his entire form along with the Pajun spear vanished without a trace. What the hell? Where did he go? What's happening? Several squad members scattered in shock, searching frantically, but not a single glimpse of him remained. Wang Jiang had truly disappeared. In a deep crimson void, the gray-white stone floor was etched with obscure arcane patterns that flickered with faint cold light from narrow cracks. The oppressive darkness pressed in, pierced only by narrow, soft blue runic paths leading to a central area, enclosed like a cage. Where am I? Wang Jiang asked aloud, scanning his surroundings with the spear still in hand, his face blank with confusion. Moments ago he was fighting on the battlefield. Now he stood in this strange realm. A hoarse, icy voice echoed from above. You have met the sealed demon tower's first level unlocking condition. Defeat a malevolent spirit class demon. The trial of the first floor of the sealed demon tower will now commence. He suddenly looked up to see a hazy ring-shaped projection hovering in midair, identical to the one on his finger. Is this the ring my father left me? Could it be more than just a simple ornament? The thought struck him like lightning, and his heart pounded fiercely. Combining this with the prompt and his surreal surroundings, Wang Jiang realized was likely inside the ring itself. Sealed demon tower, he murmured, feeling a turbulent wave rise inside him. The ring, once thought an ordinary heirloom, concealed a mysterious tower, and his recent kill of the malevolent ghost child had triggered the opening of the first floor. Knowing this was his father's legacy eased his fears, replacing them with determination and anticipation. Gripping the Pajun spear tighter, he followed the faintly glowing path forward. Soon, he reached the center of the space. A cold light drew out a gloomy altar that seemed like a slumbering beast. Flowing characters appeared above its front. Seal Demon Tower Level 1 Trial. Kill 10 ghost children. Each level allows only 3 attempts. Failure on all will permanently seal the tower. 10 ghost children alone? Wanjiang furrowed his brows. During training, new recruits facing just 3 ghost children was considered close to torture. These creatures specialized in slowing, bleeding, and corroding debuffs. If they broke through the shield guards, those caught rarely survived. Even seasoned veterans had to be cautious, and Wanjiang was merely rank 9. Misty shadows curled as multiple cracks appeared in the altar, revealing pale, childlike hands scratching at the stone. Piercing cries sounded as ghost children slowly emerged, their twisted forms like scenes from a nightmare horror film. Yet a fierce fire burned in Wanjiang's eyes, contrary to the terror around him. He whispered, "It's just a trial. This is already so much easier than being completely powerless and helpless." Taking a deep breath, Wanjiang steadied himself. Without hesitation, Wanjiang slashed his own skin with a dagger, carving deep crimson wounds. Blood quickly seeped out, dropping his health below 40. His arms were stained red, but as his blood drained, his agility and physique soared at an astonishing rate. His dragon courage talent made him completely immune to fear effects. Losing 1 health boosted both agility and physique by 1. Meanwhile, for every enemy nearby, his strength was increased by 2. At this moment, his agility had risen by 60, and his strength by 20. Coupled with buffs from the tactical meeting, Wanjiang's overall stats far surpassed those of Ghost Child. Since being hit by Ghost Child's attacks would trigger powerful negative debuffs, he could not afford to be struck now. Gripping his spear tightly, Wanjiang leapt gracefully into the air. The spear shot out like a swimming dragon, its cold gleam piercing the air. Outside, all members of Squad 5 exchanged uneasy looks, their faces growing serious. Casualties were inevitable in the face of the demonic tide, but Wanjiang's sudden disappearance was deeply unsettling, sowing doubt among them. Even the experienced captain of Squad 5 was momentarily at a loss and finally decided to stop waiting. "We can't delay any longer. Report the situation immediately." In apartment 502 of Qingshan Complex, Tian sat at his computer browsing a professional forum when his phone rang. It was Wei Yuan. What? Wanjiang disappeared? 3 minutes earlier, Squad 5 had reported the abnormal situation to the Vanguard Regiment commander. Warned in advance by Wei Yuan, the commander knew Wanjiang was a legendary professional. The disappearance of such a figure was no trivial matter. After a fruitless investigation, the commander immediately reported the news to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was bewildered. The only person who might know something is Wanjiang's employer, Tian. Any leads? If not, they'll send people to search the front lines. Don't rush. Let me investigate first. Tian hung up, his expression shifting. A suspicion formed in his mind. Could Wanjiang's disappearance be related to the ring left by his father? Suddenly recalling a web novel plot he'd read in college, Tian opened the employee panel. Normally, employee stats were updated at midnight, but he could check them manually. Soon, the screen showed Wanjiang's current status: Sealed Demon Tower Trial Challenge, meaning he could not leave that dimension. Sealed Demon Tower? Tian was almost certain this was a special golden finger setting. If so, any strengthening of an employee would reflect back to the employer, sparking his anticipation. Meanwhile, killing notifications popped up one after another. Employee Wanjiang killed demon-level evil spirit ghost child. Experience shared 400. When the 10th kill notification appeared, Wanjiang's status suddenly changed. Employee Wanjiang cleared the first trial of the Sealed Demon Tower. Dividend acquired, funds 5. Wanjiang earned trial reward, talent advancement. You share talent advancement Dragon Courage Peerless. Wanjiang earned trial reward, 1000 weight body tempering, currently undergoing tempering. Tempering? Seeing this effect, Tian was stunned speechless. The first floor of the Sealed Demon Tower concealed such a legendary treasure, 1000 weight body tempering. A process of forging the body under extreme gravity equal to 1000 weights, deeply strengthening the physique and laying the foundation for cultivating a transcendent constitution. This meant Wanjiang had a very real chance to develop a legendary transcendent constitution. What is a transcendent constitution? It's a rare physical gift with powerful attributes and unique abilities, usually only found in non-human races. For example, the dragon body of the dragon clan or the elemental spirit bodies of the spirit claner, humans born with exceptional physiques, godly strength, or rare skills. The dragon-blooded royal family of the Yaga dynasty was formidable because they possessed innate dragon bodies, giving them initial attribute values tens or even hundreds of times greater than ordinary humans. Among humans, transcendent constitutions were extremely rare, existing almost only in myths or stories of other races. Now, there was a chance to forge one through this tempering process. Though the 1,000-weight body tempering was just the first stage, laying the groundwork for transcendent constitution cultivation, it undoubtedly gave humanity a great glimmer of hope. Inside the sealing demon tower, Wang Jiang let out a deep, satisfying breath. His risky tactic, one that had nearly gambled his life, yielded unexpectedly powerful results. First, he sacrificed part of his own body to gain a burst of extreme agility. The 10 ghost children swiped wildly, but missed him entirely, not even grazing his shadow. Then, with his spear's unusually long reach, he struck and swept, passing the challenge completely unharmed. The rewards for clearing the stage instantly appeared. The first was a class advancement card. Once Wang Jiang reached level 10, he would immediately break through to the next tier. Class: Brave Dragon Spear Warrior Dragon Shadow Spear Soul, Stage 1. New skill unlocked, Spear Shadow Formation. Even more thrilling was the early advancement of his talent. Normally, talents wouldn't improve until reaching Stage 3, but the Sealing Demon Tower accelerated this step to Stage 0. In other words, abilities normally reserved for Stage 3 could now be used at Stage 1. Brave Dragon. Immune to fear effects. For every 1 health lost, agility and constitution each increase by 1. For each nearby enemy, strength increases by 2. After advancement. Peerless. Immune to all negative status effects. For every 1 health lost, all 4 core attributes increase by 1. For each nearby enemy, all 4 core attributes increase by 3. If the talent's quality was low, even advancement wouldn't make it formidable, but Wang Jiang possessed a legendary talent to begin with, making this upgrade frighteningly powerful. At that moment, the tower spirit's voice echoed through the air. The body tempering ritual is about to begin. Challengers, prepare to endure the baptism of gravity up to 3 times. If you can withstand 1,000 pounds of force, perfect tempering will be achieved. Only perfect if I can bear 1,000 pounds within 3 tries, Wang Jiang muttered. Before he finished speaking, an invisible pressure suddenly pressed down. The air thickened like solid cement, crushing his shoulders. The stone floor beneath him cracked like spiderwebs, cracks spreading visibly fast. The youth raised his head, his resolute face burning with fighting spirit. Bring it on. Outside the tower, the 5th Squad's captain frowned deeply. Tian had roughly reported the tower's status to Wei Yuan, and the vanguard commander had ordered them to hold position. I hope Wang Jiang is all right. But just standing here, waiting, wastes time we could be using to kill demons and earn merit. The squad murmured complaints. Although the 5th Squad wasn't especially strong and their leaderboard chances were slim, who didn't want more merit points? How about splitting into 2 teams? Someone suggested. The captain raised his hand to respond, but was cut off by a panicked voice. Wait, don't split up. Look over there. At the edge of the gray ruins, a dozen demons charged wildly. Several ghost children ran with limbs close to the ground at speeds rivaling wolves, their shrill cries piercing ears painfully. Normally, when facing a demon horde, the tactic was to fight while retreating to regroup with nearby squads for a joint attack. But Wang Jiang was still missing. Hold for 3 more minutes. Shield guards, hold the line. If not, the captain gritted his teeth. Before he finished, a familiar pale blue aura exploded at the squad center. Wang Jiang stepped out of the Sealing Demon Tower. What the? You retreat now. The captain's emotions surged, but all he could do was scream the order to pull back. Sorry for making everyone wait. Wang Jiang scratched his head apologetically, then turned. More than 10 demons snarled, bearing sharp fangs. The youth's gaze suddenly hardened. Hands gripping his spear, he planted his feet firmly. Spear Shadow Formation. He thrust his spear forcefully into the ground, unleashing a burst of golden light. Centered on him, a massive golden array 10 meters in diameter erupted, instantly conjuring countless spear phantoms that shimmered with razor-sharp, cold brilliance. The demons had barely stepped into the formation when they were shredded to pieces by the storm of spear shadows. These illusions moved like a well-trained army darting, intertwining, trembling cold lights swirling as black mist exploded. In the span of 2 breaths, every last one was annihilated by a single skill, total demon extermination. The members of Squad 5 froze on the spot. All 5 faces showed one large word, stunned. Deep in their souls, one sentence echoed. Is this really our teammate? Wang Jian withdrew his spear and glanced at the floating panel. Body tempering level, 270 June. Talent bonuses, strength 50, constitution 50, spirit 20. This was his first body tempering, and he had only reached 270 June, still far from the 1000 June mark, but his combat power had already doubled compared to before the demon tide. He had 2 more chances to temper his body, and once he broke through the 1000 June threshold, his improvement would be even more dramatic. More importantly, he had just learned inside the tower that the trial on the 2nd floor required killing demon monster level demons. The demon ranks officially recognized by Daxia were 5 tiers: Evil Spirit, Demon Monster, Demon Spirit, Demon Lord, and Demon Overlord. The last 2 could easily destroy cities, or even nations. Judging by this, Unlocking the fourth and fifth floors of the demon ceiling tower would be insanely difficult. What weighed heaviest on his heart was the tiny tower pattern newly added on the surface of his ring 9 full floors. Where had his father gotten such a thing? After much pondering, Wang Jian was still at a loss, so he pushed aside his doubts and focused on steady progress. Turning to Squad 5, he flashed a bright smile. Let's go, time to claim first place in achievements. At the very moment Wang Jian completed his tempering, Tian simultaneously shared the 1000 June body tempering talent framework. Although progress was just 270 June, he had complete faith in Wang Jian. Who wouldn't want an extraordinary constitution talent that raised the career cap? Tempering tested strength, physique, and willpower. Maybe it was time to allocate some buffing resources to Wang Jian. The faster Wang Jian broke through, the more Tian would benefit, which would also help in higher level trials. Since the first floor's reward was body tempering, the subsequent floors would likely focus on extraordinary constitution. Honestly, riding on someone else's cheat code felt pretty sweet. Tian lounged half reclined in his computer chair, refreshing the forum while waiting for midnight. He was home alone tonight. After the dungeon, Baiqiuli had opted for solo mode. Clearly stirred by how had quickly defeated the boss, she still hadn't come back. With 6 days before the college entrance exam, every senior student was racing to get stronger. The lofty honors and bonuses tied to the exam were also something Tian eagerly anticipated. Night grew darker and more silent. The churning gray demon aura on the eastern borders steadily dissipated. It was clear the demon tide had ended. The clock's hand swept past 12 o'clock. Midnight had arrived. The admin log's settlement list began refreshing. After clearing the unsealing dungeon and clearing the first floor of the sealing demon tower, Yishin's funds rose to 36.4. Although he was still some way off from recruiting specialist talents, this amount was already quite impressive. Holding a mindset of let's see if there are any more surprises, he pulled up yesterday's management log. Management log. 1. Wanjiang ranked first in the new recruits drill, rewarded with 2 funds. 2. Wanjiang earned first place in the Vanguard Battalion's Demon Wave Reserve Team Merit, rewarded with 5 funds. 3. Baiqiuli cleared the solo dungeon Soul Valley on held difficulty for the first time, rewarded with 4 funds. 4. Baiqiuli completed the solo dungeon Blood Fury on held difficulties first clear, rewarded with 4 funds. 5. Baiqiuli cleared Blood Fury on held difficulty 3 times, rewarded with 0.3 funds. Total shared rewards from monster farming, training, and first clear experience 84,000. Your level has increased to 16. For large rewards like clearing the unsealing dungeon and the first floor of the sealing demon tower, Tian had already claimed them immediately after completion, so they didn't appear in the log again. Even so, after this round of settlement, his funds shot up to 51.7. Experience was also skyrocketing, but since leveling up requires exponentially more experience, Yishin's level gains didn't seem quite as fast as the numbers suggested. Just as he was about to close the panel, the name Jiang Che suddenly caught his eye. What exactly was that kid up to? Exploration, first clears, dungeon runs for leveling. Any achievement would return funds, but Jiang Che hadn't triggered a single one. Was he slacking off all day? No, his experience had increased quite a lot. The stats panel showed Jiang Che was currently level 10, rank 1, having advanced from Kung Fu Kid to Chi Energy Martial Artist. Yet the settlement records showed he hadn't completed a single dungeon. The Jiang siblings Jiang Che, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Han had originally planned to transform their proxy leveling team into an exploration team, making money through first clears and selling materials. It would be normal to hit roadblocks early on. He decided to ask them for details when they met the next day. By contrast, Baiqiuli's performance was very reassuring to Tian. She was practically running hell difficulty dungeons every day. As the Cold Moon Sword Envoy, she had high burst damage and great mobility, perfect for solo runs, and her results led the board. Just then, a system notification popped up. Baiqiuli transferred 0.5 of the Secret Realm's output rights to you. Your current control of Secret Realm output rights is 10. Tian suddenly remembered the special distribution rule of the unsealing dungeon. After clearing, all participants share 10 of the Secret Realm's output rights based on their contribution as a team reward. He originally received 9.5, Baiqiuli held 0.5, which she just transferred to him. The remaining 90 belonged to the team that first cleared the Secret Realm. When this Secret Realm fully emerges and is conquered, those holding output rights can continuously claim equipment and material resources, making it literally a moving gold mine. Even if voluntarily handed over to the state, it would guarantee a lifetime of security and comfort. Because of this, first clears of Secret Realms are far more brutal and bloody than ordinary dungeons. Not only does the state dispatch talent from all over to form exploration teams, but major professional guilds and even alien races all scramble to take part in the contest. All teams would enter the Secret Realm simultaneously, and whichever team cleared it first would be recognized as its master. Upon hearing this rule, Tian's interest grew even stronger. Completing a medium-level secret realm was not only a matter of honor, but also came with generous rewards. Time flew by, and after a day, the medium-level secret realm refreshed as scheduled. Ancient Yagyu Dynasty Chitty City. At the northern end of the otherworldly passage near Ding City, Chitty City stood tall atop the mountain peaks. In the city center, a massive dragon-shaped palace poised to take flight overlooked the wilderness below. Each dragon scale was made of rare, epic-grade crystals, glowing with a blood-red radiance. Deep within the palace, the throne hung high. The Dragon King, clad in dark red scale armor, Chitta had golden eyes scorching like the sun. His gaze swept across the hall, radiating overwhelming authority. "Where's the envoy?" His voice was low and thunderous. A half-dragon attendant bowed and reported, "My lord Chitty, the dragon envoy has not yet returned." Chitty snorted lightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. The attendant hurriedly explained, "Perhaps the human wants to seek your protection and thus deliberately detained the envoy, delaying his return." This explanation drew no surprise from Chitty. As the sharpest spear of the Yagyu dynasty, he knew his envoy's presence represented the dynasty's dignity wherever he went. Except for a few lawless top-tier practitioners from the Daxia faction, no one dared disrespect the dragon envoy. Moreover, many anti-human extremist groups viewed the other races as overlords and vied to flatter them, so delays were nothing unusual. Suddenly, a scout rushed in briskly, dropping to one knee and reporting loudly, "My lord Chitty, Lord Qingdi has sensed a medium-level secret realm forming near the front lines, not far from our territory, close to the human city Qingqing of Daxia." Medium-level secret realm? Chitty's golden eyes flashed sharply as a streak of golden light flickered across them. "Good. The battle is intense. We badly need to replenish resources." Among the royal dragon descendants of the Yagyu dynasty, there were currently 3 emperors, Chitty, Qingdi, and Baidi. Chitty was the strongest warrior, commanding the dynasty's armies and waging constant external wars, making him a prime enemy of Daxia in East China. Qingdi was known as the Dragon of All Magic, highly sensitive to magical and spiritual fluctuations. Thanks to him, the dynasty repeatedly seized the initiative in the secret realms. "Give orders." Chitty's voice thundered, "Summon Mao and Yedra at once. Secure the secret realm before those humans get there." "Yes, my lord." The next morning, sunlight slanted through the curtain's gap, casting warm streaks across the room. Tian rubbed his tousled hair and got out of bed. After a quick wash, he noticed Baichili had already left. Several of her personal items remained in the room, proving she had indeed come back last night, though she had gone to sleep later than him. She rose earlier. Yawning, he went downstairs to the apartment cafeteria for some porridge to warm up. Just as he picked up his tray, Jiang Che burst in, breathless. "Boss, finally found you." Jiang Chi's eyes sparkled as he plopped down opposite him. Tian intended to ask where he'd been yesterday, but seeing him so anxious, he changed course. "What's up, boss?" Jiang Che lowered his voice, though excitement bubbled beneath. "Can you get Chili to team up with us? My brother, my sister, and I just changed our boosting team into an exploration squad. But most early raid dungeons require 5 people, and we can't find suitable teammates. You 3 are all strong classes. How come you can't find any teammates? The medium-sized secret realm is finally appearing, right? Now, all the major guilds of professional adventurers are mobilizing their forces, throwing huge sums of money around to wildly recruit top-tier fighters, planning to send their best squads all at once to conquer the realm. The salaries offered are outrageous, one after another. The already small market for solo players has been instantly drained dry, so it's no wonder that Yishin's team can't even find any new recruits. Only now does Tian truly realize the allure of this medium secret realm is far more terrifying than he had anticipated. For any faction, it's nothing less than a high-stakes gamble. Win it, and you're set for a lifetime of wealth. Lose, and at least you gave it your best shot. In just a few days, the value of expert adventurers across all professions has skyrocketed. No wonder Jiangqi's attempts to recruit people everywhere are hitting dead ends. With this thought, Tian suddenly understands Jiangqi's current gloomy mood. Jiangqi then seems to recall something, his tone filled with frustration. "Boss, yesterday we actually ran into a lesser secret realm refresh. We were among the first groups to enter, but then another 5-man team of average strength snatched the first clear away from us." Oh, Tian finally gets why Jiangqi only leveled up the character yesterday, but didn't record any completion. Turns out their secret realm run was hijacked. According to secret realm rules, once the first team completes a realm, any groups entering later are automatically marked as failed. Lesser secret realms are even easier than small ones, and it's common for random groups to clear them, but judging by the skills of Jiang Che and Jiang Xing, they shouldn't have been beaten by a mediocre team. "A team of average skill managed to snatch your first clear?" Tian asks curiously, taking another bite of his fried dough stick. Although annoyed, Jiang Che describes the event in detail. "That leader really knew their tactics. He had 4 average teammates, but managed to chase us off and speed clear the whole thing." At this point, Jiang Che clenches his fists, his voice tinged with unwillingness. If he hadn't stolen that lesser secret realm, we would have swapped out for brand new gear by now. Maybe even fixed up the dojo for master. Even though a lesser secret realm isn't as valuable as a small one, its rewards are still worth enough to change the team's situation. Tian pauses in thought, then pats Jiang Che on the shoulder. All right, he'll ask Chili for her opinion. Haha. Jiang Che immediately flashes a sly grin and follows after Tian, his eyes bright with the flames of vengeance. If Chili had been there yesterday, they wouldn't have stood a chance at the realm. Next time we run into that leader, we've got to show him our real strength. As they walk out of the dining hall into the bustling street, Jiang Chi's peripheral vision suddenly catches a figure that makes his pupils dilate in shock, as if spotting a natural enemy. Holy crap, that's him. Tian follows his gaze and sees, not far ahead, a thin young man dressed a bit sloppily, walking briskly with his head down. Jiang Chi's gaze blazes so intensely it feels like it could spark a flame. That's right, I remember him. The leader who stole my secret realm yesterday. Yi Xiao. Ding. Potential of a brilliantly promising talent detected nearby. Potential of spectral grade. The moment Tian heard the system's notification, he almost thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Just a small city, like Qingqing, actually harbored such a formidable talent. Wei Yuan's words, Great Xian never lacks talent, were truly accurate. Ahead, the lean young man Yi Xiao also caught Jiang Chi's voice, stopped in his tracks, and turned back with a casual yet sincere smile. Hey, the guy from the martial arts hall yesterday? Jiang Chi's eyes burned with determination. Yi Xiao raised an intrigued eyebrow. What's wrong? Still mad that I beat you to clearing the secret realm first? If it weren't just the three of us yesterday, you definitely wouldn't have made it. Jiang Che snapped. Just wait, I'll have my revenge today? Yi Xiao shrugged with a grin, showing no denial. Naturally, I've seen your damage output. Your professional skills are impressive. But he spread his hands. Don't come looking for me to get revenge. I've already left the Sega Guild. Huh. Jiang Che froze. You just led the team to conquer the sub-level secret realm yesterday. How come? At the same time, Tian pulled up Yi Xiao's personal profile. Name, Yi Xiao. Basic info, male, 20 years old, from Qingqing, profession, battle mage. Potential, elite grade. Hidden rating, spectral grade, full-time expert. Background, gifted prodigy and tactical genius with deep knowledge of various professional skills. After changing professions, joined the Sega Guild as team leader, repeatedly took first clears in dungeons due to extraordinary understanding. Events, after conquering the sub-level secret realm, the guild hired an epic-level professional to replace Yi Xiao as leader, forcing him to hand over ownership of the secret realm and demoting him to sparring partner due to contract terms. Yi Xiao chose to give up the secret realm and left Sega. Investment opportunity, divine-level freelancer profession, requiring 40 points of funding. TSK, the Sega Guild really has no gratitude. Tian closed the panel. Yi Xiao waved off the need to explain further. If you want revenge, go after Sega. I need to find a new team. Until next time. With his current strength, solo leveling and farming equipment was too slow, especially for tackling high-level dungeons. He still needed a team. Jiang Che watched his retreating figure with a sigh sometimes. Those who understand your strength best are your rivals. While Sega didn't appreciate him, Jiang Che clearly saw how vital Yi Xiao was to any pioneering raid team. Jiang Che hesitated on what to say, but Tian beat him to it, calling out to Yi Xiao, do you want a fresh start? Yi Xiao turned around. Jiang Che felt a surge of hope. He had wanted to recruit Yi Xiao before, but couldn't offer good enough conditions. Now with Tian involved, everything became possible. Tian was straightforward, patting Jiang Che on the shoulder. Want to come with me? This legendary pro, Jiang Che, is already on my team. If others overheard, they would scoff legendary professionals serving under someone? Impossible. Such rare talents were treated like royalty by all major forces. How could they bow to a teenager? But Yi Xiao actually believed it. Because he had witnessed Jiang Chi's strength yesterday during the fight over the secondary secret realm, he knew that dealing level 10 damage was already incredibly high, and the profession quality must be frighteningly top tier. At this moment, Jiang Che cooperated fully and, following Tian's lead, raised his voice. That's right. In the boss number 1, number 2. He suddenly remembered by Qiuli and Wan Jiang, hesitated briefly, then awkwardly corrected himself. Third best fighter. He gave a thumbs up, though his tone remained confident. Tian wiped sweat silently beside him. Yi Xiao studied Jiang Che carefully. The other's expression was calm and genuine, with no trace of deception. His curiosity about Tian deepened. What kind of organization is this? So harmonious inside. A legendary profession, and yet so modest. He instinctively took third best as humble understatement, reasoning it might simply be due to level differences. If that was the case, this team's potential was incredibly impressive. After all, the Sijia Guild that abandoned him could only attract epic-level players by offering secondary secret realms as a gimmick. Noticing Yi Xiao's interest, Tian raised his hand to suggest quietly, let's move somewhere quieter. Too conspicuous out here on the street. The three turned into a side alley by a coffee shop and went up to Tian's apartment. On the way, Yishio casually asked, "What about the pay?" "None at all," Jiang Che blurted out. Tian and Yishio both fell silent. Yishio shrugged. "Fine, a place to stay is enough." After entering, recruitment proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Tian handed over the contract, but Yishio's eyes flicked over it silently compared to Sijia guilds. This contract was practically charitable. 1. No restrictions on personal activities. 2. No forced surrender of secret realm ownership. 3. Barely any clauses, except at the end it boldly stated boss provides god-level professions. Yishio twitched the corner of his mouth inwardly, thinking, this is like having a beggar shove a Rulai Divine Palm manual into your hands on the street, then solemnly say, "Boy, I see extraordinary potential in your bones." Tian noticed the expression of being played on his face and said calmly, "I called someone over. You'll have confidence when you see him." Soon after, a knock came. Jiang Che opened the door to reveal Wei Yuan, the East China regional manager. Yishio's previously casual demeanor instantly tightened. He had seen countless photos of this legendary powerhouse on forum headlines, but facing him in person brought a daunting pressure distinctive of a top-tier professional. "There, now you see. This is our partner," Tian introduced with a smile. Since they cooperated with the government, partner was an appropriate term. The reason for inviting Wei Yuan was that Tian's first time helping someone transfer to a god-level profession made him nervous. In the past 2 centuries, only 16 god-level professionals have appeared worldwide. Now only 3 remain. Each had been ruthlessly hunted by demonic forces, alien tribes, and extremist groups. Having a big shot present was the safest bet. The facts soon proved his caution justified. Wei Yuan glanced over Yishio and nodded approvingly. Another talent emerging? He originally was curious how many legends Tian could still produce, but didn't expect the new target wouldn't just be a legend. Without further hesitation, Yishio signed on the spot. With the East China boss on his side, even if this was Rulai Divine Palm or a beggar's ragged manual, he would train it. Wei Yuan lightly snapped his fingers, and a starry, shield-like barrier instantly rose. But the next moment, his calm expression abruptly changed. A terrifying, multicolored radiance condensed around Yishio, his momentum surging like a rainbow, seemingly about to tear through the barrier and blast into the sky. It wasn't ordinary golden light, but a dazzling, iridescent glow. 7 beams of multicolored light shot upward, crackling with blistering power as they surged toward the top of the barrier. Wei Yuan only hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to form a seal. Starry patterns of magic swiftly layered across his palm. The first, second, and third barriers rapidly unfolded in midair. The triple shield crushed that god-level transformation light, comparable to a natural disaster, suppressing it completely and then swallowing its fierce radiance whole. Had Wei Yuan not been present, once an anomaly of this magnitude leaked out, assassins from demons and alien tribes would be at the city gates by noon at the latest. This sobering thought weighed heavily on him. Though he had never witnessed a god-tier class transformation himself, countless predecessors had told him about the iridescent light. His gaze instinctively flicked to Tian. Unlike Jiang Che, who was stunned into speechlessness, Tian's expression was calm and unshaken, clearly having anticipated this outcome all along. Even god-tier classes can awaken? Wei Yuan breathed inwardly, a blend of shock and relief flooding his heart. Luckily, this man was on Daxia's side. His thoughts raced, and for the first time he felt a flicker of unprecedented hope amid the stalemate at the front lines and the looming threat from demons and alien intruders. Bathed in the iridescent glow, Yishio stood frozen in place, his pupils dilated, even his fingers trembling slightly. The man who could instantly devise optimal strategies in dungeons and secret realms now had a blank mind, overwhelmed by instinctive shock. He quietly summoned his status panel. Yishio. Class, Freelancer rank 1. Quality, God level. Level, 10. Strength, 170. Agility, 170. Constitution, 170. Spirit, 170. Class talent, 1000 mechanisms umbrella. Exclusive weapon for freelancers. Grows with class rank. Can switch weapon forms freely without cooldown, and possesses mythic grade attributes. Class talent, all class enhancement. Can learn any class skills of rank 2 or below without restriction. Skills learned gain super enhanced effects. 2 talents, but no innate skills. Yishio's breath came fast, but he could not look away. Nearby, Tian eagerly examined the full freelancer class details. He had seen thousands of classes, but never encountered one that came with a mythic grade weapon right from the start. The 1000 mechanisms umbrella, a top-tier weapon able to shapeshift freely with unlimited cooldowns. Mythic grade gear was universally recognized as the pinnacle, yet no drop had ever occurred in the most difficult high-risk dungeons so far. Now this Daxiao possessed the world's only such weapon? Actually, it should be 2, since after recruitment, Tian himself would also wield one. As for the second talent, all class enhancement. In theory, it allowed learning all lower rank skills across every class, but how dramatically they could be super-enhanced depended entirely on Yishio's mastery. Thinking of that, Tian secretly looked forward to seeing what came next. Suddenly, the system notification flickered in. You have successfully recruited an employee Yishio. Attributes gained: Strength 170, Agility 170, Constitution 170, Spirit 170. Acquired talents: 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella, all-class enhancement. The blinding iridescent light gradually faded, and Wei Yuan withdrew the starry barrier. The world's fourth-ranked, Daxia's second-ranked god-tier class had just been born right before their eyes. Staring at the lingering shards of light in the air, a ripple stirred in Wei Yuan's mind. It might not be long before all the world's top-tier classes combined couldn't match the lineup beneath Tian's banner. Just right here, take these. Wei Yuan took out 3 rings and handed them to Tian. These were called concealment rings, which have the ability to prevent others from detecting one's profession rank. Although very few people in the world can directly sense profession ranks, and mental force scouts are extremely rare, it was better to be cautious. Tian gladly accepted them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, such items were indispensable. Originally, the 3 rings were meant for Tian, Baiqiuli, and Jiang Che. The one for Wan Jiang had already been sent to the military camp. Wei Yuan never expected that Yishio would appear today, so he had to adjust on the spot. Come to my office later, Wei Yuan whispered before leaving. I'll give you 1 more ring, and you can take the equipment set as well. Only after Wei Yuan disappeared from sight did Yishio finally snap out of his immense surprise. He had now pieced together the answer to his earlier doubts. Why would a legendary professional like Jiang Che listen to Tian? Why would even Wei Yuan be so readily available at his call? Now everything became clear. Boss Yishio suppressed his excitement, his expression serious. If that's the case, I'll call you that too. Of course, Tian agreed. Then, is there a task you need me to do right now? Usually carefree, Yishio was now eager to prove himself immediately. The weight of owing a god-level profession favor pressed heavily on his heart. He felt restless if he didn't prove his worth, as if he had just been hired and already received a luxury car, villa, and a 10 million bonus. Tian smiled in agreement. Tomorrow, the Qingqing medium-sized secret realm opens. I want you to be the tactical commander and lead the team through it. Upon hearing this, the fighting spirit in Yishio's eyes blazed. Various major guilds had been scrambling to send people into this medium secret realm for days. He had naturally heard the rumors. The Saiga Guild even removed his original position as leader because of the fierce competition. To get the first clear, they had to finish faster than all other teams. Boss, who are our teammates? With a limit of 5 people per secret realm team, he needed full information. Tian promptly introduced the profiles of Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and himself, making exactly 5 people. All legendary professions. Yishio gasped, staring at Tian in disbelief. To assemble a team with such a lineup, 90% of guilds would surrender at the mere mention of those names. Suddenly, he looked up at Jiang Che. So when you said you're the 3rd strongest, you really weren't being modest. Jiang Che remained silent. After fully processing the information, Yishio frowned. Medium secret realms combined high difficulty with complex mechanics. Even normal monsters were above level 25 of Tier 2, with the final boss approaching Tier 3, level 50. Although their profession ranks were top tier, their levels were generally low. The highest was Baiqiuli, at only level 14. Tian noticed his pause and inquired, "You don't think it's doable?" "Of course it is," Yishio replied without hesitation. "Low levels just mean lower output. With our profession ranks, a bit of grinding will catch us up." At that moment, he suddenly realized that Tian only revealed the other 3's professions, his own wasn't mentioned. Yishio instinctively viewed Tian as the boss account to be protected. Even if all 4 legendary professionals had to support the boss, he would have no complaints. Then he raised a new concern. "Boss, I've been thinking about the team's profession composition." "How so?" "Cold Moon Swordsman, Dragon Shadow Spearman, Keenergy Martial Artist, all melee damage dealers." While that might be fine for most dungeons, a medium secret realm needs a more balanced approach. Typically, a good team needs a tank for absorbing damage, a mobile assassin, a ranged high DPS, a healer, and a support to amplify abilities. He listed the weaknesses in one breath. "We lack healing, frontline aggro control, Yoi clearing, and anti-air measures." Before he finished, his expression turned resolute again. "But don't worry, boss, I alone can handle these problems." Only a few skill books remained. Tian recalled Yishio's full-time enhancement talent and grew increasingly curious about the power of the skill effect. Super enhancement, just how terrifying could a divine-level profession's boost be? However, as a freelance profession, Yishio had no starting skills and had to rely solely on skill books to learn. These books mainly came from dungeons and secret realms, where their drop rates were incredibly low. Although the official Qingqing trading post sold some, the prices were prohibitively high. The problem was clear. Tian was a struggling high school student, and Yishio had just left his guild empty-handed. Together, their savings didn't even cover the transaction fees. There was only one solution: ask Wei Lao for help. The country had abundant resources, so acquiring a few skill books shouldn't be an issue, especially since they were partners. Without hesitation, Tian dragged Yi Xiu straight to Wei Yuan's office. Wei Yuan usually stayed in Xingqing, the only major city in East China, where he was the chief in charge and had a busy schedule. But since discovering Tian, he had personally taken on the role of Tian's protector and temporarily moved to Qingqing. With a medium-sized secret realm about to open, Wei Yuan's temporary office was set up at the Qingqing Lord's Mansion, less than 500 meters from Qingshan apartment. You're here. Hearing footsteps, Wei Yuan looked up from reviewing documents, set down his pen, and pushed a black equipment box about half a person tall onto the desk. This was the self-defense gear he had promised Tian. Tian lifted the lid, and a golden light burst forth. Armor, bracers, greaves, boots, helmet. 5 pieces of equipment gleamed under the lamp, each adorned with a silver wolf's head motif that was fierce yet elegant. The Skywolf set. A complete legendary set, Wei Yuan said casually. Even knowing the state's exceptional resources, Tian was stunned. With the 4 ongoing wars in Daxia, not only did they have to defend against demons, but also deal with alien incursions. Resources were scarce, and high-quality gear was hard enough to find as a single piece, let alone an entire legendary set. Even Wei Yuan himself probably couldn't assemble such a full set. After his initial surprise, Tian accepted the set without hesitation and put it in his backpack. Thank you. He understood his own worth. A single legendary set like this would one day bring returns 100-fold. A good boss never lets his partners suffer. Wei Yuan added. The Qianlong base in central China and the East China military want to form 2 pioneer teams to conquer tomorrow's medium secret realm. They want to invite Bai Qiuli and Wanjiang respectively. I thought I'd ask your opinion first. Qianlong base? Tian raised an eyebrow. The Qianlong base was a famous special task force in Daxia, usually maintaining 3 or 4 squads above epic quality, handling covert missions and emergency combat situations. They were considered the sharpest edge among official professionals. For this medium secret realm, they were clearly deployed to maintain control and prevent foreign interference. He hadn't expected Bai Qiuli's reputation to have reached Qianlong base, but his own plans were already set and non-negotiable. I've decided to form a team too and tackle the secret realm. Tian declined without hesitation. Bai Qiuli, Wanjiang, Zhang Che, these people are all my teammates. What about you? Wei Yuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Tian to lead such a group of low-level rookies into the secret realm. At their strength, they probably couldn't even survive a single hit from its monsters. But seeing Tian's determined gaze, he didn't dampen their spirits. Instead, he confirmed, "You're sure about this?" "That's right," Tian nodded. Being young is really something, Wei Yuan said with a hint of envy. Back when he was only in his teens, he didn't even dare to challenge a medium difficulty realm close to tier 3, let alone field so many legendary level comrades at once. Alright, then he'll turn down their request. In the end, he respected Tian's decision, although he wasn't optimistic the secret realm would open in just one day, and the level gap was tremendous. After the formalities, Tian revealed the real reason for the trip. I want a few low-tier skill books. The Daxia Military Treasury and the East China Logistical Department both stored a large number of skill books, but they required military merit and contributions to exchange. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Low-tier skill books? No problem. Soon, Wei Yuan led Tian and Yi Xiu through a sleek, silver corridor full of high-tech ambience to the skill book library of the East China Logistics Department. Towering shelves stretched in neat rows, densely packed with numbered scrolls. These are Tier 0 and Tier 1 skill books, Wei Yuan gestured. Not many high-quality ones here. The drop rate is even lower than for awakened legendary profession users. Yi Xiu didn't hesitate. I just want the most basic ones. He knew very well fully enhanced. Even the simplest skills could transform. Without delay, he searched the shelves and quickly pulled out the most basic skill. Elementary healing restores a small amount of health to a single ally. Priests only. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow, mistakenly thinking Yi Xiu was reluctant to take the good books, so he looked away. Since he had promised Tian, he wouldn't be stingy. Yi Xiu and Tian showed no hesitation. They were eager to witness the true power of full enhancement. Yi Xiu tore open the seal on the spot, and the pages transformed into a faint gray-white glow that surged into his body. In the next moment, the skill panel underwent a dramatic change. Full enhancement. Healing skill upgraded to Holy Healing Revelation. Holy Healing Revelation. 1. Instantly restores a massive amount of health to all surrounding allies. 2. Immediately removes all negative status effects. 3. Adds a life shield equal to 50 of the user's current health. Damage is absorbed by the shield before actual health decreases. 4. Grants Divine Blessing, increasing attack and speed by 20 for 2 minutes. Whoa. Both were overwhelmed with excitement. An ordinary low-quality skill, once fully enhanced, could rival or even surpass legendary skills. With just this one skill, Yi Xiu could almost secure his position as Qingqing's top healer. Looking up, dozens of shelves filled with skill books stretched endlessly, perfectly arranged. Holding the still warm skill scroll, Yi Xiu was dazed. He had never fought with so much wealth before. The library, now filled with skill books, looked like a treasure trove in Yi Xiu's eyes. Rows of towering bookshelves stretched to the ceiling, each skill book's cover reflecting a metallic sheen under the soft lighting, as if each one were beckoning him. Yi Xiu moved steadily forward, his eyes burning with intensity. With a light tap in midair, he instantly shared his enhanced skill, Divine Oracle Revelation, with Tian. The team's healing weakness was immediately addressed, but this was just the beginning. Next up, Yi Xiu's gaze, sharp as a searchlight, quickly locked onto another skill book, Grim Machine Gun, a fast-firing weapon skill for gunner class only. The concise description brought a smirk to his lips. Thanks to his free class status, Yi Xiu had no professional restrictions. Combined with the Thousand Mechanism Umbrella's ability to switch into any mythic weapon type and his all-class enhancement talent, he could master every skill perfectly. He nodded approvingly. This class feels tailor-made for me. With a flick of his hand, the skill book dissolved into particles and was absorbed. System notifications followed rapidly. All-class enhancement Grim Machine Gun upgraded to Metal Storm. Metal Storm maximizes firing speed to unleash 500,800 bullets in an instant, weaving a dense web of firepower. Each bullet reduces enemy defense and movement speed by 5. Yi Xiu smiled inwardly. Ranged damage with armor breakdown, and control 3 birds with 1 stone. His eyes swept the shelves again as he pondered the monster composition for mid-level dungeons. Both ground and aerial foes required even stronger fire coverage. He lightly plucked another book, Photon Sphere. Deals bouncing damage to target enemies with chance to paralyze. Learn and reinforce. All-class enhancement Photon Sphere upgraded to Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain unleashes a giant thunderous field that chains lightning across enemies within range, guaranteeing paralysis. When the field ends, a devastating lightning strike deals execution damage. The paralysis effect was also recorded. Severely slows enemy movement and may briefly stun. Then, smoothly like flowing water, he selected and learned more team-oriented abilities. Taunt enhanced to Chaos Domain. Roll enhanced to Triple Blink. Illusion Clone enhanced to multiple Shadow Clones. Wave Slash enhanced to Soul-Shattering Sky Rend. Including the 2 core skills learned earlier, Yi Xiu ultimately leveled up 8 books in total. Knowing his mana and stamina limits well, he understood that going beyond this would be a burden. Meanwhile, Tian simultaneously received all those skills. After bidding farewell to Wei Yuan, the two left the logistics department. With no more gaps in skills or team setup, Yi Xiu grew confident about tackling the mid-level dungeon. On the way back to their apartment, he reported to Tian, "Boss, the only problem now is the team's low levels. If we follow my leveling route, we can raise the average level to 17 today and secure the dungeon." Tian nodded slightly, as if weighing other possibilities. "Perhaps we can push even higher." Yi Xiu shook his head, but still showed respect. "That seems unlikely. By my calculation, that's the limit of efficiency." Tian didn't argue, and simply gestured to head back to the apartment. Upon entering, the tidy living room now featured a brand new round table and a holographic projection system. Since acquiring the meeting skill, this was their first official gathering to kick off the upcoming team battle. The system panel popped up. "Please select meeting type." Without hesitation, Tian said, "Strategy meeting." After the strategy meeting ended, all members received a 40 experience boost lasting 3 hours. If employee welfare was used, experience gain increased by 120. As the words fell, the scene before them twisted and reassembled like a holographic projection. In the blink of an eye, a luminous conference room seemed to hang suspended in a starry sky, bathed in soft white light. Yi Xiu was projected to the second row of the crystal long table. He looked up and scanned the room. Directly opposite him sat Jiang Che, expression calm and unreadable. At the front row, Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang glanced sideways at this newcomer, each with unspoken thoughts flickering in their eyes. "Tian, he will be refreshing a medium-sized secret realm tomorrow." Tian, seated at the head of the table, cut straight to the point. "We'll be striking as a team, and this is a must-win mission." Without pause, he introduced Yi Xiu to the others. Yi Xiu will be the commander for this operation. In this conference room, no one would dare contradict Tian. Bai Qiuli raised an eyebrow subtly, silently gauging Yi Xiu's command abilities. Wan Jiang first showed excitement, then furrowed his brow with concern. "A medium-sized secret realm. Boss, aren't our levels a bit low for that?" Yi Xiu responded calmly, raising a hand. "The leveling plan is already set. Today we'll collectively grind in dungeons. The goal is to get everyone above level 17. Leveling slowed as one progressed, and it was common for high-level characters to gain only 1 level every month. The efficiency Yi Xiu laid out already seemed impressive to the group. Efficiency is good. Wang Jiang nodded approvingly, unsurprised that Tian's team was composed entirely of elites. Yet no one, including Xiao, knew there was an extra perk hidden in this meeting. Tian brought up the employee benefits interface. First, insurance spend 3 times the number of employees and funds to grant everyone a one-time fatal damage shield lasting 3 days, and increase the strategic meetings experience bonus to 120. With 4 employees, that meant spending 12 points of funding, an enormous sum for the team at the moment. Tian bit his lip, weighing the cost. The dividends from the medium secret realm would cover the expense, but they had to be cautious. He clicked confirm, only to see funds remaining at 11.7, too much spent transforming Xiao's job. Frantically, he checked everyone's work logs for today, hoping someone had earned a bit more. Unexpectedly, Baichili had gotten up early and cleared Jingui Mountain wilds, held difficulty 3 times in a row, grinding out 0.3 funds for the team. Such a workhorse, Tian thought, approving the insurance decision. With funds drained to 0, a faint golden shield shimmered over each team member. Fatal damage immunity shield. Thanks, boss. Wang Jiang clenched his fist excitedly, already calculating whether to attempt the demon ceiling tower again for another extreme challenge. Everyone expressed their gratitude, unaware that the real surprise was yet to come. When the meeting ended, Yishio looked down at his system interface. A line of glowing golden text burned into his eyes. Strategic meeting buff. Experience gained 120, duration 3 hours. In a world where every player agonized over leveling, any bonus to experience was a luxury. Let alone 120, even a 20 XP boost item was notoriously scarce and often sold for hundreds of thousands, still in short supply. Right now, Tian activated a 120 experience boost for everyone. Yishio abruptly turned his head, eyes wide as he stared at him. Am I seeing things, boss? Only for 3 hours. Make the most of it. Tian glanced at his timer, speaking curtly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yishio felt his blood boil. The 120 experience bonus stacked on their existing leveling plan was enough to erase the gap in their levels. If they still couldn't win this round, he really wouldn't have any face left as their commander. Don't worry, boss. He clenched his fist tightly, battle fervor surging. Elsewhere, at Qingshan No. 2 High School, several silver-gray maglev shuttles pulled up in succession outside the school gate. As the doors opened, cool air spilled out, and anxious seniors queued eagerly, filing on board. It was the 4th day before the Gaokao exam, and the Ministry of Education was launching the large-scale team dungeon trial, a critical chance to sharpen practical combat and coordination skills, and the students' final opportunity to acquire better gear and skill books. The platform buzzed with noise, the tense atmosphere thick enough to smell like gunpowder. At that moment, Baichili returned along a quiet back path behind the teaching building. She glanced down at her watch and reviewed the just-finished virtual meeting record, surprise flickering across her eyes. Tian was actually going to tackle a medium-sized secret realm? Chili, where were you just now? Principal Ji Chonglin hurried over, concern in his gaze. He raised his hand, gesturing forward. The team dungeon train is about to leave. Get on board. Baichili's thoughts raced, her mind made up. Sorry, Principal. Something urgent came up last minute. I won't be going to the team dungeon. Please approve. Ji Chonglin frowned and softened his tone, trying to persuade her. What could be more important than the dungeon? This is the only chance to strengthen your gear. Your basic equipment is already at a disadvantage. Don't miss this. Baichili's parents had died early. She relied entirely on scholarships and part-time jobs for resources. Compared to classmates with wealthy families or backing from major guilds, she was naturally behind in gear, skills, and items. This team dungeon was her best and last chance to make up for that. She understood the principal's well-meaning concern, but knew even better what that secret realm really meant. Principal, don't worry. I understand completely. She met Ji Changlin's gaze steadily, her eyes sharp and resolute. This year's Gaokao, first in the East China region, am determined to make it happen. Ji Chonglin opened his mouth to protest further, but was silenced by her unwavering determination. He finally nodded. All right, I'm granting you special permission to skip the dungeon. You're free to act as you wish before the exam. Thank you, Principal. Qingqing Dungeon Hub. Every city in Daxia has a specialized base for dungeon runs like this, but unlike the Grand Hall in the Second Academy designed for newcomers, this place is packed exclusively with high-level entrances. There's not a single dungeon below level 10 here. The bustling hall was filled with flags from various guilds and expedition teams coming and going, hardly a moment's peace anywhere. Dressed in a simple white uniform, Baichili moved lightly through the crowd. The tips of her snow-white hair fluttered slightly in the breeze from the ventilation shafts. As she walked, she scanned the crowd looking for her teammates. Her delicate profile often caught the eyes of passers-by, drawing quiet admiration and curious glances. Chili, over here. Jiang Che waved frantically from amid the crowd. The young man, leaning casually against the wall, glanced up and gave her a lazy nod. Baichili quickened her pace toward him, her gaze landing on the deep blue mage armor. He wore the signature gear of a battle mage. Yishio, you're a battle mage? Yi Xiu's lips curled slightly. Used to be. Now, I can handle just about any class. Jiang Che jumped in to explain. Wan Jiang is still at Ding City. He'll be here soon. For now, let's head in and start the dungeon run. All right. Bai Chili nodded. The three of them approached the nearest teleportation portal. Just as they submitted their party information, a cold, piercing gaze locked onto Yi Xiu from across the noisy hub. The Watcher wore a standard black uniform embroidered with the word Shijia on the chest. Wait, isn't that Yi Xiu? Someone whispered. Several Shijia guild members turned as one. Even from behind, they recognized the man who had once been their impossible benchmark in dungeons. Their leader, Guildmaster Ma Xiang, squinted at Yi Xiu's two new teammates with disdain. Since leaving Shijia, he's nothing. Teaming up with rookies who just switched classes. The old captain is finished. We're about to tackle a mid-tier secret realm. Yi Xiu's world isn't even in the same league anymore. Meanwhile, far away at the military camp, Tian had rushed to General Wei Yuan's office, hoping to get Wan Jiang temporarily transferred back. Rules in the army were strict. Soldiers couldn't leave without permission, but Wei Yuan's word was law. Within moments of a phone call, Wan Jiang was already on a special vehicle heading for Qingqing. Behind a spacious desk, Wei Yuan folded his hands calmly as he looked at Tian sitting across from him. Your team is different from the others. Overall levels are too low. Secret realms don't tolerate overconfidence. If your health drops to 0, it's real death. You've got 1 divine level and 3 legendary players. Losing any of them would be a huge blow. Understand? Got it, Wei Go? Tian grinned. After getting help so many times, his respectful old Wei had long since become a more casual, brotherly Wei Go. Level 25 held difficulty dungeon Withered Wind Gorge. The eerie wind howled through the canyon, sending shards of rocks swirling into the air. You really think your leveling speed can clear the dungeon in 5 minutes? Bai Chuli squinted against the wind at the canyon's mouth, unable to hold back. She knew a typical team would spend at least an hour on this difficulty. Absolutely. Yi Xiu tightened his armor buckles and smiled calmly. You just wait here. No sooner had he finished speaking than he pushed off with his toes and vanished like a shadow. In a blink, after 3 flashes of teleportation, he was already hundreds of meters away, leaving faint ripples on a stone wall before disappearing into the dark gusts. Jiang Che frowned. Is he going alone to pull mobs? That strategy's outdated. One person can only draw so many. More than 2 minutes passed. Just as Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che exchanged puzzled looks, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a shower of rocks rained down. What the hell? Jiang Che looked up instinctively, but his voice cut off abruptly. His gaze shot across the canyon and he was utterly stunned. 10 night cultivators came sprinting toward them, followed by countless monsters, their footsteps shaking the canyon as if it were about to tremble apart. Jiang Che gasped sharply. Did this guy really bring all the dungeon monsters here? Bai Qiuli raised an eyebrow, but more in admiration. She had seen summons to lure monsters before, but producing 10 clones at once and controlling each clone precisely to hold monster aggro like clockwork was absurdly skilled. The Night Cultivator had performed this feat using his skill, multiple shadow clones. With each level, the number of clones increased. Now at level 10, he could make exactly 10 clones. The clones couldn't use the original special skills and could only attack normally or block, but for pulling monsters, the skill was godlike. Boom. Rocks rumbled down the canyon walls as the monsters surged like a tidal wave into the narrow valley floor, all drawn by the Night Cultivator. He executed a 3-step blink, his afterimages flashing as he returned to his teammates, and said shortly, the terrain's tight. Let's use our strongest AoE skills right now. All 4 were more than 10 levels lower than the dungeon monsters, so clearing normally would be painfully slow. But their advantage was clear terrifying skill multipliers. They compressed the pace, waiting for the monsters to crowd perfectly. Divine Punishment, Thunder Domain, Metal Storm. Frozen Death Slash. 8 extremes, Fist Devastating Blow. Lightning exploded, steel blades danced wildly. Icy chill froze the air, and fist gusts shattered everything. The 4-element storm converged in the canyon's center like a giant beast opening its bloodthirsty maw, swallowing the monsters instantly. 10 seconds later, the dust settled, and the system chimed crisply. Dungeon cleared. Level 11. As they were teleported outside the dungeon, the Night Cultivator glanced at the glowing upgrade effect and nodded with satisfaction. One shot clear. The efficiency really is insane. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded approvingly as well. At this speed, leveling felt like riding a rocket. Just then, a tall, short-haired man about 1.9 meters strode over. M1 Jiang. The boss said to join you. Well, everyone's here. The Night Cultivator grinned broadly and shook his hand. The boss not around, so just the 4 of us grinding. Straight up, today's work is boring, repetitive, and mentally exhausting. But for the boss mission, we hang in there. Enough talk, Bai Qiuli said coldly. Buff time for the strategy meeting won't last. Don't waste it. Wan Jiang and Jiang Che both raised their hands. Understood, let's start. The Night Cultivator scratched his head with an awkward smile and immediately started the next dungeon, silently amazed. Back when he ran guilds in Sega, had met plenty of epic and legendary players who were either arrogant or required coaxing to cooperate. But these legendary players under Tian all had teamwork down to an absurd level. As dusk deepened and night fell, his impression only solidified. The team kept grinding non-stop under by Kyuli's rhythm until a severe fatigue debuff finally forced them to stop late into the night. Tian sent the exhausted four back to the Qingshan apartments to rest. The entire fifth floor was managed by Wei Yuan on Tian's behalf. The rooms were spacious enough. Seeing his employees so worn out, Tian thought, with this kind of overtime, will someone drag me off and hang me from a street lamp someday? Lost in thought, he began settling the next day's management log. Bai Chioli cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon, Withered Wind Gorge, 36 times, earning 3.6 funds. Wang Jiang cleared it 35 times, earning 3.5 funds. Jiang Che cleared it 36 times, 3.6 funds. Yi Xiao cleared it 36 times, 3.6 funds. You shared employee dungeon and monster killing experience, leveling up from 16 to 24. After 3 hours of the strategic meeting buff, Tian immediately held a second meeting. Even though this time the experience boost was only 40, the four of them still achieved astonishing dungeon clearing efficiency. Bai Chioli, already leading, leveled up rapidly from 14 to 20. Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiao closely followed, each reaching the 19 level threshold. It's important to note that experience required after level 15 increases exponentially. The previous record holder, a wealthy heir, hired 2 shifts of professional boosters and still spent a full 10 days to reach level 20. Now, with Tian's double buffs and Yi Xiao's flawless monster-slaying rhythm, they matched or even surpassed that speed in a fraction of the time. Tian himself, fueled by shared experience from his teammates, surged straight to level 24, just one step away from level 25, the second job transfer for the boss class. After trying out the first-tier meeting skill, he was eager to see what the second-tier ability would bring. To his surprise, the mid-level secret realm hadn't even opened yet, but his initial investment was already recouped. The account balance quietly rose to 14.3, without relying on any achievement rewards, purely from stacking small 0.1 dungeon clearing profits. At that moment, Tian breathed a long sigh of relief. Having these employees was by far a safer bet than any financial investment. The next morning, news broke that a secret realm would soon refresh near the eastern outskirts of Qingqing, instantly stirring the entire city and surrounding districts. Within minutes, more than 10 well-informed guild clearing teams gathered in the east suburb wilderness. Even the Daxiao military set up early guard lines. In the distant sky, a vague island mirage gradually took shape. First like a shimmering illusion on the horizon, then its edges grew sharper. A starlit staircase lowered invitingly, as if beckoning people to ascend the island. Once the staircase fully formed and the entrance opened, teams could rush in for the initial clear. If someone succeeded within 3 days, the secret realm would become a permanent resource zone. If wiped out, it would vanish like a bubble. Among the crowd, Ma Xiang, the leader of the Shijia Guild, arrived with his team. He stood confidently beside 3 newly signed epic-class professionals. Boss, look over there. That's the official East China clearing team. The Qianlong base crew is also here. And the Diming squad, their blue-haired captain Zhao Qi, is legendary. Each time a name was called out, Ma Xiang's face darkened further. In comparison, the 3 high-cost epic teammates he hired suddenly seemed like a weak hand. Ma Xiang's expression turned furious. Damn it. Competition for medium-sized secret realms is really intense, huh? If Yi Xiao hadn't secured a lower-tier secret realm in advance to fund recruiting epic-level teammates, the Shijia Guild wouldn't even have had a chance to compete for a medium secret realm. The confidence they had before was, to be honest, a bit blind. A nearby guild leader lowered his voice to warn, medium secret realms yield high rewards and profits. That's why aliens and extremist groups love to interfere. That's also why the Qianlong base sent people here before he finished. Some guilds who initially tested the waters wisely retreated quietly, leaving only Ma Xiang stubbornly standing his ground. Elsewhere, Zhao Qiao, lanky man with blue hair, led the Qianlong base's special squad called Earthquake, following behind Wei Yuan. As their captain, he respected Wei Yuan deeply but had to smile wryly when delivering his leader's message. Old Wei, the boss asked me to pass this along. If you want us to help secure a secret realm, we don't mind no payment. But if it's for you, 5 legendary items is just the starting offer. Zhao Qi spoke carefully, then quickly added, of course, this is just the boss' personal opinion, not the base's official stance. Special squads like theirs often quarrel over secret realms in various regions to prevent failures that would erase progress or let aliens and extremist factions take over. If successful, ownership returns fully but with a symbolic fee. Demanding 5 legendary items was quite a bold ask. Wei Yuan didn't get angry. He smiled like he was recalling old memories. Haha, your boss Ling Luo's been looking for trouble since the army days, and I've beaten him each time. Decades passed, but he's truly persistent. Zhao Qi kept silent. Lowering his head, couldn't afford to offend either side. Don't worry, Wei Yuan said warmly. If you really are the first to claim the secret realm, I'll come to you with 5 legendary items myself. Hearing this, Zhao Qi straightened up. Rest assured, old Wei. Our earthquake squad is determined to win and leave no chance to the enemy. The squad cheered in agreement. Though they were the newest team, they believed they could crush all guild competitors. Wei Yuan looked around but furrowed his brows in confusion. Where was Tian's team as the secret realm was about to open? In fact, Tian and his group were using the remaining time to grind another dungeon run. When Bai Chili suggested why not level up first, everyone readily agreed. By the time Yishio and others stepped out of the Kufeng Gorge again, they were all leveled up to 20, with Bai Chili even at 21. Tian's 25 level experience bar pushed to 80. The medium secret realm entrance caps entries below tier 2, and nearly all competing teams including Earthquake were at tier 1, level 25. This rapid reduction in level gaps, combined with their high-class professions, gave Tian's team a clear advantage. Tian casually held another tactical meeting to boost all attributes by 30. He didn't spend the extra 12 points to push the buff to 80 since it wasn't necessary, simply chose not to act, not because he couldn't. On the outskirts of East Qing City, at the medium secret realm's entrance, Wei Yuan, the Earthquake Squad, the East China Military's pioneer team, and various guild teams had already gathered. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A massive, fearsome silhouette blocked the sunlight. People looked up in chilling awe. The immense dragon body, vast wings that shadowed the sky, scales glowing like molten fire, and a deafening roar heralding its arrival. The Red Emperor of the Yaga dynasty. Behind him followed 5 half-dragon warriors of varying forms, but equally fierce demeanor, all carrying the bloodline of the Yagu royal family. Their intentions were clear without a word. Damn, those aliens again. East China military members glared with hatred. The Earthquake Squad frowned deeply, the pressure immediately ramping up. Captain Zhao Qi's gaze hardened. We will win. Boom. Brilliant starlight condensed into 8 spheres in Wei Yuan's palm, then blasted toward the Red Emperor in the sky. The glowing orbs seemed insignificant midair, but when they struck the Red Emperor's dragon form, they erupted with a roar that shook mountains and rivers. Spectators below winced as their eardrums nearly burst, covering their ears and scrambling away. The Red Emperor flapped a wing, blocking the impact with sheer force, leaving only a few blue marks on his scales. Is this how you treat an ally? Came a thunderous voice rolling down from the horizon. The Red Emperor raised his head, golden flames swirling in his pupils. There's an ancient saying in Great Xia that I quite like: survival of the fittest. The secret realm belongs to the strong. Wei Yuan, are you afraid of competition? He folded his wings and crossed his arms, hovering midair with a mocking smile. Wei Yuan's expression remained cold, as if he had expected the Yaga dynasty to intervene. Qingqing lay just one step from the Yaga dynasty's portal to another world. With war raging on all fronts in Great Xia, adding another battle wasn't wise. The secret realm was unlocked by our human race. How can the Yaga dynasty just barge in? Wei Yuan's voice was low and resolute. The Red Emperor laughed loudly. The small secret realm in Dingsheng is yours, as a token from our people. A chill ran through the crowd. Resources from a medium secret realm outproduced a small one by more than tenfold, and larger realms had a higher chance of spawning rare treasures. Seeing Wei Yuan silent, the Red Emperor and several royal half-dragon descendants landed at the secret realm entrance, their faces dripping with arrogant confidence. It was like trading a small secret realm to gain a medium Oni bargain far in their favor. Haha, that's how it should be. The Red Emperor scanned the crowd, his dragon eyes gleaming with pride. Secret realms are for the strong. By my decree, from today on, if the Yaga dynasty appears at a secret realm, Great Xia can come challenge them. We welcome all challengers. The royal dragon-blooded descendants were born with powers far surpassing humans even at lower levels, so the Yaga dynasty's confidence was well-founded. At the Red Emperor's arrival, nearly half the guilds gave up competing, seeing these half-dragons as legendary warriors beyond their match. As the crowd dispersed, a 5-person team led by Tian pressed forward against the current, kicking up dust as they reached the secret realm entrance. Bai Chili glanced coldly at the sky, then translated for the team leader. Boss, that dragon said we can come raid the Yaga dynasty's secret realms anytime now. Oh, Tian's spirits lifted, a faint eyebrow raise. Sounds like the Yaga dynasty is pretty friendly. Zhang Che scratched his head. I don't read much, but judging by everyone's faces, something seems off. Yishio, also fluent in alien languages, nodded. That's exactly what it means to us. Wanzhong fixed his eyes on the swirling portal, whispering, it's starting. No sooner had he spoken than the secret realm entrance roared open. A starlight-paved path solidified before them, pulling anyone near into the medium secret realm. Get ready. The Earthquake team and 5 half-dragons stepped onto the glowing path almost simultaneously. Following close behind, all the teams including Tian were swallowed by the dazzling starlight. In an instant, Tian and the others were transported to another world. The five stood on a floating island, where waterfalls of light cascaded off the edges. The ground was scattered with shattered runes, exuding an ancient aura. You have entered the mid-level trial realm, the realm of Tian. The current trial is the first stage. Defeat all monsters on the floating island to pass. Most trial realms have 3 stages. Yishio had studied this setup closely and immediately recognized that the first stage was a speed-clear battle against monsters. After last night's grueling dungeon run, Yishio, Baiqiuli, and Wanjiang were now extremely familiar with coordinated mob-clearing tactics. Suppressing his usual casual demeanor, Yishio quickly scanned the terrain and issued the command, "Move out. Cross-lure the monsters." Roger. Baiqiuli and Wanjiang responded in unison. Just as Tian was about to follow, Baiqiuli turned and reminded him, "Boss, find a spot to rest. Jiang Che will stay and protect you." "All right." Tian nodded. Jiang Che was about to speak, but Yishio's instructions had already settled. He and Baiqiuli, along with Wanjiang, swiftly dashed off in different directions. Unlike the dried wind canyon from last night, the floating island lacked natural gullies or terrain advantages. They had to split up and individually attract monster aggro, driving the hordes to the island's center. After reaching level 20, Yishio could produce 20 shadow clones. He took on the bulk of the monster drawing tasks alone. Operating 20 clones simultaneously would be a nightmare for others, but for him, it was as natural as drinking water. Boom. Tremors echoed from all directions around the circular floating island. Yishio's clones, Baiqiuli, and Wanjiang each led large groups of monsters, converging simultaneously on the island's heart. When the monster trails intersected at the center, Yishio lifted his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, which instantly transformed into a legendary grade staff. Divine Punishment, Thunder Domain. A pillar of purple-black lightning crashed down like divine wrath, annihilating more than half of the monsters gathered in a flash. Now level 20 with sharply improved stats and stacked buffs, Yishio's strike was devastating. Cold Moon Sword Dance. Phantom Spear Formation. Baiqiuli moved like the moon's light, sword flashes spreading like a storm, while Wanjiang's spear transformed into overlapping shadows. Their 2 area attacks fell in tight, perfectly timed succession. Thanks to last night's hard training, their skills meshed perfectly like clockwork. Electric sparks, sword shadows, spear glints weaving together, and in just moments, all monsters in the first stage were wiped out. Tian, witnessing Yishio's one-wave clearing tactic for the first time, was dumbfounded. It was on a completely different level compared to the usual teams methodically pushing waves. Of course, their powerful skills were a huge factor. Without pause, Yishio raised his hand and signaled, "Second stage." The first stage cleared. The illusory floating island shattered and transformed into a holographic display showing each team's progress bar in real time. Spectators who had withdrawn gathered around the outer circle to watch. "Wow, the half-dragons from the Yaga dynasty and the Earth Roar team are so fast," someone exclaimed. Their progress bars had already surged past 30. Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor stood side by side at the front, unfazed by this, but their eyes fixed on Tian's team's progress bar, which was still stuck at 0. "What's he doing?" Wei Yuan wondered aloud, just as the stagnant gray bar suddenly skyrocketed, shooting from 0 to 98, 99, and then 100 in the blink of an eye. Huh. Wei Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The Red Emperor and surrounding onlookers gasped in unison. "No way. Is that even possible? Not even cheating gets you through that fast. Who's this beast? I've never heard of them before." Voices of amazement erupted one after another, while the Red Emperor's face darkened. Then the second stage appeared in the trial realm. 5 smaller floating islets hovered around the main island, each guarded by a mini-boss. Defeating all 5 would clear the stage. Seeing this, a smirk crept onto the Red Emperor's lips, his expression shifting from gloom to optimism. The crowd immediately grumbled, "This stage is way too advantageous for the Yaga dynasty. Yeah, those 5 half-dragons are already strong solo fighters. Each can take down a mini-boss alone. The Earth Roar team has a healer and a tank, so they have to take on bosses one by one, which slows them down a lot. Not just Earth Roar, same for the other teams. Unless a team has every member capable of soloing a mini-boss, which is basically impossible since teams need healers and tanks. How could anyone pull that off? 5 floating islands, each guarded by a mini-boss. Inside the secret realm, upon seeing the trial scene of the second stage, Tian's expression turned strange. If the first stage's monster gathering challenge was Yishio's guaranteed comfort zone, then this second stage had become a paradise for the entire team. Before Yishio joined, Tian's subordinates only had solid fighting skills, but no extraordinary powers. Now, each of them could showcase their unique abilities. Yishio was equally surprised, a rare relaxed smile appearing on his face. "No need to say more, 1 per person. Let's go." He raised his hand and pointed ahead. They stood at the edge of the main floating island. Under their feet, 5 teleportation arrays swirled like vortices of light, each leading to their own smaller floating island. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che stepped into the whirlpools first, their forms swallowed by the radiance. Boss, I can take out the last two in a row, no worries. Yi Xiu called back to Tian before vanishing into the fourth array. Not wanting to hold the team back, Tian stepped into the final portal without hesitation. When Yi Xiu landed, he spun the 1,000-mechanism umbrella in his palm. The umbrella's ribs cracked and folded before transforming into a gleaming cold blade the next second. In one swift move, he closed in on the mini-bossa level 40 Sky Island Fungus Lord. The creature resembled a mountain of flesh built from fungal threads and blood, with thick fungal folds like armor. It specialized in high defense and stacking toxins, often intimidating ordinary squads. But in front of the edge of Yi Xiu's mythical weapon, all its defenses were meaningless. With a sudden slash, sharp blade arcs whistled through the air, the sound of cutting wind threatening to tear the sky apart. Soul-shattering Sky Cleaver. Among Yi Xiu's many AoE skills, this was the deadliest. Though it normally had crowd control effects, control hadn't taken hold yet. The massive health bar was wiped clean. Accompanied by agonizing roars that pierced the heavens, the Sky Island Fungus Lord collapsed with a thud. One down. Before Yi Xiu finished speaking, his figure blurred into a shadow, teleporting 3 times back to the arrays, heading straight for the 5th floating island. But as soon as he landed, he froze. Tian was already sitting calmly beside another slain mini-boss, quietly wiping his weapon, as if waiting for a long time. Boss. Yi Xiu's pupils contracted, realizing for the first time that his boss was no mere spectator, but a formidable fighter. Ding. All 5 mini-bosses on the floating islands had been cleared. Golden light gathered, assembling 5 floating rune stone slabs into a stone bridge leading to the final stage. Let's go. Tian stood and motioned softly. Without hesitation, Yi Xiu and the others stepped onto the stone bridge. Compared with other contestants, Tian's team was advancing at a cliff-like lead. The Yagu Dynasty and Di Ming squad had only just reached the 2nd stage, an astonishing gap. Crossing the bridge, they ascended the last giant floating island. Furious winds howled around the isle, lightning snakes zigzagged across dark clouds, and thick fog hung like a heavy curtain, as if unveiling the final act. Beyond that wall of mist, a figure cloaked in black robes darted swiftly. The Rockbreak Guard. The man in the black robe fixed his gaze on 2 lesser monsters not far away within the secret realm. Suddenly, 2 purple golden throwing knives flashed from his sleeve. The blades sliced silently through the mist, and, in the next moment, pierced precisely into the bodies of the 2 guards. A faint glimmer burst apart, and the monsters instantly dissolved into specks of experience points, which the black-robed figure swept up with a flick of his hand. Any onlooker would be stunned. Monster NPCs hunting their own kind for experience was unheard of in any secret realm. Just 1 step away from evolving into an elite monster, the man calculated silently, a fierce spark lighting his eyes. For secret realms below the 2nd tier, as long as I don't run into that freak from last time, I have nothing to fear. Before he could finish his thought, the gray mist around him was suddenly rent apart by 5 agile professionals who burst into view. Already at the 3rd stage? The man's heart skipped a beat, and he spun around sharply. Their eyes met, and it was Tian. All color drained from the black-robed figure's face in an instant. Ding. Detected a special potential talent nearby. It's you. It's him. Surprise blossomed in Tian's eyes. Since escaping the sealed secret realm, he had asked Wei Yuan to search far and wide for someone always fruitlessly, and here they were, reunited in this very place. The black-robed figure glanced once at Tian, and a shiver ran from her feet to the back of her neck. She had to run. Damn it. How did I end up crossing paths with this Bane again? She thought bitterly. She knew her current strength couldn't withstand even 1 move from Tian. As a monster NPC, her only hope against a stronger professional was to escape. Don't run. I'm not here to kill you. Tian shouted, his feet igniting with spiritual light as his speed surged, relentless in pursuit. The other 4 team members fell behind, exchanging uncertain glances. Well, Yi Xiu was the first to react, amazed by Tian's sudden burst of power, but quickly barked, forget about the boss for now, focus on the boss fight. Controlling the secret realm is what matters. He wasn't in my strategy anyway. They all charged toward the center of the massive floating island at the 3rd stage. Rising winds lifted the island as the clouds swirled, gradually revealing the boss in full view, the sovereign of the heavens. It was a 3-meter elemental giant resembling a seahorse, but with 6 expansive wings fanning out behind it. Its crystalline stars' hard bones shimmered with arcs of electricity and storms crackling across its surface, roaring incessantly. Wanjiang, initiate distraction. He'll break its defenses. Metal storm. Yi Xiu shouted, his 1,000 machines umbrella instantly morphing into a tumterlong dark gray alloy cannon, intricately engineered with sharp edges gleaming. As he activated the skill, the barrel erupted with a hailstorm of purple flame bullets. The spinning chamber fired hundreds of shots per second, tearing through the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the floating island, the black-robed figure darted back and forth, but could not shake the shadow pursuing her. A swell of helplessness rose in her chest, mixed with growing anger. Tian's words, "I'm not here to kill you," sounded like mockery in her ears. To professionals, whenever they saw a special monster NPC like her, there was only one thought: kill it and hope for rare drops. When she was weak, she had been hunted countless times. She remembered clearly the agony each resurrection brought, losing all levels and experience. "I can't die again." She gritted her teeth, her gaze resolute. Void Gate. With a flourish of her long black sleeve, the void tore open, revealing a ghostly purple vortex resembling the very scene when the secret realm had first been unsealed. She slipped inside, her form vanishing into the abyssal darkness. Tian halted just before the gate, staring at the twisting portal of warped space with a helpless expression. This was the first time he had ever seen someone escape a secret realm in such a strange way. The cold aura pouring from the gate carried an indescribable danger. After a moment's hesitation, he exhaled slowly and stepped back. He had no intention of following her into that perilous unknown. Freely traveling between instances and secret realms, possessing such a bug-like ability, if that guy truly masters it, wouldn't he just take whatever rewards others earn from those realms? Tian furrowed his brow, fingers tapping lightly on his tactical watch, his mind racing. This special talent he had encountered so far was someone he wanted to recruit, but if the other party could instantly jump into any instance at will, there wouldn't even be a chance to sit down and negotiate terms. He needed to find a way to suppress spatial teleportation first. However, his knowledge hit a dead end, leaving his mind blank. On a whim, he pulled out his phone, scrolling to Wei Yuan, the one who always gave outrageous answers, and asked, "Is there any ability that can restrict spatial teleportation?" Outside the secret realm, Wei Yuan was fully focused on the leaderboard progress. His phone vibrated faintly. Seeing the pop-up note from Tian, his usually composed expression momentarily paused. He silently grumbled, "You're rushing through the realm, not sitting around messaging." Then a slight smile curved his lips as he let out an ambiguous chuckle, replying with a single word: "Ease." Meanwhile, is this another sub-level space within the secret realm? The man in the black cloak passed through the glowing gate, his boots stepping onto the damp stone slabs as he murmured to himself. Around him stretched the gray-blue sky and broken walls of the mid-level realm Tian Yes domain, the area marked by the system as the second stage. These so-called sub-level spaces were independent trial zones duplicated by the system according to the number of challengers, with identical scenes and stages. She glanced around and immediately caught the sound of battle nearby. A roaring wind blade crackling with electricity, one half-dragon was fiercely fighting a mini-boss called the Stormweaver. This was a common split-push tactic used by the ancient Aga dynasty in the second stage, each person taking on a separate mini-boss, but they hadn't expected to be caught by the black-cloaked figure. Dragonborn. The cloaked figure squinted. To most challengers, half-dragons were formidable enemies, but she only said lightly, "Not bad, but still far worse than that disaster star." Since briefly clashing with Tian, her confidence had surged. Taking advantage of the half-dragon's full focus on the mini-boss, she flicked her sleeve and sent forth 4 purple throwing knives. Shing, 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 shing. The blades sliced through the air, striking precisely into the half-dragon's waist. Its scales were instantly torn open, blood splattering onto the stones. The sharp pain caused the half-dragon to cry out in ripping agony and falter. The Stormweaver sensed the weakness, raising its claw to summon a fierce windstorm. Thunder and lightning crashed down, shifting the advantage. The half-dragon was instantly reduced to near death. "Good opportunity," the cloaked woman whispered, drawing twin blades that gleamed coldly as she pounced. Within moments, her blades struck critical points, sending the half-dragon crashing down. Without pausing, she spun and executed a finishing slash, dispatching the already weakened mini-boss as well. Having slain 2 powerful foes, a rush of experience flooded in, her info panel flickering. Her title instantly transformed Elite Monster. Outside, the Red Emperor's face flushed with anger, as if the surrounding temperature had risen. Suddenly, he caught the interruption in the Royal Dragon Bloodline's aura within the secret realm. One of the 5 half-dragons was missing. Someone had died on the spot. Useless. The Red Emperor clenched his fists, fiery red flames coiling around his knuckles. He could never have imagined that the purest bloodline among the half-dragons would suffer a loss in such a minor secret realm. If not for the black-robed man, terrified into a frantic retreat by Tian and accidentally appearing right behind that half-dragon, none of this would have happened. Now, a man was dead, and the Yaga dynasty's progress through the realm had been harshly delayed. "Red Emperor, watch your image," Wei Yuan reminded casually from the side. The Red Emperor's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the calm Wei Yuan, his fury surging within his chest. "You think the 4 of us left can't win? Your Daxia's progress is only. Before he could finish, he turned to look at the secret realm's progress bar floating in midair, his pupils widening. Tian's team had already reached the final boss of the 3rd stage. The progress stuck at a striking 95. One more step, and they would clear the realm. Meanwhile, his own 4 half-dragons had only just finished the second stage. A faint, knowing smile tugged at the corner of Wei Yuan's lips. After receiving Tian's earlier message, he had already sensed the outcome. First place was all but sealed. Inside the secret realm, on the gigantic floating island of the third stage, wild winds swept through clouds and mist swirling around the mountain-sized floating stones. Yi Xiu, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jian, and Jiang Che formed a semi-encirclement formation, standing on shattered stone slabs blasted by previous attacks. Yi Xiu issued orders in a calm, rapid voice. Hold fire. Conserve skills and mana. Wait for my armor break. Boss HP is almost gone. We're about to unleash the final strike. Qiuli, interrupt. At that moment, Bai Qiuli stepped forward with her sword as icy blue spirit energy surged like a tide into the blade. Frozen breathe slash. A brilliant slash cut through the sky, instantly encasing the raging, towering sky sovereign tens of meters talon crystalline ice. Boom, boom. Wang Jian and Jiang Chi's slashes rained down like a fierce storm, shattering ice shards everywhere. Yi Xiu ordered again, focus fire, finish it now. The frozen breathe slash briefly froze the boss, enough to interrupt any skill, but once the freeze faded, the sky sovereign would plunge into an even more terrifying frenzy. They all knew time was short. The boss had only 5 health left, barely enough to survive one more burst of damage. Crack bang. The ice shattered explosively, shards swirling as flesh and blood tumbled down. The system announcement echoed across the island. Your team has defeated the secret realm boss Sky Sovereign. At that moment, Tian, just teleported away moments before, quickly returned to the team, only managing to see the boss fall. Without even raising his hand, his teammates led him through clearing the medium secret real man unprecedented achievement. Nice. Jiang Che and Wang Jian bumped fists in celebration. It was everyone's first time clearing a medium secret realm. Yi Xiu was especially thrilled, having struggled for 2 years in the Shijia Guild to beat their first minor realm. Yet here they were, breaking the medium threshold on only the second day. He smiled like a newborn. How about that, boss? Excellent. Tian nodded approvingly. Even more uplifting was Wei Yuan's recent reply. They had found a way to block spatial teleportation. If they encountered that black-robed man again, they might truly recruit that special talent. Double good news. Meanwhile, a golden notification slowly appeared. You have cleared the medium secret realm, Sky Isle domain, and reached level 25. The shimmering light curtain sealing off the secret realm hadn't fully closed when the system's notification sounds flashed across everyone's vision in quick succession. Employees Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu had achieved the first clear of a medium-sized secret realm, granting them achievement rewards and bonuses, funds plus 20 each, and 4 legendary equipment blind boxes. This reward was truly generous. Each of the 4 got their share, totaling 80 funds added to the account instantly. For Tian, this was the first truly significant influx of capital. Combined with his existing balance, his account now comfortably held 94.3 funds. Hiring a single high-potential talent or signing several more could now be easily afforded. But even more important was the full ownership of this medium-sized secret realm. According to the rules the team had set beforehand, the first clear team leader was entitled to 100 of the realm's outputs. Before entering, the team had unanimously handed over that right solely to Tian. For one, the realm needed a dedicated developer and manager. For another, the resources that could support 2 or 3 cities weren't a trivial matter. Everyone agreed it was safer leaving the boss to handle things. This kind of decisive forfeit of the realm's earnings was almost unparalleled in the entire alliance, except maybe for the military. After clearing the realm, all 4 members leveled up, but no additional equipment or skills dropped from the secret realm itself. So, Tian immediately took out the 4 legendary equipment blind boxes, each glowing with golden patterns, and pushed them forward. Well done, everyone. Consider this your bonus. Each box randomly contains legendary equipment for your own class. Holy crap. Jiang Che nearly dropped his box, his eyes wide as light bulbs. Bai Qiuli and Wang Jiang held their breaths, staring intently at their blind boxes. Bai Qiuli's gear had been somewhat weak before, which might have cost her during the college entrance exam, but now her weaknesses were directly patched. Wang Jiang's knuckles whitened from gripping the box tightly, clearly hadn't expected their boss to be so generous. Yi Xiu took the blind box with both hands, feeling shocked, but even more touched. Having struggled through 2 years in the guild, had seen plenty of stingy bosses, those who clutch every penny and dole out meager prizes with a condescending air. Compared to that, Tian could have chosen not to reward at all, and no one would have complained. Yet he gave them legendary gear as bonuses the first time in 2 centuries. If before Yi Xiu's loyalty was more of a tit-for-tat deal, now he truly respected this boss. Come on, everyone say one thing. Tian smiled and raised his hand. Boss is generous. Boss is generous. Awesome. Their voices echoed out of the empty secret realm's exit, filled with genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Before leaving the realm, Tian took a moment to check his second-step advancement task. Second stage advancement mission. Recruit 1 divine level potential talent. Have any employee receive a regional honor. Progress, 12. He had already recruited Yi Xiao as the divine level talent. The only missing piece was the regional honor. This honor referred to official, high-level awards like by Keely's previous city-level exam top score or Wan Jiang's post-magic tied backup team merit awards. But those were city or prefecture level. Regional level honors came from one of China's 5 major war zones: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, representing the highest official recognition. Tian immediately thought of the college entrance exam. Daxia had long moved away from the national unified exam to regionally organized exams by the 5 big regions. The East China regional exam would start on schedule in 2 days. Bai Qiuli was preparing to take it if she placed well. It would bring both level-up significance and official honors, fully satisfying the mission requirements. Just 2 more days. He silently calculated the timing. All East China examinees would appear on that day, including many high-potential talents. For him, it was also a great opportunity to recruit. As Tian's team cleared the secret realm, all the other teams were forced to end their challenges, failing completely because there could only be one victor. Amidst the glowing shards of the shattered light screen, Tian and his group were the first to step through the teleportation portal. The tension that had gripped them for so long suddenly dissolved. One by one, dozens of figures were expelled from the shimmering spheres. They hit the ground, barely steadying themselves before blinking around in astonishment. Just like that, the secret realm was over. The members of the Saiga Guild landed in the worst shape. Their leader, Ma Xiang, nearly stumbled and almost snapped his staff in half. They had only reached halfway through the first stage before the system forcibly kicked them out. He had originally planned for 3 newly recruited epic-level teammates to carry him through the challenge. Now that dream was completely crushed. Suddenly, he spotted the top team on the leaderboard. It listed Yi Xiao. Ma Xiang's pupils constricted sharply. Could that really be Yi Xiao? He's only an elite class player. How could he possibly clear a medium-level secret realm? He must have just been freeloading off someone else. The commander of Yes team seems pretty reliable, though someone whispered in objection. Yeah, we don't even have a decent commander. Our whole formation was a mess. Stupid leader, I'm quitting the guild. Pointed criticisms from former subordinates left Ma Xiang's face burning red and his ears tingling. Several people who had once been part of Yi Xiao's team looked at his leaderboard position now with a mixture of envy and regret. Yi Xiao had already stepped into a realm far beyond their reach. At the Qianlong base, the team Di Ming wore equally stunned expressions. First place, they actually cleared it? Their captain Zhao Qi muttered, staring at the ranking board. They had been firing at full power from the start to guard against the Yaga dynasty, but had just barely cleared the second stage themselves. Although officially approved as a special squad, it now seemed they weren't special at all. Faster than us. Then what's special about our special squad? A member sighed sardonically. The only consolation was that the secret realm did not fall into the hands of alien forces, which the Daxia Empire could consider a passable outcome. Still, knowing their special mission had been reduced to an afterthought left Zhao Qi feeling bitter and conflicted. After nodding respectfully to Wei Yuan, the Deming team quietly withdrew to the Qianlong base. Meanwhile, the most furious was the Red Emperor of the Yaga dynasty. Pathetic. Utterly worthless. Inside the council hall, surrounded by pillars of glowing red gold stone, half-draconic figures like Yadila cowered silently, bowed heads not daring to breathe. Mars, the worst of the worthless, killed by a secret realm monster. His soul should be cast into the furnace of desolation. The Red Emperor's tail lashed violently, cracking the obsidian floor. The Yaga dynasty had never suffered such a crushing defeat in the secret realm contest before. Not only had they lost the medium-level secret realm, but they had also wasted their chance at a small-level entry ticket, losing both people and opportunity. Worst of all, they were humiliated on Daxia's turf with no way to retaliate. Next to him, Wei Yuan stood calmly with his hands behind his back, watching as if observing a farce. The Red Emperor's anger threatened to solidify into something tangible. He roared, "Wei Yuan." A faint smile tugged at Wei Yuan's lips as he crossed his arms. The secret realm has ended. Farewell, Red Emperor. Good. The Red Emperor's draconic eyes blazed with fury. Don't forget, the Great Race competition doesn't restrict levels like the secret realm. Let's see if you're still smiling then. As he turned to leave, he stopped and bellowed back, "For this great race, I want you to stake the medium secret realm itself." Wei Yuan offered no direct reply, merely responding casually. "I wonder if your previous promise that Daxiao may challenge the Yaga dynasty's secret realm freely still stands?" The Red Emperor said nothing further, spreading his wings and departing. The remaining half-dragon warriors hurriedly followed back to the Yaga dynasty. Laughter erupted from the stands, wild and unrestrained. "Ha! Never thought this old dragon would have such an embarrassing day." Tian's team did an impressive job. No matter who wins against the outsiders, I'm firmly on his side. Those who had initially given up on the secret realm out of fear now felt elated after watching this fierce, head-to-head contest. Over the years, the Yaga dynasty had repeatedly fought to seize the Great Xia secret realm. Now that they'd finally evened the score, the onlookers felt pride and renewal. As the secret realm closed, Wei Yuan immediately escorted Tian and the others away from the scene, and then invited Tian alone into a conference room. I really didn't expect you all to clear the realm, Wei Yuan said with deep admiration. The miracle Tian had created was right before his eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Since we're partners, everyone should contribute their strengths, Tian said directly, deciding to hand over all the resource extraction rights from this medium-sized secret realm to East China. His reasoning was simple but compelling. 1. Developing a medium-sized secret realm requires a massive workforce. 2. Its ongoing management and protection are beyond an individual's capacity. 3. With so many resources, no single person could use them, only the state could maximize their value. Admiration shone in Wei Yuan's eyes. Tian hadn't even asked for special conditions, showing remarkable foresight. As the head of East China, Wei Yuan seriously considered the depth of their partnership. All right, it's settled then, he agreed promptly. If you need anything in the future, you know where to find me. I'll reserve a dedicated share of this secret realm's resources for you. Perfect, I actually need something right now. Tian looked up. You mentioned having a device that can block spatial teleportation. What exactly is it? Without hesitation, Wei Yuan pulled out a palm-sized cube. Its four sides displayed semi-transparent energy grids, like a miniature cage. It's called a deathmatch prison. When activated, it creates an independent spatial barrier around any area, preventing anyone from escaping by any means until the holder dies. Tian's eyes lit up as he took the cube. He could feel the swirling runic patterns. This was a legendary grade artifact. With this, next time I face that black-robed person, let's see where she runs. Wei Yuan added. It was developed by a legendary Great Xia profession known as the inventor. Only a handful exist, controlled officially by the state. One of the benefits of working with the government. Without Wei Yuan's help, Tian knew it would be nearly impossible to acquire such a rare item through private channels. They exchanged smiles, sealing their understanding. A smooth and promising partnership. Where there is joy, there is also anger. In the Yaga dynasty, the Red Emperor's palace was in chaos. The once magnificent hall lay in shambles. Beside the golden jade throne, scarce treasures were scattered. Giant stone pillars had been broken in half. The ministers fell silent, even holding their breath. In over 20 years, this was the first time the Red Emperor had lost his composure so completely. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. After a long roar, a half-dragon mage clad in scale armor finally spoke with trembling voice. It was only a single failure in the secret realm, Your Majesty. Besides, the princes have returned from the dragon ancestor secret realm, their pure blood far surpassing the half-dragons. When the two clans compete, Great Xia will surely exact blood for blood. This somewhat appeased the Red Emperor's fury. The princes of Yagu were newly born dragons with the purest blood, already reaching second-tier powers in talent and strength. The Red Emperor returned to his throne, letting out a low, thunderous snort. For this two-clan grand contest, I will raise the stakes. I want Great Xia to put up Onino, two medium-sized secret realms, as the bet. Wise decision, Your Majesty. Let Great Xia double what we gained today. The half-dragon advisors echoed. Just as the Red Emperor's expression cleared, a soldier stumbled in and knelt down to report. Your Majesty, the Great Xia border guards are about to take over one of our small secret realms. They said it was your personal order. Damn it. The Red Emperor's anger flared again. He slammed his fist onto the throne's armrest, cracking the heavy metal. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Losing a small secret realm just by running one errand? And being made a fool. Along with his raging fury, he coldly commanded his advisors. If they want our secret realms, let's see what guts Great Xia has. Go to the Great Xia border and stir up some demonic energy. Let's see if they still have the leisure to take what's mine. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Tian, Bai Qiuli, Yi Xiu, and Jiang Che shared a hot pot meal in the apartment. Everyone agreed this hot pot was a celebration for their first team mission. Before the secret realm opened, Yi Xiu and the others had nearly exhausted themselves grinding through the dungeons. Now that they'd successfully cleared it, Tian suggested they take a half-day break and enjoy a proper meal. The spicy broth bubbled vigorously, slices of fatty beef swirled quickly in the pot, and fresh green vegetables snapped crisply with each chopstick lift. As the four stirred and ate, the warm steam gradually steamed away their fatigue. Wang Jiang didn't show up. His army only had a 2-day leave, and half a day had already been used. After the realm ended, he sped back to his old family home in Qingsheng to share the good news with his mother. His father had been missing for years, and only his mother could share his pride right now. Late at night when the lights were low and they had finished dinner, Wang Jiang lay alone on a small bed in his bedroom, running his fingers over a dark gold ring, the greatest treasure he gained from the secret realm. His thoughts drifted, the future shrouded in mist. Lost. then become stronger. He suddenly sat up, battle fervor exploding in his chest, resolved to challenge the 1000 gene tempering again. At level 22 now, plus 270 gene tempering attributes gained in the realm strength 50, constitution 50, spirit 20, and wearing the legendary armor Panlong armor 1 from a boss blind box, his overall stats had more than doubled since his first attempt. If he could break through the 1000 gene challenge this time, he might hit a perfect mark outright. Once resolved, Wang Jiang's figure flickered dimly, and the next instant he stood in the center of the sealed demon-suppressing tower's first floor, inside the ring space. Challenging 1000 gene tempering. A cold, authoritative system voice responded. The second 1000 gene tempering challenge began. Invisible crushing pressure suddenly descended, starting from his previous record of 270 gene. For his current stats, this weight felt like a mere veil. 500, 600, 800 gene. The air thickened into tangible chains wrapping his limbs and chest. His muscle fibers stretched as if being sawed by steel blades. Veins bulged along his spine, but he clenched his teeth, his will as taut as a drawn bowstring, refusing to yield even an inch. 1000 gene. The crushing force of 1000 gene could grind an ordinary person of his level into pulp. His knees trembled, but he stubbornly held firm. Within mere moments, a dazzling aura exploded across his body, his presence shifting dramatically like a mountain rising abruptly from the earth. 1000 gene tempering challenge completed, reached perfect tempering at 1000 gene. Rewards: Strength 150, Constitution 150, Spirit 50, Agility 50. One of the foundational requirements for refining an extraordinary physique has been met. A surge of potent blood energy coursed through his meridians, his breath steaming with warmth. His powerful regenerative ability allowed injuries to heal rapidly, almost making him forget the earlier tearing pain. Success. Sweat drenched his clothes as Wang Jiang gasped for air, his chest heaving like a drum. Purely in terms of stats, his level 22 panel now outclassed most level 40 epic class warriors. Thinking of the opportunities ahead in the demon-suppressing tower, a brighter light ignited in his eyes. The condition to unlock the second floor was to swiftly kill the demon-grade monsters. Apartment 502 in Qingshan. Tian and the others lay on the large sofa in the living room, chatting casually after dinner. Yishio had already decided to team up with Jiang Che and his two siblings to form the Pioneer Squad, perfectly solving the problem of Yishio being alone and the Jiang siblings lacking strong players. The living room was softly lit as everyone discussed their next plan, when suddenly a system notification popped up before Tian. You have shared the employee Wang Jiang's talent. 1000 gene body tempering perfect. With the alert sound, his entire body surged with blood energy instantly. Even sitting on the sofa, he felt like a blazing furnace. Jiang Che immediately pulled down his collar and glanced around. Who set the air conditioner to hot? Bai Qiuli stared at Tian across the coffee table, vaguely sensing he was stronger than before. Yishio raised an eyebrow and teased half-jokingly. The boss is surprisingly energetic at night. Usually, I'm only this lively in the early morning. Tian secretly clicked his tongue. Reaching the perfect stage of 1000 gene body tempering had such an exaggerated effect. But hearing Yishio's teasing, he couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. At midnight, the management logs refreshed. Since everyone was recuperating after clearing the secret realm, that day's records were sparse. The team leveled up during the day and ran a few dungeons, earning a total of 2.8 units of funding. Compared to secret realm profits, this was just a drop in the bucket. The account balance remained healthy at 97.1. The next morning, Wang Jiang drove back to the border garrison of Ding City as scheduled. The closer he got to the camp, the more uneasy he felt. Sentries lined both sides of the road, alarms flashing non-stop. The entire garrison was on high alert. What's happening? He asked, jogging to find Chong Wei, captain of the Vanguard Regiment. Chong Wei's expression was grave. A new demonic tide is approaching. At least medium scale, even fiercer than last time. So soon? The last demonic tide just passed recently. Wang Jiang clenched his fist and growled. Someone triggered the evil demon energy. Chong Wei snorted coldly. Most likely those bastards from the Yaga dynasty again. Evil demon energy was a special item like a stimulant for demons. Once activated, it would attract hordes of demons, rapidly forming a demonic tide. A medium-scale tide was enough to severely damage the entire defense line. If they tried to resist Hedon without caution, casualties would be countless. Thinking of this, Wang Jiang's face grew dark. Chong Wei raised a hand, signaling him to relax. Don't worry too much. The person in charge already gave early warnings yesterday. Old Wei. Wang Jiang was surprised. Recalling last night's orders, Chong Wei spoke with respect. The Red Emperor's temper is irritable, and cunning definitely resort to tricks. This was the order Wei Yuan gave after last night's secret realm ended. The entire line immediately shifted to combat patrols. Without his foresight, today would have been chaos. Hearing this, Wang Jiang's emotions stirred. Chong Wei pointed at the sky. Up in the clear blue sky, a figure hovered silently. Wei Yuan was surrounded by faint starlight, his long robe billowing in the wind as he looked down on the defense line with a calm and steady expression like a mountain. The alien scouts, who had been restless moments before, all instantly retracted at his presence. If Tian were here, he would surely admire this as a true pillar of the state, and no wonder he was trusted as the person in charge. Chang Wei withdrew his gaze and patted Wang Jiang's shoulder. Learn from old Wei more in the future. Wang Jiang nodded solemnly. Then Chang Wei gave him his latest assignment. The medium demonic tide is under control, but we cannot afford any carelessness. You don't need to join the reserve squad anymore. You're now assigned directly to the guerrilla team. Follow their orders. Yes, Captain. Due to Wang Jiang's performance during the last demon tide, he was considered a bit underutilized in the reserves, yet somewhat inexperienced for the main forces. So, the military assigned him to a guerrilla squad, a highly mobile unit, with free mission selection and great room for initiative. Thinking of the unlocking condition for the second level of the ceiling demon tower, he gripped his spear tightly, slung his quiver over his shoulder, and dashed toward the front line with light, eager steps, as if even the cold wind couldn't catch up. A medium-sized demon tide surged relentlessly, swelling the number of fiends many times over, even spawning demon lords. The border guard decisively abandoned the first wooden palisade outside the city, retreating to the second defensive line built of thick stone walls, relying on ballistae and enchanted cannons to hold back the tidal wave of enemies. Wang Jiang pushed into the crowd, his spear flashing like cold lightning as low-level fiends fell wherever he struck. He covered his withdrawing comrades with ease. With his current strength, dispatching low-tier fiends was all but routine. Yet the ferocity and scale of this medium demon tide still surpassed the previous small one by several multiples, the roaring so loud it numbed his eardrums, the stench of blood overwhelming the air. Found it. After cutting down several fiends, his gaze sharpened. Ahead, a monster over 2 meters tall staggered forward. Its flesh writhed and peeled back, revealing quivering blood membranes underneath, a living hell in terrifying form. A blood demon, demon class, level 30 epic warrior strength. Wang Jiang had seen its number recorded in the military's demon dossier. Others might call for backup, but to him, it was a one-hit enemy. Break army, he shouted, thrusting his spear like a dragon unleashed. With the force to split mountains and shatter stones, the spear pierced the blood demon's chest, exploding a mist of blood everywhere. Before the monstrous figure could roar, it was ground into pulp. In the next instant, Wang Jiang vanished amid the blood mist. You have met the unlocking condition for the ceiling demon tower's second floor. Kill a demon-class fiend. The second floor trial opens automatically. He still couldn't help but find the sudden teleportation into the tower's trial zone a bit absurd. Complaints aside, he now hung suspended in a dark testing space. Second floor trial. Kill 10 blood demons. This time, he was no longer confused. From the darkness, 10 blood demons stepped forward simultaneously, their crimson glow staining the ground red. Wang Jiang gripped his spear backwards with both hands, plunging it into the earth. A humming sound erupted, golden light bursting forth in 10,000 rays as a spear shadow formation several meters wide suddenly spread out. Come on! The array roared, spear shadows surging. What pleased him further was that these 10 blood demons granted him a full 30 boost to all attributes. With his killing intent swelling like a tide, he found the fight easier rather than harder. Pierce, stab, swing, whirl. Spear shadows and golden light intertwined as the blood demons exploded in clusters. In less than half a moment, 10 blood-soaked huge corpses fell, dissolving into sparks of light. Second floor trial complete. Reward talent acquired spirit coalescence. Spirit coalescence. Purify the body with spirit to forge a transcendent physique. As the words sounded, the entire second floor of the ceiling demon tower lit up like daylight, with invisible spiritual energy flowing down like a clear spring, merging into his flesh and blood. Unlike the brutal, crushing weight of thousand gene tempering, this spirit was gentle and thorough, as if someone were massaging his meridians. Every limb felt so comfortable, he almost wanted to cry out to the sky. Refreshing, he murmured in delight. His vision sharpened, background noises refined. Even the vibration of his boots on the ground registered clearly. He could smell the waves of dark spiritual energy in the air, and even anticipate where the next danger would come from. His five senses had leapt forward in quality. The talents thousand gene tempering and spirit coalescence resonated together, their information complementing and their radiance merging. Talent thousand gene tempering perfectly fused with spirit coalescence, fulfilling the prerequisite for transcendent physique. Wang Jiang couldn't hide his joy. The legendary transcendent physique, said to surpass peers and rival bloodline evolution, was now beckoning him. A new attribute appeared in his talent bar. Transcendent physique, none prerequisite fulfilled, requires acquisition activation. In other words, he now qualified to possess a transcendent physique, but had yet to fully ingrain it into his bone and blood. Then, The ceiling demon tower notified him again. Third floor trial reward will directly grant transcendent physique. And the unlocking condition for the third floor, kill a demon spirit class fiend. Thinking of this, Wang Jiang's heart roared. Demon spirit class fighting for it might still be possible. My boss gave me a legendary class and even rewarded me with legendary gear. If I don't get stronger, how can I live up to his expectations? I have to give it everything I've got. Wang Jiang pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind to challenge the demon spirit level. For a rookie to charge straight into the demon spirit level's evil demons, if the squad leaders found out, they'd surely break out in a cold sweat. But Wang Jiang wanted to challenge much more than just one level. His battle spirit roared like a tide as he pushed open the gate of the ceiling demon tower. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes were fixed on him, so densely packed he could almost touch them. All around him were demons, nothing but demons. Inside the Ding City Border Defense Command Post, every squad leader, including Chong Wei, froze rigid. Weren't all personnel confirmed to have retreated from the first defense line? How is there still someone behind enemy lines among the demons? The 2 battalion commanders responsible for the retreat were dumbfounded. Their tallies did indeed say all evacuated. The original battle plan was to fall back to the second defense line in the face of a medium-sized demon tide. No one expected someone to suddenly appear deep inside the demon encirclement. High above Ding City, Wei Yuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the battlefield coldly. Only when his gaze landed on the young gunman among the demon horde did his brow furrow slightly. That's one of Tian's men. What is he trying to do? Surrounded by demons, Wang Jiang felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged through his veins. She was stronger than ever before. Talent, peerless. 1. Ignores all negative status effects. 2. For every 1 HP lost, all 4 attributes increase by 1. 3. For every extra nearby enemy, all 4 attributes increase by 3. The nearby radius wasn't large, but the demons were so dense at least 60 or 70 stats nearly doubled in an instant. A surge of unprecedented power thundered inside him. Swinging his spear in a wide arc, the tip sliced through the air, and with just one strike, nearly 10 demons exploded into blood mist. Exhilarating. The rush of adrenaline spread through his limbs, but he stayed cautious. The medium demon tide likely harbored demon lord-level enemies. One wrong move, and his death would be certain. His top priority was to use this chance to unlock the 3rd trial floor of the ceiling demon tower. From the previous trials, had learned the trial monsters matched the demons killed at the time of activation. To open the 3rd floor, it was best to choose a target he could counter effectively. His eyes sharpened as they locked onto a dwarf-like creature nearby, black mist swirling around it like a sea of viruses. Target info. Name, Plague Roar Demon Spirit. Level, 55. Attributes, Strength 565, Agility 565, Constitution 600, Spirit 595. Description, releases a massive amount of virus, inflicting multiple negative effects. Close proximity causes a deadly infection. Plague Roar was a nightmare for the border defense forces. Many classes would rather die than face it infected by its virus meant unbearable pain and a long recovery. But to Wang Jiang, it was like free money. Peerless made him immune to all negative effects, viruses and plagues included. Breaker. With lightning speed, he dashed forward, his figure like a thunderstorm. His spear tore through the black mist like slicing cloth, and where its sharp edge struck, the demon spirit's body shattered instantly. The black blood and viral fog splattered and were blown away by the night wind, but they couldn't harm the spear-wielding youth in the slightest. The next moment, Wang Jiang vanished again. Since when did he get this fierce? Inside the command center, the Vanguard Battalion commander, Chong Wei, was stunned, then quickly confused. Had he disappeared again? Could his profession be some kind of spatial assassin? Someone nearby muttered quietly, suspicion lacing their voice. Sealed Demon Tower, 3rd floor. The moment he landed, Wang Jiang tensed every nerve. 10 plague howls had formed a semicircle around him. Dark green pustules dripped onto the ground, sizzling with corrosive sound. The terrifying debuff Mu Shuang had imposed had just worn off. Now he only had a mere 30 attribute bonus left. Even though he was immune to negative statuses, pure raw power was clearly slipping away. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and drove several needles into his own shoulder and arm, blood soaking his armor instantly. His health bar dropped below 50, and his attribute bonus surged. His strength skyrocketed to 882. Damn, that really hurts. Wang Jiang grit his teeth, eyes burning with fighting spirit. Supernatural physique, bring it on. Kill. The spear tips sliced the air. A sweeping horizontal strike took out a plague howl in an instant. At the same time, the border guards outside seized the opportunity to sweep through the demonic tide. The mutant tribes of the Yagu Kingdom had tried to exploit the chaos to raid Daxia's defenses, but Wei Yuan hung high in the sky, coldly watching over everything. The Red Emperor had not appeared, and the other factions only dared to watch from afar. Daxia's weakness lay in the scarcity of high-quality professionals and resources, plus the constant threat from the mutant portals. Still, if a truly gifted prodigy like Wanjiang rose up, he might rival any powerful tribe. Back on the third floor of the sealed demon tower, the battle raged on. Wanjiang's health slipped down to 20, but his steps remained fierce and relentless. The last 3 plague howls circled, growling fiercely. Green toxic mist churned, and the oppressive aura of demonic spirits almost materialized. This was his most perilous fight yet. If only ID let the boss call a meeting first, then tackled this floor. A flicker of regret crossed his mind, quickly replaced by a bitter chuckle and a dark sinking feeling. With a legendary profession, legendary gear, and even a 1-death immunity granted by the boss, why was he still scared? What kind of reckless spirit was this? It's me who's not fighting hard enough. Before he finished speaking, he stabbed himself twice more. His health plummeted to 5, but his attributes soared to unprecedented heights. A dark crimson aura exploded around him. His spear transformed into a divine weapon, its sharpness tearing through space. One man standing guard. Wanjiang leapt forward, spear charged with destructive power, striking down 3 demonic spirits at once. Boom. The earth-shattering blast echoed throughout the trial space, dust swirling violently. The 3 plague howls were reduced to shards before they could even cry out. A system prompt sounded. Pajun. In an instant, Wanjiang's level surged to 23, clearing the 3rd floor trial. You have cleared the 3rd floor trial and earned a reward. Choose one from 3 random supernatural physiques. The trial space fell silent. Wanjiang sat cross-legged, a fierce life force surging within him. His torn wounds healed visibly before his eyes. He drew a deep breath, eyes burning as he stared at 3 phantasmal cards floating before him. First, Black Iron Overbody, a rank. Greatly boosts defense and constitution. Converts damage taken into energy for powerful counterattacks. Damage scales with constitution and armor. A tank's ultimate skill, he thought approvingly, but since he favored burst damage, it felt a bit of a waste. Second, Phoenix Form, rank. Greatly enhances agility. Attacks deal both flame and light attributes. Upon death, rebirth through resurrection. Note: choosing this will change your gender to female and significantly increase charm. Seeing gender change red-lettered on the card made Wanjiang twitch at the corner of his eye. His pounding heart suddenly faltered. Strength temptation was huge, but what a steep price. He took a deep breath and struggled to look away. Meanwhile, Tian was searching back and forth through multiple dungeons. After a whole day scouring countless rifts in hopes of finding the mysterious black-robed figure who could traverse dungeons, he came up empty-handed every time. At that moment, Tian suddenly felt a strange lightness in his chest, an inexplicable sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Instinctively, he checked the team's shared info and saw that Wanjiang had already obtained a supernatural physique option, which should have been good news, but the feeling only deepened his confusion. Why do I feel like I just dodged a bullet? He murmured, brow furrowed. That's odd. Wanjiang's gaze settled on the last option. The third choice's icon showed a tiny figure wrapped in crackling lightning, with a striking attribute description beside it. Thunder Warriors. Greatly boosts attack and movement speed. Each attack summons thunderous energy around the body, with range and damage scaling on attack strength. Hits with thunder have a chance to paralyze enemies. So powerful. Reading this, a light of long-awaited excitement finally sparked in Wanjiang's eyes as he locked onto his target. Without hesitation, he clicked Thunder Warrior. Thunder Warrior selected as the 3rd-tier trial reward. Extraordinary Constitution fusion successful. The emotionless voice from the ceiling demon tower faded as a fierce, pure power flooded rapidly through his meridians. Lightning arcs flickered across his skin, bright then dim, crackling like they might tear the air apart at any moment. Wanjiang raised his hand and instinctively swung his spear. Boom. A thunder pillar thick as a bamboo joint crashed down, sending rocks flying high. Surprise flashed over his face. Another sweeping strike. 3 jagged thunder lines blazed along the spear's path, blasting 3 deep craters into the ground. Extraordinary constitution, indeed, no joke. He smiled with satisfaction just as the tower's voice chimed again. The 4th trial space allows enhancement of this constitution or obtaining a higher rank. Unlock condition. Defeat a demon, lord level evil spirit. The S rank is already this powerful. How strong will the higher ranks be? Fired up by the thought, he retracted his spear and stance. Time to leave the tower. At the 2nd defense line along Dingcheng's border, the Vanguard Regiment's main force was locked in brutal combat with the dense black tide of demons. Fueled by primal energy, the demons fought frenziedly, and despite multiple waves of defensive fire, their onslaught was relentless. Inside the command post, the thermal battlefield screen glowed red-hot. Suddenly, a flash of blue signaling friendly forces reappeared behind the demon horde. What the was breaking through the rear now? Who else but several regimental commanders had grown used to Wanjiang's sudden appearances and disappearances. But at that moment, Chang Wei gasped sharply. Wait, what's he about to do? The camera showed Wan Jiang charging deep into the demon swarm. His spear traced arcs as thunder roared, like a dragon of lightning unleashed. Demon skeletons, sturdy as stone, shattered under his blows amid sparks and smoke. Demons feared nothing more than the exorcising thunder. Combined with the doubled attack and movement speeds granted by the Shrank Constitution, his kill efficiency skyrocketed. This time, he had no intention of teleporting out of the ceiling demon tower. The border forces were mounting a counterattack, and as a guerrilla squad, it was his duty to strike behind enemy lines, precisely the essence of guerrilla warfare. Spear shadow formation. Triggering his first-tier professional skill, a dozen spear shadows aligned midair, gathering crackling lightning into a spiraling storm. The Thunder Warrior trait caused the thunder pressure to multiply, spreading over dozens of meters. Boom. Golden spear shadows intertwined with azure thunder chains, weaving a deadly symphony of steel and lightning. The demon formation instantly tore open several gaping breaches. At the same time, two demon lords within the demon tide fell to the border forces' elite easy. The enemy's red dots on the command screen sharply dropped, while Wan Jiang single-handedly stirred chaos deep within the demon ranks. Isn't he a spear fighter? How's he casting thunder magic now? Great opportunity. The demon's rear is in turmoil, and their charging rhythm is shattered. Looks like we'll finish this demon tide much earlier. The regimental commanders in the command post all lit up with interest. With their rich combat experience, they immediately recognized the value of Wan Jiang's move. On the simple tactical map, points of light flickered, while the radio still crackled with the sounds of artillery fire. Someone murmured quietly, "That kid, should we punish him for acting on his own, or reward him for such an outstanding performance?" The hesitation lasted only a moment before the commander in the main control seat brought his hand down sharply. "We'll discuss this after the battle." Main regiment charge. You have now unlocked the ability of the shared staff member Wan Jiang. Transcendent Physique Thunderstrike form. Crack. Violet lightning exploded around Tian like a great dragon, the air scorching with the scent of burnt ozone. In mere seconds, the density of the electricity coating his body surpassed even that of Wan Jiang's initial fusion moment. Tian clenched his fists, arcs of lightning wrapping around naturally. A thunder-type, transcendent physique. Not bad. This rank physique's combat power was almost equivalent to a legendary profession. No wonder Wan Jiang turned the frontline tide with ease. Tian silently assessed. With this trump card, Wan Jiang might rival the god-level Knight Xiu for the title of strongest employee. Thinking this over, he nodded in satisfaction and, with a thought, exited the current dungeon instance. After searching most of the day without tracking down the black-robed figure, he felt frustrated. After some thought, he decided to find Wei Yuan, planning to have him post a bounty tomorrow. The inefficiency stemmed from the dungeon hall being packed today, causing wasted queue time. The reason was obvious. Tomorrow was the Gaokao, and nobody wanted to miss their last chance to cram by farming the instance for gear or sneaking in a couple of levels, hoping to improve their exam ranking. Though Tian himself had no such plans, he too looked forward to the Gaokao, not just for career advancement, but as a perfect opportunity to recruit fresh talent. Leaving the dungeon center, he heard the border guards had repelled a medium-sized demon tide, achieving a decisive victory. The news wasn't surprising. Wei Yuan's presence at the front lines made success almost certain. Just as he pondered this, a streak of cyan light shot across the sky, and Wei Yuan, clad in a long coat, descended steadily right before him. "Your guy Wan Jiang has gotten really strong now," Wei Yuan said as he walked beside Tian, his tone as casual as old friends chatting. Tian thought of the demon ceiling tower and the pillar of the nation potential evaluation, nodding calmly. "He'll only get stronger from here." Wei Yuan sounded a bit surprised, though wasn't expecting Tian to be unfazed by Wan Jiang's near-miraculous performance. Was this absolute trust between boss and employee? Setting aside his doubts, Wei Yuan cut to the chase. "Tomorrow's the Gaokao. Since you're not taking it, how about becoming the special recruitment officer for East China?" "Sure," Tian answered plainly. As a special recruitment officer tasked with identifying exceptional talent, the role aligned perfectly with his plan at Qingshan No. 3 High School, and it would also grant him an official identity. He had no hesitation. "One more thing," Wei Yuan smiled as if awaiting a surprise reveal. "You have many employees and strong power. Want to establish a special squad base? Like the Earthquake Squad?" Tian raised an eyebrow. Wei Yuan shook his head. "Not just one squad, but a base like the Hidden Dragon base. Out command multiple special squads." Tian stood frozen. Create a special squad base? Was this for real? A special unit was formed exclusively for handling critical missions, urgent enemy threats, and providing support across the Great Xia territories. The creation of such a team was extremely challenging. It typically took 4 to 5 years of rigorous selection and training before a qualified new squad could be established. All special units were overseen by the Qianlong base, located in central China. That base, so secretive that it barely appeared on any map, was recognized as the most mysterious and elite department in Great Xia. In its 200-year history, only this single base had ever existed. At this moment, when Wei Yuan said, "I want you to model yours after Qianlong base," Tian felt as if he'd been struck by a sudden blow. Memories flashed through his mind of past lives dominated by a foolish boss and harsh clients. He looked up with a complicated expression. Wei Yuan only smiled lightly and casually tapped the table. "Don't be nervous. I think you should still be able to awaken a lot more people, right?" Tian paused to ponder, then nodded calmly. If the funding was secured, he was confident he could recruit and awaken 1 billion professionals. That scale would be terrifying. He couldn't help but look forward to that day, imagining the power boost that would bring. See, Wei Yuan spread his hands cheerfully. The biggest shortage at the special unit bases is top-tier professionals. And you are the perfect source who can continuously find them. Wei Yuan was upbeat, but Tian remained thoughtful. While cooperating with the nation and working for mutual benefit was indeed his original intention, formally joining the system meant endless bureaucracy and restrictions. He didn't want to waste time on constant paperwork and approvals. So he frankly shared all his concerns and clearly declined. After hearing that, Wei Yuan's face showed a hint of teasing. "You don't really think Great Xia can afford a second Qianlong base, do you? Where would the resources come from?" Tian blinked. "Then what?" Wei Yuan put a hand on his shoulder and lowered his voice. "What I want you to establish is not a state agency but a mercenary organization cooperating with Great Xia." "Mercenaries?" Tian's eyes instantly lit up. That setup maintained collaboration but avoided bureaucratic entanglements. It sounded full of potential. As Wei Yuan explained further, Tian quickly grasped the situation. This was not a top-level government mandate, but Wei Yuan's personal proposal. Currently, Great Xia faced constant special missions and emergencies, but lacked resources to create new departments. Tian's team had just shown in a mid-level secret realm, proving the potential of outside forces. In short, in the past, Tian cooperated with the state as an individual. From now on, he would transform all his subordinates into an organized force, still fighting alongside the country, but independently. "He'll try to help you secure resources, but you must handle all internal matters yourselves," Wei Yuan said with a smile, offering the final olive branch. "So what do you think?" This model deeply appealed to Tian. Being organized meant wider reach and more profit-sharing opportunities. For example, when entering a mid-level secret realm again, he could emulate Qianlong base and dispatch his own special squads to aid various regions. The only worry remained a direct conflict with Qianlong base. Overlapping functions made clashes inevitable. He looked Wei Yuan in the eye, teasing slightly. "Have you long been dissatisfied with Qianlong base?" Wei Yuan rubbed his chin and smirked faintly. "Not really, but their leader does bear some grudge against me." Then he noticed Tian's confident tone and looked at him meaningfully. "But your attitude is quite bold." Tian's question clearly implied that, in the realm of special units, Qianlong base would never be able to compete with him. However, this was exactly how Tian saw it. Given the strength of his current staff, he really couldn't think of any special team that could compare. Without hesitation, he nodded and accepted Wei Yuan's proposal to form a special unit. Though, with so few employees at the moment, it would still be some time before the team was officially established. Wei Yuan added, "If you need a training ground, you can borrow mine anytime." With that, he drove Tian back to Qingshan apartment before departing himself. Midnight, management log settlement. Wang Jing cleared the second and third trial floors of the Demon Ceiling Tower, funds 10. Yexiu and Jiang Che successfully cleared the new 40-level dungeon Resentful Bone, funds 6. Jiang Che submitted dungeon strategies and sold new dungeon equipment materials, earning enough to fund the new Spark Martial Arts School, funds 1. Jiang Che taught Baji Fist to newcomers who came seeking mentorship, funds 0.2. Your experience is full. Level up is locked until advancement quest is completed. Bai Chili would take the college entrance exam tomorrow, so she spent the day practicing martial test subjects, generating no funds. What truly stunned Tian wasn't Wanjing's breakthroughs or Yexia's dungeon clear, but Jiang Chaha actually managed to generate funds simply by opening a new martial arts school and teaching beginners. Was this some kind of achievement reward? He felt a bit puzzled and decided to collect more data before drawing conclusions. The good news: the funds pool had risen to 114.3. The bad news: he had been so busy tracking the mysterious black-robed man that he completely missed the new hires. Fortunately, with the college entrance exam tomorrow at annual talent feast of Daxiath exam venues were gold mines for scouting new talent. He closed the log and played a couple of game rounds on his phone before finally succumbing to fatigue and falling asleep. Early next morning, with faint dark circles under his eyes, he arrived at the designated exam site in Qingshan, Qingshan No. 1 High School. Outside the gate, the shield formation was already activated. Armed guards stood watch, keeping representatives of major professional guilds and noble families tens of steps away. The college entrance exam had officially begun. Using his special recruitment officer privileges, he breezed straight to the exam administration office. Just inside, His eyes were immediately drawn to a red figure standing beside Wei Yuan. A woman in a crimson custom uniform, tall and slender, black hair softly curled over her shoulders, her brow and eyes sharp with dangerous beauty like a red datura flower standing proudly against the wind. What stood out more was her hostile gaze locked on Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan waved and called out, "There you are. Let me introduce you." Inside the office, a dozen top university admissions officers looked up, curiously scrutinizing this student-like young man Wei Yuan had singled out. Tian suppressed a wry smile, already guessing what was coming. Sure enough, Wei Yuan pointed at the woman in red and said with a grin, "This is the boss of the Qianlong base, your future rival officer Ling Luo." Ling Luo crossed her arms and shot Tian a cold glance, then sneered at Wei Yuan. "Huh, coward. You make a student take the blame for things you're too scared to do yourself." Yishin's eyes brightened. Just from their words, he could sense the complex grudges and emotions beneath their relationship. Wei Yuan chuckled, brushing off the insult as if it didn't matter. "He's Tian. I know," Ling Luo cut in with a cold voice, the leader of the team that surpassed the Yaga dynasty and Diming squad to clear the medium-sized dungeon. After Diming's failure at the dungeon, they had reported Yishin's feats to her in full, sparking her interest. Though a top-level professional at rank 74, she couldn't figure out this young man's true level, making him all the more mysterious. "The written test starts now." The principal of Qingshan No. 1 checked the time and announced. The professional college entrance exam was divided into two parts, written and martial arts tests. Some candidates with average professional potential only signed up for the written exam, hoping to enter civil or tactical support roles based on grades. As the candidates gradually took their seats, barely settled, Tian caught a long-missed system prompt. Golden potential talent detected. Although most of the people present were admissions officers, they showed little interest in the written exam. For practitioners, the written test was at best a supplementary credential. What truly determined whether newcomers stayed or left, and what shaped their future, was always the martial exam. So, apart from a few teachers who had to enter the classrooms to proctor, the rest remained where they were, quietly waiting for the bell to signal the martial exam. Only Tian did not follow the majority, but instead turned and walked toward the written exam area. This sudden move sparked a murmur of low conversation among those waiting. Only Wei Yuan, who was well aware of Tian's unique ability, said nothing and hastened to follow him. The written exam venue in this world was no different from the college entrance exams in Tian's previous life rows of classrooms. Candidates buried in their papers, red silence signs posted outside. Tian walked down the hallway to the back door of a certain classroom, peering through the glass guided by the resume information. Soon, he spotted his target, a girl writing quickly. She wore a focused expression, as if she was fully in control. The girl's face was delicate, her features gentle, her build slender. Her slightly yellowed plain white school uniform made her seem even quieter. Her long hair was simply tied back with a hairband, creating a sharp contrast with the noisy corridor around her. Name, Ning Jing. Gender, female. Age, 18. Hometown, Qingqing, Daxia. Profession, dual blade warrior. Potential, gold ancient civilization explorer. Background, parents divorced, raised by her grandmother from childhood. Introverted personality, obsessed with ancient relics and history. Naturally gifted at exploring ancient civilization ruins. Investment opportunity, legendary profession scholar, required funds, 20 points. Dual blade warrior Tian looked at the fragile figure in the classroom and felt a strong sense of contrast. Reading the resume more carefully, he saw that Ning Jing came from an impoverished family, and many high-potential candidates tended to come from ordinary backgrounds as well. It's not that talents all come from poor families, but rather that nowadays most Daxia families are struggling, Tian muttered to himself. In this era battered by demons and alien invasions, prosperity and comfort were almost luxuries. Just then, a patrol teacher approached the back door. Seeing someone peeking through the window, he was about to reprimand them, but upon recognizing Wei Yuan standing nearby, he quickly turned away to continue his patrol. Wei Yuan could tell this was a talent assessment and leaned closer to quietly ask, "Found someone new you like?" Tian took the opportunity to ask, "What do you think of the scholar listed on the resume?" "Scholar?" Wei Yuan's eyes brightened. "In Daxia, they're even rarer than most combat professions." Scholars were not frontline fighters, but their role was extremely special. Wei Yuan lowered his voice and gave Tian a quick lesson. Scholars have two core abilities: discovery and research. You know ancient ruins? Those are lost legacies of alien world civilization battle sites from ancient civilization wars, birthplaces of natural supernatural phenomena, repositories of ancient transcendent knowledge, a world of opportunities. Scholars find these ruins and decode the secrets within. Even a single ruin with complete legacy is invaluable. Hearing this, Tian nodded silently. Though still somewhat hazy about it, he understood the weight behind the term extremely rare. Wei Yuan went on, besides discovery, scholars also dive deep into research. When the alien world portal first opened, humans and aliens didn't speak the same language. It was the scholars who, through studying foreign languages and scripts, helped Daxia establish communication with the aliens. Some of the common beast languages and draconic that you learned are the results of scholarly research. Wei Yuan stood by the window, explaining to Tian the importance of non-combat professions. Don't underestimate scholars. When it comes to exploring ruins and deciphering ancient texts, their role is almost irreplaceable. It was the first time Tian truly realized that the battlefield's influence extended beyond fighting non-combat roles could also shape the outcome. Thinking of the interview materials he had just acquired, he quietly mused. This time, he had really struck gold. Wei Yuan continued, the key to scholars lies in their quality. From ordinary to legendary, the name remains the same, but the difference in abilities is immense. Many ruins and alien civilization scripts cannot be deciphered by low-quality scholars. You have to rely on those of higher caliber. Tian nodded slightly. So scholars really have a rigid hierarchy. Wei Yuan smiled. If East China had another legendary scholar, they might soon unearth an ancient ruin. Tian recalled a note on the candidate's potential explorer of ancient civilizations. He was convinced that if they recruited that candidate named Ning Jing, she would have great promise. He instructed, as soon as the exam finishes, send someone to bring her to the meeting room. That girl? No problem. Wei Yuan agreed without hesitation. Ding ding ding. The exam ended, and the school PA called for the submission of answer sheets. Ning Jing took off her headphones, clutching her paper as she left the classroom. Her plain white school uniform looked fresh in the sunlight. She took a deep breath. The performance was decent. Applying for a clerical position should be enough. Although her awakened class was elite dual-blade warrior, which many envied, she never considered the martial exam. She knew she was timid. She wouldn't even kill a chicken, and personality couldn't be changed by profession. The guilt often weighed on her heart. Just as she reached the front of the building, a flash of sword-like figure passed by Chioli. Ning Jing's eyes sparkled instantly. That was the legendary Sword Immortal sister. If only she could be like her. Chioli was famous for conquering numerous hell-level secret realms first and winning battle merit in medium-sized ones. Still lost in admiration, Wei Yuan's secretary smiled as she approached. Ning Jing, please come with me to the meeting room. Ning Jing froze, her mind racing. Did I forget to write my name? Miss my bubble sheet? No way. Feeling anxious, she followed the secretary back inside the teaching building and entered a small meeting room. The secretary respectfully closed the door and left. Inside, by the window, sat a silent Wei Yuan. More surprising was a casually seated youth on the sofa. The atmosphere somehow made the renowned Wei Yuan seem like a bodyguard. Wei Yuan introduced, "This is our special recruitment officer Tian." It turned out that wherever Wei Yuan showed up, any hiring process became remarkably simple. As the East China regional chief and a top professional in Huaxia, his reputation alone was a seal of trust. Sure enough, Ning Jing's nervousness instantly turned to delight. I've been specially recruited? Tian handed her the contract and said firmly, sign this, and you'll be my employee. Director Wei will arrange your placement later. Ning Jing belonged to a non-combat profession, so she wasn't suitable for special team bases. Tian handed the coordination to Wei Yuan. Legendary scholars were a scarce resource, fiercely competing for in research institutes. She pursed her lips, eyeing Tian, a boy about her age, and wondered if he could really be a boss. Better to find out about the pay first. May I ask, what's the monthly salary after joining? 200,000. Wei Yuan answered for Tian. Bonuses are separate. The price for a legendary scholar. There was no way he'd shortchange her. Before the words finished, Ning Jing's expression turned solemn when she heard 200,000. She grabbed a pen and hurriedly wrote, as if wanting to sign every possible spot on the contract. Afraid of a last-minute change, this was equivalent to 2 years' salary for an ordinary clerk. Tian quietly reflected, money really gets things done fast. If Jiang Che knew about this salary, he might seriously consider opening a spark chain martial arts school. After Ning Jing signed the last stroke, Wei Yuan snapped his fingers softly, and a starlight barrier suddenly lit up the room. The next moment, golden light blazed brilliantly. Employee Ning Jing, Scholar Level 1, Legendary Rank, Attributes 10. In Tian's view, detailed information about Ning Jing slowly unfolded. She was a pure scholar with no combat talent whatsoever, but possessed a legendary ability called absolute focus. Once she engaged in study or research, her mental power would instantly lock in, almost immune to any external disturbance. What caught Tian's eye even more was her professional skills. 1. Universal language of 10,000 races. She could master 10,000 alien world languages in a short time. Even extinct classic texts and secret ciphers posed no challenge, completely bridging Tian's team's information gap on foreign races. 2. Ancient ruins exploration and deciphering. Upon entering a ruin, she automatically gained 3 core pieces of invaluable information. 3. Civilization scholar. She had a natural bonus when researching histories and ruins of civilizations. Good stuff, Tian thought to himself with a smile. The golden light of transformation flared up again. Although Wei Yuan had seen it several times, he couldn't help but murmur in admiration. A light like this would have already caused bloodshed if it appeared in any other country. Tian nodded. If the outside world knew he could casually create legendary professions at will, competition would never stop at fistfights. Wars might break out. Ning Jing herself seemed frozen in place until the golden light faded and her mind started working again. After Wei Yuan briefly explained the situation, she came back to her senses and quickly expressed her thanks. Then Wei Yuan summoned a secretary to arrange her accommodation and follow-up procedures. The martial exam had begun. As soon as he left the conference room, Tian saw the admission officers from various schools heading straight to the martial exam venue in unison. Ling Luo, head of the Phantom Dragon base, was among them. The boss of such a special division coming to recruit in small Qingqing? Wei Yuan smiled teasingly. Ling Luo, as cold and regal as a mandala flower, lifted her chin and snorted in response. Tian thought to himself their target was most likely the legendary professional Bai Qiuli, but trying to poach her from him? Nearly impossible. The martial exam arena was several times larger than the academic testing rooms, designed specifically for professionals' combat skills. But there were noticeably fewer candidates. Those without strength wouldn't waste money humiliating themselves like this. Before the exam even started, admission officers already acted impatiently, obviously having identified their preferred picks. Among them, a boy named Sun Yi was chosen by Guowu University. Tian glanced at his resume. Purple potential, epic grade profession battle king, wealthy family background, equipped entirely with epic or rare gear. My goal is to enter Guowu with the top score in East China. Sun Yi declared confidently, pleasing Guowu's admission officer. Good ambition. Your father specially hired Professor Xiao Feng as your tutor. He's remotely monitoring your exam to disappoint him. Sun Yi nodded with determination and fighting spirit. Before the words ended, a soft murmur rippled through the crowd. All the admission officers, including Ling Luo, instinctively turned to look behind them. Bai Qiuli. Someone shouted her name, instantly drawing admission officers from Guowu, Jing University, and Huazing, three top-tier institutions to gather around, none wanting to be left behind. Even Ling Luo was deeply impressed. Last time, she had represented Qianlong base in inviting Bai Qiuli to join the dimming squad, but was politely turned down. This time, determined to recruit her, she personally came to the college entrance exam site for a special recruitment. With Bai Qiuli's legendary profession and her brilliant record of clearing mid-level dungeons, plus being the top-ranked candidate in the exam that everyone was talking about, any school would jump at the chance to sign her immediately. The candidate's eyes burned with intensity, and even the usually proud and competitive Sun Yi secretly marked her as his biggest rival. However, Bai Qiuli showed no interest in the olive branches thrown by top universities and didn't even glance at Ling Luo. In the full view of everyone, she strode without hesitation toward a temporary booth on the edge of the crowd. Boss, what brings you out to work today? She said with a smile at the counter, teasing as if on purpose, but to onlookers it seemed flirtatious. Instantly, countless candidates started whispering, speculating about her relationship with Tian. Tian felt a little itchy hearing the attention and casually replied, of course, I came to watch you claim the top spot. His words were no exaggeration. His second-tier advancement task required Bai Qiuli to place in the college entrance exam, and winning first place would be perfect. A faint smile curved Bai Qiuli's lips, a flash of pride glinting in her eyes. With a wrist flick, a longsword radiating biting frost sliced through the air with a clear, crisp ring. With the boss Ice Soul Sword, first place is guaranteed. Tian paused, then realized the legendary equipment mystery box he had gifted had yielded a legendary grade Ice Elemental Longsword. Pure luck. The Ice Soul Sword paired with the Cold Moon Sword was practically custom-made for her. Not bad, he said sincerely, then took the opportunity to tell Bai Qiuli about the plan to form a special squad. She readily agreed. Across the plaza, Ling Luo's eyes darkened as she stared at Tian. She hadn't expected that despite personally coming as the head of Qianlong base, she couldn't stir up the slightest ripple. Her gaze shifted back to Bai Qiuli, muttering under her breath, that girl's a hopeless romantic. She'd throw away her future for her boyfriend. Around them, the recruitment officers and students preferred to believe gossip, and no one stepped forward to clarify. Only Wei Yuan, who knew the truth, stood silently not far away, watching Ling Luo suffer the slight defeat with a faint smile tugging at his lips. At exactly 3 p.m., the martial skills exam started punctually. There were 3 main events. 1. Combat Robot Batlido Test Fighting Skills. 2. Dungeon Challengido Test Problem Solving and Strategy. 3. Simulated Demon Commando Assess Actual Combat Performance. All candidates had to clear these in sequence, ranked by total time taken. I hereby announce the martial exam officially begins. Wei Yuan's steady voice echoed over the plaza from the main stage. Beside him, Tian surveyed the scene as a proctor, with live feeds of all contestants displayed on a giant screen. No one expected that within 10 seconds, the first stage would be cleared instantly. What? Baichioli instantly destroys the combat robot. That robot had power equivalent to a second-tier practitioner, but was sliced into scrap iron with a single sword strike. The damage was so enormous it made the recruitment officials gasp in shock. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo exchanged a glance, equally stunned. Wei Yuan cast a meaningful look at Tian, sighing, legendary-grade weapon. Your work is impressive. Even wealthy Sun Yi hadn't managed to get his hands on a legendary weapon, showing just how rare they were. Tian shrugged. Being generous with my team is only right. What made Baichioli truly terrifying was not just the weapon. She was level 23. Through relentless night grinding and hellish dungeon runs, her level outclassed second-place Sun Yi by a whole 6 levels. With overwhelming stats plus the legendary weapon, the instant kill was only natural. 3 minutes later, the big screen flashed again. She cleared the dungeon challenge too. An uproar broke out. The other candidates looked like they were running a different race entirely from her. Baichioli was clearly born to be the champion. The admissions officers from various prestigious universities were all seasoned veterans, having reviewed the college entrance exam countless times. But someone like Baichioli, who had passed through the stages so swiftly, was truly a first. At this moment, Sun Yi, ranked second on the leaderboard, had just reached the threshold of the martial exam's second stage, the instance challenge. Meanwhile, Baichioli was storming through with unstoppable momentum, having already broken into the final stage, the simulated demon confrontation. Her opponent was a system-generated demon class, Fiend the Dark Giant. The demon class difficulty was already beyond the capability of most candidates, so the martial exam scoring placed greater emphasis on combat performance. Yet within the illuminated arena, Baichioli's sword and fist clashed with the Dark Giant's blows, sparks flying everywhere, her movements not faltering for a moment, capturing the full attention of the teachers. Ahem, student Tian. The admissions officer from Nan University quietly approached, a polite smile fixed on his face. Baichioli is your girlfriend, right? How do you feel about Nan University? The teachers from Guowu University, Jing University, and Huaxing University, all top-tier schools, heard this and simultaneously widened their eyes, silently fuming. So underhanded. Can't recruit the heroine. Now they're targeting her boyfriend? Yet they quickly realized the logic since Baichioli listened to Tian unquestioningly. If they could recruit Tian first, Baichioli might well follow. Given her near-top scorer-level performance so far, offering Tian a special admission spot would be a small price to pay. In no time, 4 or 5 admissions officers swarmed around Tian, eagerly tossing out all sorts of generous offers. Tian could only smile helplessly and wave his hands to decline. Before he could respond, Wei Yuan, standing nearby, cleared his throat. Are you still trying to poach him? This student Tian belongs to East China, so stop entertaining such ideas. It wasn't just these universities. Even regional managers from other areas wouldn't dare let him go. The teachers were surprised by how much Wei Yuan valued this young man. They exchanged glances, forced a smile, and apologized awkwardly. Sorry, we were out of line. 2 minutes later, the battle on the screen grew even more intense. Baichioli darted in, the sword light illuminating the Dark Giant's chest as a burst of dark mist erupted, her momentum completely overwhelming. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, 2 top professionals, nodded simultaneously, their eyes showing rare admiration. This girl Baichioli might just become a trump card in the upcoming racial tournament, Wei Yuan said softly. Ling Luo added, second place Sun Yi is good too with epic class and epic gear. He's definitely a strong candidate. After all, the freshman tournament held every 5 years requires at least 5 representatives. The so-called racial tournament was the confrontation against the newborns of the Yagu Kingdom, a team-based instance race consisting of 5 Onion knockout matches. Daxia could only send newly awakened professionals, while Yagu could only field freshmen from other races or Dragonborn. In other words, they needed at least 5 young aces. Even with Baichioli, teamwork was still necessary. Wei Yuan smiled, but remained silent. Sun Yi was indeed talented, but if Ling Luo knew that Tian held 3 more experts at the same level as Baichioli, talented might be a serious understatement. At this time, except for Baichioli, no one else had reached the 3rd stage. Baichioli moved as swiftly as a swallow, her swords chill like frost. The icy flashes from her ice soul sword relentlessly suppressed the Dark Giant from every angle. A cold wave surged, cascading like a frozen waterfall. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Suddenly, she sheathed her sword, and her clear, cold voice rang out over the fading sword sound. Cold Moon's sword dance. In the next instant, several moon-white flashes of cold light struck like chained lightning, piercing every vital point of the Dark Giant with unerring precision. The enormous figure crashed down with a thunderous roar, frost cracking across its surface as black mist dispersed, signaling that this demonic monster-level fiend was completely slain. The entire process took only a few breaths, swift and decisive enough to leave one breathless. On the judging platform, the recruiting teachers from various schools already expecting Baichioli's victory fell silent in awe. Even witnessing such a one-hit knockout scene firsthand, they exchanged glances of disbelief. It was just too effortless. The Dark Giant's fall officially marked the end of Baiqiuli's trial. The exam proctor promptly uploaded her results to the National Assessment System for unified evaluation that evening. Barring surprises, she was very likely to secure the top overall ranking. Down below, Tian felt a warmth spread through him. As expected, a quiet joy pulled at the corners of his mouth once the rankings released. He would receive a handsome bonus and smoothly complete his career advancement. The curtain had just risen, yet the future already seemed laid out. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Sun E also crossed the finish line and sent out his completion signal. But when he looked up at the scoring screen and saw the insurmountable gap between himself and Baiqiuli, his previously confident expression crumbled instantly, replaced by a stunned emptiness. Over half an hour later, as the last batch of candidates exited the trial arena, the martial assessment concluded, marking the complete end of this year's national entrance exam. Students returned home full of anxious anticipation, awaiting their results. Meanwhile, recruitment officers from major academies could hardly contain themselves, rushing from place to offer special admission quotas. At that moment, Tian was not among them. His system had yet to detect new high potentials, and he had no interest in traditional universities. Instead, he was being led by Wei Yuan to the city lord's mansion to discuss another important matter: securing territory for his mercenary organization, the soon-to-be established Special Squad Base. Entering a side wing of the city lord's mansion and opening the door, they stepped into an office roughly 30 square meters, about the size of a meeting room. It was clean and spacious, yet lacked any sense of the commanding presence a base should have. Tian raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Seriously, this is it?" The location wasn't bad, right next to Wei Yuan's office. But for a special squad base, just this single office space felt pitifully modest. Wei Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "The base will come, eventually. Right now, you don't have enough personnel. This office is just your administrative front, so you have a legitimate identity in Daxia." He paused. "Once you fill up 2 full squads, you'll get a proper base right away." Tian thought it over and recognized the wisdom. In the strictly regulated Daxia, having an official status could save a lot of trouble with traveling outside the city or conducting operations. He couldn't expect Wei Yuan to personally vouch for him whenever an emergency popped up. Since it was offered, he'd make the best of it. Wei Yuan pointed to the blank wooden sign by the door. "You get to name it." Facing the empty plaque, Tian pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly raised a finger with a gleam in his eyes. "Call it Grow Big and Grow Strong." Wei Yuan's mouth twitched, then he fell silent for half a second before raising a hand. "Fine, then it's the Grow Big and Grow Strong office." The plaque was mounted and thus, the seed of the new base was officially sown. Next, Tian entered the profiles of Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu into the special squad member roster, formally recruiting them under his command. According to regulations, a squad must have 5 members, so with himself included, 1 spot remained open for now. By 7 p.m. that evening, the nationwide exam rankings were released on schedule. Baiqiuli took first place in East China. News of the message barely had time to spread before reporters from across the country swarmed toward Qingqing. Cameras, long lenses, and drones buzzed through the air, but their first attempt was met with a firm no. Qingshan Apartments was situated in a secluded area with strict access control, and the security at the gate had even added 2 police dogs. Without such measures, Yishan's apartment would likely have been overrun by now. With their initial plan foiled, the reporters lined up their vehicles to block the entrance of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. Flashbulbs popped one after another as Principal Ji Chonglin stepped out to greet them personally. While ordering security to maintain order, he put on a bright smile and answered questions eagerly, evidently reluctant to miss any chance to appear in the media. Meanwhile, the real protagonist, Baiqiuli, was not at school. She was seated in the spacious reception hall of Qingcheng's main government building, engaged in conversation with Jiang Yuanshuang, known as Daxia's #1 sword saint. Jiang Yuansheng, swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University, a level 74 flowing cloud sword saint, and one of Daxia's top-tier professionals, was precisely the mentor Baiqiuli had long dreamed of. As soon as her first-place ranking in East China was confirmed, the sword saint had immediately rushed over from Central China, insisting on a face-to-face discussion about taking her as a disciple. Why only first place in East China and not nationwide? It wasn't that Baiqiuli couldn't place on the national leaderboard. After a massive invasion by alien forces, Daxia's territory was divided into 5 independent regions that each defended themselves separately. The college entrance exam had been restructured accordingly, with a national ranking system abolished. Perhaps headquarters kept a total ranking internally, but it was never disclosed publicly. Being ranked first in East China was more than enough to satisfy Tian. With this result confirmed, his long-awaited Level 2 advancement task was finally complete. Baiqiuli ranked first in East China's college entrance exam. Reward bonus: 15 funding points and the Starry Guard formation. Level 2 profession task complete. Your profession level has advanced from level 1 to level 2. All future hires will start at profession level 2. New employee benefit unlocked. Boss exclusive career skill gained. Promotion. Exactly as expected from the college entrance exam, its value really stands out. Yishin's heart swelled with happiness as his eyes immediately darted to the Starry Guard format Iona legendary tier array artifact. Similar to a barrier, formations were extraordinarily rare and powerful. Exam sites were only equipped with rare tier formations for monitoring and protection, but this Starry Guard formation was a full tier above, at legendary quality. Starry Guard formation can discreetly detect hostile intent and block all dangerous attacks. Before activation, it remains completely concealed. It only reveals itself when triggering defensive measures. Tian planned to deploy it at his base to bolster the department's security. Legendary formations were incredibly hard to come by, and having one now felt like hitting the jackpot. Next, he reviewed the other rewards. Upon reaching level 2, the system unlocked new employee benefits, but the costs made him gulp. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Costs 3 funding points number of employees to generate a life-saving shield for each, which blocks 1 fatal injury and lasts 3 days. 2. Year-end bonus. Costs 10 funding points number of employees to grant every employee 1 legendary equipment blind box. 10 points per person for the year-end bonus. Etienne quickly did the math. 5 employees meant the bonus would cost 50 points at once. He had thought having hired Ning Jing left him with a comfortable 109.3 funding points, but now it was clearly insufficient. While the blind boxes could greatly strengthen his staff, he simply couldn't afford them right now and reluctantly decided to hold off. He reminded himself and his team to keep working hard and earning more. Finally, he looked at the new boss exclusive skill promotion. Skill effect can advance employee ranks, for example, from regular to outstanding, unlocking additional special investment opportunities. Current promotion quota available. Outstanding employee 2. After the promotion, the number of available advancement slots increased, unlocking more employee tiers such as core staff, secretaries, and so on. At that moment, the management panel hovered before Etienne's eyes. Next to every employee's name including by Kyula was the label ordinary employee. Beneath the promotion button, 2 vacancies shimmered invitingly. Just 1 click would upgrade an ordinary employee to an outstanding employee, unlocking accompanying special investment opportunities. Etienne stroked his chin, scanning the list before immediately resting his gaze on Baichili. Among all the talented individuals, this girl was still the most hardworking and full of potential, exceptionally gifted, with limitless future achievements ahead. Since she was about to enter university, her chances of winning awards would multiply, bringing him considerable dividends. Promote Baichili. He thought decisively. The interface line flickered, and then the words outstanding employee Baichili lit up prominently. Immediately, a new pale gold panel popped up with a striking title. Outstanding employee investment opportunities. 1. Career advancement. Promote legendary level career to divine level career. Funds required, 20 points. 2. Exclusive weapon. Obtain the Moonblade Sword Immortal's exclusive weapon. Funds required, 5 points. 3. Promotion only, no investment. Choose one of 3. Etienne dismissed the third option without hesitation. Just awarding a title without investing resources was an empty gesture. His past life as a hardworking salesman had made him despise such hollow tactics. The boost from career advancement was by far the most impressive. He hadn't even realized the system could directly enhance a career's quality. But spending 20 points made him frown slightly. Fortunately, his account still had enough funds for now. Invest in career advancement, he was about to confirm when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, the divine level career will cause a huge anomaly. Acting rashly might attract trouble. I better get Wei Yuan involved first. Qingqing City, Lord's Mansion meeting room. Baichili sat across from a beautiful woman dressed in a moon-white gown. The woman was tall and graceful, with jet black hair pinned up with a flowing cloud hairpin. Her gentle face carried a trace of sharpness. This was Jiang Yuanshuang, acclaimed as the #1 sword saint of Daxia. Jiang Yuanshuang had long noticed Baichuli's extraordinary swordsmanship talent and immediately contemplated taking her as a personal disciple. Chiuli, since that's the case, join me as my disciple and come with me to Huaxing University. Receiving such an invitation, Baichili was ecstatic inside, but maintained her composure politely, nodding gently. She then hesitated slightly before adding, Senior Yuanshuang, I still need to inform some others. She was thinking that since she was about to leave Qingqing, she had to tell her boss first. Jiang Yuanshuang raised an eyebrow, her gaze teasing. Are you going to tell your little boyfriend? In fact, before coming, Jiang Yuanshuang had learned from the Huaxing admissions officers about the exam situation, including rumors of a close relationship between Baichili and Etienne. Baichili blushed deeply and hurriedly waved her hand. No, that's my boss. Boss. Jiang Yuanshuang frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Chiuli, you are a legendary career destined to reach the top of Daxia. How can you remain under someone else's command for so long? A boyfriend I can understand, but a legendary career subordinate to another? Before she finished speaking, the meeting room door was pushed open. Wei Yuan entered wearing azure robes, his sleeves shimmering with starlight. Raising his hand, he unleashed the power of the star spirit, instantly casting 3 starlit barriers around Baiqiuli. The dazzling barrier resembled a night sky enveloping the room. Seeing the barriers, Jiang Yuanshuang could not help but smile faintly. What? The great Wei Yuan himself can't bear to let Qiuli leave with me. Baiqiuli looked puzzled. She knew her performance was good, but Tian had many talented subordinates. There was no way Wei Yuan would stop her from leaving. Wei Yuan glanced up, a casual smile touching his lips. He shrugged and spread his hands. Being the person in charge isn't a big deal. In the end, it's just being called in to do some work. His tone was relaxed but carried a hint of helplessness, as if he had been abruptly pulled away from a pile of busy documents. Jiang Yuanshuang raised her elegant eyebrows at his words, secretly surprised. Called in to do work? Who could be commanding Wei Yuan? Could it be headquarters? She sensed something unusual, but couldn't quite figure out the reason. Just as everyone was puzzled, Wei Yuan suddenly stopped smiling. He turned toward Baiqiuli with a strange expression. Your boss said you're getting a promotion. A promotion? What the heck? Baiqiuli and Jiang Yuanshuang spoke almost simultaneously, their eyes filled with stunned disbelief. Before they could react further, dazzling multicolored light suddenly burst forth from Baiqiuli's body. The radiance seemed to shatter and recombine every color, so brilliant it nearly forced them to close their eyes. In the next moment, a pillar of rainbow light surged up, piercing through the ceiling and soaring toward the sky. The entire hall brightened as if it were broad daylight, causing Jiang Yuanshuang's pupils to shrink in shock, her reflection caught within the glow. At the core of the light column, a clear, sharp sound of swords ringing out suddenly echoed, as if hundreds of blades were resonating in unison. Baiqiuli's robes billowed violently in the rushing wind, her long black hair flowing like a waterfall. The aura of sword intent around her intensified rapidly, her sharp edge becoming fiercer, as if in the next instant she could tear apart the heavens. You have been promoted to outstanding employee. Current profession, Cold Moon Swordsman. Divine rank, Cold Moon Sword Master. Ultimate profession, Cold Moon Sword Immortal. Cold Moon Sword God. Acquired divine skill, Transcendent Sword Domain. The system prompt thundered firmly inside her mind. Baiqiuli felt her blood boil, a flush of excitement coloring her cheek. She had truly advanced to a divine rank profession. Boss, promoted me, she murmured with a trembling voice, unable to believe it. Nearby, Wei Yuan, who had just witnessed a second divine rank profession being born, was stirred deeply. His eyes revealed a complex mix of respect, admiration, even envy. The usually composed Jiang Yuanshuang now stood with her mouth agape, her refined demeanor completely undone. So that's the boss ability? She said in disbelief, glancing sideways at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep quiet. Jiang Yuanshuang's chest heaved, her heartbeat pounding like a drum. No wonder Baiqiuli was willing to serve under that boss. If it were her, she might be tempted as well. After all, a single promotion had just created a divine rank profession. On the other side of Qingcheng, Ningjing, accompanied by Wei Yuan's secretary, bid a reluctant farewell to her grandparents. She carefully tucked a month's advance salary into the tea table drawer and repeatedly urged the elders to take good care of themselves. The capable female secretary spoke quietly, reporting that special personnel had already been arranged to discreetly watch over the 2 seniors, ensuring their safety. Leaving the courtyard, the secretary drove a dark official car speeding along a little-known mountain path. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, while worn boundary markers and patches of moss appeared occasionally by the roadside. Their destination was the only ancient civilization research institute in East China, gathering place for the region's top scientific minds, and the new position specially arranged by Wei Yuan for the legendary scholar Ningjing. All research there revolved around one ultimate goal: finding and decrypting relics of alien civilizations. Arriving at the research park partially hidden among the trees, Ningjing's eyes were immediately drawn to the rows of display cases. Stone tablets from various alien cultures were neatly arranged layer upon layer. Patterns and symbols shimmered under the spotlights like dormant mythical beasts waiting to awaken. The excitement in her eyes nearly overflowed. The tablets were prized vessels for recording civilization's secret knowledge, stubbornly preserved despite the ravages of time. Deciphering them was her specialty. Welcome, student Ningjing. Professors and researchers in white lab coats practically poured out into the lobby. The institute director came forward with a warm smile. Wei Yuan had already briefed them. This young scholar was the first legendary level academic on Blue Star. While epic level experts were global elites, legendary level was uncharted territory. Ningjing's arrival marked a milestone in the institute's excavations of ancient relics in East China, significance beyond words. Hello. Ningjing nodded politely, but her gaze involuntarily locked onto a dark grayish-brown stone tablet resting on a test bench in the distance. The tablet almost merged with the light around it, its textures seeming to float, giving the illusion of inherent spirituality. Originally intending to make small talk, the director noticed her intense focus and dove right in. Yes, that is the legendary relic tablet. It contains clues about a nearby ancient site in East China. Unfortunately, our translation progress has been slow, and the contents are quite complex. Ningjing's spirits lifted. May I try? Of course. The director was eager to oblige. So far, we only know the tablet is related to the Yaga dynasty and seems connected to dragons or dragon descendants. The crowd surrounded her as she approached the test bench. The tablet had endured countless trials of history, yet remained almost undamaged, a testament to careful preservation. Under the lights, intertwined symbols and script resembled faint glimmers in the tide. Ningjing took a deep breath and focused intently. As a legendary level scholar, she knew this tablet's difficulty ranked among the highest. After a few minutes, she withdrew her fingers and spoke with a hint of apology. I can't fully decode it yet. I need a bit more time. The director and researchers exchanged glances, about to reassure her. Any global institute would take at least 2 months on a single tablet, and she had only just begun. But then Ningjing added, however, I have already translated 3 entries. The air seemed to freeze. The expressions of confusion and astonishment on everyone's faces appeared simultaneously. Ningjing pointed to a segment of the symbols and read clearly, word by word. The forbidden land of the dragon ancestors' secret realm, the world-destroying dragon betrayed. As the words fell, silence enveloped the lab. The keywords she spoke matched perfectly with previous institute translations. Everyone, including the director, was stunned. She had truly cracked it open. But it wasn't over yet. Ningjing's finger moved slowly, her gaze intensely focused, lips barely moving as she murmured, Black Emperor, Nidhuiga. Early the next morning, Qingshan apartment. After getting up and washing up, Tian, as usual, headed downstairs to the cafeteria. The food there was abundant and free, and he had never been able to resist such a benefit. Just yesterday, he had promoted Bai Qiuli to Cold Moon Sword Sovereign, sharing with her a huge boost in attributes and the god-level pure attack skill, Ling Tian's sword domain. Unlike Yi Xiu's lone wolf style, Bai Qiuli was now fully specialized in offense, a razor-sharp sword radiating cold light, firmly securing her spot as the most powerful employee. There was still one outstanding employee position open. Tian pondered, what surprises would arise if Yi Xiu's god-level lone wolf rank could be further upgraded? After spending 20 points on Bai Qiuli, Tian had 89.3 funds left, plus 6 points from yesterday's log settlement, totaling 95.3. He kept his balance above 60 because he still couldn't forget that black-robed man, a rare special talent he didn't want to miss. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered him again for some time. Today, Tian had planned to join a dungeon run as usual to try his luck, but just as he sat at the dining table, his phone rang. It was Wei Yuan. Tian, Wei's voice was urgent. Hello? The black-robed man has appeared. Excitement instantly flooded Tian's nerves. He dropped his fried dough stick and dashed out. 2 minutes later, he stepped into Wei Yuan's office. Wei quickly explained. Yesterday you asked me to put out a military bounty. Today, someone encountered the target in a dungeon. Black robe, not a normal dungeon monster, extremely fast, moves unpredictably exactly as you described. Where is he now? Tian's eyes burned with intensity. The Qingxing garrison found him in level 35 Wild Forest. They didn't engage and reported back immediately. Great. Tian's heart surged. After thanking him repeatedly, he turned and headed straight for the dungeon center. Wei Yuan sighed, thinking, having allies really makes a difference. Level 35 Dungeon Wild Forest. The red sun hung high as towering trees cast sparse, dappled shadows. Tian entered alone, but unease crept quietly into his heart. What if the black-robed man had already left? He moved quietly forward, but no resume auto-detection alert sounded, and frustration grew inside him. After a while, through the grass ahead lay a corpse, grayish-brown skin covered in sharp blade slashes, clearly killed by human hands. The newly opened dungeon shouldn't have newly dead monsters. Ding. Special potential talent detected nearby. Just as expected, a smile tugged at Tian's lips. His eyes ignited like blazing flames. Deadlock prison open. On the other side of the dungeon, a familiar figure in black robes silently slipped behind a low-level monster. With a flash of her dagger, the creature's head was neatly severed. Its body collapsed and instantly dissipated into a surge of blue light that flowed along the blade and into the black-robed figure. The level indicator flickered level 24. At this rate, I can only farm small monsters. Leveling up is way too slow. Her voice was calm and steady, but the urgency couldn't be hidden. The real threat in the wild forest was the level 35 boss, while the Pia brute with no capacity for reason. For someone like her, a special existence, survival was far tougher than for ordinary players. She had to avoid both other players and rejection by the dungeon world itself. Angering the boss would mean endless, relentless pursuit. If things weren't so dire, she wouldn't have been forced to maintain a fragile truce with the other dungeon bosses. Even worse, This level 35 dungeon still posed a deadly challenge she had yet to escape. She looked up at the gray sky, the black robes covering her left cheek revealing eerie black patterns resembling the otherworldly red spider lily. Sliding her dagger back into its sheath, she shifted her stance, ready to keep hunting. At that moment, a youth dressed entirely in black silently blocked her path. The boy stared directly at her and smiled like an old friend meeting again. Long time no see. The familiar greeting sent a chill through her, instantly switching her mind from hunting mode to escape modem again. After 2 chance encounters in the dungeon Beast King and the secret realm Heavenly Islet, this was the 3rd time running into Tian. Her scalp tingled with unease. What on earth had she done to provoke him? Tian was the last person she wanted to meet. His combat power was absurd. She suspected his true level was at least above 50, yet somehow he was in the level 35 dungeon. How was that even possible? Tian casually inserted his hands into his pockets. Voice even. Don't be nervous. I'm really not here to kill you. Yeah, right. She snarled in her head, but dared not say more. Instead, she reached out and tore open the void, intending to teleport away, keeping her eyes locked on Tian and ready to counter any interruption. But the void remained completely still. A cold system notification rang out. This area is affected by the item Deathmatch Prison. No creature may leave until the owner of Deathmatch Prison dies or voluntarily lifts the restriction. Her heart suddenly sank as her gaze met Tian's indifferent smile. The answer was clear. This entire situation was his doing. He even used such a rare ceiling item to trap her for a kill. She grew more confused than ever about what she had done to deserve this. Tian stayed unmoved, his tone confident. I guess you still won't give up. Before he finished, a surge of murderous intent hit her like a wave. The black-robed figure exploded in a flash, her dagger slashing through the air with a deadly gleam aimed straight at Tian's throat. Her ferocity almost took shape as a blood-red storm. No matter how strong anyone gets their throat cut, they die. Though dungeon monsters could resurrect after death, their level and power reset to 0. She had spent over half a year building her strength. From level 0 to now, she was not willing to start over. She didn't aim for the heart, because those with a strong physique have incredibly tough skin that's hard to seriously wound. Instead, she targeted the throat, vulnerable spot many tend to overlook. Channeling all her strength into the blade, a cold gleam shot straight for her opponent's throat. But in the next moment, Tian's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. 3 rapid teleportations later, he suddenly appeared behind the man in the black robe. 2 fingers lightly touched the back of her vest. Boom. It felt like a mountain of immense weight came crashing down. The black-robed man was pressed into the ground by an invisible force. His knees sank into the dirt as if his limbs were filled with lead, completely losing all strength and skill. There really was no hope. She collapsed onto the ground, muscles torn by sharp pain, yet unable to stir even the faintest emotion on that cold, indifferent face. Only a sense of helplessness spread like a chilling tide. Powerless, and you're just prey. Without strength, nothing can be done. You must grow stronger. Driven by this stubborn conviction, despair was pushed aside, and a renewed fighting spirit flared within her. Tian then plopped down beside her, his tone calm. Now, do you believe I'm not here to kill you? The man in black froze. Indeed, if he really wanted her dead, he would have finished her off already. So what was his true intention? More cruel torment? She propped herself up, the hood falling back, revealing her true face to Tian. Half her face was strikingly beautiful and seductive, like a venomous snake's tongue. The other half was covered with a swirling pattern of black spider lilies, radiating malevolence. Tian blinked in surprise. That pattern wasn't a tattoo, but a mark of evil spirits. Normally, anyone tainted by such demons would have lost their sanity and become monsters. The man in black looked up and met his gaze, but Tian was still lost in thought. A holographic window appeared out of nowhere, and he pulled up her profile. Name, Alice. Basic info. Female, 33 years old. Yuanwu world, human race. Occupation, Yuanwu fighter dungeon elite monster. Potential, special dungeon bug. Background, the #1 female fighter in Yuanwu world. During an exploration of an abyssal wormhole, she was contaminated but resisted with astounding willpower, becoming a half-human, half-demon creature and awakening spatial traversal abilities. The wormhole was later shattered by an unknown entity, fracturing the world into multiple dungeons. After becoming a dungeon monster, she retained her memories and, due to her half-demon form, gained a monster template allowing evolution through kills. However, she remains trapped in the dungeon. Investment opportunity, hidden class Blade Queen, requires 60 investment points. The information was overwhelming. Yuanwu world, abyssal wormholes, half-human half-demon, dungeon bug-level monster, all concepts completely foreign to Tian. The only thing that made sense was the special potential corresponding to the hidden class. Yuanwu world. After countless interdimensional portals appeared in Daxia and Blue Star, it was confirmed that many other worlds like the Yaga dynasty existed. Yuanwu world was probably one of them. As for abyssal wormholes, they weren't recorded in any textbook, definitely didn't forget that. Tian pondered silently. Alice watched him warily. What do you want? To help you. Help me? She sneered. You can bend dungeon rules and get me out? Tian shook his head. Not yet, but I can make you stronger. With that, he activated a skill, and a contract materialized into Alice's hands. Alice sneered coldly after reading it. Even if I die, I would never serve someone else again. Heh. In response to her refusal, Tian just chuckled softly. Having worked as a salesman for many years, he was used to this kind of scene. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze calm yet sharp, he asked, Alice, what is your dream? How do you know my name? And that you have even a tiny bit of talent? Tian interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Alice's expression wavered slightly. She looked up, as if trying to gauge how much he really knew. My dream. Recalling the past, she clenched her fists tightly, a ruthless fire flashing in her eyes. Revenge. Those scum who ordered us to explore the abyss wormhole, and then sealed it off when they discovered the evil contamination, trapping us inside. So many people weren't infected and could have been saved. Everyone who tries to stop me from taking revenge must die. Her rage surged so intensely that the air in the room seemed to tighten with her murderous aura. She even forgot Tian's presence. Tian felt a chill in his heart. Behind the phrase accident in the abyss on her resume lay such a brutal past. But this suited his next line perfectly. He picked up the cup of water on the table and took a casual sip, commenting casually, looks like your will for revenge isn't that strong after all. Impossible. Alice's eerie eyes locked onto him fiercely. I would do anything for revenge. Tian set the cup down and smiled faintly. Then for revenge, couldn't you temporarily set aside your principles? At his words, Alice froze. Her reason and fury tore at each other inside her. The line she swore by not serving others again was repeatedly battered by the flame of vengeance. After a long pause, she shook her head bitterly. It's no use. I've been corrupted by the abyss. I can't accept other powers. Unless your power is stronger than the abyss. But that's impossible. Tian lowered his head to ponder. Between the abyss corruption and his unknown profession's abilities, which was stronger? His mind swirling, he suddenly reached out and pointed to the contract in Alice's palm. Why not give it a try? Give it a try? Alice stared at the paper contract, a complex mixture of hope and irony flickering in her eyes. In the end, she took a deep breath and pressed her fingerprint firmly onto the contract. At that moment, a burst of light exploded. A blinding light burst forth, impossible to stare at directly. Thousands of runes surged like flowing starlight carried by a cosmic river, rushing and roaring as they poured into Alice's body. Instantly, the sky of the dungeon was dyed blood red. A cold, murderous aura swept across the entire world like a storm. Terrifying sharpness radiated from Alice all around her, as if invisible blades shaped by her will sliced through all obstacles before her. Tian's heart pounded wildly. It really worked. When the system detected his resume, it warned that hidden classes were completely different from golden or iridescent ones. Each candidate with special potential born a unique phenomenon upon class change, with wildly varying abilities. This was probably the true terror of hidden classes. At that moment, a new entry appeared in the employee panel. Tian raised an eyebrow. His very first special potential talent was finally his. Even though he had spent a full 60 points of funding, leaving only 35.3 in his account, it felt utterly worth it. The reason was simple. When he saw Alice's attribute panel, all expenses turned into satisfaction and surprise. Employee Alice. Professional panel. Class, Blade Queen. Rank, Stage 2. Quality, Hidden. Strength, 25. Agility, 575. Constitution, 600. Spirit, 518. Talent, Demon Transformation Dark War God. Class skills, 12 Winged Radiant Blades. Final Judgment, Cold-Blooded Executioner. Monster Template. Template, Voidwalker Elite. Ability Void Traversal. Opens Void Gate to freely travel to other spaces currently only within dungeon. Limits 6 uses per day. 2 panels, existing simultaneously. Tian had never seen this before. Whether it was the Blade Queen's attributes or the well-known top-tier transformation skill Demon Transformation, they both bordered on godlike. And the presence of Void Traversal instantly explained why Alice was considered a dungeon bug. Freely entering and exiting dungeons meant she could silently eliminate enemies on the battlefield or forcefully squeeze the strongest ally into a 5-person raid. Thought lightning fast, Tian immediately imagined the upcoming race of races, the first event being a team dungeon speed run, with 5-member squads from the Great Xia and Yaga dynasties. Now that Alice was secretly joining, he could hardly imagine how the Yaga dynasty could possibly win. This was basically a cheat code. Not to mention the world's toughest 75-level stage for dungeons. Once Alice grew even stronger, breaking them open would be a mere flick of the wrist. 60 points of funding? Absolutely worth it. System prompts flooded in. You have successfully recruited employee Alice. Shared skills unlocked. Void Traversal. Demon Transformation Dark War God, 12-winged radiant blades, shared attributes. A long stream of glowing data converged, pouring into Tian's body. He could clearly feel his base power climbing rapidly. At the same time, Alice's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Her silver-white hair flowed over her shoulders like liquid metal. Dark patterns flickered under her skin like ghostly flames. The deeper demonization made her presence both dangerous and fiery. Her left pupil shrank into a vertical slit, with long dark streaks extending from the corner of her eye, resembling demonic tears. Her black robe billowed as 6 pairs 12 in total off radiant blades hovered behind her, trembling with silvery energy patterns. With a single thought, they could burst forth. This was the passive manifestation of the 12-winged radiant blades. Immense power churned within her, making her question if this was all a dream. After a long moment, she took a deep breath, withdrew the 12 radiant blades back into her robe, then slowly approached Tian. Kneeling on one knee, her face, imbued with an eerie and otherworldly beauty, slightly bowed forward. Her right hand clenched into a fist, tapping gently against her chest, a vow gesture unique to the Yuanwu world. No matter who you are, Alice pledges her loyalty to you, Master. Her voice was hoarse, yet magnetic, the last 2 words delivered like poisoned steel needles, dangerous and lethal. The young man, Tian, raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, his expression calm and indifferent. Stand up. From now on, just call me boss. As for me, I'm just an ordinary person among the Dasha humans. All right, boss, Alice replied softly, the pitch of her voice rising gently. She stood up, her crimson eyes burning hot as they locked onto him. This very young and handsome boy had, in an instant, infused her with the immense power of the Blade Queen. That surging energy transformed her utterly and gave her, for the first time, a glimpse of hope beyond the endless struggle between life and death. Her thoughts raced as Alice stepped closer, her breath carrying a dangerous sweetness. Boss, she whispered, aren't you afraid that by giving me this power, I might become a threat to you someday? Tian paused, his gaze flickering strangely over her face, as if looking at a fool. Alice quietly pressed her lips together, choosing not to press the matter further. After a moment, Tian changed the subject. Alice, at what level can this monster template upgrade from an elite monster? What exactly improves? The dungeon monster levels, in order, are small monsters, enhanced monsters, elite bosses, lord bosses, ultimate bosses, and finally, the highest tier world bosses, Alice explained without hesitation. Elite bosses and lord bosses are what professional players call mini-bosses and major bosses in a dungeon. The latter are usually the strongest within the instance. Ultimate bosses appear only in ancient ruins or large-scale mysterious realms. As for world bosses, there has only been one recorded worldwide, found in a super-large secret domain developed by the American Empire, where no one survived. Her voice carried undisguised longing. In theory, I could also reach the world boss level. That has always been my goal, because my void travel ability improves with my template level. I believe escaping the dungeon for good lies in that possibility. Tian couldn't hide his excitement. This ability currently worked only inside dungeons, but if it expanded to the outside world, its value would be immeasurable. He pressed further. Is leveling up monsters only possible by killing dungeon monsters? Or can you kill any living creature? Any creature works. The stronger the better, Alice answered without hesitation. However, I remain human and won't actively hunt my own kind. Hearing this, Tian's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. Hey, then you can head to the Yaga Dynasty dungeon and specifically hunt non-human races and dragonkin. It's time to give those outsiders a real challenge. Hunting down aliens? That sounds great. Alice's eyes immediately lit up. As someone with a monster template, she knew that the experience gained from defeating dungeon challengers far exceeded that from ordinary dungeon monsters. If the target was a powerful alien with strong talents, the reward would be even more substantial. Previously, her strength was insufficient, so she had to avoid facing these foes. Now that she had awakened a hidden profession, she was eager to find prey to grow quickly. I've been stuck inside the dungeons all this time, so I don't even know where the aliens are. I can't find the dungeon they're in, she muttered, frowning. Though her core ability as a Voidwalker Void Traversal allowed her to freely enter and exit dungeons, without coordinates, she was like a blind person wandering in the dark. Having lived in dungeon space for years, she had no sense of external directions. Every jump felt like rolling dice. Just then, Tian spoke up. You should be able to sense my location now, right? Alice closed her eyes and gently expanded her spiritual awareness. Soon she picked up a clear guiding signal and nodded with delight. After they established their recruitment bond, it created a secret link between boss and employee. Tian could directly access her staff panel, and their contract let Alice always sense his position. In her consciousness, Tian was like a lighthouse shining steadily in a boundless dark sea, his beam locking onto her existence. I'll mark the coordinates of the alien dungeon for you. Just lock onto me, and one jump will bring you there. Tian said. With that, Alice's aimless wandering inside dungeons was over. Her skirt swirled elegantly as she bowed. Alice will follow your guidance. After leaving the dungeon, Tian felt quite satisfied. Not only had he recruited a special talent, but he also gained the convenience of traversing dungeons. Those 4 words, special potential, truly held their value. Back at the dungeon center, Tian noticed far fewer adventurers in the hall. Groups were quietly discussing something before hurriedly heading outside the city. What's going on? Tian casually asked a receptionist nearby. She remembered his feat of clearing the unlocking dungeon and sweeping the secret realm and quickly replied. Something happened in the medium-sized secret realm outside the city. It's suddenly mutated and has been completely sealed. The medium-sized secret realm outside wasn't that the Tianyu realm he and his teammates had just claimed? They hadn't even begun harvesting resources when it got sealed? Tian furrowed his brow. Strange. Without hesitation, he headed outside the city. The secret realm's entrance was cordoned off by the garrison army, with hundreds of adventurers gathered in the outer ring discussing anxiously. The mood was tense. Everyone stepped back. No one's allowed to approach. Soldiers shouted repeatedly to maintain order. Tian squeezed to the front and flashed his ID badge, an official permit stamped with the big and strong office insignia. The duty soldier frowned suspiciously at first. What is TH? Before he could finish, he caught sight of the clearance mark on the badge, his expression immediately turning serious. Hiss, no, sorry, officer, I didn't recognize you earlier. He snapped to attention, saluted, and motioned for him to pass the line. Though the ID's name was abstract, it proved its use after all. According to Wei Yuan, this identification carried authority no less than that of a city lord, allowing nearly free passage throughout most of Daxia. Why should he be allowed in? Who does he think he is? The professionals gathered outside the barricade shouted in frustration. The garrison officer's face darkened as he snapped back loudly. He represents a special agency. He's going in to solve the problem. Are you following him in just to get buried with them? His sharp retort silenced the crowd and dissolved much of their resentment. Tian squeezed through the crowd to the secret realm's entrance. What had been a calm portal now churned into a swirling vortex of eerie purple, as if ready to devour anyone who dared enter. Wei Yuan, the guard previously mentioned, was absent. Instead, Bai Qiuli and an elegant, dignified woman stood watch by the entrance. Boss. Bai Qiuli's shoulders instantly relaxed, and she waved happily when she spotted Tian. I was just about to message you. The sword-wielding woman's gaze shifted to Tian at the mention of boss. Bai Qiuli quickly introduced them. This is Senior Jiang Yuanshuang. So it's Senior Jiang Yuanshuang. Tian said politely with a nod. Surprise flickered in Jiang Yuanshuang's eyes. To think the boss who helped Bai Qiuli reach divine level was such a young man. But Tian's mind was occupied with the realm's abnormality. He turned to Bai Qiuli, who immediately explained the situation clearly. The secret realm suddenly changed this morning. The entrance locked down, and all miners got trapped inside. There's suspicion of evil demons, so a team was sent in for a deep investigation. Yi Xiao and Jiang Qi's pioneering squads entered, but less than 10 minutes later, the entrance sealed completely. It's been 4 hours now, and they still haven't come out. Yi Xiao and Jiang Qi had gone in too. Tian frowned. Given their abilities, ordinary demons wouldn't hold them captive unless it was a demon lord or demon heavenly king level. But if a threat of that caliber appeared, it wouldn't just focus on this single realm. The entire Qing city would be at risk. Jiang Yuanshuang stared at the swirling purple vortex, her tone grave. If it's this serious, it's probably some kind of alien race. Bai Qiuli was anxious yet hopeful. Boss, why don't you try contacting them with the meeting function? No one knows what the situation is inside right now. As she spoke, Tian pulled up the staff panel. Yi Xiao and Jiang Qi's icons flashed red in combat mode, but their health bars remained above half. No immediate danger yet, though delays could worsen things. No need. I'll go myself. With that, he stepped toward the entrance. Bai Qiuli blinked in surprise. Jiang Yuanshuang shook her head with a sigh. The entrance is sealed. No one can get through. Whatever their goal is, it's not simple. Despite this, Tian advanced steadily toward the vortex. The secret realm is in lockdown. Entry is prohibited. A system alert blared in his ear, like an invisible wall blocking his way. The 2 women's eyes followed him anxiously, confused yet tense. Tian raised his hand, fingertips gathering an unstable energy that crackled with electric arcs in his palm. With a sharp tearing sound, the purple vortex split open, forming a narrow rift. He stepped through the rift into the void. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the swirling vortex. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli both stared wide-eyed. Jiang Yuanshuang's composed demeanor crumbled, and she muttered, "Since when has Daxia produced someone so terrifying?" She turned to Bai Qiuli and asked, "Just what kind of strength does your boss have?" Bai Qiuli recalled every detail of working with Tian, her expression uncertain but sincere. "Boss should be very powerful, I think." Purple light flickered as Tian appeared within the secret realm. The Tianyu domain beneath his feet had long since been transformed beyond recognition. Pitch-black barriers interlaced like a cage, lifeless and impenetrable, locked tightly across the entire space. A sickening stench of decay and foul rot seeped through the gaps, making it hard to breathe. Tian looked around carefully, confirming that the blockade could still be pierced effortlessly with void traversal. Sharing Alice's power had granted him free passage between the outside world and any dungeon or secret realm. Raising his eyes, he saw two Tianhin gold mines standing close by. Resource realms were known for abundant mineral veins, and these ores infused with wind spirit power were ideal for crafting agility-based gear. Yet now, the once indestructible Tianhin gold lay scattered on the ground, each piece gnawed away with jagged holes. Metal shards mixed with dark gray soil clearly indicated that alien invaders had slipped inside long ago. Instead of despair, a surge of fighting spirit welled up in Yishin's chest. He turned his head and whispered, "Alice." A sharp tearing sound split the air as a slender jade leg slipped through a rift. The Blade Queen, Alice, stepped out with a cool, elegant face that held a hint of curiosity. "Isn't this the secret realm from before?" "Yes. It's not a Yaga dynasty dungeon, but there are plenty of aliens here too," Tian replied. At the mention of aliens, Alice's red lips parted slightly, her eyes shining with dangerous determination. Tian raised a hand in signal. "Let's go." Together, they dashed deeper into the Tianyu domain, Tian having already locked onto the locations of Yishio and Jiangche. Crossing onto the second floating island, the black web-like barrier emitted an irritating buzzing. Swarms of thumb-sized insect shadows skittered across it. The creatures looked horrific, their shells glowing with a chilling purple light, 6 legs sharp as blades. Void Insect Tribe. Alice's gaze instantly sharpened with recognition. Tian glanced over and judged their combat level as only Tier 2. In the next moment, 12 luminous blade wheels rose behind Alice, slicing through the air shing. Shing. Each strike left a dazzling trail of light. Thanks to a passive 500 attack boost, even normal slashes were enough to kill outright. Within moments, the swarming insects were reduced to ash, transforming into experience orbs that flowed into her being. Alice showed a rare smile. Experience points higher than dungeon monsters, and were one step closer to the elite boss. Without wasting a moment, Tian flew to the third massive floating island. Here the stench of decay was even stronger, and insect swarms carpeted the barrier like a tide. In a corner of the island, dozens of miners huddled together. Yishio, Jiangche, Jiangqi's siblings, and a professional fighter dressed in the Spark Martial Hall uniform stood under Yishio's command, fighting desperately to hold back the insects while protecting the workers. Signs of fierce battle scarred the land, yet the insect tide continued to surge relentlessly. Spotting Tian, Yishio and Jiangche both shouted in surprise, "Boss, you're here?" The secret realm was sealed off. "How did you get in?" They were linked to Tian and could sense that the person before them was the real Tian, not an imposter. This left them even more bewildered. They had assumed reinforcements had arrived, but instead, right before their eyes appeared 2 elite void zerg. One a massive lizard-like beast, muscles coiled, and its shell glowing faintly. The other scuttling like a spider, its mandibles continuously tearing at its freshly captured prey. Yishio Jiangche quickly scanned the panel and identified them. 1. Void AO Beast, level 40. 2. Void Web Weaver, level 40. These are the strongest 2 among this batch of attackers. "Boss, be careful," Yishio Jiangche immediately warned. Tian, however, remained calm and simply murmured, "Alice." With a low hum, 2 energy blades resembling mantis scythes popped out from Alice's wrists. Her 12-winged light halo unfolded, the blades spinning through the air in a buzzing circular storm. These 2 void zerg weren't quite true disasters yet. Yishio, with his god-level profession, could barely suppress them. But dozens of still shaking miners behind him made him hesitant to unleash full power. "Damn, boss, this beauty is fierce. She must be god-level strength, right?" Jiangche couldn't help but exclaim. Yishio nodded silently. From what she had shown so far, Alice's damage output matched his own. Sadly, they had no idea Alice hadn't even activated her demonization otherwise. She could easily one-shot these 2 bugs. After a brief pause, Yishio added gravely, "Boss, the Void Zerg must have planned this. Their portal to the other world is in the neighboring Han Kingdom. But a few days ago, that place was already wiped out by the Zerg. Now it's Xiao's turn. The Han Kingdom's already fallen?" Tian frowned. He knew the Han Kingdom was weak, but still a sovereign state. To see it casually erased was unsettling. Yishio shared all the intel he had. There are 2 factions of Zerg. Void bugs, like the ones before Uzmidir among the alien forces, skilled at breaching dungeons, ruthless in attacks. Parasites, they possess low mental energy hosts, controlling their bodies. He chuckled wryly. With those 2 tactics combined, it's no surprise kingdoms fall. Tian pondered deeply. The void bug's teleportation bore resemblance to Alice's void shuttle, and the existence of parasites made things even more unsettling. Outside the secret realm, Wei Yuan was less than 100 meters from the lockdown zone when he noticed the driver's eyes glow with an eerie green light, his face twisting into a grotesque smile. "Stop the theatrics," Wei Yuan said dispassionately, propping his hand against his forehead. "If you have something to say, say it." His overwhelming mental energy had already detected the foreign entity possessing the driver, and since it hadn't attacked yet, he chose to watch quietly. The driver's throat rasped as he spoke in a strange tone. "Your humble greetings from the noble queen of the Zerg Xia." "Cut the nonsense," Wei Yuan interrupted. The information was clear enough. Han Kingdom's destroyer, the Void Zerg Queen Mother, was speaking through a parasite. The lockdown of the secret realm was indeed caused by the Zerg. The parasite-possessed driver continued grimly. "Since you are urgent, it'll be brief. The problem of unrecoverable resources in Tian realm? Our kind can solve it for Xia. Those few outstanding humans trapped there can release them. And we ask for only 2 small secret realms as payment." Heh, Wei Yuan chuckled. The reason the medium-sized secret realm was sealed off was obvious: the Void Bug race's usual trick, blatant extortion. They demanded 2 small secret realms in exchange for 1 medium one. In other words, it was protection money. If refused, the medium realm would be completely sealed, inaccessible to anyone, essentially ruined. Worse, the bugs could repeat the tactic endlessly. That was why countries worldwide, including Great Xia, were helpless against these dungeon invasions. Wei Yuan was absolutely unwilling to compromise, but breaking such an ability would take time for Great Xia. Just as he was pondering a strategy, his phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing sideways, he saw a message from Jiang Yuanshuang. "Tian has entered the sealed secret realm." Tian. Wei Yuan's heart jolted. He knew the situation inside the secret realm all too well. After Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, and 3 others entered, the space had been completely sealed by the void bugs. Nobody else could break in. Normally, dungeons and secret realms were fully enclosed small spaces, allowing only one party in at a time before sealing shut. But the void bugs used their innate space corrosion ability to erode barriers, swarm inside, then reseal the entrance uniquely to monopolize the realm. If countries really had countermeasures, Han Kingdom wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Yet Tian actually broke through the lock. How did he manage that? Wei Yuan fell deep into thought. The bug parasitizing the driver in the front seat spoke again with a hoarse, sinister chuckle. "Sir, as Great Xia's leader, you should understand sacrificing the few to save the many. Trading 2 small secret realms for 1 medium one, plus the lives of 5 Great Xia elites, sounds like a great deal, doesn't it?" The bug's voice was chilling, but Wei Yuan felt calm instead. Since Tian dared to go in alone, he must be confident, and right now, he might be the only one in the world who could unravel the bug's devious scheme. The parasite urged, "If you delay any longer, I can't guarantee nothing will go wrong inside the realm." Wei Yuan's lips curled slightly. He replied coolly, "I doubt that. Secret realm, Tian Yu domain." Alice's combat prowess stunned everyone. 12 winged light wheel blades split into 6 circling around her, fending off swarms of small bugs, while the other 6 flashed with her movements, launching repeated fierce attacks against 2 level 40 elite void bugs. She single-handedly suppressed hundreds of bugs. A cold gleam streaked as she suddenly closed in. The 6 wheels of light transformed into beams of aurora, striking directly at the 2 elites. "Die, madwoman!" The void alligator beast panicked. Surprised, she charged heat into its attack. Seizing the moment, it opened its jagged jaws, spewing a large amount of purple acid. The corrosive mist spread instantly, engulfing Alice completely. The next moment, a narrow, dark flash appeared inside the acid. A blade of light cut through the waves, swirling to cleave the acid apart and sever half the beast's body brutally. The void alligator beast screamed in agony, its nerve fibers instinctively contracting for protection as it howled in pain. "What?" The void weaver's pupils shrank sharply after witnessing 2 exchanges that lasted only moments. Her ability leaned toward control type, and the dark web shrouding the secret realm was her masterpiece. But she never expected that in just a moment, her output-focused teammate would be severely injured. Her heart tightened. Black spider silk crept from her fingertips, instantly spreading into a vast net that blotted out the sky like a giant black hand. It snapped forward from behind Alice, aiming to grasp her tightly. As long as she could trap Alice, she could save her teammate, and even seize the chance to turn the tide of battle. However, Alice didn't even glance back. Her right palm clenched at empty space. Final judgment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of blood-red slashes tore through the air. The dense streaks ripped the massive web to shreds in an instant and then exploded onto the void weaver's body. It was like invisible blades slicing through her repeatedly, and in a flash, she shattered into countless fragments. Bang! A mist of blood burst out, and the void weaver was slain by Alice before even letting out a scream. Blue sparks appeared on the corpse pieces and flowed into Alice's body as experience. Meanwhile, the enormous compound eyes of the void Izu beast were filled with shock. Clang! 12 glowing ring blades formed around Alice. She raised her left hand lightly. The dozen blades shot out like arrows and pierced the dark purple carapace reflected in the beast's pupils. Crack, crack, crack. The carapace shattered like broken crystal. The colossal beast's body collapsed from inside out, its life force extinguished in an instant. Yi Xiao, Jiang Che, and the others, as well as the nearby mining team, watched with their scalps tingling, unable to tell whether Alice or the void creatures were more terrifying. Employee Alice defeated Void Aezu Beast and Void Weaver. Experience shared. Experience flooded her body. Alice's monster template was upgraded from elite to elite boss. Void teleport uses 6 times day, 10 times day. As the stat panel notification appeared, her figure grew slimmer and taller. The mantis blades on her arms widened and lengthened, exuding deadly sharpness. Though called a small boss, an elite boss had clearly stepped beyond regular mobs and gained exclusive dungeon privileges. Ability to alter dungeon terrain and weather. Can impose one ability restriction during combat. Seeing the panel, Tian's eyes lit up. Alice now had the ability restriction technique. In the pro circles, this is called a boss mechanic. Powerful dungeon bosses often come with various limitations. No healing within their vicinity, fire spells disabled throughout the dungeon, forced disarmament for all players. As long as the dungeon persisted, the boss could impose these restrictions on any target at will. Globally, the notorious level 75 grade 4 dungeon that had trapped countless teams had one brutally extreme mechanic. The challenger's attributes were reduced by 90. But such harsh restrictions only came from an ultimate boss. The higher the rank and power of a boss, the stronger the restrictions they can impose. Although Alice was only an elite boss at this moment, she already possessed the authority to enforce global limitations, which spoke volumes about her limitless potential for growth. SSSSS. 2 elite void bugs were instantly cut down by the sound of slicing light blades. Their shells shattered and bodily fluids splattered everywhere. Swarms of tiny screaming void bugs flapped their fragile wings, desperately trying to escape. Even the 2 strongest elites had been casually slaughtered. How could the lesser minions dare face this bug slayer standing before them? But fleeing wasn't easy. The void bug's invasion dungeon talent came with an inherent drawback. Storming a dungeon was like storming the boss lair. Once spotted by the boss, they risked being targeted unless they killed her or surrendered. Only after the dungeon was cleared and the original boss had left could they safely invade in large numbers. For now, Alice was the reigning boss, and her territorial instincts made every little bug shudder and want nothing more than to run far away. Trying to run? Her blood-red pupils glowed with a savage gleam as a manic smile curled her lips. No chance. These are all my experience points. Alice, issue a no-leaving order immediately. Tian reminded at just the right moment. She had already been thinking the same. The rule was simple: the higher the boss level, the greater the authority, and high-level bosses could override lower-level ones. Since she was the only boss left in this dungeon, a single command could control the entire area. No leaving the dungeon. Her deep, resonant voice echoed as if an invisible giant hand folded the whole space. Pale white, glowing patterns flickered in the air, wrapping like chains around every living creature. As an elite boss, her seal could only last 1 minute. But that was more than enough. No one in the dungeon could take a single step beyond its bounds for the next 60 seconds. Alice's body trembled, the corrupted half of her eyes glowing an even deeper crimson. The 12-winged spinning light blades roared to life, transforming into fiery white arcs of death as she opened fire from all directions. At the same time, Tian glanced down at his status bar and sure enough, no leaving dungeon 59's remaining blinked ominously. He couldn't help but marvel silently. Even career adventurers couldn't escape the boss rules. The absolute authority of a boss inside the dungeon was terrifying. If Alice ever ascended to ultimate status, or even became a world boss, what dungeon could possibly stand against her? Forget the Yaga dynasty trying to make a name in the race of races through dungeon speedruns. Alien races competing together would be utterly crushed by her. Kill. Alice suddenly leapt into the air like a starving wolf pouncing on a frantic swarm. Wherever her 12 spinning light blades cut, bug legs flew and fluids splattered, blood filling the air instantly. Her mad laughter echoed beneath the dome like a demon descending from the heavens, sending chills down spines. Ha ha ha. Tian, Yi Xiao, Jiang Che exchanged glances, cold sweat trickling down their backs. A few steps away, the dozens of mining workers recently rescued had been overjoyed to be freed, but now they stared in dumbfounded silence, looking at each other as their scalps tingled. Why does she seem even more ruthless than those bugs? Right? Compared to them, she's the real boss. Just standing here watching, my back's gotten icy. Nah dude, your back's cold because you're leaning against a pile of bug corpses. Holy crap. 1 minute passed. No reinforcements came. No movement stirred inside the instance. Only Alice remained, her blades weaving a luminous web of light and shadow. The rocky surface of the massive floating island and the void worm's dark, web-like barrier were riddled with countless slashes. Broken limbs and wings lay scattered everywhere, dripping with strands of purple-black slime. Although the small void worms were numerous, they were nothing but grass before her superhuman agility and 12 independently controlled luminous blades, their killing efficiency horrifyingly brutal. Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, and the others were about to charge forward, but Tian raised his hand to stop them. These void worms were intruders in the realm. If Alice killed them alone, her monster template would rapidly level up. Because of this, Tian realized she was basically a glitch in this instance. Having dual templates as both a professional and a monster was already outrageous. Even more so was that as an instance monster, she possessed limitless potential for advancement rising from ordinary minions to boss level, or even higher, something no other monster could achieve. Her professional identity allowed her to level up by killing instance monsters. Her monster identity let her hunt challengers to level up. The dual growth paths overlapped, making her potential almost limitless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of small void worms dissolved into experience points absorbed by Alice, bringing her elite boss template one step closer to a lord boss. She lightly licked her lips with satisfaction, as if she had just enjoyed a sumptuous feast. "It's over," Tian said, looking at the others. "You all take the mining team and leave first." "Understood," Yi Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. The sky shifted from gray to clear. The black web barrier around the realm gradually dissolved, signaling the return of normal passage. Still lingering in desire, Alice looked up at Tian sweetly and asked, "Boss, there are no monsters or aliens left in this realm. Where should I go next?" Sense of direction—this was the only weak spot for her, trapped as she was in the isolated instant space. She couldn't find suitable prey and needed Tian to reset her targets for this killing machine. The Yaga dynasty. The Yaga dynasty that was the original destination Tian had prepared for. Since he could hunt enemies inside the dungeon, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance to take down the alien race there. Saying that, he stepped out of the secret realm, turning back to Alice with a command, "Wait for my summons." Outside, by the entrance of the dark purple dungeon, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli held their breath, eyes locked on the swirling light curtain. Tian's entry into the realm meant the situation was escalating again. If he were to be injured or lost inside, the damage would extend far beyond just one medium-sized dungeon. Fortunately, the distorted energy at the entrance gradually stabilized the next moment. The purple shadows receded, and the blockade was fully lifted. Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, and others escorted dozens of mining crew members out of the dungeon, every single one accounted for, with barely any bloodstains visible even on their armor. "Thank goodness, thank goodness." The two exchanged relieved glances. Jiang Yuanshuang, pleasantly surprised, then whispered in astonishment, "Qiuli, your young boss is truly powerful." Bai Qiuli blinked slightly. Honestly, she had rarely seen Tian actually take action, so it was hard to judge the limits of her boss strength. But the few times he had intervened were always mysterious and unfathomable. His power and methods did not resemble those of an ordinary professional. She nodded quietly, affirming the claim. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan stood on a rooftop terrace, eyes fixed on the direction of the dungeon. The gray-green parasite infesting his driver sent telepathic waves in a hushed panic. "Don't waste time, sir. There won't be a miracle." Before it finished speaking, its color abruptly shifted. Hundreds of fellow alien presences from the dungeon vanished in an instant. What was going on? Did they all retreat? The parasite was stupefied. It never imagined the word death would be involved. This was a second-tier dungeon, limited to level 25 and below, yet they had dispatched 2 elite void bugs at level 40. They should have easily crushed the battlefield. Even with hundreds of common void bugs, facing 5 professional warriors from Daxia should not have resulted in failure, let alone total annihilation so quickly. Shock turned to fury. The parasite roared, "Damn it! How dare they defy Queen Motherbug's orders and retreat without permission?" Wei Yuan sensed the alien aura fading into a vacuum from the rooftop, a slow smile playing at his lips. Tian can indeed create miracles. He raised his hand, and in midair, a colossal invisible star spirit hand formed, cracking down with a snap. Telepathic waves from the parasite were crushed to dust at the touch. "Tell your Queen Mother, if she dares set foot in Daxiao again, I will pay her a visit." Ah! Ah! In the ruins of the Han Kingdom, the gray-green parasite's true form twisted and wailed in boiling agony. It relied on void bugs to remotely project its consciousness and possess weak-willed human hosts. Though its body remained safe, the backlash of its mental projection being shattered felt like it was being torn apart alive. The corrupted, ash-blackened earth reeked of acid. Above, a black net barrier sealed the sky, while broken skyscrapers and shattered vehicles littered the land. In the cracks, countless repulsive insect eggs writhed and hatched. The once proud Han Kingdom had now completely become a hive for the void bug race. Strange, twisted bugs crawled over the crumbling building walls. Scattered debris kicked up dust, but not a single human sound could be heard. Ignoring the overwhelming mental pain, the parasite dragged its battered body, fury fueling it as it charged into the Queen Mother Bug's nest, intending to demand answers for the sudden withdrawal of all their forces. Yet as it stepped inside, what greeted it was an eerie silencious stillness so deep it sent an inexplicable chill down its core. The outcome left him utterly shaken. Not a single one of the hundreds of void bugs dispatched to Daxiao had returned, all lost without exception. Heath Scout, who had narrowly escaped back to the Queen's lair, was the sole survivor. A chill of dread spread from his tail to his heart. He had thought his comrades had abandoned him, but now he realized there had been no one left to abandon him. They were all dead. Deep within the pitch-black Queen's nest, the low, commanding voice of the Queen resonated through the writhing flesh walls. Daxiao truly is different from Hongwa. Her cold thoughts echoed through the hollow cavern, causing every bug to instinctively bow their bodies. When the void bugs attacked Hongwa, we never suffered such setbacks. On our very first strike here, hundreds of our brethren were lost without any gain, purely wasted. They had easily conquered Hongwa before, but for the first time, they tasted defeat at the hands of humans. It seems there is a reason why Daxia's territory is so vast. Her voice grew hoarse, tinged with rage. Yet we, the void bugs, also need more land. The tiny piece of Hongwa is no longer enough. After a brief pause, the Queen's deep and hollow mind spoke again. Daxiao, the dragon descendants of Yagu, appear to be their true opponents. Find the Yaga kingdom, join forces with them, and swallow up Daxiao. With the crisis in the secret realm temporarily settled, Wei Yuan could not shake his doubts inside Daxia's imperial city. How exactly had Tian stopped the void bug invasion? One day, he invited Tian alone into the study. The void bugs are strange and dangerous. Many countries have suffered great losses from them. Wei Yuan frowned at the map. If we could prevent their invasion once and for all, Daxiao would have one less worry. Tian shook his head calmly but confidently. I can't seal off their infiltration. My method is simple. I enter the instance and eliminate every void bug inside. That simple statement reminded Wei Yuan of Tian's repeatedly demonstrated unique ability to instantly enter secret realms. He privately breathed a sigh of relief. Though no permanent barrier existed, at least Tian stood guard. Even so, Wei Yuan composed himself. The Institute must speed up research on large-scale barrier magic, ideally to block the void bugs at the source. Daxiao can't rely on you alone for everything. With seriousness, he clasped his hands in respect. In any case, we owe you thanks. Had you not acted, we might have had to abandon that medium-sized secret realm. Tian smiled and waved his hand, then shifted the conversation. Actually, I want to trouble Brother Wei for a favor. Could you take me to the Yaga Kingdom's instance? Any instance under their control will do. Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned. Going willingly into a hostile alien clan's instance? That was a request he had never heard before. But knowing Tian was never reckless, he trusted there was a purpose behind the ask. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, I'll take you there. Ding City, on the eastern border of the Daxia Empire. This fortress, situated at the border between Daxia and the Yaga Kingdom, has always served as a shared post for the border troops of both clans. Ever since Daxia snatched that small secret realm gifted by the Red Emperor from Yagu, the frequent clashes between them have become even more intense and volatile. In the central square of Ding City, Daxia soldiers stood on one side, while alien troops lined up on the other. Both sides gathered around the entrance to a dungeon, with wagers and shouts rising in waves. Hurry, get ready for the sprint. Beautiful. Just broke the little WYRMS record perfectly. Bring over all their bets. What's the big deal about leading by a few seconds? Humans really are clueless. Alien scum, they'll show you. Wei Yuan drove the military vehicle carrying Tian to the square. Seeing the noisy scene, Tian raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Wei Yuan explained. There's no other entertainment at the border. Besides combat, the only pastime is taking turns speedrunning dungeons. Both sides send people to clear the dungeon as fast as possible, then bet on the results. The winner takes chips proportionally from the loser. He pointed at the dungeon entrance. The poor dungeon has been run through so many times by both sides, it's lost all meaning. Wei Yuan asked, is this dungeon good enough as your target? If not, I can take you into the Yaga continent there. You'll find all kinds of dungeons to grind. The Yaga continent was the other side of the interdimensional channel from Ding City, the stronghold of the Yaga kingdom. Tian waved off the offer. No need. This dungeon will do. His real goal was to get Alice close to the Yaga kingdom and let her handle the rest. They stepped out of the vehicle just as it was the Yagu kingdom's turn to compete. Tian recognized the participant Vajra the half-dragon, who had been defeated in the last medium secret realm and now seemed to be venting his frustration ever since being demoted to the border troops by the Red Emperor. Boss, a cheerful voice called out. Wang Jiang ran over, clearly pleased to see Tian. Commander Wei is here too. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Tian noticed Wang Jiang had gained an extra stripe on his shoulder, had been promoted to squad leader. You're racing too? Just playing around during the break. Wang Jiang leaned in confidentially. Boss, you'll never guess I got a super powerful ability. Tian casually replied. An extraordinary physique? Wan Jiang's eyes went wide, like a secret had been exposed. Tian gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Not bad, keep it up. With that, Tian approached the betting table, leaving Wan Jiang staring in disbelief. No wonder the boss saw through the extraordinary physique right away, but he definitely has no idea my ability can still level up. Vajra cleared in 8 minutes and 35 seconds new record. Damn. Half-Dragon Vajra emerged from the dungeon, shaving more than a minute off the previous record, sweeping the Daxia border forces chips clean into the Yaga Kingdom's stash. Daxia, send someone out quickly. Come on. The teams took turns racing through the dungeon, and this time it was Daxia's turn to send someone in. Wan Jiang was ready to go, eagerly pumping his fist as he shouted to Tian, "Boss, let me in. He'll crush that little runt." "No, we'll go." Tian waved him off, ignoring Wan Jiang's surprised look as he strode straight toward the dungeon entrance. The Daxia border guards exchanged glances. Who's this guy? Which regiment did he come from? Meanwhile, the alien clan from the Yaga Kingdom laughed mockingly. They sent some green kid? Doesn't Daxia have anyone else? Seeing Tian actually step into the dungeon, the aliens laughed but held back their bets. Daxia's playing dumb, but packing power trick was well known by now. So only a handful placed wagers this round. This was a level 35 dungeon, almost trivial for Tian. But he wasn't aiming for the fastest clear time at all. "Alice," he whispered. In an instant, a graceful figure cloaked in black robes appeared in the void. Standing 1.82 meters tall, her slender silhouette contrasted with the dark robe, and her golden slit pupils gleamed dangerously. She licked her lips and spoke in a low, soft voice. "Boss, is the prey here?" "Yes. Soon, waves of aliens will come to us. This border next to the Yaga Kingdom breeds plenty of dragon-blooded perfect food for your evolution." Tian's faint smile held a cold sharpness. The fierce dragon-blooded were exactly the best feeding template for Alice's monsters. He raised his hand and ordered, "Clear this group of mobs first. Keep the clear time under 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Understood." Alice nodded. 12 winged light blades silently unfolded behind her, silver radiance slicing through the air. The clear time was soon announced. Tian, 8 minutes 30 seconds, new record. The Yaga Kingdom faction scoffed. "Huh, only 5 seconds ahead. What's a few seconds? It's all luck anyway." The half-dragon Vajra sneered coldly. "I haven't even gone all out yet. Under 7 minutes will be easy." He clenched his fist and strode toward the entrance. The betting area instantly roared to life. The aliens stacked all kinds of gear, rare materials, and gold notes onto the table. They knew well, Vajra's strength. The half-dragon sent to tackle a medium-level dungeon was no ordinary challenger. On Daxia's side, almost no one matched the bets except Tian himself. "Boss, you're betting on this too?" Wan Jiang whispered, watching as Tian staked a huge pile of freshly obtained gear, pushing the aliens' excitement even higher. Tian just smiled faintly. Just for fun. Beside them, Wei Yuan watched thoughtfully, suddenly recalling Tian mentioning a black-robed figure in the dungeon, stirring a vague suspicion. At the dungeon entrance, Vajra also bet a hefty stake, thinking, with full power unleashed, breaking the record would be a breeze. "Bring it on." He growled as he stepped through the portal, but barely had his foot touched the ground, and before he got a good look at the scene, a chilling, killing intent gripped his spine. A few meters away stood the black-robed woman silently, 12 shining blades hovering behind her, their cold light like stars. This isn't right. Why haven't I seen this monster before? Vajra's mental alarms blared. Before he could react, Alice suddenly vanished. Then a flash of deadly light exploded in his vision. Not his is the boss, and a terrifying one at that. Just one glance flooded him with overwhelming oppressive force like a tsunami. His heart contracted violently, knew he wasn't anywhere near a match. Damn it. What kind of boss just blocks the dungeon entrance like this? It didn't take long for Vajra to realize he had misjudged the situation. The mysterious woman clad in black robes before him wielded power far beyond anything he'd expected from a level 35 dungeon's final boss. Her overwhelming presence crushed the air like a collapsing mountain. She wasn't some minor enemy waiting at the dungeon's entrance, but a true nightmare-level overlord. This boss isn't normal. The thought barely crossed his mind before a sharp, icy light swept across his face. Vajra barely had time to react. His only choice was to survive. Summoning the power of his dragon blood with a sudden surge, the scaled armor on his arms ignited like blue flames as he crossed them tightly over his chest to block the attack. The cold light flashed like lightning. Vajra's half-dragon defense, which had ranked among the upper tier of the Yaga dynasty's non-human warriors, was shredded by the woman's glowing ring blades as if they were slices through tofu. He didn't even see the woman's full strike. All he caught was a formation of 12 ring blades arcing through the air, their sharp points gleaming mockingly as if to say, "You and your defenses are equally laughable." Piercing through flesh and bones, the blades tore Vajra apart like a rag doll. In an instant, blood erupted, and he fell dead on the spot. "The boss wasn't wrong. If you stand here, someone will come knocking on their own," said Alice the Blade Queen, withdrawing her weapons with a satisfied look. Her overwhelming presence, enhanced by her dual weapons and hidden class, filled her with confidence. Outside the dungeon, the entrance's glowing barrier suddenly stilled and then flashed the words challenge available once again. All human and non-human spectators stared in stunned silence. The challenge had failed, but the player wasn't ejected. There was only one possibility. They died inside the dungeon. Impossible. Several non-humans pointed at the barrier in disbelief. That had been Vajra, a half-dragon. How could he die in a mere level 35 dungeon? Has the dungeon evolved from being farmed too much? Rumors spread quickly. Tian smiled faintly, collecting the equipment, materials, and gold tickets non-humans had bet on the last round. The quality was mixed, but who would complain about free loot? Wanjing burst out laughing. Is that all? The Yaga dynasty's really that weak? Can't even clear the dungeon? No wonder they need more practice. Those words ignited fury among the non-humans, especially those who had wagered heavily. Vajra's useless. Change the player, do it again. Shouts erupted from the crowd. Soon, a half-dragon soldier wearing a military insignia was pushed forward, a clearly stronger contender, with bets several times higher than before. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the result. 30 seconds later. Boom. The glowing barrier reset. Once more challenge failed flashed in glaring red letters. The second half-dragon was dead. Has the dungeon really evolved? The non-humans exchanged wary glances while the Daxia border troops laughed uproariously. A towering, 3-meter armored giant scorpion warrior thrashed its tail angrily. He'll take it. 20 seconds passed, yet the barrier still showed the same dungeon failed, giant scorpion dead. The non-humans fell silent. Tian chuckled dryly, shaking his head. Alice struck too fast. At this rate, who'd dare enter the dungeon anymore? Wanjing shot Tian a suspicious glance, instantly understanding the boss must have set some inescapable trap inside the dungeon. As for the Daxia border troops, though they didn't know what exactly had happened, they were exhilarated to see the non-humans repeatedly beaten, and their cheers echoed loudly across the area. The alien tribes felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on them. 3 of their top warriors had fallen one after another, and none under level 35 could stand against them, let alone the others. Just as a chill swept through the alien ranks, a massive shadow descended from the sky, a gigantic dragon. With a powerful flap of its wings, a fierce wind surged like a tidal wave, forcing the alien army to instinctively retreat. Compared to the half-dragon warriors, this giant dragon's size and skeletal structure were much closer to that of a pure-blood dragon. The golden vertical pupils radiated an overwhelming presence that seemed to freeze the very air. Prince Nuosi, the prince himself has arrived. The alien tribes instantly showed expressions of both fanatic reverence and fear. Wei Yuan, Wan Jiang, and others also recognized his identity, the royal dragonborn. The Yaga dynasty ranked status by blood purity. If half-dragons were only level 3 in bloodline strength, then the royal dragonborn ranked at least 20. Looking at attributes alone, strength surpassing legendary warriors, physiques crushing legendary tanks, this was the royal dragonborn. Lowering his voice, Wei Yuan cautioned, at the interspecies competition between Daxia and the Yaga dynasty, he's probably one of the main contenders. Upon hearing this, Wan Jiang's eyes blazed with fierce determination, while Tian glanced sideways and muttered quietly, he doesn't want to enter the dungeon too, does he? If he does, Alice will be thrilled. The giant dragon Nuosi snorted coldly, his voice deep like thunder. A mere trivial dungeon, is it really worth your struggle? The Daxia border army gripped their weapons instinctively, but the Yago alien's morale soared. Nuosi's vertical pupils swept over his own troops with increasing disdain. You can't even defeat the lowly humans, you worthless fools. To the royal dragonborn, these low-blood aliens were at best cannon fodder. It turned out Nuosi had just completed the Crimson Emperor trial and was on his way back to the Yaga continent. Passing through Ding City, he saw the two races racing and decided to join the fun. Seeing Tian's 8 minutes 30 seconds completion record, he sneered, level 35 dungeon? A minute is more than enough. Though he had just stepped into the second tier at about level 28, the fighting power granted by his dragon blood gave him supreme confidence. No sooner had he spoken than the Yagu army erupted in a thunderous roar. Prince Nuosi is unmatched. Humans of Daxia, open your eyes wide. Nuosi raised his claw and tossed 10 shimmering blue-green crystals on the betting table. The crystals clinked crisply as they hit the surface, causing everyone from Daxia to gasp sharply. Holy Dragon Marrow Crystals. Legendary grade, crafting materials. The Dragon Clan is seriously low diff. We conquer Yaga continent. We won't worry about military funds ever again. Even Wei Yuan's eyes shone intensely. Dragon Marrow Crystals only come from the Dragon Ancestors' secret realm on the Yago continent. They're essential for top legendary equipment. The Dragon Ancestors' secret realm? Tian heard the name for the first time. Wei Yuan explained. Legend says it's a space left behind by the ancient dragon ancestors, filled with endless treasures and legacies. Only dragons with strong enough bloodlines can enter. Inside the dragon ancestors' secret realm, There is said to be a forbidden relic. When they heard that only dragons were allowed in that relic, Wanjiang couldn't hide his disappointment and muttered under his breath, "What a shame, I thought the Red Emperor said we could explore the secret realm freely." The value of the dragon marrow crystal was beyond doubt, yet at this moment, no one from the Great Xia faction placed any bets. The reason was simple: everyone had personally witnessed the overwhelming power of the great dragon, Norse. His record-breaking run in the dungeon was all but guaranteed, without any doubt. Yet once again, Tian threw down a huge wager, becoming the sole bettor from the Great Xia side. Wei Yuan exchanged a glance with Wanjiang, both eyes flickering with suspicion. Wanjiang leaned closer and asked quietly, "Boss, what exactly did you do inside the dungeon?" Wei Yuan had already noticed Tian's inscrutable expression since Norse announced he was entering the dungeon. In response to their questions, Tian simply smiled innocently and said, "I'm thinking that the opponents in the upcoming interspecies tournament might soon be one fewer." The great dragon Norse stepped into the dungeon space, his golden vertical pupils cold and unblinking. For him, even clearing the dungeon in a minute was a casual pastime. The speed run, and even the upcoming racial tournament didn't take them seriously. Only a true showdown against other top-tier alien species deserved his full effort. But the quiet lasted only a moment. Thought no one else was coming. Didn't expect the main course to arrive right after the appetizer. An excited but dangerous voice exploded behind him. Norse muscles tensed, the giant wings trembling slightly. He spun around fiercely, his golden eyes locking with another pair of sinister, otherworldly eyes in midair. The figure before him was Alice, half human, half demon. Her eerie form, curved black horns, and wild silver hair sent chills down the spine. Yet her face glowed with the delight of a predator spotting its prey. For her, the stronger the creature she hunted, the faster her monster template evolved. After devouring multiple alien race members today, the progress bar for her elite boss evolution was nearly complete, and this formidable dragon right in front of her was just the ingredient she needed. "Don't even think about running." She parted her red lips, then issued a command to the dungeon. "All targets are forbidden from leaving the dungeon." A 1-minute limit was perfectly timed. Norse dragon eyes flared with golden light, fury surging like a blazing flame. "You, a mere newly awakened special boss, dare to speak so arrogantly to me?" His deafening roar stirred up a fierce wind as he beat his wings, the air ripping with a dreadful sound. In the next instant, Norse became a golden missile of rage, charge fused with searing heat and unstoppable force, lunging straight at Alice. In midair, two terrible auras collided with a thunderous crash. One was a pureblood true dragon with explosive strength, the other a lethal demon maiden empowered by a hidden class and monster template. Both possessed truly extraordinary attributes, reaching the peak early level 2 tier. Any onlookers would be amazed. This was truly ace versus ace. Because of this, Nor's anger only deepened. He acknowledged their power was close. But how could she be so confident she could finish him within a minute? Alice's relaxed, confident expression, as though watching a guaranteed victory, pushed his rage to boiling point. A massive dragon claw cast a shadow like a steel blade ready to tear the girl into pieces. Alice only smiled faintly and responded softly through the intense battle aura. "Since you want to finish this in a minute, then I'll give it my all too." A chilling, merciless black aura enveloped Alice, while the eerie red spider lily tattoo on the left side of her face writhed like a living creature, continuously releasing waves of dark energy. The dragon's claw was mere fingerwidth from her head, yet she lifted her gaze and spat two deep, fervent words, "Dark fighting god." The moment she spoke, the dungeon's atmosphere spiraled into chaos. Dark energy surged skyward, completely blotting out the heavens. An invisible terror weighed down on North, making even breathing a struggle. The massive dragon claw froze midair for several seconds. Witnessing this, North's slit pupils contracted sharply as he growled hoarsely, "The power of the abyss. Are you a demon corrupted by the abyss?" Boom. Suddenly, a pair of enormous demonic wings unfurled from Alice's back, while jet-black scales rapidly spread from her neck down to her ankles. 12 spinning light ring blades whirled behind her before merging into a single, jet-black longsword streaked with crimson veins. Her left eye ignited with blazing red flames, radiating fierce and brutal energy. Since being corrupted by the abyssal wormhole into a half-human, half-demon, this was the first time she consciously unleashed that power. Previously, she could only barely suppress it in human form, risking accelerated death with any slip-up. But after being transferred by Tian to a hidden class, she gained the ability to actively transform using the abyss power, the dark fighting god, the demon form of the former Yuanwu warrior. Now, there was no turning back. In this, she whispered. Her figure blurred as 7 or 8 slashing strikes struck in rapid succession, their blackened trails exploding midair. In the blink of an eye, the giant claw North had just tried to close shriveled into shattered knuckles. Scorching dragon blood sprayed as North howled in agony. Demon transformation, Dark Fighting God. Transform into the Dark Fighting God form, increasing destruction power, attack speed, movement speed, skill damage, and reaction speed by 5 times for 3 minutes. Destruction power represents both attack and defense penetration. The moment the skill activated, Alice's combat strength surged to overwhelming domination. Goodbye. She flapped her wings and surged forward, slashing out a massive dark energy wave from her longsword, ripping North's body apart like a thunderous gale. No, I am of the royal dragon lineage. I will become the Dragon King. North's roar faltered as his massive form crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. The vast experience points from the royal dragon blood flooded into Alice, propelling her level sharply to 26. Her monster template upgraded from Elite Boss to Lord Boss. Her void traversal ability simultaneously enhanced. Daily uses increased from 10 to 15, with the ability to mark all traversed areas and return instantly. Lord Boss privileges activated. Freely modified dungeon environment and traps. Issue stronger ability restriction commands. Command all monsters inside the dungeon. Overwhelming power surged within Alice, leaving her slightly intoxicated. Half a year ago, she had exhausted all effort just moving from common monster to elite. Now, under Yishin's guidance, in a single day, she had jumped 2 whole tiers. Following her boss was definitely the right choice. Only half a minute had passed in the outside world. The alien spectators from the Yaga dynasty watching the battle fixated on the dungeon entrance with burning, fervent eyes. Prince Nuosi had declared, "It will end in 1 minute." And they took that as an absolute truth. They all started timing eagerly, hearts swelling with pride and anticipation. Yet as the seconds ticked past 55, 56, the dungeon did end within a minute, but Nuosi did not emerge. What? The gazes of more than a dozen alien tribes, the half-dragon folk, red sand scorpions, giant lizards, and others froze in place. Nuosi was a royal dragonborn of the Yaga dynasty, the seed champion of the great race contest, with the purest bloodline and a true prodigy on the front lines. He had actually died inside the dungeon. Shock, confusion, and fear flashed across the officers' faces, teetering on the verge of losing control. Realizing that reporting this news to the Red Emperor would surely provoke his wrath, every alien officer felt their insides chill with dread. The battle formation scattered like startled birds, and no one dared mention the dungeon match again. In stark contrast, the great Xia border troops erupted in hearty laughter, morale soaring like never before, full of newfound confidence. Some recalled suspiciously, what exactly had that youth done inside the dungeon? If he really tossed a demon lord in there, I'd believe it. Hey, where is he? Having confirmed Nuosis' death, Tian had already taken the wager immediately, the 10 shimmering dragon marrow crystals, and calmly boarded the vehicle with Wei Yuan to leave. Wang Jiang watched them go, then waved at the crowd. What tricks? It clearly shows those aliens are just too weak. The border troops immediately caught on and chuckled in unison. Exactly. Total trash. And they call themselves Dragonborn. On the return flight in the hovering vehicle, Tian toyed with the blue-green shimmering dragon marrow crystals. The crystals were translucent and clear, with subtle dragon-shaped veins flowing across their surfaces. Truly legendary materials, just looking at them invoked a strong sense of desire to possess. Wei Yuan explained, dragon marrow crystals are also top-tier delicacies. Dragonborn like to consume them directly to strengthen themselves, but humans can't chew or digest them at all. After the thorough explanation, Tian now fully understood the value of dragon marrow crystals. Anything originating from the ancestral dragon secret realm was priceless. His curiosity about that mysterious domain towering over the Yaga continent only deepened. Wei Yuan added regretfully, we only have 10 pieces, not enough to craft equipment materials. If we had more, we could forge top-tier legendary gear. At those words, Tian's mind immediately flashed to Nuosis' corpse. Since the opponent risked betting 10 crystals, the loot on his body likely far exceeded that. And those spoils should now be in Alice's hands. On the northern outskirts of Qingcheng, a high-end hovering vehicle sped close to the ground, headed for Huaxing University. Inside, Jiang Yuanshuang accompanied by Qiuli. Huaxing was one of Great Xia's 3 super elite universities, located in Xingcheng's only large city in East China. Rumor held that the campus contained a single-person trial secret realm, capable of significantly enhancing skill effects. Bai Qiuli's eyes were bright and determined. Only 3 days left until the race of races. I hope to get even stronger inside that secret realm. Jiang Yuanshuang glanced sideways, offering a faint smile. She had seen countless talented newcomers, but few combined strong classes, high aptitude, and sheer will to fight like Bai Qiuli. If she improved further, her chances of beating Royal Dragonborn in the unknown would be very promising. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils suddenly contracted. Beep beep beep. An alarm blared sharply from the hovering vehicle. Warning. Enemy attack. Warning. Enemy attack. Boom. Over the wilderness between Qingcheng and Xingcheng, 3 missiles trailed orange-red flames and exploded against the vehicle. White-hot fireballs billowed, and metal debris scattered. Jiang Yuanshuang's sword intent transformed into layered azure light shields, wrapping around Bai Qiuli as they burst through the explosion's center, landing steadily. The acrid black smoke had barely cleared when more than 10 figures approached swiftly in the dusk. They wore purple church robes, with bizarre symbols tattooed on their faces, mostly around level 50, many ranked as third-tier professionals. At the front strode a heavily modified mechanized soldier carrying a large cannon, still puffing gray, smoke the very source of the missiles that had struck the vehicle. Shunlin sect. Jiang Yuanshuang spoke coldly, her killing intent sharp. The Shunlin sect was a notoriously infamous anti-human terrorist group on Blue Star. They lurked in the wilderness, never daring to enter the great Xia cities, let alone actively intercept top-tier professionals. Driven by their fanatical belief in welcoming the descent of all races, they hunted promising young talents from all nations at any cost. The mechanized soldier and the other cultists locked their crazed yet devout eyes on Bai Qiuli. He raised a hand, pointing at the girl with a hoarse, solemn voice. Those who obstruct the arrival of all races to Blue Star must die. At that moment, Wei Yuan was driving, preparing to escort Tian back to Qingqing. Suddenly, his expression stiffened. Through the remote barrier he had set up earlier, he clearly sensed a violent energy fluctuation nearby. Someone was engaged in a fierce fight, and the auras belonged to Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli are under attack, Wei Yuan said quietly, his tone grave. Tian was stunned for a moment, then instinctively pulled up the employee panel. Bai Qiuli's status bar was flashing rapidly. Her health fluctuated wildly, and her status read in combat. The situation was serious. Senior Jiang Yuanshuang is there too, and yet someone dares to attack them? Tian found it hard to believe. Wei Yuan closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, his brows tightly knit. Shunlin sect, those lunatics. The name flashed through Tian's mind. The Shunlin sect, notorious for summoning monstrous otherworldly gods. They fervently believed, among all the races, gods exist. Only by ushering in these gods can Daxia survive the impending demonic apocalypse. To Tian, this was utterly absurd. Whether gods truly existed was unknown, and letting all kinds of strange races descend on Blue Star would only destroy Daxia's identity. Yet these fanatics were willing to sacrifice themselves endlessly. Whenever they encountered a genius who opposed the arrival of these races, they would pounce like wolves. Although Bai Qiuli concealed her exact information with a shielding ring, after changing professions, she had consecutively cleared the Hell Dungeon first, swept through several mid-level secret realms, won first place in the East China College entrance exam, and had been guaranteed a spot in the upcoming racial contest. Such a series of achievements had made her a thorn in the side of the Shunlin sect. Those bastards. Tian clenched his fists tightly. Wei Yuan quickened his pace. I have to go assist immediately. The flowing cloud sword sage excels at offense and killing, but protecting others isn't his forte. If the Shunlin sect is determined to kill Bai Qiuli, Jiang Yuanshuang might not be able to hold them off. No, we'll go. Tian interrupted him firmly. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow and gave him a strange look. Don't worry, they'll protect my own employee. Let Senior Jiang fight, with full freedom. Kill them all if you can. With that, Tian flicked his fingertips, producing a sharp snap skill. Meeting activated. In an instant, his figure seemed wiped away by an invisible hand, stepping directly into another dimension. The boss summons rippled out as a wave of mental energy, instantly spreading to every employee's heart. Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned, then slammed the accelerator, speeding toward the battlefield. At the other side of the battlefield, Sword Qi streaked through the air. In theory, Jiang Yuanshuang and the core Shunlin sect members were all rank 3 professionals, but a top-level level 74 legend was in a completely different realm than low 50-level ordinary rank 3s. Every slash of Jiang's azure sword Qi carved a visible vacuum in the air, yet the Shunlin sect disciples refused to retreat, eyes wild with fanaticism. For the will of the gods, sacrifice. A level 55 assassin silently sneaked close to the 2 women. Suddenly, he retracted his short dagger and pressed it against his chest. In the next moment, glowing runes enveloped his body. His mechanical implants, a special destruction device, roared in unison, exploding into a brilliant white mushroom cloud. Madman. Jiang Yuanshuang's intuition went alert. She forcibly stopped her sword swing and slashed horizontally, the explosive sword intent forming multi-layered defenses around her and Bai Qiuli. The violent impact plowed up the ground, showering stones like rain. As the fire died down, the remaining mechanical parts of the assassin were still hot, dropping molten steel that hissed on the ground. Jiang Yuanshuang's temple was bleeding, but she didn't retreat. Her long sword pointed at the dusty battlefield. As humans, yet servants of alien races, you dogs, she shouted fiercely. From the other side, a charged Shunlin sect mechanical warrior laughed wildly. Wrong. We are the hope of humanity. Only by inviting the gods to descend can Daxia be saved. If that's peace, I'd rather die at the hands of demons. Jiang roared, sword Qi blazing once more. Just as she prepared to strike back, Another assassin used the dust as cover to creep up close. His chest runes flared another self-destruct. The roar approached. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated all her sword chi, shielding Baiqiuli in front of her. She had no choice but to give up offense to protect Baiqiuli. Facing each deadly explosion without a trace of panic, Baiqiuli kept her expression calm and her voice steady. Teacher, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Flames shook the half-ruined corridor as falling debris scattered with deafening crashes. Baiqiuli stood before Jiang Yuanshuang, her short sword summoning a shield of spiritual energy that was steadily cracking under the relentless assault of a third-tier combatant. Though her strength was remarkable, before a genuine third-tier warrior, she still fell short. Yet Jiang Yuanshuang's face wore a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Wei Yuan will come. He'll keep you safe. Baiqiuli's hands trembled slightly from the repeated blows, her body drained of strength, but she refused to falter. Instead, a fire burned stronger within her chest. I'm not strong enough yet. At that moment, a line of pale golden text suddenly appeared before her eyes. Her gaze brightened sharply, as if grasping at a last lifeline. Teacher, don't worry about me anymore. Ahead, Shenlin cult members formed a semicircle, their cannons and rune guns aiming at the two. Leading them, a mechanical augment shouted harshly, attack. Don't let her escape. The roar of cannons tore through the night once more. But before the shells could even land, Baiqiuli's figure vanished as if swept away by the wind, leaving no trace of spiritual energy behind. The Shenlin cultists froze in place. What just happened? The intel never mentioned her having spatial abilities. No one in all of Daxia should have that. Could she be invisible? The mechanical augment's face was full of disbelief. They had risked hijacking Jiang Yuanshuang's flying car specifically to wipe Baiqiuli out on the spot, and now their target had simply vanished. Jiang Yuanshuang was also briefly stunned, but recalling Baiqiuli's last words, Teacher, don't worry about me anymore, and seeing the cultists' baffled reactions, she was nearly certain Baiqiuli had been rescued, most likely by that mysterious little boss. No matter what, this was good news. She rose slowly, fingers brushing the scabbard. When the sword was drawn, it sang a pure, clear note. In the next instant, the murderous spirit of the flowing cloud sword poured out like a freezing torrent, engulfing the entire ruined area. The sword's aura took tangible form, shooting into the sky and stirring the night's dark clouds. The Shenlin cultists all shivered, their skin feeling as if cut by icy blades. Jiang Yuanshuang's voice was low and cold. Now, who's the one running away? She stepped forward, the sword spirit tracing a half-moon arc. Where the blade's light swept, a fierce wind whipped through, smashing scattered bricks and radiating deadly menace. The mechanical augment's startled shout was cut short as the sword spirit pierced his chest. Two other third-tier Shenlin cultists were caught in the aftershock, their lives snuffed out in an instant. Amid flames, sword whistles, and anguished cries, Jiang Yuanshuang's robes billowed as the sword's killing intent swept again and again through the battlefield, shredding the enemy ranks into bloody pieces. A one-sided slaughter had begun. In the dungeon space, Alice, who had just been promoted to the boss lord, was moving around nearby. Just as Tian had said, this was the territory of the Yaga dynasty, with plenty of tempting prey everywhere. As she searched for her next target, a system notification suddenly popped up. The boss invites you to join a meeting. Alice blinked in surprise. A meeting? Could she leave the dungeon? After a moment's thought, she decisively clicked accept. In the next instant, it felt as if an unknown force pulled her away, and she vanished instantly from the dungeon passageway. Inside a conference room sparkling like a star-filled sky, a long table hovered in boundless space. Baiqiuli let out a sigh of relief immediately. Fortunately, the boss called the meeting in time. Now Teacher Yuanshuang should be able to fight easily. Tian nodded gently. He had also noticed this meeting ability, ignoring distance, unlimited duration, able to summon staff into a safe space anytime. It was truly the ultimate life-saving skill. He reminded everyone, if you run into danger, alert me immediately. At this moment, Ningjing was not in the meeting. Tian planned to message her when the meeting in death had just seen she was deeply focused, fully immersed in some research, and didn't want to disturb her. The others all nodded, amazed inside. So that's how meetings could be used. But just as they began to relax, a strange and heavy aura suddenly invaded their senses, the terrifying oppression of abyssal corruption. Baiqiuli, Yi Xiao, and the others instinctively stared at the long table and saw Alice appear in the fifth empty seat. She actually really came out of the dungeon. Alice's eyes gleamed with delight. She tested quickly and confirmed she couldn't use any combat skills or teleport through the void here, then reassured everyone. Don't worry. Tian raised his hand to quiet the room, then introduced, this is our new colleague, Alice. He briefly explained her background. Upon learning she was also under Yishin's command, suspicion disappeared instantly, replaced by curiosity and friendliness. Alice can only operate inside the dungeon for now, Tian added, so if you encounter danger there, call for her directly. Got prey? Just call me anytime. Alice smiled and nodded. She vaguely sensed a special connection had formed with everyone present, allowing her to quickly locate colleagues in any dungeon. At that moment, Wanjiong suddenly had a realization and exclaimed, "Boss, is Alice the one who killed Nuasi in the dungeon?" Tian nodded affirmatively. Wanjiong then understood a royal dragonborn wiped out by Alice in under a minute deepened his respect for her combat power. "By the way, Alice, did the royal dragonborn drop any loot?" Tian asked smoothly. Just these. Alice searched briefly and took out a token and 30 crystals, placing them gently on the long table. With a thought from Etienne, the loot floated automatically to the boss seat. The dazzling crystals were legendary materials dragon marrow crystals. Etienne raised an eyebrow. Counting the previous 10, he now had a total of 40, enough to forge new equipment. Equipment crafted from dragon marrow crystals ranked among the very best of legendary quality. The other token made Etienne frown slightly, the Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm token. This token could open the entrance to the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm once, then disappear after use. The dark golden token before him emanated faint dragon patterns, as if it could shatter the air and vanish at any moment. Wei Yuan had previously mentioned that the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm was filled with piles of high-quality resources, countless treasures, and legacies, but the entrance was located far away on the Yaga continent. Now, being in the Great Xia, Etienne had no choice but to keep the token safe and wait for the right opportunity. On the Yaga continent, at the Scarlet Emperor's palace, the lofty dome loomed overhead, supported by 8 giant azure stone pillars as thick as giant serpents, but one pillar was now missing. The furious Scarlet Emperor had just shattered a pillar with a single palm strike, sending flying fragments everywhere. He kicked the half-broken stone pillar heavily toward a kneeling officer of the Dingxing army. The massive stone slammed into the officer's throat with a muffled grunt and the distinct sound of bones cracking, yet the officer still dared not dodge. "Nuasi dead? You still have the nerve to show your faces before me?" The Scarlet Emperor's golden eyes blazed violently with draconic might. The royal dragon-blooded were the future pillars of the Yaga dynasty. Any loss was intolerable, especially with the impending clan tournament. Losing even one contestant weakened their confidence. What infuriated him even more was that the Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm token gifted to Nuasi was lost along with him. Such a precious item was only granted 5 times a year to the entire dynasty. Now one had vanished into thin air. Beneath the throne, a half-dragon, scale-covered mage bowed and advised, "Your Majesty, this must be a sinister ploy by the humans, stirring darkness within the instance and causing the abyss to claim Prince Nuasi's life." "Do I need you to tell me?" The Scarlet Emperor shot a cold glare, rage burning hotter. Though he knew the mastermind was Great Xia, he couldn't find the evidence, and so had no outlet for his fury. Just then, an attendant reported, "Your Majesty, envoys from the Void Insect clan request an audience, proposing an alliance to attack Great Xia." The gathered clans exchanged wary glances. Alliances between different species were not uncommon, but the Void Insect clan was notorious for cunning and treachery. Everyone knew dealings with them were like sleeping beside vipers. The Scarlet Emperor sneered, "Creeping vermin from the gutter think they can stand with dragons? Tell them to get lost." Losing Nuasi didn't faze him. With the strength of the Yaga dynasty, they didn't need help chasing down mere Great Xia. He waved his sleeve. "Send word to the Azure Emperor to dispatch troops. The clan tournament is not a matter for me alone." In the northern wilderness outside Qing City, night fires lit the sky. Devotees of the Shunlin sect, clinging desperately to the belief that Bai Qiuli wasn't fully dead, fiercely battled the fully unleashed Jiang Yuanshuang, but the corpses piled high. Amid flashing blades and sword strikes, the disciples' lines repeatedly shattered, yet driven by frenzied faith they pressed on, causing casualties to soar faster than all previous missions combined. Inevitably, some panicked, tore through the lines, and fled. Most of the Shunlin disciples perished. The once arrogant anti-human cult was nearly wiped out in this battle. The meeting ended. Etienne's consciousness returned to Wei Yuan's off-road vehicle, where the cabin glowed with soft white light. Wei Yuan looked curious. "No issues on Bai Qiuli's side, but your protection method is unusual. Dragging someone straight into a pocket dimension is a bit sneaky." Etienne just smiled, and then pulled out a heavy sack of dragon marrow crystals, 40 of them in total. In a calm voice he asked, "Wei, will these be enough to craft equipment?" Wei Yuan inhaled sharply. These were all the relics from Nuasi's instance. He had long guessed Etienne killed Nuasi, but hadn't expected him to bring the spoils out too. Enough to forge 2 legendary pieces. He'll contact an epic-level blacksmith. "Which part do you want to make?" "Accessories." Etienne thought for a moment and decided on rare necklaces or rings. Armor and weapons were easier to obtain. Top-tier accessories were rare. Wei Yuan nodded and stored the dragon marrow crystals in his spatial ring. "No problem." The car drove through the night back to Qingshan apartment. The late-night sky cast a cold light, and shadows flickered under the street lamps in the wind. Before getting out, Wei Yuan spoke solemnly. "Tomorrow is the selection for clan tournament contestants. I'm counting on you all." Tian waved his hand and spoke softly, "Don't worry." Returning to the apartment, night had fallen deep. The motion-activated lights in the hallway flickered on and off, and the empty living room was left with only Tian. Baiqiuli had already gone to Huaxing University with Jiang Yuanshuang to complete her registration early, leaving the apartment quiet once more. Earlier that day, Etienne had helped Alice switch her class, causing his funds to drop sharply from nearly 100 to 35.3 points. Although the number was painful to see, Alice's powerful combat ability and her dual build potential made the loss worth it. At exactly midnight, the light screen flickered as the management log automatically settled. 1. Yeshio and Jiang Che teamed up for the first clear of the Hell Dungeon Heartless Valley, Funds 6. 2. Baiqiuli challenged the solo trial realm of Huaxing University, Funds 4. 3. Wang Jiang was promoted to squad leader in the Dashia Border Defense Recruits, Funds 1. 4. Ningjing decoded an ancient relic stone slab, extracting 3 key clues. Progress reached 74, Funds 2. Shared experience from employee kills, trials, first clears, and grinding, 650,000. Host level, 2528. Available funds, 48.3. In just a few lines of data, the variety of ways to earn money stood clear. Dungeon first clears, trial challenges, even military promotions, and cracking relic slabs all delivered dividends. Legendary scholar Ningjing pushed the stone slab progress to over 70 in a single day in astonishing efficiency. In contrast, the strongest fighter Alice was stuck grinding enemy kills in a dungeon and temporarily out of other achievements, but still far ahead in experience gained. Etienne glanced through the employee panel. They had 1 promotion slot left. With only 2 days before the racial competition, he had to decide quickly to strengthen the team. As thoughts swirled, he unbeknownst drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, the sky was faintly bright. Etienne, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yeshio boarded a private hovercar arranged by Wei Yuan, heading toward Xing City. With the racial competition approaching, it was customary for senior leaders across East China to hold selection trials here, choosing the final contestants. Today was the day when all the geniuses gathered for the spotlight. The engine hummed low as the hovercar sliced through clouds. After the godly cult attack yesterday, Wei Yuan had urgently mobilized 4 battalion-level units to sweep the wilderness along the routes, making the journey exceptionally safe. So this is Xing City? It's so luxurious. Jiang Che and Wang Jiang pressed against the window in awe. Below, the vast outline of the city spread out nearly 10 times the size of Qing City. Multiple futuristic skyscrapers pierced the sky, their metal curtain walls reflecting a cold gleam in the morning light. Compared to Yishin's previous life in a first-tier metropolis, this place felt more rugged due to the wars, but no less imposing. The hovercar landed steadily in front of the East China branch office building. Wei Yuan, Baiqiuli, and Jiang Yuanshuang were already talking at the entrance. Seeing the group arrive, Wei Yuan raised his hand to beckon and led Etienne straight up to the third-floor conference hall. Today's selection would take place here. Wei Yuan and Etienne were the last to enter, joining a gathering of top power players from across East China. The great ethnic competition was a matter of utmost importance for all of East China's interests, and even its survival. A single failure would mean countless lost secret realms, which would then have to be deducted from the quotas of various cities and departments. The vast conference hall was brightly lit, filled with senior officials and prodigies from every city and department, all gathered together. An undercurrent of tension hung in the air like faint gunpowder smoke. Even East China's top university, Huaxing University, the pride of the Greater Xia, had to rely heavily on secret realm rewards to make up for its past losses. This time, the septuagenarian president Yu Hua had to attend in person. Yu Hua wore a deep blue mage's robe, his white beard flowing down his chest, his expression grave. As soon as he entered, he spotted Lin Guodong, commander of the East China garrison, a tall, upright man in a shining military uniform. The two moved swiftly and with great understanding toward the front row, just as Wei Yuan arrived. Wei Yuan wore casual clothes and maintained his usual calm demeanor. Yu Hua frowned and got straight to the point. Wei Yuan, I just heard that you refused headquarters support for the East China team in this ethnic competition. Facing the Yaga dynasty Alanito, you really intend to stand by yourself? Lin Guodong added gravely. In past years, whether from headquarters or the Qianlong base, we always received support when competing against alien races. Even then, we often only drew or lost. Now you're voluntarily giving that up. Eyes all around the hall fixed on them as murmurs rose like a low tide. But Wei Yuan merely smiled faintly. Let headquarters send their help where it's most needed. Old Lin, I believe from this year on, East China doesn't need their support anymore. Yu Hua and Lin Guodong exchanged a shocked glance. Lin muttered quietly, Wei Yuan, what right do you have to be so arrogant? The dragon-blooded royal family of the Yaga dynasty is no trivial opponent. While Wei Yuan had recently discovered some promising talents, it wasn't credible that he could afford to be so cocky. They even suspected he might be planning to tear up the peace accord with the aliens. Just as the tension reached a peak, A clear voice full of excitement suddenly broke in. Support? So that means we could send aid to other regions in their matches? It was Tian speaking. Wei Yuan nodded with a smile. Of course. The 5 major regions of Greater Xia share the same roots. If we have the capacity, we should help our allies. Tian's eyes brightened instantly, as if he had found a new path to success. Yu Hua and Lin Guodong keenly caught this glint in his eyes and grew even more bewildered. East China hasn't even secured its own footing, and you're already talking about aiding others? How is this young man alongside Wei Yuan getting more and more reckless? Wei Yuan watched the 2 elders' expressions with amusement, then suddenly pointed a finger at Tian, his tone casual but firm. Let me introduce you the so-called mercenary leader I brought in, Tian. Mercenary leader? Tian's lips twitched slightly. Yu Hua and Lin exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless for a moment. Yet, in that brief pause, a long-lost feeling stirred deep inside the 2 elders. The Wei Yuan of old, the rebellious prankster with extraordinary strength, seemed to have returned. Back then, even as a young man, Wei Yuan was East China's top talent, wildly flamboyant. Only through years of bearing the burden of protecting East China and battling alien fiends had he gradually tempered his sharp edges into calm seriousness. The nostalgia vanished in the blink of an eye. Wei Yuan's next sentence shattered their reverie. This year, I intend to entrust all 5 player slots for the ethnic competition entirely to Tian. What? Absolutely not. You're messing around. The voice rang out sharply. The whole hall erupted instantly. In past years, the slots had always been decided through layers of matches among prodigies from every city and department, followed by senior leadership votes. Wei Yuan's declaration effectively handed the fate of success or failure to a single youth. You can handpick 1 slot at most, but all 5? And letting such a young man decide? Questions and accusations flew like arrows. Yu Hua and Lin led the charge with angry shouts. The selection for the ethnic competition is no joke. Wei Yuan just shrugged and glanced at Tian. Tian nodded silently and signaled his secretary to hand over 2 freshly printed simple business cards. Yu Hua and Lin took them and glanced down. The first line boldly read, "Grow big, grow strong agency." By the time they looked up, Tian had stepped forward and loudly declared, "If you all oppose this, let's try the simplest way. Bring all your best geniuses and challenge the players under me. If you can win a single match, then the selection rules remain yours to set." As his words fell, the immense conference hall fell into a silence so profound one could hear their own breathing. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu stood together behind Tian, ready to accept the challenge. How arrogant. That was Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing University's first impression of Tian after he finished speaking. Tian had essentially laid his cards on the table in front of everyone. The people he brought along far outclassed all other candidates present. Such a brazen claim immediately drew the attention of all the big shots in the conference room. These were sharp-minded veterans who didn't believe Tian was bluffing, nor did they think Wei Yuan would joke around with them. Yu Hua quietly slipped to the back of the crowd and grabbed Jiang Yuanshuang, who was also attending the meeting. Lowering his voice, he said, "That girl over there is your new disciple, Bai Qiuli, isn't she?" Jiang Yuanshuang was one of the top professionals in Daxia and a kendo instructor at Huaxing University. Familiar with Yu Hua, she nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Qiuli is probably unbeatable among her peers." After a pause, she lowered her voice further and added, "And as for Tian, it's best not to oppose him. He's not ordinary." Jiang's mind flickered to the image of Tian tearing open a secret realm's entrance barehanded and forcibly upgrading Bai Qiuli's class to god level. Even she felt a bit wary. Since Wei Yuan had warned her not to reveal too much, she kept it brief. Yu Hua pondered for a moment, then looked back at Tian without further comment. However, the others were already fired up by Tian's provocation and quickly responded, "If that's the case, then let's have a competition." Thus, what should have been a serious candidate selection meeting turned into an unprecedented instant arena showdown without a single formal agenda item. Elites from all cities and departments gathered in the stands. Lin Guodong, commander of the East China garrison, brought a white-robed youth named Yi Bai, a legendary sword maniac. Besides Sun Xiang, East China's finance director, stood Sun Yi, a peerless battle king who had also emerged top of Bai Qiuli's exam. There was also a legendary contender, Lu Yuan, the thunderous swordsman with blue hair and black armor wielding dual blades. Not only that, nearly all epic-level professionals from East China showed up, proving Yu Hua's words that the regional competition quotas are no joke. This year's tournament was crucial for East China and a supreme honor for all participants. Everyone wanted a shot on the stage. The atmosphere inside the arena was tense and electric. On one side, Tian casually unfolded a stool and sat down steadily, with Bai Qiuli, Wan Jing, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu standing rigidly behind him like a dark lord with his 4 elite generals. On the other side, Lin Guodong and other officials formed ranks with over 10 candidates ready to face them. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang stood at the judges' stands, the wind billowing, the air thick with hidden tension. Tian raised a hand, a faint smirk curling his lips. The rules are simple. As long as any of you can defeat anyone under my command, he'll admit defeat. He'll go. Before the words even finished, Sun Yi stepped onto the field. Sun Xiang, seeing the resemblance in Sun Yi's features, patted his shoulder proudly. Sun Yi held his head high and stepped forward. With purple potential, legendary battle king status, and top-tier epic gear, Tian couldn't help but glance at him once more. Sun Yi's gaze swept across the four opposing figures by Qiuli, Wang Jing, Jiang Che, and Yi Ziyuan quickly calculated in his mind. I definitely can't beat by Qiuli. That one I admit. Wang Jiang had made quite a name for himself in the border defense forces. It was said he had even slain demonic spirits of the magic spirit rank, a feat few could accomplish. Sun Yi's gaze scanned the lineup one by one. The second person needed no introduction. The third was unfamiliar but breathed steadily and had calloused hands, clear signs of someone steeped in martial arts for years. Finally, his eyes settled on the young man at the rear of the team, whose expression was indifferent, pale-faced, and standing loosely, seemingly no threat at all. Without hesitation, Sun Yi raised his hand and pointed directly at him, his tone firm and resolute. That's you. Yeshio raised an eyebrow and tapped his own chest lightly, as if amused, but not surprised to be the first chosen opponent. He gently twirled the Qinji umbrella in his hand, his expression calm yet excited. Honestly, I prefer competing with professionals to running dungeons. With those words, he stepped into the center of the arena. As the light screens flickered, a separate virtual space quickly formed, isolating the two in their own battlefield here. Even if death came, it meant only data being erased. On the referee's stand, Wei Yuan propped his chin on one hand, visibly enjoying the spectacle. Good. First match, begin. Purple light surged from Sun Yi's body, a faint violet fighting spirit swirling and gathering around him. At the clang of metal, he drew an epic long blade, and an imposing aura suddenly burst forth. Watch closely, Yeshio. I'm keeping my eyes on you. Yeshio gave a slight nod as the Qinji umbrella folded and transformed in an instant into a cold, sharp long bladia mythic-grade weapon. Fighting spirit shield. Earth-splitting strike. Sun Yi first wrapped himself in layers of fighting spirit armor. Then with a flick of his blade, 3 deep cracks scored the ground, energy cutting through the air with a roaring slash. With a tiptoe leap, Yeshio soared above the cracks. Midair, he reversed the blade's arc, a wave of illusory purple light slicing the field. Soul-cleaving wave slash. Boom. Crash. Thunderous detonations erupted alongside a storm of debris and energy. From Sun Yi's perspective, the purple slash was unbelievably fast, and the next moment, Yeshio was already standing outside the virtual space. I lost. How did I lose? He muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, everyone watching outside was stunned. That single strike had nearly torn the battlefield in half. Its speed almost incomprehensible. No way to beat him, absolutely no way. Someone gasped. That strike of Yeshio's probably holds legendary level power. Don't pick a fight with him. The crowd quickly shifted their gaze from Yeshio to the other 3 behind Tian. Better to try their luck with someone else. Yeshio landed steadily, riding the residual momentum of his wave slash, his face still showing traces of satisfaction. The skill's power was overwhelming, but the fight had ended too quickly. His somewhat boastful remark immediately drew a chorus of teasing from the stands. Yet, he truly longed for a worthy opponent to engage in a fierce battle. Perhaps only the upcoming grand race of species could finally fulfill that desire. Tian crossed his legs and waved with a smile. Next challenger, please. Yeshio's recent performance was fresh in everyone's minds. A murmur of apprehension, curiosity, and eagerness rippled through the audience. Moments later, a streak of white darted down from above. I'm here to challenge. Standing beside Army Commander Lin Guodong, a youth dressed in white, sword strapped on his back, landed in the center of the arena, his gaze fixed squarely on Jiang Che. Bai Qiuli ranked first in the discontinuity. Wang Jiang had shown impressive battle records, and Yeshio was ridiculously strong, but after careful consideration, this young man chose Jiang Che as his target. Regretfully, Yeshio stepped down, and Jiang Che immediately took the stage. After forming a raid team with Yeshio and grinding levels non-stop, Jiang Che had reached level 25 and successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, evolving from a chi fighter to a heavenly gang martial artist. The white-clad youth clasped his fists and introduced himself. I am Yi Bai. You'd better be careful. Before he even finished speaking, his long sword was drawn, a cold gleam ripping through the air. The epic class swordsman sword maniac ignited his fury recklessly, sacrificing anything in his destructive path. That's why he warned Jiang Che in advance. Yet Jiang Che remained unmoved in the face of the brutal blade. Heavenly gang shield. Instantly, a diamond-hard aura formed a protective barrier. The sword cut down sharply, but only left faint white marks on the shield. Then, Jiang Che lunged forward with a mighty roar. Heavenly gang dragon tiger roar. This exclusive second-tier skill unleashed a storm-like wave, carrying ore-infused sound crashing into Yi Bei's mind. His eyes, once blood-red in sword maniac frenzy, suddenly cleared. In the next moment, the aura exploded outward. Yi Bei's spirit was stunned blank, and he collapsed unconscious. Jiang Che lifted him with one hand and threw him outright from the arena. Yet another loss. The high-ranking spectators exchanged uneasy glances, stunned by the strength of Tian's underlings. These elite prodigies he had handpicked were effortlessly overwhelming their opponents. Yi Bei had only lasted a few breaths before defeat. Embarrassed, he bowed. "Sorry, Commander Lin." Lin Guodong patted his shoulder in comfort. "It's not your fault. The opponent was just too strong." Suddenly some onlookers questioned Tian. "Wait, they're all newly awakened this year? Surely you know the rules of the grand race. The Yaga dynasty must send only newborn descendants, and dash in only newly awakened professionals." For Tian, such restrictions were meaningless. Beside the judges' table, Secretary Wei Yuan calmly announced, "All have been verified to meet participation criteria." The doubts instantly silenced. Yu Hua, president of Huaxing University, looked puzzled. Where on earth did this guy find so many monster-level talents? From the judges' seats, Wei Yuan caught the confused gazes of the officials and quietly smiled to himself. The battles hadn't paused. The third challenger stepping onto the arena was Lu Yuan, with blue hair, clad in black armor, twin blades crossed on his back. The legendary class Thunderblade Master. From the perspective of the other senior leaders, he was the most likely candidate to secure a victory. However, in Tian's eyes, Lu Yuan's potential was only rated as yellow. In terms of combat performance, he was even inferior to the two purple potential fighters before him, Sun Yi and Yi Bei. When it came to choosing an opponent, Lu Yuan hesitated for a long time, but in the end, his gaze settled on Wang Jiang. He gave up on opponents with diverse techniques and profound martial skills, simply because Wang Jiang had the highest stats. It should be noted that besides his legendary profession, Wang Jiang also possessed in strength superhuman constitution thunderous battle body. Even if Sun Yi and Yi Bei joined forces with him, their chances of defeating Wang Jiang would still be slim. 1 minute later, the battle ended. The senior leaders opposite Tian turned from helplessness to calmness. Even Lu Yuan, with his legendary profession, could only hold out for a minute. They clearly understood their limits and immediately abandoned any hope of defeating Tian. What followed was more like combat guidance. "Last as long as you can." "Nice. I lasted 2 moves under Yi Xiu's command. I fought Jiang Che for a full 2 minutes. As long as I fly high enough, I can delay my defeat. I want to fight the campus beauty Bai. If I die under her sword, today will be worth it." Tian firmly rejected such fanatical requests at the end. "Tian, I sincerely admit defeat," said Lin Guodong, the garrison commander, stepping forward first with earnest tone. The finance minister Sun Xiang, Yu Hua, and other seniors nodded in agreement. Wei Yuan cheerfully descended from the referee stand and looked around. "So what do you all think? Admit it, admit it." And so, the participants for this year's grand competition were fully entrusted to Tian. The race rules: 5 unknown matches plus 1 5-person dungeon speed run. Each solo win earns 1 point. The dungeon winner gets 3 points. The highest total score wins. Ideally, there should be 5 official competitors. Tian thought 4 would suffice, but Wei Yuan mentioned upcoming specialized training, so it was better to add a 5th. In the end, the spot went to Sun Yi, the Battle King profession. Selection finalized, the grand race would start the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Huaxing University would host a boot camp to give contestants one last intensive push. The showdown between East China and the Yaga dynasty was about to ignite. Before the camp officially began, Tian had already decided to give the final promotion spot to Wang Jiang. His reasons were twofold. 1. Wang Jiang was one of his earliest followers, a veteran border guard with impressive achievements capable of handling things independently. 2. Wang Jiang controlled the demon ceiling tower, where the higher the floor, the greater the rewards. If his strength rose another level, he might unlock an even stronger constitution in the future. Before Wang Jiang departed for the boot camp, Tian and Wei Yuan set up a protective barrier. Promotion, Wang Jiang. Light surged, and the system panel appeared. Outstanding employee investment opportunities. 1. Promote to God-level profession, 20 funding points. 2. Exclusive weapon, 5 funding points. 3. SS rank superhuman constitution, 20 funding points. 4. Promotion only, no investment. Compared to Bai Qiuli's promotion, there was a new option, SS rank superhuman constitution. The Shrank Thunderous Battle Body had already doubled Wang Jiang's combat power. Stepping into SSS rank would be an unimaginable boost. However, the opportunity could only be chosen once. After careful consideration, Tian raised his hand and selected. Option 1, promote the profession. The 20 funding points disappeared. Inside the barrier, Wang Jiang's battle spirit surged wildly as he finally understood the magnitude of the reward his boss had bestowed. You have been promoted to outstanding employee, rewarded with promotion to God level stage 2 profession, Gyue Dragon Hunter. Your ultimate profession has evolved from Dragon Martial Spear God to All Phenomena Spear God. You have gained God level skills, Great Wasteland Star Shining Spear, and Dragon Hunter Domain. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, all employees were shoved into an intense boot camp, leaving no chance to pursue achievements or earn honors. Naturally, this meant no bonuses, which frustrated their boss, Tian. Yet there was a silver lining: experience bars surged non-stop, propelling his level from 28 to 33 in just 2 days. Meanwhile, the quiet laboratory buzzed with exciting activity. Runes on the ancient relic's stone tablet flickered brightly, and decoding progress skyrocketed to 94. At this rate, the relic's secrets would be fully unraveled in just one more day, prompting Tian to once again marvel at the weight behind the title Legendary Scholar. On the eve of the grand contest, Wei Yuan rushed into Tian's office with a black iron box in hand. Opening it revealed a necklace and a ring nestled in silk, 2 legendary accessories, forged from a total of 40 dragon essence crystals. Originally slated for at least 10 days, the forging process was accelerated by dragging in 4 epic-level blacksmiths working non-stop, finally completing the pieces before the deadline. The necklace was called Dragon Soul. Type: defensive accessory. Effect: when activated, it conjures a shield based on the wearer's mental strength, capable of both blocking damage and intimidating nearby enemies. Defense had always been a critical need for Tian, so without hesitation, he clasped the necklace around his neck. The ring was far more aggressive, and Tian immediately decided it was meant for Alice. Blood Dragon Doom Ring. Effect 1. Each time the wearer kills a draconic creature, the ring's surface displays an additional blood dragon pattern. Effect 2. After leaving combat, the wearer's first attack damage increases by 3 per blood dragon pattern. Killing an enemy resets this bonus. Effect 3. Each blood dragon pattern permanently increases the wearer's maximum HP by 1. The more draconic enemies slain, the stronger the ring becomes, exponentially boosting both burst damage and maximum vitality. And who was the undisputed number 1 on the base's Dragon Slayer leaderboard? Of course, Alice. Ever since she had been deployed near the Yaga dynasty, wherever she ventured into dungeons, she effortlessly eliminated several draconic and otherworldly foes, forcing the Yaga dynasty to conduct intense investigations into possible internal traitors. That evening at the war meeting, Tian solemnly handed the ring to Alice, making the decision final. The next day, the grand tournament officially began. Ding City. The East China garrison had pulled together 3 regiment-sized units, with Lin Guodong personally commanding on site. Heavy armored vehicles lined the street corners, and a dazzling no-fly formation shimmered above, ensuring absolute order throughout the city. The tournament arena was set in the giant Colosseum downtown, its spectator seats fully packed. Border guards stood on high alert, weapons ready, nerves taut. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang, 2 of Daxia's remaining 8 top-tier professionals, were also present to bolster morale. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy, General Lin Guodong, and border command officials gathered at the front row seats, a testament to the event's immense importance for East China. Media reporters swarmed the scene, with flashbulbs popping relentlessly. Ji Chonglin, principal of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, also arrived. Although East China had suffered successive defeats and economic blows in past tournaments, leading many including Ji Changlin to be pessimistic, today's atmosphere carried an unusual restless energy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow blotted out the sky above Ding City. The Red Emperor appeared in half-dragon form, his body more than 10 meters long sprawling across the sky. Without deliberately retracting his wingspan, the entire city could hardly contain him. The Yaga dynasty's forces followed, led by the Red Emperor and several royal draconic offspring, their arrogance palpable. The confidence forged from consecutive victories in previous tournaments now seemed magnified in their eyes. But this time, something was different. Alongside the Red Emperor, for the first time ever, the Yaga dynasty arrived with another top-tier powerhouse. She was a tall and elegant woman, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches with an exceptionally upright posture. Her skin was translucent and smooth like jade, and the golden runes embroidered on her blue-green robe shimmered with arcane power. Seated regally in the prime spot of the Aegu dynasty's viewing platform, her long sleeves hung loosely, fingertips exuding a faint chill. This calm composure sharply contrasted with the flamboyant presence of the Red Emperor in the distance, arrogant and fierce, while she radiated quiet intellect and refined grace simply by sitting still. What a powerful dragonborn! Who could she be? Could it really be the legendary Azure Emperor? The crowd in the arena erupted instantly. Generals and officials from Daxiao whispered among themselves in awe, their faces full of surprise. The 3 reigning emperors of the Aegu dynasty, the Red, Azure, and White Emperors, were famous throughout the alien lands. The Daxians had seen the defiant Red Emperor in person, but had never met the other 2, only hearing rumors of their terrifying power. Yet Wei Yuan seemed familiar with her. Raising his head to study her figure, a faint, enigmatic smile curved his lips. The dragon of all magic, she's here too. Seems the Aga dynasty isn't as confident this year. At the very center of the viewing platform, Tian sat side by side with Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang. This was the highest honor seating reserved usually only for Daxia's top authorities, yet today no one questioned Tian's legitimacy. Ever since the Azure Emperor appeared, Tian's intelligence panel had flagged golden potential. Both the Red and Azure Emperors represented the dynasty's mightiest forces, so such an assessment was not unusual. What truly caught Tian's attention, however, was how the Azure Emperor's gaze repeatedly landed on him like a sharpened blade, stirring an odd ripple of emotion deep in his chest. Wei Yuan. A fierce dragon roar shattered the air, whipping up a violent wind as crimson wings blotted out the sun. Such a proud and domineering voice could only belong to the Red Emperor in this arena. This was an old ritual before each grand competition placing bets. Tian had witnessed border troops wagering on replica races in Ding City, but the stakes here were clearly much greater. If you Eastern Daxians have the guts, don't be cowardly turtles this year. The Red Emperor arrogantly surveyed the arena, his voice booming like thunder. From the Agu dynasty's side, the Azure Emperor's expression remained cold and serene. She listened quietly, fully aware that the Red Emperor had lost face in the last competition and was now determined to reclaim it. She cast a brief, intentional glance at Tian. The Red Emperor's dragon eyes flashed as he thundered, this year's bet 2 medium-level secret realms, plus control over the other half of Ding City. Wei Yuan, do you dare accept? The words triggered a collective gasp among the Daxian spectators. Last competition's bet was merely 7 small secret realms. Now it had multiplied several times over. Finance Minister Sun Ziyang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and whispered in analysis, they're pushing us to bargainer, maybe, just surrender. Across all Eastern Daxia, including the newly opened Tianyu realm, there were only 2 medium-sized secret realms. Adding half of Ding City meant that losing here could cost them a critical border stronghold, shaking the foundation of Eastern Daxia itself. The consequences were too dire to imagine. A deathly silence fell over the stands. Every eye was locked on Wei Yuan, waiting for his counteroffer or refusal. But Wei Yuan only smiled lightly, turned his head toward Tian, and casually asked as if chatting in class, what do you think? Tian crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm but resolute. I think it's good. If we win too decisively, they might just rip the mask off and go all out. That could be a problem for you. Ha. Wei Yuan laughed, the sound echoing above the arena. The Red Emperor's expression darkened as he prepared to lash out. But Wei Yuan stopped laughing and raised a hand. Enough. I accept. Let's raise the stakes. Boom! The spectators exploded as if ignited by dynamite. Reporters instinctively clicked their cameras, stunned whispers everywhere. He agreed. 2 medium secret realms and half a city. This is basically betting Eastern Daxia's fate. Even the provocative Red Emperor was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yuanshuang leaned in, lowering her voice so only Wei Yuan could hear. Why do you trust Tian so much? Wei Yuan pondered for a moment, eyes deep and steady. When he spoke again, his tone was just as soft. Do you remember the prophecy left by Daxia's very first God-class professional? A prophecy? Among the 8 top-tier professionals at level 74 in Daxia, Jiang Yuanshuang was one of the youngest. Although she held the prestigious title of swordsmanship mentor, she was only 32 this year. The rumor about Daxia's first god-level professional emerging a century ago was something she barely remembered clearly, but now those fragmented memories were suddenly ignited in her mind again. A series of details quickly surfaced. 80 years ago, Daxia's first god-level professional, the guardian of the starry sky, was ambushed and gravely wounded by 3 demon kings. On the brink of death, he summoned his last ounce of strength to leave Daxia a prophecy. When Daxia faces an existential crisis, a savior will appear repeatedly to reverse the tides of fate, rescuing Daxia from destruction and humanity from catastrophe. After protecting Daxia for nearly 2 decades, the guardian dissolved into a dazzling cascade of starlight and vanished. This prophecy was inscribed as the highest secret in the headquarters, shared only orally within the innermost leadership circle. As the prophecy spread, Daxia quietly split into 2 factions. The conservative camp advocated preserving national strength and avoiding war, patiently waiting for the savior to emerge. The radical camp firmly believed mankind could conquer fate, dismissing the prophecy as nonsense and pushing for a decisive war to break the deadlock. To this day, the 2 sides remained irreconcilable, yet the savior never appeared. Jiang Yuanshuang froze briefly, then abruptly looked up at Wei Yuan, lowering her voice as if barely daring to believe. Are you saying Tian is the person the prophecy speaks of? She rapidly recalled everything she knew about Tian, paving the way for Baiqiuli's ascension to god level, repelling the void insect swarm invasion. These incredible achievements closely matched the prophecy's description of repeatedly turning the world upside down. Coupled with the looming threats over the past decade, the encirclement by foreign enemies, continuous disturbances from other races, and demons, Daxia's situation was indeed perilous. The more she thought about it, the more convinced Jiang Yuanshuang became that Tian fit the prophecy. Yet the phrase again and again still left her wondering about its true meaning. Wei Yuan shook his head calmly in response to her question. I'm only guessing. I can't be certain. But then his voice grew resolute. Once the great race contest is over, I want to bring 003 to Tian. 003, the object once classified as an extraordinary taboo in Daxia, said to be the prophecy child's partner. Perhaps only it could confirm Yishin's true identity. With his mind settled, Wei Yuan refocused on the ongoing race contest below. High above, he locked eyes with the Red Emperor. Wei Yuan spoke heavily, laying down the stakes plainly. 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control over the other half of Ding City. This wager. I'm in. The Red Emperor's fiery eyes suddenly constricted, unable to hide his shock. He had only been bluffing to test the waters. In the past, Hua East would never accept such a staggering bet. But Wei Yuan's prompt acceptance clearly showed he was prepared. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Red Emperor's shock turned to wild delight, his laughter echoing through the arena. Ha ha ha. Wei Yuan, you want to go all out, but you've chosen the wrong time. This once you will not win. In the stands, many senior Daxiao officials wore grim expressions, sensing something ominous was coming. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. Enough talk. Let's begin. All right. The Red Emperor returned to the spectator stands, leaving the arena space to the competitors in the racial tournament. The judging panels from both clans entered shortly after and lined up on either side, announcing, Unknown Elimination Duel, Best of, officially underway. The arena suddenly flared to life for the first match. The Yaga dynasty sent forth a royal dragonborn first. The figure was clad in vivid crimson scales, golden eyes, Blazinga striking resemblance to the Red Emperor himself. The crowd erupted in excitement. Yu Hua, Dean of Huaxing Academy, whispered in awe, Nuo Ding. The strongest royal dragonborn under the Red Emperor's banner. And he's the first to compete? Wei Yuan, close behind, added. He's even stronger than Nuo Si. But Tian's face remained unmoved. To secure victory, Tian invested 18 points pre-match buying insurance. Death immunity shield by allocating 6 staff, 3 points each. He also held a tactical briefing, boosting the entire team's baseline 4 stats by 30 for 3 hours. And with additional bonuses, the increase could reach 80. The human race, historically weak in foundation, was always crushed statistically by Dragonborn at the same level. A Dragonborn's initial attributes were dozens to hundreds of times those of a human. Only a high-quality class above level 70 could barely catch up. But now, with buffs, the tide instantly turned. Funds dropped from 28.3 to 10.3, but Tian was unconcerned, believed winning the tournament would bring a windfall return. Taking a calculated risk. Yishio, you're up. Knowing his opponent was the Red Emperor's deadliest claw, Tian didn't hesitate. On the player bench, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yishio, and Sun Yi took their places in order. Upon hearing this, Yishio smirked slightly and strode toward the arena first. In the stands, senior officials like Yu Hua and Lin Guodong exchanged solemn looks. Entrusting a life-or-death clan tournament to one young man, was this a desperate gamble or the boldness of an era? Yishio wore gleaming silver light armor, and a dark red cloak fluttered behind him. His hands clicked as the ribbed thousand mechanism umbrella shifted forms. He glanced at Nuo Ding and grinned wildly. Just learned a few new moves in training camp, perfect chance to try them out on you. Boom. Nuo Ding's muscles tensed. Rocks shattered beneath his feet as he charged like a locomotive. The Red Emperor's lineage was famed for brute strength and natural battle god physiques, with Nuo Ding among the elite. Bang! At impact, the thousand mechanism umbrella instantly morphed into a heavy shield, shattering the shockwave. Yishio leaned forward from behind the shield's edge, taunting, Bro, skip meals today? Ugga! Nuo Ding roared and clawed the air fiercely. Yishio remained nonchalant. Boss ordered a sure win. Right then, skill activated. Chaos field. Dark mist exploded outward, amplifying the taunt effect to the extreme. Nuo Ding's eyes turned blood red as he slipped into a frenzy. From the player seats, Sunny frowned. Shield tank? But before finishing, she gasped. No, it's the assassin's stealth and backstab. The mist flickered by. Yishio swiftly transformed his giant shield, turned into a slender dagger, the mythic blade of Godslayer. A cold glint flashed as he appeared behind Nuo Ding's back. SSSHH. The blade pierced dragon scales. Nuo Ding unleashed a pained howl, but Yishio locked his waist with both arms. Earthbreaker throw. He flipped Nuo Ding's center of gravity and slammed him down with tremendous force. Before he could even hit the ground, a purple beam slashed through the air. Soul wave slash. The combo struck like lightning, all within 2 seconds. Nuo Ding crashed heavily onto the floor. The arena's energy shield flickered, and the judges simultaneously lit up victory columns. First match, Daxiao wins, 10. Awesome. Beautiful. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Daxia stands, nearly shaking the roof off. Across the way, the Red Emperor clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked, eyes dark with menace. These people are definitely no ordinary opponents. Beside the Red Emperor, the Qing Emperor, now appearing as an intelligent woman, responded softly, her tone elegant yet sharp. Her gaze swept over the fighting platform and landed squarely on the four human competitors by Qiuli, Wanjiang, and the others before finally resting on Tian's face. The Red Emperor frowned and let out a low grunt. The humans aren't fools. They wouldn't dare to bet this heavily without confidence. The tribal contest isn't just my affair. If that sly White Emperor doesn't show up, so be it. Next, it's your turn to act. The Qing Emperor nodded slightly and signaled for a female dragonborn to take the stage, but casually countered, "Who says the White Emperor isn't coming?" The Red Emperor was stunned. Huh. The second match of the best-of began. Jiangche, you're up. Tian hesitated for a moment as the blue-green scaly dragonborn royal stepped onto the arena, then decisively sent out Jiangche. Not only was Tian surprised, but most of the Dacian spectators had never seen a dragonborn with this blue-green scale color before. Their encounters were mostly with the Red Emperor's bloodline, known for strength and physique. The Qing Emperor's lineage was extremely rare. Tian instinctively pulled up the opponent's profile. Elisa. Gender. Female. Race. Yaga continent. Yaga royalty. Bloodline rating. A. Potential. Purple. Identity. Descendant of the Qing Emperor, naturally controls wind and spirit elements. After entering the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm, learn the Black Emperor's inherited power word Spirit Soul Snatch. Investment opportunity. None, currently unable to invest in non-human races. No investment opportunities. Non-human races can't be invested in just yet. Looks like they have to wait until the opponent attains a semi-human form like Elisa. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Tian's eyes quickly fixed on Black Emperor and word Spirit Soul Snatch. Word Spirit? He muttered. Wei Yuan turned his head. That dragonborn uses word Spirit? Upon confirmation, Wei Yuan's brows furrowed. Jiangche will need to be very careful. Tian drew in a sharp breath. This is ridiculous. One skill that can wipe out the world? Wei Yuan added. That's just an ancient legend nowadays. Those who can use word Spirit among the Yaga dynasty dragonborn are very few, and their power has diminished by 90%. So far, I've only seen word Spirit released when facing the Qing Emperor. Only then did Tian relax a little, thinking that while the dragons are no longer as powerful as their ancestors, Elisa still cannot be underestimated. On the arena, she and Jiangche had already reached a stalemate, causing Tian to frown. Heavenly Pole Dragon and Tiger Roar. At the start of the fourth round, Jiangche seized an opening and roared fiercely, preparing to overwhelm with his signature skill. To everyone's surprise, Elisa neither retreated nor dodged. Amid the awe-inspiring tiger and dragon roar, her golden dragon eyes shone brightly, chanting obscure incantations as if performing some kind of ritual. Soul shackles, while binding incantations. Originally, these were ancient draconic words that Tian couldn't understand, but after sharing Ningjing's universal language of the myriad tribes, the once obscure and cryptic phrases transformed into clear sentences in his mind. He needed to stop the dragon tiger roar and immediately switched to mental defense. Baiqiuli's gaze locked tightly on the arena as she quickly calculated her strategy. Though she lacked the universal language ability, she keenly picked up on the clue that the incantation was a form of psychic attack. Unfortunately, the competition space severed all external communication, so her warning was doomed to go unheard. Jiangche, unable to comprehend the dragon tongue, still put all his effort into executing the Tian Gang Dragon Tiger Roar. At that moment, a low metallic hum vibrated through the air, a buzz resounded. An invisible binding descended from the void, imprisoning his entire body. Incantation Soul Seizure. Relying on her draconic durability, Elisa bore the impact of the Dragon Tiger Roar and retaliated with her own incantation release. In the next instant, Jiangche's pupils dilated vaguely, his consciousness drained completely. He stood dazed in place, his movements frozen like a puppet stripped of its soul. It's over. Elisa wasted no time, delivering a kick that forced Jiangche out of the competition space. The second round ended. The Yaga dynasty scored 1 point. Awakened by the crowd, Jiangche slumped back into his seat, looking utterly lost. He croaked. Baiqiuli patted his back, half joking but partly comforting him. Go back and brush up on your ancient draconic language. In truth, this defeat wasn't Jiangche's fault alone. Even the well-informed Tian had not anticipated the incantation's power to be so absurdly overwhelming, and this was still less than a tenth of the peak strength of the ancient dragons. As for the old draconic language used in the incantation, besides Tian, only Baiqiuli, Wei Yuan, and Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing School could understand it on the spot. Baiqiuli's comprehension came from her having secretly mastered the ancient language as a side interest while preparing for exams at the library. After a brief pause, the third unknown match began. According to the rules, previously deployed players could not fight again. The Yaga dynasty again sent a warrior from the Qing Emperor's lineage, while Daxia did not hesitate to send Baiqiuli. Another dragonborn skilled in incantations, Tian cast a cautious glance at the opponent, inwardly alert. When reviewing data, he had noticed that nearly all of Qing Emperor's dragonborn had mastered incantations. Following an eerily similar path, they all gained insight from the dragon ancestor's secret realm and inherited what was called the Black Emperor's legacy. Black Emperor? Historically, the Yaga dynasty only officially recognized 3 emperors: red, blue, and white. Where did this mysterious 4th Black Emperor come from? This question was shelved as the battle was about to begin. Make sure Baiqiuli stays alert to those incantations. Principal Yu Hua whispered behind. Tian nodded with a determined expression. Don't worry. She understands better than I do. The match started. The opposing dragonborn began chanting the moment he landed, his low, ancient draconic words sounding like dragging chains. The vast competition space instantly chilled, faint gray-white soul shadows swirling in midair. Death's shadow. The incantation Ingui was forming. Baiqiuli's eyes flashed cold light. The moment her ice soul sword unsheathed, the blade exploded in piercing frost, sweeping the entire arena. Ling Tian's sword domain. The sky and earth changed color. Countless icy swords condensed from thin air, raining down like a storm. The unstable ghost souls were shredded in an instant. The opponent's face suddenly changed as his incantation was forced to break off. While trying to retreat, Baiqiuli struck like a shooting star, her blade descending. Ice-sealing final strike. With domain buffs stacking on Tian's 80 attribute boost, the divine-grade swordsman unleashed maximum power in a single breath. Frost spread along the sword light, instantly freezing the dragonborn into an ice statue. Immediately after, the cold moon sword dance followed. Dozens of arcing sword chi slicing through the ice crystals. Bang! The ice shattered, shards flying everywhere. The opponent's body was torn to pieces amid the scattered frost, unable to even cry out before collapsing lifelessly. A one-hit kill. The 3rd round ended. Daxiao led with 2 points. Killed instantly? How could someone who masters word manipulation be taken down in a single blow? The Red Emperor's brow furrowed deeply, anger nearly bursting from his golden-red eyes. Dragon descendants who wield word manipulation usually have pure and powerful bloodlines. At this level, they should be nearly unbeatable. He simply couldn't fathom being defeated so decisively on the spot. Out of 3 singles matches, 2 were already lost, a record never seen before in previous races' grand competitions. The nearby Azure Emperor raised an eyebrow but quickly calmed himself, speaking coolly. Ingui and Duo Pa are both low-tier word manipulations. Losing to them is normal. Besides, that human female swordsman is truly terrifying. Terrifying? The Red Emperor's displeasure grew. Daxia was considered weak among human nations, yet it kept producing prodigies one after another. In past competitions, Jiangqi's strength was easily enough to claim the top newcomer spot for Daxia, but this year, each one seemed stronger than the last. The humans were surprisingly resilient. Suppressing his fury, he glanced toward the arena. Who's next? The Azure Emperor chuckled lightly, gesturing to the spectators' stands on the horizon. Didn't I say? The White Emperor has arrived. From now on, he's all we need. The White Emperor? The Red Emperor was momentarily stunned. Why would that sly fellow show up in person? Before he finished speaking, an unremarkable dragon descended, hands folded respectfully. I will fight the 4th match. The Red Emperor recognized him, Nola, of ordinary bloodline, even weaker than Noting, who had lost the 1st round. He was about to mock him, but suddenly sensed something off. While it was still Nola in appearance, the overwhelming spiritual power, cold tone, and sharp aura were unlike the original. Instead, it was as if an ancient, mighty soul commanded this body. Instantly understanding, a mocking smile tugged at his lips. White Emperor, using word manipulation sovereignty to forcibly possess a descendant. You truly are as treacherous as ever. The possessed body gave a faint smile. Flattery. The Red Emperor snorted coldly. If you had come to Daxiao earlier, what need would there be for this competition? The Yaga dynasty would have conquered this land long ago. He paused, sneering. Oh, I almost forgot. You're afraid of the Black Emperor's revenge. Even after nearly a century, you don't dare leave his burial grounds. He said he would return. The White Emperor's voice turned icy. Do you wish to live again under his rule? With those words, he spread his silver-white dragon wings, soaring into the arena as a howling cyclone spiraled behind him. The Red Emperor scoffed with disdain. Afraid of a last will for almost 100 years? Pathetic. Outside the arena, in the Daxia spectators section, Wan Jiang, you're up for the 4th match. Tian commanded firmly. Wan Jiang responded sharply, his spear humming as he launched into the air like a missile. Initially, Tian had hoped that if the opponent was an ordinary dragon descendant, Sun Yi still had a chance to win. But the Yaga dynasty's fighters had unleashed full power from the very first match, their strength rivaling the greatest ever seen. Especially this bout, the overwhelming pressure from the opponent far exceeded the first 3 rounds. signaling serious danger. There's something strange about this guy, Wei Yuan also noticed. Tian immediately pulled up the opponent's profile. Nola deceased. Basic info potential, minimal. Background, descendant of the Red Emperor. Consciousness erased by word manipulation sovereignty. Body partially controlled by the White Emperor's will. The White Emperor partially controlling him? The White Emperor fighting as a substitute. Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. This method was reminiscent of the parasitic tactic used by the void insect race earlier. The difference lies in that a typical parasite is inherently weak. After taking control of someone, it relies entirely on the host's abilities to fight, and once expelled, it barely affects the host. But by D directly erases the host's consciousness, exactly like the possession scene in previous incarnations of Xuanhuan novels. If combined with a spell speak royal authority, just the mere phrase erasing another's consciousness reveals how terrifying it is. As for the full effect, no one has witnessed it yet. However, this time, each use comes at the cost of a royal dragonborn's life. Tian immediately categorized Bai Di among the most ruthless. Bai Di is one of the 3 emperors of the Yaga dynasty. Though his true power hasn't been fully revealed, it's at least on par with Qi Dis facing such a proxy opponent in battle. The pressure is enormous. Fortunately, Wan Jiang now possesses an S-class supernormal physique and a divine-level profession, making him the strongest among Daxia's competitors, so victory is not out of reach. The battle begins. The arena's light screen instantly shifts into battle mode, and the lights in the audience seats go dark, leaving only the central stage brightly lit. Without hesitation, Wan Jiang activates the exclusive skill of the 9 luminaries Dragon Hunt domain. Instantly, clouds swirl above the stage, golden lightning scrawls across the dome, and a pair of massive golden eyes hang coldly in the air, glaring down. Within this domain, every breath and every move of the enemy is captured with absolute clarity by Wan Jiang. A mayfly shaking a tree, by D sneers. 2 dragon claws unfold from his sleeves, and his eyes suddenly blaze with white light. An invisible, stormy wave of spiritual energy surges from within him, crashing mightily toward Wan Jiang. Bai Di's strongest dragon of spiritual elements. Though he now controls this dragonborn body with only a sliver of his will, limiting his strength, even this weakened remnant is the residual power of a level 80+ dragon, enough to crush ordinary opponents. The tidal wave of mental pressure hits, and the arena floor cracks slightly, but fails to break Wan Jiang's composure. The forging of his 1,000-pound tempering allows him to withstand far more pressure than usual. He only bows slightly, then stands firm like an iron tower. Oh, Bai Di shows surprise. In response, a roaring thunder crashes down. Wan Jiang's one-handed spear appears as lightning pours from the heavens into its shaft. His body erupts with electric arcs, as if clad in Thunder God's armor. Supernormal physique. Bai Di's pupils shrink sharply. With his insight, he can recognize it instantly. Yet he remains shaken. The probability of such a physique emerging from fragile human bloodlines is practically zero. More things happen than you can imagine. Wan Jiang taunts, launching forward like a streak of lightning. The spear tip scrapes the ground, sparking crimson flames as he shouts. Breaking army. The spear sweeps upward in a half-arc like a dragon leaping from the sea, stored energy erupting in an instant. Bai Di smells the scent of death in the spear's momentum. If this frail body is struck, death would be instant. Get away. He raises his hand, unleashing a sudden explosion of spiritual force. A circular, repelling shockwave radiates fiercely from him. Wan Jiang feels a stabbing pain in his chest, but quickly changes tactics before being blown backward. Phantom spear formation. Over 100 golden spear images appear, forming a massive formation in place. Though pushed back, the formation traps Bai Di tightly, the shimmering spears trembling in midair, ready to impale him like a porcupine at any moment. Interesting. Bai Di exhales lightly. If the original owner of this body royal dragonborn Nora were fighting, she'd likely be wiped out by Wan Jiang in 2 or 3 rounds. The explosive power of an S-class supernormal physique combined with a divine profession is frightening indeed. If I had known the opponent would be this strong, I would have chosen my host body more carefully, Bai Di ruefully thought. What troubles him more is that spellspeak release is closely tied to bloodline, and with this Bodis lineage, he cannot use the spellspeak royal authority. It was clear now that the body had to be destroyed. At Bai Di's mental command, the royal dragonborn form suddenly surged with overwhelming power. The heavy air tightened as if bound by iron bands, and the arena floor cracked like a spiderweb beneath their feet. Jiang Yuanshuang furrowed her brow. This looked like the onset of a self-detonation. His spiritual energy is spiraling out of control, Wei Yuan said gravely, eyes fixed on the center stage. His spirit keeps rising, but his Bodis limit has been reached. It's like blowing a balloon faster and faster. It's bound to burst eventually. No one dared to imagine the terrifying magnitude of spiritual power needed to push a royal dragonborn body to the breaking point. Die! Bai Di slashed his dragon claw across the air, and the space around Wan Jiang seemed to be erased in an instant. The ground shattered with a resonant crash. Boom. Wan Jiang activated his Thunder Warform and rolled with lightning speed, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. But Bai Di had already staked his ruined body, and as his spiritual power skyrocketed, Wan Jiang was being driven into a corner. Let's see how you'll dodge now, Bai Di said without a hint of playfulness. Every breath of his shattered form was collapsing further. He had to kill quickly. The audience was deathly silent. No one dared to make a sound. If Wan Jiang slipped even slightly, he would be finished immediately. But if he could hold out until that dragonborn body was completely destroyed, then there was hope. Dodge. Wan Jiang snorted coldly, shaking his spear until it sparkled like starlight. Suddenly, he thrust its tip into the ground. In an instant, billions of starlight particles surged forth, exploding into dazzling brilliance beneath his feet. The surrounding light was swallowed into a silent black void, and above them, a massive starry spear formed. The Great Wilderness Starshine Spear. The second exclusive technique of the Jiyue Longzhou. There was no room for hesitation, now only a killing blow against a killing blow. Bai Di's mind trembled, unable to help but murmur, if only you would submit to me, it would be perfect. Before finishing, he poured all remaining spiritual power into the attack, no longer caring for his collapsing body. Two indescribable, terrifying forces collided violently. The entire arena filled with blinding white light in an instant. The audience instinctively shut their eyes, and even Chitty leapt to his feet. Then, the white light shot skyward. Boom. The arena, originally built at great expense by the Daxia and Yaga dynasties to withstand top-tier attacks, instantly crumbled in the clash. This, Wan Jiang, Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and others rushed into the rubble and dragged out the bloodied Wan Jiang. Normally, the arena space would shield from actual injuries, but with the field destroyed, the explosion's aftermath severely wounded him. Yi Xiu immediately cast Holy Healing Revelation, a green holy light forcibly restoring Wan Jiang's life force. Thank you. Wan Jiang weakly spoke. After a full check by the Daxia medical team, no major injuries were found. On the Yaga dynasty side, Bai Di remained unscathed, but at least one royal dragonborn died on the spot. Chitty stepped forward 2 paces, frowning deeply. The arena is destroyed. How will this round be judged? The 4th round ended here. The referees from both clans debated briefly but heatedly, ultimately deciding. The arena was destroyed. The 4th round draw. The announcement caused an uproar among the 4 stands, but most silently accepted the verdict. Voices rose and fell with differing opinions, yet most found the outcome acceptable. Only the Red Emperor scoffed disdainfully. The White Emperor really is useless, can't even beat a mere human boy in person. No sooner had the words fallen than a seemingly ordinary dragonborn strode over across the shattered stones, his eyes icy cold. That human is no ordinary opponent. The voice was unmistakably the White Emperor. She had just switched to a new, lightning-fast body. He fixed his gaze on Wan Jiang, who was quietly adjusting his gear not far away, a dark fury simmering in his eyes. Supernatural constitution, at least a legendary class profession, this kid. At that moment, members of the judging panel appeared grim-faced and hurried toward the VIP section. The arena has been destroyed. How can the 5th match proceed? According to the rules, a draw scores no points, so the score remained 2-1. Theoretically, the 5th round alone could no longer decide the victor, but the next event, a 3.5-player dungeon race, would determine the overall champion. After confirming the situation, the judges announced in a loud voice, the 5th round is cancelled. The second event, the dungeon race, will start early. The dungeon is the level 50 Howling Abyss. The first team to clear it wins 3 points. The crowd erupted instantly, cheers shaking the air. The outcome now balanced precariously on a knife's edge. Jiang Yuanshuang leaned close to Tian and whispered, the 5th round player from the Yaga dynasty hasn't appeared, yet those they save for last are never easy opponents. Be careful. Tian smiled and nodded but remained calm and composed. At the Great Xia player bench, Sun Yi pounded his chest with relief, finally able to breathe again. His profession was an epic class battle king, impressive anywhere else but here. With White Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and the eloquent dragonborn present, each was capable of earth-shattering destruction, even obliterating the arena itself. He silently mocked himself. Am I just a husky sneaking into a pack of wolves? His biggest fear was Tian using a Tian JIS horse racing strategy, sending his weakest link to collide head-on with the Yaga dynasty's secret ace. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. But reality proved his worries unfounded. If it ever came to the final round, the Yaga dynasty would reveal their trump card, and Tian himself would take the field to show what a true killer move looks like. Compared to individual battles, the dungeon race emphasized teamwork. Both sides sent 5-member teams. Tian quickly scanned the enemy lineup. Nua Ding, Elisa, and other dragonborns from earlier rounds were all there, with the White Emperor possessing a new body once again. Beside him stood an unfamiliar dragonborn who had never appeared before, an unexpected hidden piece, saved for the 5th round. Great Xia stuck with their original roster: White Xiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yi Xiu, and Sun Yi. The medical team hurriedly checked their status and replenished supplies. Sun Yi was restless, his hand gripping his blade sweaty. If the enemy's strength and information were fully known, he believed he and Elisa could secure the win. But with the White Emperor's possession and the mysterious Dragonborn's arrival, nothing was guaranteed. Just as anxiety twisted his thoughts, Tian strode down from the stands. Sunlight caught on his black robe, casting a sharp shadow. Patting Sun Yi's trembling shoulder, Tian spoke calmly but resolutely. "Let me take over." "What? The head coach is warming up?" A stir broke out among the spectators in the Grand Xia stands. Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and other senior officials nearly turned their heads toward Wei Yuan at the same time. Tian already has a team full of talent, and now he's going to personally jump into the field? Is this really the same 18-year-old boy? Wei Yuan shrugged helplessly, signaling he couldn't reveal anything, then quietly confirmed with Tian, "Are you confident?" "Don't worry." Tian smiled slightly, though his eyes were serious. "Since I've taken charge of this tournament, I have to give it my all." Inwardly, he was calculating. "I sunk 18 points of capital into this match. If I don't win, I'm going to take a big loss." After much hesitation, Sun Yi finally gave up his spot. The lineup was set. Grand Xia, led by Tian, with Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu. Ancient Agog Kingdom, by D leading noting, Elisa, and 3 other Dragonborn. The second tournament event, the Dungeon Speed Run, officially began. Level 50 Dungeon, the Howling Abyss. The pitch-black valley vanished into the depths below. The shattered ground was dusted with gray-white snow, and fierce winds howled through the gorge like countless mournful ghosts. "Alice," Tian called softly. The void shimmered open, and the tall, cool, and beautiful Alice stepped forward. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and the others saw her entering from outside the dungeon for the first time, and couldn't help but show surprise. They had only heard of her abilities, but never witnessed them. "Boss." Alice's voice was excited. "You called me over, which means there must be suitable prey." As a Lord Boss, she had recently struggled to advance to Ultimate Boss status. Even after consecutive Dragonborn hunts, her monster template progress had barely budged slightly. She clearly knew that. Upgrading the template would unlock stronger boss powers. Void traversal ability would improve accordingly. Her talent demonization multiplier would jump from 5 times to 8 times. This made her promotion all the more urgent. "Alice, come with me to another branch line to intercept the ancient Agog Kingdom," Tian ordered. "Yi Xiu, lead your team to speed through here." Bai Di was the biggest wild card, so Tian had to handle him personally. Understood. Yi Xiu wasted no time and led Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che straight into the heart of the abyss. At the same time, Tian and Alice tore open a rift in the void and entered another subspace within the howling abyss. Inside the sub-dungeon route, where the ancient Agog Kingdom traveled. Led by Bai Di, the Dragonborn moved through the level 50 dungeon like fish in water, advancing rapidly. Though Bai Di was suppressed by the dungeon's constraints and couldn't unleash his full strength, his skills still greatly surpassed the other Dragonborn. Spirit pressure. Boom. A mental wave swept through, instantly clearing all monsters in the stage. "At this pace, Grand Xia can never catch up to us," Elisa said approvingly. Lord Bai Di is truly a master strategist. Just as the Dragonborn prepared to advance, the passage to the next stage suddenly closed. What had been an open route was completely sealed off by newly spawned terrain, trapping them in place. "What's going on?" the Dragonborn exclaimed. Bai Di's eyes narrowed. His experience told him, changing the dungeon's terrain like this? Only a Lord Boss could do that. Why would the Lord Boss want to stall their progress? No matter, the White Emperor was about to strike would just destroy it outright. But the next moment, all the Dragonborn heard the system alert sound simultaneously. A new dungeon restriction had appeared. The White Emperor looked down and saw a bright red line had been added to his status bar. Dungeon restriction, mental elemental damage reduced by 60. What? The White Emperor's face darkened instantly. As a master of mental elemental attacks, a chill ran through his heart. Only the Lord Boss could impose such a precise restriction inside a dungeon. But this was supposed to be a low-difficulty dungeon. There shouldn't be a real lord here. Even stranger, the restriction targeted only mental elements, clearly aimed directly at him. The White Emperor grew more confused first. They forcibly altered the terrain to slow him down, and now they were weakening his mental output. Could the Lord Boss be sent by Daxia's side? Indeed, his suspicion was correct. Tian had already confirmed during a solo challenge that the White Emperor relied solely on mental assaults. The plan was to ban him outright, but lacking permission, Tian instead had Alice, acting as the Lord, reduce the White Emperor's damage by 60, setting a trap for her to hunt him. Deep within the gorge, dark energy surged violently. Alice, in her dark battle god form, stepped out of the shadows. Her wings flapped, whipping up a storm of black wind. Her eerie crimson eyes exuded a cold, condescending gaze, and the overwhelming, almost tangible pressure made the dragonborn around her falter in their breath. What is that monster? The power of the abyss. Has the dungeon been corrupted by demons? Shouts of alarm echoed, yet only the White Emperor squinted coldly and said, "There's nothing wrong with the dungeon itself, just this demonized boss." As expected, this is a trick from Daxia. Familiar with conspiracies, he immediately saw the link between the terrain changes, the restrictions, and the demonic figure before him. In the air, Alice gripped her demonic longsword. Its blade pulsed with a dark red glow, as if breathing. She licked her lips, her voice low but excited. "All excellent prey. Think you can stop us with tricks like this?" The dragonborn wielding the Een Ghost's speech magic roared angrily. The answer came in the form of a dark red crescent. Alice swung her sword midair, amplified by eightfold demonic power and blood dragon curse boosts. The slash tore through the air, transforming into a terrifying gust of wind that crashed down fiercely. Dodge! The White Emperor barely sidestepped in time. Elisa rolled and tumbled, smoke rising from a scorched scratch on her chest. But the aftermath was still deadly. Een Ghost's speech magic dragonborn were too slow to evade. The blade grazed one who lost an entire arm on the spot. Nadin's massive body was cleaved in two, blood spraying in a mist. Instant kill. The dark red strands of light spilling from Natan's corpse were absorbed entirely by the blood dragon curse ring. A system message flashed. First dragonborn kill, damage 3. Alice had already killed 15 dragonborn before. With Noten, her damage bonus rose to 48. Blood still dripped from her blade as Alice's wings beat, locking her gaze again on the terrified dragonborn Elisa. The latter's throat went dry and she trembled, voice breaking. Why does a dungeon like this have such a powerful boss? Outside the arena, among the two clan spectators waiting anxiously for the outcome, the Red Emperor's face darkened with uncontrollable fury. Noting was dead. Just like during the recent contest for the medium-sized secret realm, barely moments after the match began, another drag owner had been wiped out. Damn it. Why does this always happen every single time? Standing nearby, the Blue Emperor had worn a grim expression since Tian entered the instance, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the battlefield, his face not softening for a second. At the Dacia spectator stand, two strong presences appeared beside Wei Yuan, the head of the Qianlong base, Ling Luo, clad in bright red robes, and a pale, thin man named Zhou Yuan, dressed in blue battle attire with gray cloth binding his limbs. "Old Zhou, you came too." Wei Yuan gestured to him. Like Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan was level 74, the overall head of the North China region and one of Dacia's top 8 elite professionals. With the two of them present, half of Dacia's peak strength had gathered here. Ling Luo had been personally recruited by Wei Yuan. Zhou Yuan had come under orders from headquarters. "I heard you bet 2 medium secret realms against the Yaga dynasty." Zhou Yuan lowered his voice. "Headquarters figured you were going all out, willing to gamble your all." Wei Yuan smiled faintly. "If I'm going all out, it's got to be worth it." Zhou Yuan stared at the decisive final match playing out and glanced at Ling Luo summoned by Wei Yuan. "If we lose, those 2 medium secret realms are East China's lifeblood. What's your plan then?" "That's exactly why you showed up." Wei Yuan's smile didn't waver, his words laced with hidden meaning. Inside the Yaga dynasty instance, the dark god warrior form of Alice aimed for a quick and decisive victory. Within seconds, she severed the head of the drag-owner wielding the Een Ghost word spirit. Blood sprayed as the corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Just some minor demon boss, and still acting so arrogant. The White Emperor roared angrily. Even after his damage was cut by 60%, if he went all out, he could still one-shot Alice. Both sides were fragile glass cannons with weak defenses but extremely high attack power. Any direct clash could decide the victor in a single strike. With a flicker of thought, the White Emperor's mental power soared to its peak, warping the air around him under the pressure. But in the next moment, a black-clothed youth emerged from the shadows. "At your age, still competing in this grand contest? Does the Yaga dynasty have no successors left?" The youth's voice was calm, but struck sharply into the White Emperor's ears. The White Emperor shuddered violently and abruptly halted his surging mental energy. Immediately, he tried to mentally sense the youth but found nothing. The boy before him was like a bottomless abyss. His attributes and abilities were shrouded in an unfathomable darkness. The depth unsettled him so much that the ridiculous thought surfaced. Even if his true form appeared, he might not be able to kill this person. Too strange. The White Emperor weighed the situation. The opponent looked young but was absurdly strong. The only explanation was that some terrifying entity was inhabiting this fragile body. Connecting this to Alice's demonized state, he increasingly suspected the youth was connected to the Abyss forces. Perhaps a powerful Abyss Lord was cultivating offspring? Looks like he's not from Dacia. Could this really be the one I've been searching for? The White Emperor's eyes flickered sharply. He knew well that among Dacia's top elites, no one had the skill to possess another's body, and certainly no one this young was capable. "Lord Baidi, save me." A piercing cry tore through the battlefield air. Elisa was pressed tightly by Alice. A flash of cold steel as a long blade sliced down from the shoulder, blood splattering everywhere as Elisa collapsed, severely wounded. Opposite them, Tian stood motionless. Yet his presence made Baidi hesitate ever since glimpsing Yixin's true strength. Baidi knew this round of the trial was likely at its end. I mean no offense to the abyss. I will take my leave. His voice was humble to the point of near subservience. With those words, his consciousness instantly withdrew from the body it inhabited. Before departing, he stealthily siphoned a sliver of spirit energy from a hidden dragonborn among his entourage. That dragonborn immediately collapsed, unconscious. Baidi's trump card had slipped away without even drawing his weapon. The abyss. Yixin's expression twisted in confusion, unable to grasp the fearful presence Baidi alluded to. Blocking the Yaga dynasty's advance was shockingly easy, so easy that Baidi was scared off without even needing to lift a finger. No wonder. A man unwilling to reveal his true form clearly had limits on his courage. Meanwhile, Alice pressed forward through the blood, her blade striking down the last dragonborn. Several streams of experience flooded into her, boosting the monster template's advancement considerably. Now, among the 5 dragonborn dispatched by the Yaga dynasty into the trial, 3 were dead and 2 had lost consciousness and early defeat was declared. Outside the trial chamber, the Yaga dynasty's spectator stands exploded in uproar. The Crimson Emperor's eyes widened like copper bells, disbelief failing to change the inevitable outcome. The Yaga dynasty's trial team had suffered a crushing defeat. How could this be? How could this be? Even the usually composed Azure Emperor was visibly shaken. This loss meant the annual tournament's overall hopes were dashed. Though the Daxia team had suffered losses in other duels, their current 21 lead still held firm. Not to mention, Daxia hadn't failed. Led by Yeshio, they cleared the crying abyss in under 5 minutes, sealing the score at 51. A sweeping victory for Daxia. Damn. Incredible. This year is our best chance yet. The rise of East China. Daxia's crowd roared like a tempest, their cheers threatening to bring down the pavilion roof. A rare victory of such overwhelming scale led to embraces, jumping, and tears of joy filling the stands. Tian emerged from the trial with his team, the surge of excitement igniting his blood as well. Yet what he looked forward to most was the honor victory would bring. From the referees, a Daxia official announced loudly, "The entire Yaga dynasty team has perished. Trial failed. Daxia clears successfully, earning 3 points. Overall score, 5-1. Daxia wins the tournament." Woo! Even Daxia's referees could not suppress their cheers. They had heard countless victory songs from Yaga dynasty before now. At last, it was Daxia's turn. As the ruling fell, a long-awaited system notification flickered before Tian. Employees by Qiuli, Wanjing, Jiangche, Yeshio honored as champions of the racial tournament. Rewards: 25 funds 4, legendary equipment selection boxes 4. 100 funding points were credited, the most generous bonus, yet instantly filling his treasury. But before he could inspect the prize boxes, a cold rebuke from the Crimson Emperor cut through the celebration. Wait. The cheers abruptly hushed. Wei Yuan's gaze locked on the Crimson Emperor's with sharp intensity, as the latter openly declared, "I suspect your Daxia contestants do not meet the tournament requirements. Hand those players over, I want to inspect them personally." As the Red Emperor finished speaking, the very air seemed to heat up several degrees. The senior officials of Greater Xia rose to their feet in unison, the scraping of chairs piercing the tense silence. Jiang Yuanshuang's face was ice cold. The contestants have already been thoroughly tested. There is no issue whatsoever. The Red Emperor's gaze darkened, his tone imposing. "I say, do you want to inspect them personally?" Personal inspection? Sounds respectable on the surface, but it's a wolfish ambition underneath. The people of Greater Xia seethed with anger, sending the few prodigies who had defeated the Yaga dynasty into the Red Emperor's hands meant a fate they could already imagine all too clearly. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, his voice steady but laced with cold resolve. "We've already signed the duel contract. Do you intend to break it?" Before every major race competition, the Red Emperor and Wei Yuan would sign the duel contract publicly. If either party reneged, the contract's power would backfire fiercely, bringing devastating punishment. The Red Emperor said nothing. His golden eyes rapidly heated to a molten red, like simmering lava threatening to erupt out of control. Since the appearance of the competitive arena scores, he understood he had lost, but he could not accept it. The Dragon Clan had never suffered such a crushing defeat before. The stakes were 2 medium-sized secret realms. For resource-starved East China, those were lifelines of the economy. But for the Yaga dynasty, which controlled the Yaga continent and possessed 14 secret realms of the same class, they were mere scratches. What truly enraged the Red Emperor was losing to humans, and on top of that, having to cede half the control of Ding City. This meant the Yaga dynasty would find it difficult to continue meddling in Greater Xia's territory, let alone lay claim to resources on Blue Star. Thinking of Blue Star's unique value, an unstoppable bitterness churned in the Red Emperor's chest. A gust of wind swept by as the Azure Emperor also stood. His jade-green wings slowly unfurled, seemingly waiting for a single command from the Red Emperor. The tension inside the arena was suffocating. In the stands, several media reporters clicked their cameras and cursed under their breath. Greater Xia has lost for years, but still honors their bets. The Yaga dynasty loses once and plays dirty? The cameras flickered, trying to capture this shameless act for posterity. Before they could finish filming, the garrison troops strode in, ordering evacuation. For safety, please leave immediately. Within moments, the crowd was ushered out and the stands emptied. Yet the thick tension of a powder keg ready to explode only deepened. Whether to fight or not depended solely on the will of the two strongest leaders of the races. At the side, Ling Luo, head of the hidden dragon base, stood silently. Wei Yuan had summoned her in advance. Now she sensed the situation unfolding exactly as he had predicted. She turned her head, expressionless, looking at Wei Yuan. Should I lead the evacuation? The newcomers like Tian awaited her command. She was certain Wei Yuan would not act because to her, he was a stubborn conservative. Since the ancient prophecy of the savior had spread, Greater Xia had split into conservatives and hawks. The conservatives believed in hiding strength and waiting quietly for salvation. Because of this ideological divide, she had gradually drifted apart from Wei Yuan after fighting alongside him for over a decade and increasingly disapproved of him. What Ling Luo did not know was that Wei Yuan's conservatism was not born from prophecy, but poverty. 2 centuries of relentless war had drained the treasury. Every foreign campaign was like cutting flesh with a knife. There was no way to sustain a prolonged war. For this reason, after becoming leader, Wei Yuan rarely initiated external conflicts. Another reason was that the future of Daxiao was shrouded in uncertainty. Surrounded by hostile tribes and threatened by demonic beasts, with professions assigned randomly and supplies running low, everyone felt as if they were lost in a pitch-black fog, afraid to make any rash moves. But now, things had changed. Tian had suddenly emerged like a comet across the sky, giving people their first glimpse of hope. Wei Yuan exhaled a long breath of pent-up frustration and looked gently at the group of young men and women. Tian, you all did very well. Fall back to the rear to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. At the order, Tian immediately pulled by Qiuli and the others back at lightning speed, retreating far behind Wei Yuan. What matters most to a leader? Of course, safety first. No sooner had Wei Yuan spoken than Zhou Yuan and Ling Luo exchanged surprised glances. The contest among the younger generation had already been decided. Now it was up to these veteran powerhouses to take charge of the battlefield. Ling Luo nodded slightly, a smile of approval crossing her lips. That's a man's decision. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment before piecing together the cause and effect. Wei Yuan had foreseen that the Yagu kingdom wouldn't surrender, so he called Ling Luo early, meaning he had decided to go to war before the contest even began. Zhou Yuan gasped sharply and cursed. Aren't you the conservative type? Think the pro-war faction isn't extreme enough? Driving foreign tribes out of Daxiao was the dream of every regional commander, and Zhou Yuan wanted that too. But achieving it was easier said than done, especially with the powerful dragonborn backing Yaga kingdom. Due to his special profession, Zhou Yuan had always considered himself cautious, but now he found himself shaken. Jiang Yuanshuang bent down and whispered, "The prophesied child seems to have appeared." The prophesied child? Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted. Then his expression hardened as he locked eyes with the Red Emperor hovering above. Then there's nothing more to debate, let's do this. With that decision, Wei Yuan rose into the air, his blue robes fluttering. Several luminous orbs of star spirit power swirled behind him, his cold gaze fixed on the furious Red Emperor. Admit defeat. Hand over control of 2 medium-sized secret realms and Dingcheng, and get the hell back to your Yaga continent. The Red Emperor flapped his crimson wings fiercely, eyes blazing with defiance. A mere human? You want me to bow? In your dreams. Fine. Wei Yuan raised his hand, his voice booming like thunder. From this moment, the truce between Daxia and the Yagu kingdom is over. He spread his arms wide, starry energy surged forth. The sky darkened as clouds churned, daylight instantly turning into a deep, starry night. Radiant starlight condensed into a spear blazing downward like a falling meteor, aimed straight at the Red Emperor's chest. No one was allowed to slumber on that reclining couch. Today, the foreign domination would end. He would carve out a safe, untouchable region in East China for future generations. Since agreeing to the great race contest with the Yaga royal family, Wei Yuan had devoted almost all his attention to developing East China and hadn't launched a full assault in a long time. Now, his explosive power shook the entire arena. Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan exchanged looks, each silently acknowledging the same astonishment. Years of lying low hadn't dulled Wei Yuan's edge. Instead, they had honed him into Daxia's undisputed top figure. Wei Yuan, you think you can take me on? The Red Emperor roared in fury, suddenly wrapping his massive crimson wings around himself as a burning red light engulfed the sky. Within seconds, he transformed into a terrifying dragon hundreds of meters long, its roar shaking the heavens. This was the true form only Dragonborn could assume after reaching level 50. The transformation greatly boosted his attributes and defenses. The Red Emperor unleashed a burst of explosive flames from his mouth, clashing fiercely with Wei Yuan's falling starlit spear. The sky was stained in hues of deep blue and fiery red. Waves of fire surged and starlight cascaded downward, the two forces stirring a roaring tempest high above, sounding like thunderous war drums. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan surged forward together. Among the top 8 legendary warriors of the Great Xia Empire, all level 74 half had now gathered here. As for the Yagu Kingdom's side, only the ancient White Emperor had surpassed level 80, while the Red and Blue Emperors remained at the threshold of 74. Even so, the Red and Blue Emperors, true dragons in human form, could easily hold their own against 3 opponents. Their dragon blood bestowed them with overwhelming power unmatched by peers. Unfortunately, this time, the 4 human warriors they faced were no ordinary legends. Wei Yuan confronted the Red Emperor beneath the sky. The star spirit's power formed a silver-white spear that plummeted from the heights, tearing through waves of fire. The Red Emperor's crimson dragon breath crashed down like 1,000 thunderous firestorms, scorching the air with searing heat. Master of the fire element, the Red Emperor's strength and physique were terrifying. Seizing the explosive force of his dragon breath, his massive dragon form swept forward, trailing scorching smoke and debris. Wei Yuan, prepare to die. His low dragon roar thundered across the sky. The human form was no match for the dragon's strength. Once he closed the distance, it would take only a breath or two to tear his opponent to shreds. Yet Wei Yuan was a star soul master, at the peak of domain control. Star Weiba cluster of star spirit orbs howled behind him, weaving into a shimmering net of countless stars before his eyes. Freeze, slow, shock, tear. Multiple layers of control piled atop one another, restraining the Red Emperor's ferocious charge. Silver light bound the dragon's claws, flames compressed into a tight sphere. Wei Yuan held his ground, solo containing the Red Emperor. Elsewhere, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan remained focused, not distracted by support, aiming instead for the Blue Emperor, whose attacks threatened broader devastation. Ling Luo's crimson robes billowed as her arms crossed in a deadly slash. Blood mist instantly spreading the red sky calamity domain. A blood-red curtain enveloped the Blue Emperor, countless solidified murderous intentions converging like blades, forcing her into a defensive stance. Though lacking speed advantage, the Blue Emperor responded calmly. Runic ripples shimmered deep in her pupils, revealing her azure dragon form, massive and wrapped in a translucent, 7-colored spectral, Oran ultimate condensation of elemental forces, the defining mark of her myriad dragon arts. Amid the oppressive blood domain, wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder elements exploded in succession around the Blue Emperor's claws. Spells rained down like waterfalls with barely a pause, clashing fiercely with Ling Luo's blood domain. Jiang Yuanshuang's longsword sliced through a thunderbolt, aiming for the Blue Emperor's throat, while Zhou Yuan's iron fists, carrying mountain-shattering force, thundered in from the flank. Their attacks linked tightly, intent on forcing a breakthrough of the Blue Emperor's defense. In an instant, storm clouds twisted into a boiling vortex, elemental dragons writhing and coiling like serpents of light, shockwaves rippling outward as if to tear the heavens asunder. The combat between the top warriors of Blue Star unfolded fully for the first time before Tian and the others. Even from afar, the suffocating force of the shockwaves could be felt. Everyone's eyes showed awe. Bai Qiuli gazed at the battlefield with longing in her eyes. This is the kind of strength I want to work toward. Wang Jian clenched his fist, feeling his own insignificance. To get this strong, I have to work even harder. Tian nodded with satisfaction. As long as my team thinks that way, I can rest easy. Yes, my people still have to push themselves even further. They stood warily at the very edge. Together, the 3 surrounded Qingdi as a fierce wind whipped up dust and loose stones, and spiritual energy surged wildly all around. Qingdi raised his hand, releasing a sharp, commanding spell that cut through the chaos, holding firm despite being outnumbered 3-1. But just then, the seemingly slight and ordinary-looking Zhou Yuan loosened his grip on an inconspicuous gray cloth. It dropped to the ground. With a sudden clash of fists, a dull clang of metal and iron rang out, and a reddish mist appeared on his knuckles, his killing intent solid and palpable. Each time Zhou Yuan's punches struck Qingdi's scaled armor, the dark red mist seeped into the cracks, bursting with crisp sounds that delivered pure, true damage. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo's attacks were already fierce and cunning, but Zhou Yuan's blows just now escalated the pressure, forcing Qingdi to retreat step by step. Watching from afar, Tian frowned slightly. keenly sensing the barely noticeable imbalance in Zhou Yuan's qi and blood was clearly paying a heavy price to unleash this deadly power. Yet the effect was undeniable. Within just a few moves, Qingdi had fallen behind. On the other side, Chidi wore crimson scales and radiated waves of intense heat, charging straight forward like a berserker among professionals. Constantly shifting his posture, he used explosive bursts to close the distance on Wei Yuan. In terms of brute force, Chidi held a clear advantage and only needed one opening for an instant kill. But Wei Yuan's control of range and defense was an art form. Ice spikes, wind blades, and soul-locking spells layered seamlessly, forcing Chidi to roar in frustration as he was pressed to pursue. Wei Yuan, don't run. Chidi bellowed hoarsely, the shockwave shaking crumbling walls and scattering stones. Suddenly Wei Yuan halted, a sly smile curving his lips. In the next moment, the sky went dark, lightning like giant chains tearing through the clouds boom. A thunderbolt struck directly above Chidi's head. The roar of dragons filled the air as Chidi was blasted by the thunder, his blood and chi surging painfully. Even his robust body twitched with agony. This was no mere natural thunder, it was the backlash and punishment of their wager contract. By agreement, if he lost, he had to surrender control of Ding City and compensate with 2 medium-sized secret realms. Now he refused to concede, and even provoked war with Daxia, so the penalty was especially severe. Damn it! Chidi's face twisted with rage and hatred, his eyes glowing almost corporeally red. Wei Yuan approached calmly as if expecting this, his smile confident. If I were the one losing, it'd be tricky. Too bad we're just better. Anyone smart would just leave now. Waves of searing pain battered Chidi's nerves. He wished he could tear Wei Yuan to pieces, but the contract's invisible chains held him back to fight again and face even worse lightning retribution. Burning with fury, Chidi slammed the ground hard, molten light splashing out like lava, then tore through the air toward the interdimensional portal. Fine. Wei Yuan, Daxia, just wait. He suddenly turned midair, voice hoarse but loud. The 2 secret realms are on the Yaga continent. If you have the guts, come and take them. Otherwise, consider yourselves to have forfeited. Before finishing, a sneer flashed in his eyes. The secret realms could not be moved. To claim the stakes, one had to venture deep into Yagwan with Wei Yuan's group strength. That meant certain death. Spitting a mouthful of blood mist, he turned and vanished into the portal, shouting one last time. You can keep Ding City for now, but sooner or later, I'll take it back with my own hands. Chidi's figure disappeared, and the portal closed behind him. The remaining Yaga dynasty soldiers stationed at Ding City were terrified, fleeing madly toward the portal for instant escape. Left without backup, Qingdi's azure spear trembled faintly, his eyes flickering with unwillingness as he glanced at Zhou Yuan. Wei Yuan, Ling Luo, and Tian then decisively ceased fighting and vanished into streaks of light toward the distant sky. Qingdi gave up the battle without hesitation and departed. 1. Jiang Yuanshuang let out a slight sigh of relief, but Wei Yuan shook his head. Not quite. We've only temporarily regained Dingxing. From now on, we'll be officially at war with the Yaga Kingdom. The moment the Red Emperor and the Blue Emperor disappeared into the portal to the other world, Wei Yuan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop the pursuit. The Red Emperor was right, attacking the Yaga continent in the short term was nearly impossible. The strongest among them, the White Emperor, was guarding that place. Even though Wei Yuan didn't know why the White Emperor remained unseen, if the Daxia army set foot on the continent, the White Emperor would not stand idly by. Besides, that was the Yaga Kingdom's home turf. The resistance they'd face there would only be fiercer. Although the 2 medium-sized secret realms won from the tribal competition were currently out of reach, Wei Yuan did not relax. Ling Luo looked up, her gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on the portal entrance. She spat fiercely, sooner or later, we'll breach the Yaga continent and put those unruly drakes in their place. As her words fell, Wei Yuan tossed 2 magic array devices into the air and began weaving spirit runes with both hands. His professional skill activated, rapidly constructing a 6-layered magic array at the portal's entrance. Defense, control, offense, 6 halos layered into a deadly lock. If any of the Dragonborn dared to step over the line again, it would trigger instant death. Wei Yuan knew this well. Once the contract's backlash ended, the Red Emperor would likely return with a vengeance. But for now, at least, Dingcheng was back under East China's control. Garrison troops, clear out the north of Dingxing. Don't spare any Yaga stragglers. Captain Lin, take over all the small secret realms the Yaga Kingdom has occupied in Daxia. They hadn't secured the medium-sized secret realms, but over the years, the Yaga Kingdom had seized 11 small secret realms within Daxia. Now, with the enemy retreating, Wei Yuan promptly assigned people to take them over, patching a gap in East China's economy. At that moment, Jiang Yuanshuang supported Zhou Yuan as he approached. Zhou Yuan's already gaunt face was even paler now, his faint flush fading little by little, as if some invisible force was steadily draining his life. Wei Yuan pulled out a bottle of potion and forced it down his throat, forcing a smile. Don't die on me, or I'll have some serious explaining to do. Zhou Yuan steadied himself and replied faintly, will do my best. Yi Xiu flipped through the data quietly, explaining to Tian in a low voice. The legendary profession, the Death Eater Martial Saint, every successor dies young. Why? Tian asked. It exchanges life for combat power. After each battle, the profession consumes life force. The more intense the fight, the greater the cost, until death. Unless the warrior stops fighting forever, their life will drain completely. No wonder Zhou Yuan had unleashed such devastating damage when fighting the Blue Emperor. Unfortunately, at just over 30 years old, his life was hanging by a thread. Suddenly, Tian's eyes lit up. He quickly came over to Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan and said bluntly, Sir, do you want me to help you change his profession? Wei Yuan's eyes brightened immediately. Of course, if Tian could help Zhou Yuan switch professions, it would basically save his life. Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned, his mind racing to grasp what Tian meant, but inwardly he couldn't help but think. Could this guy please not say such terrifying things so calmly? Change careers. Your profession is fate, not something you can just switch by snapping your fingers. Seeing Zhou Yuan's stiff expression, Wei Yuan quickly spent a dozen seconds explaining Tian's ability. Those few words struck like thunder, shattering decades of Zhou Yuan's established worldview. He was dumbfounded for a long moment before suddenly turning to Wei Yuan. Breath quickened. The child of prophecy? He is the child of prophecy, isn't he? At this moment, he finally understood the confidence behind Wei Yuan's vow to wage war against the Yaga dynasty. Yet Wei Yuan still shook his head, not confirmed yet. His tone no longer as firm because the truth no longer mattered. Even if Tian was not the child of prophecy, possessing the power to randomly change others' legendary professions made Zhou Yuan willing to treat him as such. The child of prophecy, Tian looked puzzled. What's that? To him, changing others' legendary jobs already sounded way too exaggerated. Zhou Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed. He sighed softly, eyes deep with feeling. If it had been 5 years ago, I would have begged you with no regard for cost. Back then, when Zhou Yuan awakened as the eroding life martial saint, he felt his fate was boundless, fearless. But entering middle age with a daughter, he realized his lifespan had only a few years left. From then on, he hesitated and retreated in battle. Now with only 1 or 2 months left, he was strangely at peace. That's enough. Dahua doesn't have many pillars to lean on. Once I lose my fighting power, North China will be in danger. The genius of Dahua won't miss one like me. Using my remaining body to protect Dahua once more is enough. After he spoke, Wei Yuan quietly patted his shoulder. Tian's heart stirred in respect. Perhaps it was because countless people like Zhou Yuan existed that Dahua had withstood foreign tribes for 200 years without falling. Let's leave this precious chance to those who need it more, Zhou Yuan said in a low voice. But the next second, he suddenly grasped Tian's hand, eyes shining with hope like a reflected light. In North China, there are so many who need it. Wei Yuan covered his face and sighed low. No way all that build-up just to lure him to North China? Tian twitched at the corner of his mouth. His solemn mood was broken. Ahem. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat and seriously explained, North China hasn't had a single legendary job activated this year. My urgency is justified. Please help. As the regional head, he practically pleaded for Tian to help awaken a legendary job. There was no need for formalities. As long as funds were available, Tian never refused recruitment. Besides, Zhou Yuan had just helped him block the Yaga dynasty. So Tian nodded. No problem. Great. Let's go right now. Zhou Yuan immediately summoned a silver-gray hovering car, energized. Wei Yuan watched the door automatically open, thinking this turnaround was incredibly fast. Heading north, Zhou Yuan enthusiastically introduced the North China region, his words full of sincerity. If you come, we'll transfer your household registration immediately. Crossing the border, towering city walls and dense defense turrets formed an iron-gray skyline. Visiting North China for the first time, Tian looked out the window, feeling that each steel city was a giant fortress, signaling an even fiercer alien threat than East China. Senior, where are we going first? No rush. It's rare for brother Tian to visit. Let's eat at my place first. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily. Despite being a rough man, he knew etiquette. How could you make guests work right after stepping down? On the outskirts of Nantang City, a simple clean courtyard of about 100 square meters was tucked among flowers and trees. Entering, a warm atmosphere greeted them. Daddy's home. Do we have guests today? A soft female voice came from the living room. Instantly, a genuine smile bloomed on Zhou Yuan's face. Back now. He gestured to Tian. This is my daughter, Zhou Mayao. The young woman in a pale yellow dress stood, her features delicate and plain. But Tian frowned slightly. Her once bright eyes were now clouded with a thin mist, pupils grayish white. Hello. Zhou Mayao located Tian by voice and bowed slightly. She was blind. Noticing Tian's silence, Zhou Yuan whispered into his ear. 5 years ago, Mayao was attacked by Shadow Moon Wolf tribe in the wilderness when I arrived. her eyes were already destroyed. His expression darkened. Blindness was a heavy blow in any era, let alone this chaotic time, where a child who could have had a brilliant future struggled just to survive. Tian showed no pity, only a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Tian. At the same time, a familiar orange-gold notification appeared on his panel. Golden potential talent detected. Hello, I won't keep you any longer, Zhou Moya said timidly, then fumbled her way back to her room. She knew clearly that the guest her father had brought home was someone important, and staying would only disrupt their serious conversation. In the living room, only Tian and Zhou Yuan remained seated opposite each other. Tian raised an eyebrow slightly and flicked his fingertip in the air, projecting a glowing resume. Name, Zhou Moya. Basic info, female, 18 years old, from Nantang City in Daxia. Profession, melody medic. Potential, golden spirit seer. Background, innate mental power far beyond normal people. Possesses spirit communication abilities allowing her to see things invisible to others. Blinded at age 13 when attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan due to directly gazing at the shadow-devouring crescent moon. Investment opportunity, legendary profession Azure Luan Spirit Envoy. Investment quota, 20 points. Directly gazing at the shadow-devouring crescent moon? What is that? Tian murmured with a frown. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan, a mysterious tribe from the barren borderlands of the North China region, connected to otherworldly portals there. Apparently, Zhou Moya's ordeal was closely tied to them. What surprised him more was that her mental power was strong enough that she could already perceive spirits with her eyes before even changing professions. Some people are born with divine strength, some are naturally fast, but strong innate mental power is the easiest talent to be overlooked, Tian thought to himself. If she changes to a mental-type profession, her potential far exceeds that of ordinary people. With this in mind, he looked up, eyes sharp. Senior, your daughter is actually a perfect fit. Under his command were Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Zaifer members assembled, just missing one support class to form a complete 5-person special team, and Zhou Moya's profession was exactly that missing piece. Zhou Yuan was stunned. His daughter's image flooded his mind, along with a deep ache. No, her eyes no treatment can fix them. If she can't see, even if she becomes a professional, she can't fight. In fact, Zhou Moya's original profession, the epic-level support role melody medic, had long been her biggest dream. To stand behind the team, healing and buffing allies with music, that would have been enough for her. But after losing her sight, even walking unaided was a struggle, let alone casting skills precisely. Tian paused thoughtfully, then spoke again. It's okay, let's try my profession. Confident. As an investor, he always believed people and professions complement each other. Talent is irreplaceable. He wasn't sure which profession suited a blind person best, but he refused to give up on any gifted talent. Besides, failure would only cost 20 points, and his account still had 110.3, easily affordable. Meeting Tian's confident gaze, Zhou Yuan's emotions surged. To help his daughter step out of the darkness and rekindle her life, that was his deepest hope, day and night. After a long silence, he finally nodded. Nightlight filtered through the curtain slit. A breeze stirred the bluebird doll, and wind chimes hanging by the window, chiming softly. Zhou Yuan gently knocked on the door and briefly explained the situation to his daughter. Change my profession? Zhou Moya hesitated, her fingertips grazing the doorframe. But it's okay, just try it. Tian's voice was cheerful and firm. Who knows, you might become Daxia's #1 support. #1 support is way too much, the girl chuckled softly. I'd be happy just to be a competent professional. Before she finished, Tian snapped his fingers and a pale golden contract materialized in midair, gently drifting into Zhou Moya's hands. Place your thumbprint here. Watching Zhou Moya hesitate for no reason, raising her hand to stamp the contract, Tian teased. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy if I don't let your dad check it first? The girl turned her head, flashing a bright smile. Her voice was soft but confident. Ever since I lost my sight, whenever I get close to someone, I can sense their heart. I can tell whether their intentions are good or evil. Big brother, your heart is kind. You're a good person. Tian was momentarily stunned as a thought flashed through his mind. Did her spiritual sight ability somehow transform into telepathy after losing her eyesight? Before he could think further, Zhou Moya pressed her fingerprint at the end of the contract. Instantly, golden light surged like a tide, and the ghostly image of a phoenix soared upward. Employee, Zhou Moya. Profession, Azure Phoenix Spirit Envoy, Tier 2. Quality, Legendary. Level, 25. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 1080. Profession talent Azure Phoenix Emissary. Transforms into an untargetable, invulnerable Azure Phoenix spirit form that can possess allies, granting a 40 boost to agility and damage, and 70 movement speed. Can cancel or transfer possession at will. Profession skills. 1. Backflow Light. Unfolds a luminous array that grants nearby allies a shield equal to 500 spirit power. The shield blocks 3 control effects and increases defense by 60. 2. Spirit Wind Guidance. While possessing an ally, restores 10 of their max HP every second, can actively remove negative statuses and reset all skill cooldowns for that ally. 3. Jade Cloud Strike. Applies a buff to nearby allies causing attacks to summon a Phoenix Spirit Shadow that deals 15 Spirit Power true damage, applies 70 slow, and marks enemy positions. Tian skimmed through the stats, silently impressed. At level 25, having 1080 Spirit was terrifyingly high enough to outclass most peers in the same tier. The possession ability perfectly patched the support's usual weakness being untargetable and invulnerable. Even if Zhou Moyao couldn't see the way, she could be carried by teammates with those massive boosts to agility, damage, and movement speed, turning ordinary people into superhumans. The shield and group buffs alone could sustain the whole team. The craziest skill was Spirit Wind Guidance, refreshing all skill cooldowns at once, effectively doubling output efficiency. System notice: you are sharing Zhou Moyao's attributes Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 50, Spirit 1080. You have gained Zhou Moyao's skills: Azure Phoenix Emissary, Backflow Light, Spirit Wind Guidance, Jade Cloud Strike. At the same time, Zhou Moyao received the skill effects in her mind. Her face froze for a moment, then flushed with excitement. I want to try. Tian stepped forward gently and placed his hand over hers, signaling that she could possess him. Azure Phoenix Emissary. As his words fell, the girl's figure seemed to be lifted by a gentle breeze, transforming into a translucent Azure Phoenix Spirit Shadow. Her light wings spread wide, scattering stardust-like particles at her feet. Her 160 centimeters tall body shrank to less than half, resembling a delicate, ethereal figurine freely hovering within a 10-meter radius around Tian. Her blind eyes were no longer a limitation. She and Tian formed a wondrous spiritual bond, allowing her to return to his side at will, never fearing getting lost again. Nearby, Zhou Yuan watched with a distant look, hadn't seen such pure happiness on his daughter's face in a long time. Zhou Moyao was ecstatic. With these skills, blindness was no longer a handicap. If used well, she might become the top support in Daxia. As the light wings retracted, she disengaged possession and reappeared before Tian, placing her hands demurely in front, bowing sincerely though shyly. Thank you, my benefactor brother. Don't call it that, it sounds weird. Tian waved his hand with a serious tone. From now on, just call me boss. All right, boss. The girl replied crisply. Tian then turned to Zhou Yuan. Senior, your daughter is joining my department, becoming one of my team. With Zhou Moyao as support, plus by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiao, the first special squad's puzzle was finally complete. Zhou Yuan pondered briefly, thought of his current situation, and finally nodded. Fine. But just as he relaxed, his brow furrowed again with a strange expression. Wait, something's not right. I asked Tian to help awaken a legendary class in North China. So why does it feel like my daughter's been abducted? Zhou Moyao's heart raced with excitement. This was the first time since losing her sight that she felt a glimmer of hope in her life. Boss, her voice was soft and trembling as she tightened her grip on the cane. Hearing her, Tian turned around and replied with a simple, "HM? May I touch your face?" Tian was caught off guard. Almost at the same moment, he saw the tips of Zhou Moyao's ears flush a quick red. I just want to memorize what you look like. People with visual impairments often map facial features through touch in their minds, much like sighted people remember appearances visually. Tian immediately understood her intention. Still, having someone touch his face for the first time ever felt a bit awkward. He took a deep breath and nodded. Go ahead. Her slender fingertips traced along the side of his face, the bridge of his nose, the brow bone, the jawline. Her touch was gentle and slightly cool. It was Zhou Moyao's first time feeling a man's facial contours, and her heart pounded fiercely, coloring her cheeks even redder. Tian closed his eyes lightly, savoring the faint, delicate sensation. Across the living room, Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched, and his gaze quickly drifted away, as if suddenly recalling 100 urgent matters. He glanced around and muttered, "Right. The meal's not ready yet." Then he hurried toward the kitchen, his retreating figure full of resolve to avoid the moment. Zhou Moyao pressed her lips together, carefully confirming the facial contours before lightly tracing them 2 or 3 more times, then finally letting go. She lowered her voice. Boss, does that mean I'll be following you from now on? She wasn't asking about joining the company, but about their future as partners. Being blind, combined with her profession that required linking companions closely, she was destined to rely on a trustworthy partner for both battle and daily life. Tian understood the situation well and had already made arrangements. I've contacted someone else for you, a girl around your age. You'll both be going to university, so you can even be roommates. Her name is Qiuli, and she's a sword immortal. You're at Sangwon Spirit Envoy. Your mobility, damage output, and survivability complement each other perfectly. You two will make excellent partners. Thank you, boss. Zhou Moyao bowed deeply. For her, getting into university was a tremendous blessing, and her voice was full of joy and gratitude. From the kitchen came the sound of chopping. Zhou Yuan deliberately kept his distance. Tian then fixed his gaze on Zhou Moyo's pale gray eyes and lowered his voice. Moyao, 5 years ago, what exactly did you see? Even your father won't tell. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Moyao suddenly trembled, as if frozen in place. Tian recalled that Zhou Yuan had said his daughter went blind during an attack by the Shadow Moon Wolf tribe. Yet on Zhou Moyo's personal file, it stated she lost her sight after seeing something. Clearly, she had kept that secret from her father. What could it possibly have been that just one glance caused irreversible blindness, something no medical treatment or clerical healing in Daxia could cure? Zhou Moyao wasn't expecting Tian to notice the secret, and she fell silent for a long moment. Tian softened his tone. You didn't tell your father because you were afraid he might recklessly seek revenge, right? The girl flinched instinctively, the panic of having her secret uncovered leaving her speechless for a long while. Then she nodded faintly. Don't worry, your father's not here. Tian's curiosity deepened. Zhou Yuan bore the title of death-eating martial saint. Among the strongest in Daxia, what could have happened that made Zhou Moyao feel even her father couldn't handle it? With Tian's repeated gentle encouragement, Zhou Moyao hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, her voice barely a whisper. There's a shadow on the moon. Tian was stunned at her words, instinctively looking out toward the sky. The moon? Zhou Moyao added, it's not the moon of Blue Star. It's the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Tian frowned at knew very little about the Shadow Moon Wolf clan and instantly felt grasping at empty knowledge. Yet he kept his voice calm and guiding. A dark shadow? Then what? That dark shadow was lying on the moon, Zhou Moyao recalled, her voice trembling. Its area kept spreading, like contamination. That's all I saw before it. Tian raised his hand, gently placing his palm on the top of her head, comforting her while his mind churned. Dark shadow, contamination. The moon, was this a problem originating within the Shadow Moon Wolf clan itself? Or was there something else behind it? Zhou Moyao was born with spiritual sight, seeing things ordinary people could not. But even he could neither perceive nor handle this phenomenon. The only relief was that the afflicted moon was not Blue Stars, but the Shadow Moon Wolf clans, which eased him somewhat. After a short silence, the light brain jolted. A message from Baichili popped up. Tian called to Zhou Moyao. Let's go. Your partner has arrived. Originally, he had asked Baichili to bring Zhou Moyao back to Huaxing University since it was on the way. Now, he outright summoned her to Nantang City. Taking advantage of this pause, he pulled out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Baichili Legendary Equipment Selection Box. Open it to choose any legendary equipment piece for your class. This was a special prize from the clan competition. As usual, each of the 4 participants got 1 box. The boss already gained bountiful rewards. Naturally, the subordinates must not be left empty-handed. As for Alice, still trapped in the dungeon, she would have to be compensated later. Thank you, boss. Baichili's eyes shone like stars. She recognized it as legendary quality immediately, and almost suspected Tian had emptied the entire East China logistics department, though even there would hardly hold so many legendary items. With the box, she could instantly patch up her weaknesses and significantly boost her combat power upon entering Huaxing University. Her gaze landed on the girl beside Tian. Boss, is this your partner? Hi, I'm Baichili. The misty veil over her eyes and slightly shy expression stirred sympathy. Baichili, the East China top scorer, the formidable female, Sword Immortal? Zhou Moyao exclaimed. Tian hadn't expected Baichili's renown to have spread as far north as Huabei, but considering her looks and strength, such rumors were no surprise. The conversation that followed was impressively smooth. After learning about the skills of Tsangwan Spirit Envoy, Baichili was stunned by the terrifying buffs and exclaimed, so powerful. Damage output is at least doubled. She had always trusted Tian's judgment, and now felt even happier his partner was incredibly reliable. The two quickly agreed. They would enter Huaxing University together. Just then, Zhou Yuan called and invited everyone to dinner. It's getting late. Let's all. Before he finished, a sharp alarm suddenly blared outside the window. Above Nantang City, patrol aircrafts cut through the night with bright red lights flashing along the streets. The piercing siren tore through the darkness, followed by the broadcast repeating over and over. Not good, another enemy attack on the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Alarms blared throughout the city as Zhou Yuan gazed at the spread of dishes he had just prepared inside. The pot lid trembled gently, steam carrying the scent of scallions and ginger wafting to his nose. Yet he swiftly cleared the tableware, changed into a sleek black outfit in a few steps, and headed straight for the city's defensive front line. Tian followed closely behind, also clad in armor. Zhou Moyao summoned Tsangwan Yao, shrinking its spirit form to the size of a palm and slipping it into Baichili's sleeve. Together, they rushed toward the city wall. Are the Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacks that frequent? Tian asked quietly on the way. Zhou Yuan nodded. Wolves are naturally fierce and greedy. The Shadow Moon Wolves are even worse. They come almost every 2 or 3 days, targeting the secret realm mining teams, stealing resources. He added, different alien tribes fight very differently. The Yaga dynasty west of East China is ruled by the Dragonborn, who are proud and never ambush. They only fight openly, and even disdain ganging up on the weak with others. But the Shadow Moon Wolves use any means necessary to raid. They rushed onward. Nantang City had fully entered wartime readiness. Streets were quickly emptied. City guards lined up behind battlements with the precision of a drill. Stretchers passed by, carrying mining team members covered in blood, horrid bite marks torn into their flesh. Climbing the city wall, Zhou Yuan and Tian slipped into the stone embrasures. Looking up, both froze. The sky held a dark red moon hanging low, glowing with a bloody haze. Opposite it was the silver full moon that should have ruled the night alone. Two moons side by side, eerie and dazzling. Tian recalled Zhou Moyo's earlier warning, pupils shrinking. This is the shadow moon of the Shadow Moon Wolves. Zhou Yuan's gaze turned icy. The Wolf King's innate domain. Under the shadow moon, the pack becomes completely invisible, mobility surges, and their attacks remain unseen. Before he finished, distant howls and pounding footsteps rang out beneath the wall. The sounds were clear, but whether with naked eyes or spiritual senses, the ground remained empty. The city guard squad escorting the wounded just formed a shield wall when a sudden barrage struck their heavy shields deep. Menacing tooth marks appeared, but no wolf shadows could be seen. Bai Qiuli frowned. Outside the city, an enemy like this would be deadly, unseen and fast. Inside the city, we still have ways, Zhou Yuan said quietly. The city defense commander ordered the mage corps on the walls to raise their staffs. In unison, fire waves roared out for dozens of yards. Thunderclouds rolled in the night, and purple lightning crackled intensely. Area spells covered every angle the wolves might approach. Stepping inside would reveal even the invisible. Shrill howls pierced the flames, proving the shadow moon wasn't invincible. But Tian quickly spotted the problem. Whether to press the attack or retreat, they still hold the initiative. Zhou Yuan smiled bitterly. That's right. The Research Institute did develop visibility devices, but they require rare, high-grade materials. The Shadow Moon Wolves raid so often the city can't afford to use them. Sure enough, when fire and lightning struck together, the wolf pack quietly dispersed. The city defense unleashed several waves of spells, but scored few kills. As the flames and thunder faded, only scorched earth and smoke remained. Everyone knew, though once the spells stopped, the wolves would come charging again. The steel city walls, towering over 10 meters high, suddenly had several elite wolves from the Shadow Moon Wolf clan leap up from the ground and land directly atop them. Fortunately, the city defenders were battle-hardened. As soon as they heard the whoosh of wind, melee soldiers immediately drew their blades and blocked the wolves, forcing them to stay outside and preventing them from breaching the walls to pillage the city. Under normal circumstances, only Zhou Yuan could act, now slaying or driving back the Shadow Moon Wolf King to shatter that cursed moon and minimize casualties. Yet just as Zhou Yuan was about to strike, Zhou Moyo's spirit form quietly raised her hand and whispered, "I think I have a way." Her voice was so soft it blended with the rustling night breeze. "HM." Zhou Yuan blinked in surprise. Tian quickly stepped forward to block Zhou Yuan. Every move the Death Erosion Martial Saint made cost him some of his lifespan, so he was determined to keep Zhou Yuan from acting if possible. At that moment, Bai Qiuli, who hovered over Zhou Moyao like a dedicated driver, awaited her instructions. Zhou Moyao sent a mental message, "Sister Bai, can you take me to where the mages are gathered most densely?" Bai Qiuli responded instantly, lifting off the ground with a single step. Zhou Moyo's spirit body floated gracefully after her, gliding over the chaotic battlements and landing behind the mage squad. "This is it." Zhou Moyao gestured in midair, her expression serious. The city defense commander was about to scold them, but caught Zhou Yuan's slight nod and swallowed his question, silently allowing their move. Zhou Moyao extended her hand and, somewhat awkwardly, formed a hand seal. Biunju. The moment Biunju was cast, a teal-blue divine bird's silhouette lifted its head and called out like a phoenix, the cry clear and resonant like spring water striking stone, rippling out from the horizon. Silver-white runes cascaded like feathers, instantly enveloping an area of several hundred meters. Worried the range was insufficient, she had Bai Qiuli repeatedly help her calibrate until all 500 or so mages on the wall were fully covered. Skill effect activated. When allies attack, they will summon a spectral azure phoenix to pursue the target, dealing an extra 15 true damage based on mental energy, applying a 70 slow, and permanently marking enemy positions. In that instant, a dense volley of fireballs, ice spears, and wind blades slammed outside the wall. The Shadow Moon Wolves struck by the attack suddenly bore brilliant azure gold heron feather patterns over their heads. Their outline stood out sharply against the dark night sky, like the flashing down arrow markers seen in online games telling the Daxia army exactly where to aim. Holy crap, they've appeared. We can see them. And their speed's been slowed. No way they're running now. What an insane buff. The mages and archers cheered in unison. Zhou Yuan stared at the battlefield in disbelief. His blind daughter was truly playing an enormous role on the battlefield as a professional fighter, and she was incredibly effective against the Shadow Moon Wolves. Wave after wave of area spells cast. Nearly the entire wolf pack became marked. Any attempt to charge forward or retreat was impossible to hide. The defenders seized the momentum to launch a counterattack, unleashing a wave of slaughter. Bai Qiuli whispered, "Well done, Moyao. Truly amazing." Amid the cheers, Zhou Moyao lifted her head slightly, cheeks faintly flushed. "Yes, it'll be a good support." Tian squinted at the front line, secretly muttering, "They've just found the wolves a biological parent now, a biological mother." Thanks to Zhou Moyao's aid, the round of attacks ended swiftly. The Wolf King at the rear couldn't fathom why their forces suffered such heavy losses this time. In the end, the Nantong City defense troops pressed their advantage to a sweeping victory. System prompt. Employee Zhou Moyao made a significant contribution to repelling the Shadow Moon Wolf clan attack. Reward: 5 funds. Tian was both shocked and pleased. Turns out repelling aliens could win rewards too. Could this count as an honor? If the retaliation against the alien clan continued, the benefits might rival those from the racial competitions. With the Shadow Moon Wolves retreating, they likely wouldn't dare recklessly pillage again anytime soon. Yet overhead, the dark red Shadow Moon still lingered, unchanged. Tian stood atop the wall, looking up at the Shadow Moon, deep in thought. The wolf attack was over. That night, Bai Qiuli took Zhou Moya back to Huaxing University. Since the next day was the start of the semester registration, they decided to enroll together. Thanks to Zhou Moya's background and skills, Jiang Yuanshuang quickly arranged a suitable mentor for her. After finishing these arrangements, Tian returned alone to the Qingshan apartment. Since Bai Qiuli became Jiang Yuanshuang's disciple, she had been living in the campus dormitory. Now the two-room apartment was left to Tian alone. The flying car took several hours to travel from North China back to East China. Once home, he took a shower, just as his management log was concluding. The main event today was the racial tournament. There wasn't much else of note. Management log. 1. Wang Jiang promoted to guerrilla squad leader of the East China Frontier Army. Reward: funds 3. 2. Ning Jing decoded ancient relic stone tablets, achieving 100 decipherment, successfully pinpointing the location and clues of an ancient relic. Reward: funds 5. 3. Yi Xiao and Jiang Che cleared the hell dungeon Heartless Valley 4 times. Reward: funds 0.8. Shared experience with your staff. Level up 33-34. Funds 102.1. Wang Jiang jumped straight from the rookie camp to official army squad leader. Tian raised an eyebrow. Normally, a new recruit would train at least half a year, but Wang Jiang's combat strength in the tournament justified his early promotion. He also heard that after recapturing Ding City, the frontier army was split in two, one force guarding the border against demons, the other defending the portal from the Yaga dynasty. Since manpower was tight, Wang Jiang's promotion made sense. Compared to that, Ning Jing's discovery of an ancient relic made Tian's blood race. These so-called ancient relics were ancient heritage sites left by various otherworldly civilizations, often holding precious treasures or the core truths of their cultures. On Blue Star, such relics appeared only rarely. He had always wanted to see one with his own eyes. Tomorrow, he'd have to ask about the exact location. Settling his thoughts, Tian collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The central headquarters in central China was brightly lit late into the night. Wei Yuan's unexpected arrival somehow raised the temperature in the conference room. Wei Yuan, it's remarkable that you won the racial tournament and repelled the Yaga dynasty. The energetic elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, old son, praised him before his tone turned serious. But the Yaga dynasty will only become more dangerous in the future. You must remain cautious. Victory wasn't my doing alone. Wei Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the old man's warning was well-founded. Old son quickly changed the subject. You need to pay close attention to the outstanding talents from the East China tournament. In recent years, the American Empire has poached many foreign talents. The battle for talent had become an open and covert struggle among Blue Star's nations. To strengthen its emerging forces, the American Empire spared no effort. Wei Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. I will, and he'll also remind Tian. Then he got straight to the point. Old son, I want to take away extraordinary forbidden item 003. Old son's expression changed sharply. What? The child of prophecy has appeared? Extraordinary forbidden items were mysterious and dangerous objects discovered over the past 200 years in the Great Xia Extraordinary Era. They each possessed unique effects but often came with terrible side effects or an unknown nature. Hence they were classified as forbidden items. Number 003 is the legendary profession that makes prophecies a special entity it brought back. It is said to be usable only by the prophesied one, capable of protecting and greatly aiding them. In other words, it's the prophesied one's exclusive weapon. But elder son pressed a hand on Wei Yuan's shoulder, urging caution. Are you sure? 003 only bonds with the prophesied one. If anyone else tries to approach it recklessly, unpredictable dangers might follow. Wei Yuan pondered briefly, then recalled. The victory of East China in the Great Race was thanks to him. I also owe much of my success defeating the Yaga dynasty to him. So I suspect he very well may be the prophesied one. Elder son nodded. All right, you can try. But promise me you'll stay safe. Understood. Waking with the morning sun. The next morning, Tian lifted the curtains, humming while washing up. Suddenly, his phone vibrated a message from Baichili. He glanced at it, brows furrowing instantly, his humming cutting off. Almost simultaneously, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu received identical alerts. Tian immediately summoned all four into a meeting space. That's the situation, boss. Baichili held a letter up to the camera. It was on my dorm desk the moment I woke. The American Empire's military is offering huge perks and benefits, just agree to immigrate. Tian skimmed the letter quickly, impressed despite himself. The terms were generous enough to tempt most people. Baichili spoke gravely. Even stranger, I have no clue how they got the letter in. Yi Xiu, crunching on a lollipop, casually explained, not hard. The American Empire has a special profession, a courier. As long as they know the target's appearance and burn the letter, it'll land precisely nearby. They probably scraped our photos from the last race. In the end, all four, including Yi Xiu, had received identical recruitment offers. At that moment, Jiang Che dropped his head on the table, nearly breaking down. Why? Why is my offer worse than yours? Tian sighed. I'm gonna have to work harder. Jiang Che's eyes blazed with newfound determination, though his reason was a bit odd. The fact that they immediately reported the letters showed they had no intention of jumping ship. Tian had given them careers, legendary gear, meeting buffs, opportunities for promotion, things they couldn't get elsewhere. In recent years, the American Empire had repeatedly poached talent from other nations, including Daxia. Now they were targeting Tian's own employees, which didn't sit well with him. After a brief discussion, the meeting ended, and everyone returned to their tasks. Tian was ready to head out and inquire about the ancient ruins when he stepped outside and saw Wei Yuan with. Wei Yuan was carrying an airline pet carrier. Yes, the kind used for cats, but this one was clearly custom-made. Inside the box was a black cat. So, you're saying that this black cat is the supernatural forbidden object numbered 003? That's right, Wei Yuan nodded. The living room was softly lit. Tian and Wei Yuan sat side by side on a dark leather sofa. Wei Yuan had just finished explaining the origins and danger levels of supernatural forbidden objects to Tian. Now Tian's eyes were fixed on the shadow inside the transparent alloy door of the transport case, his face full of surprise. The cat was slender and black as night, its fur sleek and almost reflective, as if soaked in darkness. Its half-closed eyes occasionally flickered with a faint golden glow. Wei Yuan continued, you already know the prophecy. I think it might be able to help you when Daxia faces its greatest peril. A savior will arise. Someone who will repeatedly turn fate around, saving Daxia from disaster and humanity from catastrophe. Those words stirred something inside Tian. Am I the prophesied child? But am someone who traveled here from another world. The prophecy appeared 80 years ago, long before I was born, even before I arrived in this world. How could that have been predicted? It sounded ridiculous. He replayed the thought rapidly in his mind before finally looking up and reaching toward the case door. So in short, I just need to let it out, right? Wei Yuan had said the cat could directly determine if Tian was indeed the prophesied child. Wei Yuan signaled caution, his entire body tense. If Tian wasn't that person, he needed to restrain the cat immediately to avoid injury. Meow. The door to the case was unlocked, and the cat stepped out silently with a lazy, drawn-out meow. Tian and the cat met eyes, each studying the other carefully. Wei Yuan had mentally prepared for two outcomes. 1. Tian is the prophesied child, and the cat would show affection. 2. Tian is not the prophesied child, and the cat would reject or even pose a deadly threat. Ancient texts made it clear only the prophesied child could be accepted by 003, not even Wei Yuan himself. Then, contrary to all expectations, the cat quietly took 2 steps and jumped onto Tian's lap, curling up peacefully. Tian hesitated before stroking the cat's soft fur. The cat did not resist at all, not even twitching its ears. What's going on? Tian asked, turning his head. Yeah, I want to know that too. Wei Yuan looked flustered. The cat's behavior was neither openly warm nor hostile rejection, but an almost instinctive submission. Yes, it was submitting. This completely contradicted Wei Yuan's predictions. Tian's expression remained calm as his fingers continued stroking the cat. Suddenly, he summoned the cat's profile. A translucent info box appeared before his eyes. Cat of Time biography. Fated partner of Daxia's prophesied child. Its power grows as the prophesied child's ability strengthens. At its peak, possesses the power to traverse the river of time. Current status, very weak. The information was sparse. He scanned it twice, then concluded, looks like I'm not the prophesied child after all. His reasoning sounded a bit arrogant. This cat of time grows stronger alongside the prophesied child. But Tian currently possessed a hidden class, 3 divine grade professions, 3 legendary professions, and an extraordinary physique. With such a foundation, if he were the prophesied child, 003 wouldn't be this weak. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment and agreed. 003 showed no signs of close partnership or powerful abilities, now only this unexplained submission which clearly didn't match the legendary fated partner. He still didn't understand, but couldn't find a reason to object. Seeing this, Tian suggested, then he'll keep the cat. Maybe I can find the real prophesied child with its help. Since this time the time cat can identify the child of prophecy, it actually serves as a kind of aid for Tian. The child of prophecy is undoubtedly a highly promising talent, so that means he can be recruited when the time comes. Wei Yuan nodded without refusal. Since it doesn't reject you, then it can follow you, but be careful not to let it come into contact with anyone else, or it could be dangerous for them. Got it. Tian replied promptly, placing the black cat back into the airlock box and securing the latch. After confirming the security, Tian naturally asked about the ancient ruins. Yesterday, Ning Jing had deciphered the location and clues of the ruins, but he still hadn't grasped the details. Wei Yuan was prepared and lowered his voice, his brow betraying his excitement. Those ancient ruins are said to be a lost site of the primordial dragon clan. The primordial dragons are basically the ancestors of the Yaga dynasty. At this, regret flickered across his face. The entrance has been found near Ding City, but inside the ruins lies the dragon ancestors' secret realm. To enter, one must have the secret realm token. These tokens are only bestowed by the Red Emperor and the Blue Emperor to their descendants. We never stood a chance. Now that they've withdrawn from the Yaga continent, it's out of the question. So although we found the entrance, we can't get inside. What a shame. Wait, are you talking about this? Tian suddenly remembered, pulling from deep within his backpack a long dormant token embossed with dragon patterns originally dropped by Alice during the dungeon when she defeated Norton, along with 30 dragon marrow crystals. He had kept it safe all this time, but never used it. Wei Yuan's eyes nearly popped out as he swore beneath his breath, completely losing his composure. Damn it, how do you have everything? What do you mean? Tian tilted his head. Let's go? Wei Yuan instantly grabbed him and set off. The two sped swiftly to the ruins entrance. It was an almost transparent, illusory passageway, without the clue inscribed on the ruined stone tablet. Anyone standing there would just think it was a distorted patch of air. Compared to small secret realms existing independently, the back of ruins often connect to some hidden corner, possibly sleeping undisturbed for countless ages. Long ago, the great Xia had entered the sacred forest of the elf royalty through a ruined entrance in southern China. This site was located on the outskirts of Ding City, surrounded by wilderness and sealed off by the military. Heavy armored vehicles and energy shields formed a blockade. Researchers clustered near the entrance, trying various methods to get inside, only to fail repeatedly. In the center stood Ning Jing, clad in a white lab coat and silver-rimmed glasses. Turning around, she spotted Tian behind Wei Yuan and exclaimed, "Boss." Her shout attracted glances from the researchers around, and Tian simply smiled and waved. Wei Yuan spoke, "For this ruin, Tian is probably the only one who can enter. Ning Jing, give him all the decoded clues." The group exchanged uncertain looks, whispers spreading like ripples. Ning Jing quickly collected her thoughts. "Boss, the depths of this ruin lie in the forbidden area of the dragon ancestors' secret realm. The Yaga dynasty had long prohibited passage here. There are many uncertainties inside. Danger could strike at any time." Tian understood that opportunity and risk always go hand in hand, but he was fearless if worst came to worst. He could just teleport out through the void at a critical moment. At this moment, Wei Yuan handed him a golden rope-like item, its surface inscribed with glowing runes. A one-time legendary item soul link rescue. Tie one end to yourself, the other to someone outside. If anything goes wrong, a strong pull on the rope will forcibly drag you out. It's basically an extra lifeline. Better safe than sorry. Tian immediately wrapped the rope around his waist. Once Ning Jing finished reciting all the puzzle hints, Tian nodded in thanks, and then revealed the dragon pattern token. He stepped onto the almost invisible passageway, waves of spatial distortion enveloping him. The onlookers saw only a flash of his figure before he vanished from sight. Dark, eerie, and icy cold. This was the first impression Tian felt after passing through that seemingly void-like passage and arriving in another space. The next moment, he noticed the dragon ancestor's secret realm token in his hand had transformed into a faint glow and then vanished. In theory, he had truly set foot on the Yaga continent and even plunged directly into its most mysterious dragon ancestor secret realm, the Forbidden Land. Beneath his feet, rough and cold rock pressed against his boots, the gravel crunching softly with each step. Tian looked up and around. The place resembled a massive cavern, yet it stretched so vast it felt almost boundless. Dark red rock layers formed countless dense stalactites hanging like sharp, chilling fangs from a ceiling hundreds of feet high. Under this natural dome, a human figure seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. Ding! A A system notification suddenly exploded inside his mind. You have entered ancient ruins. Skill ruins decoding activated. Automatically retrieving 3 core ruins insights. It was a skill innate to his tranquil scholar class coming into play. Tian nodded slightly, recalling related knowledge. Ancient ruins roughly fell into 3 categories: ancient war sites of lost civilizations, origins of natural anomalies, and places of ancient extraordinary inheritance. He drew a deep breath, the cold air tinged with dust and iron scent, and quickly summoned the newly analyzed data. 1. Bloodline of the White Emperor, instant death upon entry. 2. Traitors, instant death upon entry. 3. Those favored by the gods, instant death upon entry. Tian exhaled sharply. The ruthlessness of the ruins rules was beyond imagination. Anyone belonging to these 3 categories would be doomed the moment they stepped in. Such bloody precision likely meant this was an ancient war site of a lost civilization. Fragments of clues from the tranquil scholar class had already suggested the White Emperor corresponded to the current White Emperor of the Yaga dynasty. Meanwhile, the true master of this ruin was deeply entwined with the legendary Black Emperor. Confirming he was not on the death list, Tian pressed forward without hesitation, stepping deeper into the ruin's shadowy heart. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Yaga continent, inside the Red Emperor's palace, the grand hall's ceiling was engraved with dragon scale patterns, and flaming red gold torches blazed, yet the fire could not dispel the fury burning in the Red Emperor's eyes. Since his defeat in the Great Summer War, his rage had not calmed. The Blue Emperor stood quietly before the steps, coldly watching. The White Emperor appeared in his dragonborn form, while his original body remained guarding the Forbidden Land. The simultaneous presence of 3 dragon emperors was an extraordinary sight. The Red Emperor roared, "I should never have agreed to the Great Summer Contest. We should have crushed them by force from the start." The Blue Emperor's voice was icy. "Do you want both our realms to be ruined?" After the Black Emperor's fall, the Yaga dynasty's strength was already stretched thin. "We had more than enough resources to erode the Great Summer through the contest, but this Yirmf." The flames cast gruesome shadows across the Red Emperor's face. Suddenly, he turned to the White Emperor. "If your body hadn't guarded the Forbidden Land, standing watch over that corpse for nearly a century, how could the humans have become so reckless?" The White Emperor's expression was neither sad nor joyful as he replied calmly, "I told you the Black Emperor isn't dead. Only his flesh is gone. His soul endures. The Forbidden Land seals everything to prevent his awakening. Otherwise you and I would surely perish." The Red Emperor snorted coldly, powerless to counter, and slammed his sleeve heavily. "Then what about the Great Summer? If I don't avenge this, I vow I want rest." The Blue Emperor lowered his gaze slightly and reminded him, "Your contract backlash won't subside for another 5 days. After that, we will relocate our main forces to Blue Star. We must take advantage of this and establish a foothold there. This time, the White Emperor will lead the army." The White Emperor nodded in agreement. "The territory of Blue Star is indeed worth fighting for. I have never seen a world with such a concentration of secret realms and ruins resources." The Blue Emperor added, "Abundant resources and frequent interdimensional gates. Blue Star seems like a battlefield bestowed by the heavens." The Red Emperor's face remained grim, but a flicker of obsession gleamed in his eyes. This was also why he had never been willing to give up the territory of Blue Star. On the Yaga continent, although there are numerous secret realms, the overall resources are limited. Once they are exhausted, that's all there is. Most worlds are like this. Secret realms are rare, and resources inevitably run dry. Only Blue Star is an exception. Dungeons flood in endlessly, small and medium secret realms appear one after another, and large-scale secret realms open frequently. Alongside ancient ruins and secret treasures, it truly boasts vast lands and abundant riches. Because of this, even the White Emperor decided to personally intervene. "I will choose the most suitable body, maximizing bloodline and combat power. Those tricky fellows from Daxia, if they can be killed, then kill them." The Red Emperor chuckled lightly. "Heh, the original body remains unchanged." The Blue Emperor frowned in warning. At the Black Emperor's side, no mistakes can be allowed. Dragon Ancestor's secret realm, Forbidden Land. After pushing forward a few kilometers, Tian had already gained a great haul. The legendary material dragon marrow crystal, naturally formed within the cave walls, was everywhere. He immediately gathered over 60 of them in one go. The cave was littered with the bones of dragon descendants, as if those who violated the ruin's death rule had been instantly killed, leaving behind dense piles of dragon skeletons and scales. Further ahead, in a wide-open area, he found a huge dragon-language stone tablet recording the ancient glory of the dragon race. 1 emperor, 1 sovereign, and 4 lords. As for why the Yaga dynasty now had only 3 emperors, the tablet offered no explanation. Going deeper, the cave opened up suddenly, but it wasn't truly bright. The sky above was dim and murky, as if even the light was swallowed. A scene in the distance made Etienne slightly shudder. A dark mountain range formed by the stacked spines of giant dragons, with the shapes of dragon wings faintly outlined on both sides. Viewed from above, the entire mountain was actually the remains of a colossal dragon, scattered around by countless dragon skeletons of various sizes, like a necropolis for the dead. A battle of such epic scale could only mean a cataclysmic dragon war once took place here. Yet Tian didn't linger in awe for long. His eyes quickly returned to the dragon marrow crystals and dragon bones at his feet, calculating how to gather them faster. Wait, what's that? His gaze sharpened as he spotted across atop the dark mountain. Before he could approach, an overwhelmingly powerful mental force suddenly enveloped him, almost tangible in its intensity. His vision blurred, and the scene instantly shifted. Like a brief dream, he found himself inside a ruined palace. At the deepest, darkest spot stood that very cross. On it was a small boy pinned down, his black suit stained with blood, a scarlet bow tie, golden pupils faintly glowing. His expression was noble and elegant, completely mismatched with his youthful appearance. Piercing his chest and binding him to the cross was a strange weapon that looked like a branch, but also resembled a spear. "You've finally come." The dying yet still dignified boy looked up and smiled gracefully at Etienne. Etienne suddenly laughed aloud. "You know me?" "No, but you'll help me, right?" From the moment he was pulled into this church, notifications from the system kept ringing in his mind. Ding. Special potential detected nearby. Interesting. Etienne almost wanted to applaud. It was the first time in his life had met someone who seemed to see right through a person's heart. If this figure had been an enemy, Etienne would have raised his guard instantly. But now, this person was a potential recruit, turning a dangerous situation into one filled with possibility. With that in mind, he didn't rush to answer. At this very moment, he stood deep within the dragon ancestors' secret realm, in a forbidden place rumored as death to any traitor who enters a desolation even dragons themselves dare not speak of. The dim cavern walls were lined with rows of cracked, desiccated dragon bones, cold and grim. The air smelled faintly of rust, the residue of ancient dragon blood dried to iron. In the center hung a cross fashioned from dragon bones. Its pure white surface faintly glowed coldly under the eerie blue magical flames. Affixed to it was a boy who looked barely 11 or 12 years old, dressed in old-fashioned aristocratic clothes, impaled ruthlessly through the chest by a pale spear, held fast on the cross. His silver hair was like fine snow, his face flawless and pale, as if stepping out of some ancient portrait, but beneath closed eyelids framed by light gold lashes lay the soul of a world-ending dragon. The only ancient dragon-crowned emperor, the betrayed, world-ending dragon. That legendary Black Emperor? Etienne's mind raced, a flood of information passing in an instant. He arrived at a nearly absurd, yet only plausible conclusion. Fixing his gaze on the noble boy's figure, a sudden cold desolation welled up within him. Once a terrifying tyrant ruling over 10,000 dragons, now reduced to such a pitiful prisoner. He inhaled deeply and summoned the resume interface. Black Emperor Nijifog's soul entity. Basic information. Form, soul entity. Actual age, 480 years. Potential, special world-ending dragon. Life overview. The only supreme emperor of the ancient dragon race, at peak strength rivaling gods and demons. Ruled over tens of thousands of dragons by the title emperor, crushing other races with iron will, no dragon dared disobey. The divine world tree Yggdrasil of the Agu continent sensed his potential to slay gods. The world tree granted the eternal spear to the White Emperor, commanding him to usurp power. The White Emperor deceived 3 monarchs, and, seizing the moment of external wars, betrayed the Black Emperor. After the rebellion, 3 monarchs and countless dragons perished. The Black Emperor was captured. The White Emperor destroyed his physical body with the eternal spear and imprisoned his soul on a dragon bone cross, lasting nearly a century. Investment opportunity. Cannot invest in non-human races below 3rd tier level 50. Black Emperor Nijifog. So it is. Etienne's eyes narrowed slightly. A few brief lines of text were like the ruins of a toppled throne, yet still carried remnants of a king's former majesty. The 480 years was not old for a dragon. Ning Jing had once reminded him that several hundred years was merely middle age for a giant dragon. This version of Nijifog might not even be the original Black Emperor. But even so, a dragon ruler who could threaten gods was still fearsome. Sadly, tyrants always meet their end. Now he was only a soul. Etienne's gaze flicked again to the resume's last cold, sharp warning: investment in non-human races required 3rd tier, level 50, and he felt speechless. His eyes returned to the cross. The boy seemed aware, his sealed golden eyes slowly opening, lightly capturing Etienne's gaze. "What do you want me to do for you?" Etienne's voice echoed in the cavern. The boy's golden eyes curved in a polite yet sly smile, his voice clear, yet carrying an unexpected calmness beyond his years. "It's really simple." He lowered his head, gesturing to the pale spear piercing his chest, speaking as if chatting with an old friend. "Just pull it out, and I am free. If you succeed, you'll get a world artifact for free. How about that? Sounds easy, doesn't it?" Heh. Etienne twitched at the corner of his mouth. The Black Emperor before him was a far cry from the austere monarch he had imagined. Perhaps locking a soul for a century had softened the malice. This Nijafog now looked more like a cunning little imp. What surprised Tian even more was that while he spoke dragon tongue when communicating with other dragons, this little devil kept speaking human language and seemed to know a lot about human culture. The so-called request the boy mentioned sounded simple enough. Pull out that long spear. But that wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was a world artifact forged by the gods themselves, powerful enough to destroy the Black Emperor's body and pin his soul down the eternal spear. Although Tian had never seen what a world artifact truly meant, a moment's thought told him it wasn't something trivial. So he decisively shook his head. Forget it. Suddenly, I don't feel like helping you after all. The boy laughed heartily, as if his prank had been instantly exposed. Huh. It's too cruel to give me away without even trying. Watching him laugh so openly, Tian suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Being nailed to a cross for 100 years, how lonely must that have been? The laughter faded, and the boy spoke seriously. This spear was made specifically to kill me. As long as my soul remains, it can't be pulled out. Once thrown, the eternal spear ignores all obstacles, spanning any distance, piercing straight through its target. Even the soul can't escape. Tian listened quietly, still not seeing how he could help. Then the next sentence caught him off guard. It's really meant to kill the Black Emperor Nidhogg. The boy smiled with anticipation. I have only my soul left now, no power or body. If I change just one last soul ability, I will transform into another form, and the eternal spear won't be able to lock onto me. Changing abilities, you can do that, right? That was exactly Tian's specialty. Recruiting staff, investing in professions, overriding old skills, awakening new careers. That was his usual approach. Even he admired the cleverness of this plan. But unfortunately, not now. Hearing the refusal, the boy froze. Why? Are you here chasing treasure or holding a grudge against the dragons in charge? I can help with either. Both. Actually, Tian admitted frankly, then explained his limitation. As a dragon, he couldn't recruit non-human races until he reached level 50 in 3rd tier. He skimmed over the finer details of class traits. According to his plan, he intended to spend another half-month to a month leveling up to 50 before returning. Unexpectedly, the boy laughed lightly. Not human? Then what if I join the humans instead? Tian blinked in surprise. Sure, I couldn't do that while I had a body. The boy winked cheerfully, but his voice turned low and serious. But the soul has no race. With that, a blue soul light surged around him, twisting his form like kneading clay. Though he spoke casually, sweat beaded at his temples, and the edges of his soul flickered unstable. Clearly, this wasn't easy. To a master of the spirit realm, reshaping a soul's form is like molding clay. When the light faded, he still looked like a little boy on the outside, but on the inside, head changed fundamentally. Tian immediately checked his panel, and sure enough, a new prompt appeared under investment opportunities. Investment opportunity. Hidden class Black Emperor soul, 60 funding points. He clicked his tongue in admiration and looked at the boy. Can you also make a cat girl for me, just for fun? Hey. If you keep making me try, I might actually crack, the boy protested seriously, as if his soul was truly at risk of breaking. Tian laughed out loud. All right then, but I'm not. Hey, call me boss. With that, he activated his skill and pressed the contract into the little devil's palm. In the next moment, the shattered palace crumbled entirely, the lights around extinguished, and darkness flooded the space like a rising tide. The entire domain plunged into eternal night. In a daze, behind the Dragonbone Cross, it seemed a pair of pitch-black dragon wings, vast enough to blot out the sky, unfurled. The wings were hung with the corpses of traitors, rising toward the blood-red sky, heralding the return of the world's destroyer. Employ Nidhogg Soul Class, Black Emperor Soul Quality, Hidden Rank, 25 Strength, 0 Agility, 0 Constitution, 0 Spirit, 1600 Profession Talent Dragon Sovereign. Possessing a bloodline superior to all dragons, able to ignore and suppress all dragon speech magic, and can instantly cast speech magic without any medium. Profession skills. 1. Sin and Punishment. Execution domain executes targets judged as sinners within the Black Emperor's judgment domain, dealing double damage to dragons. 2. Gift of Blood causes a single target to enter a blood-boiling state, boosting overall power up to twice as much, with the exact increase depending on the strength of the Black Emperor soul. 3. Descent Fusion. The Black Emperor soul can descend into any living body and forcibly take control without the host's consent. If the host has strong mental power, a soul struggle ensues. If the host willingly sacrifices their soul, the Black Emperor can unleash power closer to its true form. The power after descent depends on the host's physique and the amount of soul sacrificed. 4. Speech Magic. Emperor, Speech Magic. World currently unusable due to lack of a dragon body. Tian finished scanning the stats panel and let out an intrigued whistle. This was his first time seeing a purely soul-type profession. He turned to the little demon teasingly. So it's a support role after all? The job change process completed, and the eternal spear piercing the little boy's chest trembled lightly, then dropped to the ground with a soft ting, as if losing its purpose. The boy on the cross crouched down and jumped off, brushing dust from his clothes and muttering, "Only my soul's left, and I still have to fight? Boss, you're really pushing it." At this moment, he had entirely become an invisible soul being. The data panel showed 0 constitution, 0 agility existing only in the soul dimension. Unless actively manifested or detected by abilities like spiritual sight, ordinary people couldn't perceive him at all. Tian clicked his tongue with admiration. This state reminded him of Yao Lao from his previous lives game, XX Firmament. Unlike Alice's Blade Queen, who was purely offense-oriented, the Black Emperor's hidden profession favored extreme suppression and support. The Dragon Sovereign talent alone ignored and suppressed all dragon speech magic, rendering at least half of the Aga dynasty's forces useless, not to mention the natural suppression from bloodline strength. He was truly a dragon's bane. Tian continued studying the skills, finding Descent Fusion especially unique. It could forcibly possess a host regardless of their will and release part of the Black Emperor's original power through them Nidhogg's peak battle power before death. If the host willingly sacrificed their soul, the Black Emperor could unleash terrifying combat strength, making Tian silently nod at the appropriateness of the nickname Little Demon. The only downside was that, in the current soul-only form, the two seemingly strongest speech magics remained sealed. Only by occupying a powerful physical body or reviving Nidhogg's original form could they be unlocked. Overall, compared to the Blade Queen, the Black Emperor's abilities were more versatile, growing stronger against tough opponents. He truly leaned toward support, but held enormous potential. How does the Black Emperor feel? Tian's gaze landed on the little boy. After closing his eyes for a moment, the boy opened them and smiled faintly. Stronger than my previous soul powers. I really like it. But I'm still far from becoming emperor again. I need to pick a new name. Following the boy's gaze, Tian turned around, and the scene before him shifted back to the forbidden zone within the dragon ancestor's secret realm. The ink-black mountain range undulated like the dragon's spine, cold and sinister under the gloomy sky, its silhouette deeply reflecting in the boy's pale golden eyes. Now Tian understood. That mountain range was the ruined body of the Black Emperor himself. In other words, when the Black Emperor was crucified all those years ago, every day he had to face his own corpse. The boy, more precisely, the soul of the Black Emperor Nagar, spoke with heavy solemnity, as if delivering a verdict. Once I awaken this body, Black Emperor NHGGR will return to the world. Without a physical form, even a powerful soul like NHGGRS couldn't restore his peak strength. So for now, he had to keep the title Black Emperor on hold. Only when his body was fully revived and the soul merged with it would his true return arrive. A spark of inspiration hit Tian. Why don't we call you the Black Crown Prince first? The boy snapped his fingers, playful light flashing in his eyes. Good idea. Tian chuckled. Actually, Little Devil suits you pretty well too. You're the boss, so whatever you like. The Black Crown Prince drawled lazily, stretching as he spoke with a casual smirk. Unlike when he was possessed by Zhou Moyao and seemed ethereal, now he looked no different from an ordinary person. Only when deliberately hiding his aura did he seem to exist a dimension apart. Suddenly, the boy frowned. But I don't think I can leave right now. Why? The Black Crown Prince raised a hand with a teasing gesture, indicating outside the forbidden zone. There's a little white guarding out there. Tian's heart raced. The White Emperor. So that's who was stationed outside the realm. If NHGGR stepped beyond this land, the White Emperor would instantly sense his presence and probably lose control. If Tian rashly took the Black Crown Prince back to the Great Xia, the White Emperor might pursue him there, even threatening Great Xia itself. At this moment, they were likely no match for the White Emperor. But leaving the Black Crown Prince here wasn't an option. Either a forbidden zone couldn't be upgraded, and it would be no different from imprisonment. After a moment's thought, Tian came up with a solution. Alice. The Black Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. Boss, can you even call someone here? This is the depths of the dragon ancestor's realm. I haven't seen a living soul in decades. Tian waved his hand to suggest it was routine. Yet seconds passed in silence. Only after his second call did the familiar portal slowly open from the void. The gate spun dark violet as Alice stepped through, her long legs catching the eye first. Boss, I just entered a dungeon and got entangled with a level 60 boss lord. Bit of a hassle. She glanced at the Black Crown Prince as she explained. Tian nodded. Alice was barely level 30, so challenging a level 60 boss was recklessly adorable. He clapped his hands. Perfect. Hey, race a new teammate for you. Black Crown Prince or NHGGR, whichever you prefer. Think of him as support. The Black Crown Prince suddenly produced a white top hat from nowhere and gave a gentlemanly bow. Alice responded with a slight nod. Tian's plan was simple. Have the spiritual form of the Black Crown Prince level up alongside Alice in dungeons like Yao Lao, residing in a ring. Two hidden classes fighting side by side. One the soul of the Dragon Clan Supreme, the other a dual form half human, half demon. He was even already planning party compositions. The first special squad of 5 was complete. Could he gather 5 potential beasts for the second squad? No, it would probably be a team of 5 super monsters instead. Just imagining it made Tian realize how chaotic such a squad would be. Alice and the Black Prince's eyes locked in a silent showdown. Even someone as confident as the Black Prince had to admit that when he was still at the peak of his physical form, his power was at best equal to this girl standing before him. Now, with only his soul remaining, he could still sense clearly that within Alice, there lurked an even more terrifying force. What was even more unbelievable was that this was a sealed ancient ruin, yet she could pass in and out at will. A feat Nidavellir had never heard of anyone accomplishing. Realizing that this monster was at Yishin's command, the Black Prince's opinion of Etienne instantly rose to a whole new level. Alice studied the nearly tangible soul form of the Black Prince, wreathed in black flames. Upon learning of the Black Prince's abilities, she nodded in acceptance of him as an ally, at least for the time being. This meant she didn't have to worry about the Black Prince being found by the White Emperor. After all, he was only level 25 now, and if the White Emperor targeted him, death would be certain. Etienne had another reason for temporarily pairing the two: balancing. Given the Black Prince's nature and methods, if left unchecked once he entered human society, he could easily unleash chaos and bloodshed. Having Alice keep a constant eye on this little tyrant spared Etienne from being distracted all the time. After issuing these instructions, Etienne was about to leave the ruins when suddenly his expression froze. His resume skills automatic scan alert hadn't disappeared since the start. Ping. Special potential detected nearby. The alert remaining meant there was still another hidden special potential in the vicinity. Black Prince, Etienne said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Is there another creature here? Another creature? The Black Prince adjusted the high collar of his regal attire, blinked his golden eyes twice, then, seemingly from nowhere, produced a dragonbone cane and pointed it toward the dark mountain range behind Etienne. If you mean a creature, then probably only him. Him? Alice followed the cane's tip and finally noticed that the mountain range was actually the skeletal remains of a giant dragon. Guided by the Black Prince, the three approached the slumbering corpse of the Black Emperor dragon. Alice whispered in surprise. This dragon corpse has been repeatedly destroyed, but its body is so tough it still retains faint signs of life. The Black Prince floated in midair, hands on hips, prideful. Impressive, right? That's my own body. Alice silently rolled her eyes. Then the Black Prince explained, the eternal spear forcibly split my soul from my body. Dragon bodies are extremely hard to annihilate, so that body hasn't decayed. Strictly speaking, it's still a living creature. Etienne focused and data appeared before his eyes. Black Emperor, Nidavellir Dragon Corpse. Basic info. Male dragon 480 years, old soulless vessel. Potential, special calamity and despair. Life record, sole ruler of the dragon race. Investment opportunity. Non-human races cannot be invested in before Tier 3. This resume was identical to the Black Prince's soul record. It was Nidavellir's true body. Though soul and body had long since separated, it was still classified as special potential, revealing its immense strength. Stripped of power, drained of blood, life extinguished, soul severed, yet this Black Emperor corpse still qualified as an investable entity, meaning it could be revived. During the Great Race competition, when the White Emperor occupied that dragonborn body, after the consciousness died there was absolutely no sign of any investment opportunity, but Nidfo had one. Etienne stared at the massive dragon corpse before him, murmuring, is this the kind of divine power that rivals the gods and demons? Looks like I actually have a chance to bring him back to life. Before he finished speaking, the Black Prince's pupils suddenly contracted, his golden eyes swirling like molten lava, causing ripples across his soul. That was his true body. Only by fusing his true body with his soul could he fully become the Black Emperor Nidfog. But the more he understood about the Supreme Remain's immense strength, the more he realized how difficult revival would be. Only a sliver of the living dragonborn Supreme Corpse remained, and reigniting life might take decades, even centuries at the longest. If you can revive my body, it'll help you destroy the Yaga continent, the Black Prince said, staring intently at Etienne, his voice serious for the first time. Etienne raised an eyebrow. So all those promises about finding treasure and killing dragons were just empty talk? The Black Prince smiled bitterly, shaking his head and sighing. To be honest, I originally planned to seize your body outright, but I didn't expect your humble human powers to be somewhat excessive. This statement marked a complete shift in how he viewed Etienne. Clicking his tongue, Etienne recalled being duped into pulling the eternal spear and couldn't help but mutter his dismay. Lowering his voice, the Black Prince confessed the true difficulty in one breath. Even if we wipe out the dragons and defeat the White Emperor, the human race alone still can't shake the Yaga dynasty. Because the Yaga continent harbors a god, the world tree Yggdrasil. Naming the deity, his tone flared with anger. The god won't allow you to challenge the dragons, nor will it let you trample the Yaga continent. The Black Prince's voice was like a drawn blade, sharp and unwavering. But if you can revive my body, I will deal with that god. A shiver ran through Tian's heart. He knew well that the world tree was the true reason the Black Emperor had fallen back then, and that the eternal spear was the god tree's doing all, because the Black Emperor could not be controlled. Suddenly, he laughed, as if delivering the Yaga dynasty a death sentence with delayed execution. Then it settled. Unfortunately, the Black Emperor's body couldn't change form at will like the soul could. At least, he had to reach level 50, tier 3 first. But once the great Xia possessed the strength to counterattack the other world, he would be ready to unleash this god-slaying bomb. Before leaving the ruins, Tian reached out to touch the world artifact on the ground, the eternal spear. The icy spear shaft made his palm go numb, but the Black Prince sighed, reminding him that without the world tree's permission, no one could take it. Resigned, Tian turned and left the ruins. Alice immediately followed, carrying the Black Prince as they vanished through the void. The three had just stepped outside the protective barrier of the Forbidden Land. Far away at the Red Emperor's palace, the White Emperor was negotiating with the Azure Emperor and Red Emperor about launching a campaign against Great Xia, when suddenly his body trembled, his pupils shrinking sharply, his face turning ghostly pale as if struck by heavenly lightning frozen in place. Where did it go? Why did the target of the eternal spear disappear? The Azure and Red Emperors exchanged glances, never before seeing the White Emperor in such panic, as if his soul had been ripped out, his entire being verging on madness. The White Emperor was desperate. What disappeared? The Red Emperor and the Azure Emperor exchanged a glance, an unfamiliar tension creeping into their hearts. Nidhogg's gone. The White Emperor growled this conclusion, then swiftly withdrew his consciousness, hastily abandoning the dragonborn body he had possessed. The shattered flesh collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, dust billowing around it. Upon hearing this, the Red and Azure Emperors both sprang to their feet, their pupils shrinking sharply, shock and panic etched across their faces. Especially the Red Emperor, his chest burned with raging fury that nearly consumed his reason. He roared into the sky, charging straight toward the Forbidden Land. How is this possible? The White Emperor was stationed outside the Forbidden Land precisely to prevent any living being from entering. The Black Emperor had been sealed inside by the eternal spear without outside force. There was no way to break free. But now, the soul aura once belonging to the Black Emperor within the Forbidden Land had completely vanished, and even the spear's locked-on target was nowhere to be found. Only one terrifying conclusion remained: the Black Emperor had escaped. Disbelief gripped the White Emperor. He immediately seized a Dragonborn, pressed a Dragon Ancestor's secret realm token into their hand, and ordered them to investigate inside the Forbidden Land. As a traitor, he had long been sentenced to death by the Black Emperor's domain rules. Stepping in himself was certain death, forbidden even for 100 years. Moments later, the Dragonborn stumbled back and delivered a cold report. White Emperor, the Dragonbone cross has disappeared. The spear is lying on the ground. The White Emperor's breath caught. The Black Emperor was truly gone. Terror shredded his reason instantly. Fear of his former master drove him into frenzied speculation about the Black Emperor's whereabouts. There were few passages between the Yaga continent and other realms. The most suspicious direction: humanity. Daxia? The moment war broke out with Daxia, the Black Emperor escaped. The clues pointed unmistakably to the same place. With no hesitation, he unleashed his wings and shot toward the interdimensional portal. Outside Ding City, Tian emerged from behind the ancient stone gate, dust still clinging to him, yet his eyes shone brightly. He briefed the researchers on the layout of the ruins, displayed the collected dragon bones, dragon marrow crystals, and handed several stone tablets engraved with dragon script to Ningjing as a gift. Wei Yuan scanned the spoils with his divine sense, shaking his head with a sigh. Unfortunately, this ruin yielded only materials, no treasures, no systematic inheritance in ordinary ruins. These gains were insignificant. Yet Tian knew well that their greatest prize had already gone with Alice into the dungeon, upgrading rapidly. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of Ding City. Wei Yuan's gaze snapped fierce as he caught a terrifying aura surging violently from the northern otherworldly gateway. Not only him, the strongest warriors throughout Ding City and East China, including Jiang Yuanshuang and Yu Hua, were all abruptly roused. Boom. At the northern gateway connecting Yaga continent, Wei Yuan had laid 6 layers of formations and multiple traps originally set to ambush the Red Emperor. But now, the desperate White Emperor appeared and was immediately encased in layers of thunder flames, shockwaves, and binding light chains. Roar! A primal roar tore through the sky as the White Emperor spread his vast silver-white dragon wings that blotted out the sun. His scales shimmered like cold iron studded with stars. His eyes, deep as the cosmos, hid a psychic storm rampaging across the wasteland, swirling debris and wailing wild winds. He was a man of few words, with only one obsession burning within Fine Nidhogg. In an instant, ancient runes seemed to glow within his dragon eyes, his sovereign aura solidifying, ruthlessly unleashing the power of his word magic. The air seemed to freeze, and a massive force of will pressed down like a giant hand, suppressing the border troops of Ding City who had come at the sound. Only a few high-ranking professionals, and the Wanjing could barely hold on, veins bulging and breathing heavy. Word Spirit Royal Authority. The moment the White Emperor's true form appeared, his unique word spirit locked onto every high and low-level professional in Ding City within a single breath. Binding spiritual souls, all living beings moved as if slowed down, their resistance becoming nearly impossible. Is that the White Emperor? Such a terrifying dragon. Why is he only showing up now? Many officers were horrified beyond belief. Wei Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. With a roar, the power of the star spirit burst forth, forming a protective light barrier around the nearby soldiers. But even so, he was suppressed to at least 2/3 of his strength. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of Tian, dressed in black, standing straight, with a calm expression as if detached from the chaos. More surprisingly, he completely blocked the word spirit effect from Ningjing. Protected behind Tian, Ningjing widened her eyes and whispered, "Boss, you don't even look human right now. Don't talk if you can't." Tian replied coolly. Ningjing immediately zipped her lips. Oh, as the Black Crown Prince's supreme dragon blood ability was shared, Tian naturally possessed the power to ignore and suppress word spirits. Wei Yuan had no time to ponder this, quickly pulling out a special communicator with urgency. Initiate Level 1 emergency protocol. Now, his gaze fixed tightly on the White Emperor's direction. What exactly was that guy after? The White Emperor's presence finally made the upper echelons of the Great Xia realize. The hidden White Emperor of the Yaga dynasty was stronger than the Red and Blue Emperors combined. Yet he did not attack Ding City, instead rampantly expanding the reach of his spiritual force. On the surface, the White Emperor's one-breath suppression of a city looked glorious. Only he knew the panic brewing inside. Nidhogg, where are you? Come out now. His spiritual force spread like a tide, sweeping over every corner of 60 million square kilometers repeatedly, yet he could not detect the Black Emperor's aura. In fact, Tian had already dealt with the trouble. The Black Crown Prince and Alice were now roaming through a dungeon, likely slaughtering dragon descendants somewhere in the Yaga continent's instance. Really not on Blue Star? The White Emperor's vertical pupils froze in doubt. He knew well that Nidhogg could never escape the eternal spear alone. Someone must be secretly aiding him. As a traitor of old, he understood darker than anyone that once the Black Emperor regained his strength, he would be the first to be targeted. The looming sword of Damocles quickened his breath. Or is it another alien race who dares this much? Moments later, determination flickered in his dragon eyes. It looks like it's time to invoke the divine revelation. Without delay, the White Emperor turned back toward the otherworldly portal, preparing to meet the world tree Yggdrasil. As the White Emperor withdrew, the Ding City troops collectively weakened, still blankly confused. Outside the city, Wei Yuan sensed the terrifying aura vanish, pausing for a second before pulling out his communicator again. Cancel the emergency protocol. No response came, and he decisively ended the call. The White Emperor's abrupt arrival and departure quickly made Wei Yuan connect it to Tian's recent entry into the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. Turning toward Tian, he saw him smiling harmlessly, as if nothing had happened. Earlier, Wei Yuan thought Tian had merely scavenged some materials, but judging by the White Emperor's reaction, even if he said he dug up the Dragon clan's ancestral tomb, I would believe it. Wei Yuan thought bitterly. Finally unable to contain himself, he asked, "What exactly did you do in the ruins?" Tian smiled calmly, knowing full well he had just found the Yaga dynasty an interesting new opponent. While Bai Di anxiously searched for Nidhogg, the Black Prince had already followed Alice into one dungeon after another on the ancient continent, hunting down the Dragonborn hiding within. The moment they stepped out from an ancient ruins teleport, they were still within the dungeon zone, sparing themselves the trouble of searching for enemies. A sharp arc of cold white light cut through the air. The spinning blades slashed off the head of a level 40 Dragonborn, sending it flying. Alice sheathed her weapon and glanced at the Black Prince with a faint, almost mocking smile. "Don't you feel anything watching your own kind die?" The Black Prince reclined lazily midair, his youthful face expressionless like a mask, a slight smile playing on his lips. "They're just a bunch of traitors. In my era of rule, slaughtering 100,000 a day was nothing unusual." As they spoke, the last 5 members of the Dragonborn squad in the dungeon were wiped out. Experience surged in, pushing Alice up to level 30. She turned and waved her hand. "All right, let's go." The Black Prince's lips curled upward. Finally, some opponents worth my time. With his partner ready, Alice decided to strike hard against the level 60 Lord Boss who had recently dealt her a humiliating defeat. That battle had ended badly. She was summoned by Tian to the ruins, but was overwhelmed and entangled by the boss, leaving her bottled up frustration to this day. The Black Prince was thrilled by the prospect of vengeance. They quickly agreed. The void teleport activated. After ascending to a lord, Alice gained the ability return to past places, allowing her to come and go freely across the ancient continent. In the blink of an eye, they landed in a mutated small secret realm. It was precisely because the boss had mutated that Alice had misjudged its strength before, leading to her defeat. Meanwhile, an Eastern China garrison pioneering team was advancing through the secret realm's corridor, targeting the same boss gate. Their captain, Lin Guodong, was level 55, third rebirth, personally leading an elite team equipped with top-tier gear. Even a small secret realm was a critical node in the global resource war. Even the small bosses are this tough. Lin Guodong frowned, unaware of the mutation in this realm. His teammates exchanged worried glances, nodding in agreement. Just under 100 meters from the boss gate, a pitch-black void portal suddenly tore open. Alice appeared, tall and poised like a frozen longblade, silently standing before them. What the hell? Is that the secret realm boss? The veteran soldiers immediately formed defensive ranks, never having seen such instantaneous teleportation before. Alice swept them with a cold gaze. You're no match for the boss. Stay out of my way. No match for the boss. Isn't she the boss herself? Someone whispered in confusion. Alice didn't bother to explain. Behind her, 12 spinning blades hovered, converging into a brilliant slash that descended from the sky. Boom. The ground split open deeply like an abyss had been cleaved across the earth. Fall back. Lin Guodong, sensing the blade's deadly force, panicked and led his team in retreat. Luckily, the blade didn't strike at them directly but smashed ahead, almost completely cutting off the path to the boss gate, blocking their advance in a single devastating blow. How terrifying. It doesn't seem like she's targeting us, so what exactly is she trying to do? Lin Guodong and the others exchanged uneasy glances, about to step forward and investigate, when suddenly a shadow coalesced right before them. A little boy dressed in a sharply tailored black suit and wearing a bowler hat, hovering in midair. His delicate face carried a gentle smile, and his white gloves were spotless, yet the seemingly harmless aura only tightened every soldier's nerves. At this moment, the Black Prince existed as a spiritual form, theoretically invisible to all, yet he deliberately revealed himself. Don't go over there, just do as you're told, he said, raising his hand and softly pointing toward Alice nearby, making a shushing gesture. After all, she's not as patient as I am. Thanks for cooperating. With that, he lifted his hat and gave an elegant farewell bow. As the brim lifted and then settled back down, his figure dissipated like a breeze wiping away a shadow. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, seeing Alice stepping through the stone gate leading to the boss chamber, leaving Lin Guodong and his companions pale-faced. What exactly are those two? Inside the boss chamber, a thick, chilling mist hung over an ancient pond. Suddenly, with a splash, a terrifying black dragon king tens of meters long burst from the water, sending columns of water spraying wildly. Its two silver-black horns gleamed sharp as blades, and its dark golden scales shimmered coldly under the dim light. Its enormous black vertically slit pupils locked unblinkingly on Alice. You, the Black Dragon King growled low and viciously. Dare to invade my territory? You're looking for death? The dungeon rules were clear. Only one Lord-level boss could occupy a scene at a time. If a second one appeared, the two would instantly see each other as their primary enemy. Today, Alice's intrusion was tantamount to invading its lair. But Alice was no pushover, and her partner, the Black Prince, was even less so. Oh, a mutt. The Black Prince floated in midair, voice flat, as if commenting on the weather. Those casually dismissive words stabbed more deeply than the harshest insults. The Black Dragon King erupted in fury, its roar shaking the air. Die! Black wind whipped the water into a frenzy, the entire boss zone vibrating violently. On the status panel appeared in blazing text. Level 60 Lord Boss Black Dragon King Epic Beast. The synergy of its native water domain and the dungeon's current anomaly sharply boosted its combat power. For this reason, Alice had confidently declared Lin Guodong's guards utterly outmatched. Even she had been forced to retreat last time. But now, the situation was completely different. Let's finish this quickly, Alice said, her eyes burning with cold fire. Since being reclassified by Tian as the Blade Queen, she had never been truly defeated in battle, let alone forced to flee. The Black Prince raised his right hand, his fingertips pulsing with dark red blood energy. The gift of blood. The bloodlight flowed like a living pattern into Alice, instantly tracing dark red veins across her skin. Her half-human, half-demon form grew more bewitching, her blade-shaped nails gleaming with inky gold chill. Her overall strength doubled, not just stats, but attack speed and resistance as well. Earlier, Alice had barely held a 50-50 fight against the Black Dragon King at full power. Now, dark red flames surged in her eyes, her fighting spirit soaring, and the tide of battle turned instantly. Dark Fighting God. What the hell? What's that noise? Outside the boss chamber, Lin Guodong and his group flinched at the thunderous roars echoing within. They felt their scalps prickling with fear. Neither the boss nor Alice looked like anyone they could crush. They both exuded terrifying power. Only then did the guards realize the boss' strength was extraordinary. and they couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. The elite guards were stunned. Boss, should we retreat? Lin Guodong stared fixedly at the tightly shut door of the boss chamber, his palms sweaty, but he gritted his teeth and whispered, wait a little longer. This was a rare small-scale secret realm. He didn't want to give up so easily. The roaring behind the door lasted only a few seconds before abruptly falling silent. The answer came in the very next moment. Alice, with her total attributes doubled, empowered simultaneously by dark fighting god form and gift of blood, became an uncontrollable killing machine. 3 strikes. Just 3 slashes. And the level 60 epic boss was instantly shattered into pieces, hardly even letting out a cry. The shockwave scattered debris like a miniature nuclear blast had swept through the entire boss chamber. Battle notifications kept streaming in. The monster's experience bar finally filled to the top. Killing above her level not only made Alice jump 2 levels instantly, but also pushed the experience needed for Lord Boss promotion to its maximum. However, the promotion page displayed a gray lock icon. Promotion was impossible. The reason was blunt and straightforward. Only one ultimate boss can exist in the same region. In other words, across all of Daxia and surrounding areas, there can be only one ultimate boss seat at any time. The privileges granted by this soul seat were shockingly extreme. It could forcibly merge dungeon secret realms, doubling all monster template attributes again. Alice closed her eyes to sense, soon pinpointing the exact location of the ultimate boss in central China, inside a level 74 dungeon. If Tian were here, he would instantly recognize it as the 4th stage advancement dungeon, blocking all players in Daxia from progressing beyond the 4th stage. Normal lord bosses couldn't leave their own dungeons and could only wait to take over the seat after the predecessor was killed, a natural shackle for other lords. But Alice was different. She possessed void traversal. If that ultimate boss still had long to live, she could personally deliver him a visit. Ultimate boss, huh? A low, tempting voice whispered in her ear. The Black Prince crossed his arms. If you're willing to give up just a little soul energy, we can go test his true worth right now. Alice ignored him coldly. No need. Just go tell the others outside, transfer ownership of this secret realm to the boss. The original boss was dead. Once she left, the realm would immediately enter the extractable phase. Alice knew the boss probably wasn't short on money, but resources like secret realms were never too many to have. The Black Prince snapped his fingers. Good idea. But first, tell me who exactly is the boss? Alice opened her mouth, then fell silent. The air suddenly stiffened as they stared wordlessly at each other. Elsewhere, after the White Emperor retreated through the interdimensional gate, Dingqing immediately went on highest alert. Although this time had been a close call without incident, Wei Yuan and all the defending troops were still shaken. They couldn't guarantee the White Emperor wouldn't truly raise the city next time. Standing before the gate, Wei Yuan's gaze darkened as he rapidly weighed countermeasures. The Disaster Lord must never be allowed to run wild again. Tian, on the other hand, was plotting his own Stage 3 master plan. Only by reaching level 50 and completing the 3rd stage promotion could he awaken the Black Emperor true form and lead an army to retake Agal continent. But it would cost a fortune. Hidden professions had unbeatable potential, but hiring prices were equally outrageous: 60 units at once. Tian's savings had dropped from over 100 to just 42.1, and awakening the Black Emperor would cost another 60. At that moment, Wei Yuan suddenly spoke. By the way, while you were exploring the ruins, 2 international events happened. He paused, his eyes complicated. The first concerns you directly. The second, you'll find very interesting. As they spoke, Wei Yuan's tone suddenly took on a teasing edge, making Tian inexplicably intrigued. Remember the Void Insect tribe? Wei Yuan leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The American Empire's 2 mid-sized secret realms on the border of Jiazhou got hit by those bugs. The realms were sealed shut. Not a single resource could be extracted, and in the end, they were blackmailed by the Void Insect tribe. Tian raised an eyebrow. He had never liked that country that was always trying to poach talent from Daxia, and didn't expect karma to come around so quickly. But he soon realized that after hitting a wall with Daxia, the Void Insect tribe would definitely turn elsewhere. Those creatures were notoriously nasty, and since the American Empire lacked the ability to traverse copies, clearing them out would be next to impossible. Wei Yuan's smile deepened. They simply don't have the capability. Word is, after we dealt with the Void Insect tribe, they rushed to us begging for help. At last, Tian caught the teasing tone in his words. The American Empire, which had been stealing Daxia's talents for years, had the nerve to ask for assistance now. But for them, this was a bottomless pit if mishandled. On the surface, they were appealing to Daxia, but realistically, only Tian could solve the Void Insect problem. What conditions did they offer? Tian clicked his tongue twice. They want Daxia's help long-term to exterminate the bugs, but only offered one small secret realm plus some materials. Wei Yuan said, dripping with sarcasm. Tian chuckled. How they expect us to settle for just one small secret realm? That can't be me asking for too much when they send international aid to other countries. They give at least 2 or 3 small realms, and there's no guarantee the problem gets solved. Over the years, they've amassed more secret realm resources than any other country on Blue Star. And when it comes to Daxia, this is their offer. Do they underestimate the Void Insect Tribe, or us? He shook his cuff with interest. Fine, let them wait and see if the Void Insect Tribe can wake them up. If they don't, Tian's voice dropped, his eyes flashing sharply. He'll send Alice over. Wei Yuan caught his meaning and smiled in agreement. Exactly as I hoped. The more trouble the Void Insect Tribe causes, the sooner they'll learn what respect means. He shifted gears. The second thing, you'll definitely be interested in the Reza Trial secret realm that appeared in the international public zone. Oh, Tian perked up. Wei Yuan explained. Trial secret realms are different from resource realms. Resource realms yield resources after completion. Trial realms first determine ownership, then award bonuses based on the challenger's performance. Rumor has it the highest rewards can even be mythic grade. Our Huaxing University has a single-player trial realm that thing keeps it firmly at the top tier. With such rich potential rewards, Tian's eyes lit up even more. Even without talking about trial rewards, just the ownership bonuses for clearing it are huge. So I'm guessing you're eager to check it out? Wei Yuan said, projecting a map onto the center of the table, a red light blinking. Eastern capital. It wasn't far from East China, but since it was located in an international public zone, the United States and other powers also sent representatives to contest the ownership of this secret realm. The so-called international public zones were those ruined lands on Blue Star that, over 2 centuries of extraordinary history, had been completely devastated by alien tribes or malevolent demons, now ruled by no one. Countless former nations had once existed there. Some barely survived after battling dangerous enemies, while others had been utterly erased through long, relentless defense. Because foreign threats surrounded them, no existing government was willing to claim these ungoverned territories, fearing it would only increase the burden on their borders. Thus, this vast land was simply designated as a public zone. Dongdu was one such place, the ruins of a former island nation's capital. The island's foundation had always been weak. Early on, it was crushed by a bloodthirsty demon clan, and even the city's framework was reduced to blackened ashes. Whenever copies of dungeons, secret realms, or relics appeared in the public zones, every country theoretically had the right to compete for them, but in practice only a few dared risk everything by venturing in. Daxia and the United States clashed nearly every time, leaving a trail of bloodshed. The rest of the nations fluctuated in strength. Some couldn't even hold their own secret realms and had to seek aid externally, let alone take on the major powers in the public zone's heathen. I didn't expect the island nation to have fallen so early in this world, Tian said, closing the data file with a gleam of interest in his eyes. Grabbing a secret realm in the public zone, that's exciting. Wei Yuan nodded across the table, and the two immediately agreed. Departure was to be immediate. After Zhou Maiyao joined, Tian's first special squad finally had 5 members, though they had never truly appeared in action before. This mission was perfect timing. But today was also university registration day, so he needed to check in with the team and see if Baiqiuli and Zhou Maiyao could get away. The reception hall at Huaxing University brimmed with bustling energy, its signboard glowing brightly. Thanks to a special approval from Jiang Yuan Shuang, Baiqiuli and Zhou Maiyao cleared all their enrollment procedures in just 1 day. Once finished, Baiqiuli gently took Zhou Maoyao's hand and walked with her around the tree-lined avenue. Since losing her sight, Zhou Maiyao had spent most of her time cooped up indoors. Now, hearing the freshman's laughter rising all around her, her chest felt filled with warm sunlight. How warm it feels, she murmured, tilting her head to listen more closely. Her spiritual sense of over 1,000 let her perceive every subtle breeze like a finely drawn outline. Hey, so many people over there. The freshman challenge, Baiqiuli said, following the direction of her finger. At the center of the playground was an arena already surrounded by layers of spectators. It's held every year at the start of the semester. Freshmen from the 5 major regions compete with each other, and the champion gets course credits. Since the college entrance exams are regional, everyone wants to see how they rank across the country, so all universities host this competition. Sis Bai, don't you want to try? If you go, no one will be a match for you. Zhou Maiyao smiled encouragingly. Baiqiuli wasn't interested at first. Those who hadn't officially stepped into the extraordinary world posed no challenge to her. But she suddenly recalled Tian's advice. Join more competitions, get better rankings, and earn some funds. Otherwise, with her personality, she'd never bother competing with peers all year long. All right, let's go then, she said, releasing Zhou Maoyao's hand and adjusting her school uniform. Great. Zhou Maiyao had transformed into a spirit form, floating behind Baiqiuli like a little guardian angel. Her translucent glow shimmered gently in the sunlight. Many students passing by couldn't help but pause, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise at the unusual sight. Meanwhile, inside the martial arena, the aftermath of a fierce, recently concluded battle still lingered in the air. At center stage stood 2 young men. One was Lu Yuan, the legendary Thunder Swordsman by Li had once met briefly. The other was a striking figure with golden hair, pointed ears, and sharply defined features, his pale skin tinged faintly with blue, obviously a royal descendant of the elven race. The elven royal family was known across the land as one of the friendliest peoples. To strengthen ties with the Daxiao Empire, they had launched a student exchange program with the government, sending their most promising heirs to study at major universities each year. As a result, elves had become a familiar presence at Huaxing University in recent years, each one a shining representative of their noble lineage and formidable skill. "Thank you for the match," said the male elf, Weidy, sheathing his sword and clasping his fist in the human greeting toward Lu Yuan. Both radiated powerful energy, evidence of their intense battle moments ago. From the stands, the crowd buzzed with lively debate. No way, it was a draw. Draw? Weidy clearly held the advantage. Considering he's of royal elven blood and no weaker than a legend, that slight edge is expected. As the chatter continued, Weidy suddenly smiled and asked Lu Yuan, "You're quite skilled. As a legendary warrior, are you the strongest in Daxiao this year?" Lu Yuan paused briefly. Since his crushing defeat at the race selection for their species championship, he had long grown accustomed to failure. Back then, he had just awakened his legendary class and was regarded by the city lord as the future sharp edge of eastern China. But at the selection arena, that edge was shattered with a single kick from Wang Jiao, and that day, for people delivered such a blow to him. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan let out a bitter smile and replied softly, "Nowhere near." Weidy raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Too humble is just being fake." In his mind, legendary warriors were extremely rare in Daxia, and he assumed Lu Yuan simply didn't want to admit defeat despite bearing the strongest title. Lu Yuan opened his mouth to say more, but ended up shaking his head and stepping aside. From the corner of the audience, his eyes caught sight of Baiqiuli's figure. After arriving, Baiqiuli first greeted teacher Jiang Yuanshuang, the event host. Once everything was settled, she turned to the spiritual form of Zhou Maiyao behind her and said quietly, "Maiyao, stay with the teacher for now. This is a solo challenge. He'll be back soon." Zhou Maiyao nodded. After meeting yesterday, she and Jiang Yuanshuang had already become quite familiar. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled and teased, "I thought someone like you wouldn't bother showing up for a freshman tournament. But since you're here, let those rookies know not to get too cocky." In the center of the martial arena, the stone doors of the raised platform slowly opened, and Baiqiuli stepped out. The Eye Soul sword on her back gleamed coldly under the lights, instantly electrifying the crowd. Everyone knew her as the top student of East China and the direct disciple of Jiang Yuanshuang, the new legend among freshmen. The rules of the freshman challenge were simple to the point of brutality. Any challenger could step up at any time, winners stayed on, losers left. The one who either achieved the longest winning streak or fought until no one dared to face them would be the undisputed champion. On the stage, her opponent was still the elf who had refused to step down after a winning streak. Weidy. A flicker of surprise crossed Weidy's eyes as he bowed slightly with impeccable courtesy. "So you're the strongest in this year's Daxiao?" "Strongest?" Baiqiuli thought seriously for a few seconds, then shook her head. She recalled Yi Xiu, Wan Jiang, then Alice Faraway, and her boss. None of them were opponents she was absolutely certain to beat. Her voice was calm, but icy. "No. I'm far from being the strongest in Daxia." Before she finished speaking, a red battle alert screen lit up above the arena match start. Baiqiuli raised her hand, drawing the Eye Soul sword. The sword tip sparked with a fierce chill like thunder cracking, instantly filling the entire platform with sword intent, visible cold light dancing in the air. Then she struck once. SSSHHH. Like a wave of icy blue crashing through, the arena's protective barrier shimmered with rippling light. Weidy's chest tightened, the cold nearly freezing his blood. Before he could react, the platform's defense mechanism teleported him out. Weidy's knees went weak and nearly buckled. His voice trembled. "This isn't the strongest in Daxia? And you tell me she's just a freshman?" He looked up at the sword still humming in the air, his face pale. "This single strike didn't even talk about me. Put 10 of me against it, and I'd still be instantly killed." Lu Yuan hurried forward, patting Weidy's shoulder, trying to sound comforting. "What Baiqiuli means is, among this cohort, she's not the absolute strongest. But if we talk about the strongest in the world, she's probably just one step away." Weidy's expression blanked out in confusion. Lu Yuan recalled how helpless he had felt 2 days ago when Baiqiuli kicked him away, and sympathized. "Believe it now?" "Believe it." Weidy smiled bitterly, drained of strength. At that moment, a silver-haired elf trainee approached, arrogance shining from his brow. He patted Weidy's shoulder with a teasing tone. "What? Already this deflated? I've won 8 straight." Weidy pointed at the arena. "Go challenge her. She is the strongest in Daxiano, the strongest in the world." The silver-haired elf's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh, then I've got to try." He leapt onto the platform. The screen lit up again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, still only one sword strike. The silver-haired elf's figure matched Weidy's almost identically, and in the blink of an eye he was blasted off by the arena's protective glow. Half a minute later, he stood beside Wadey, deep in thought. Wadey grinned. See? She might only be world's strongest, not Daxia's strongest. The silver-haired elf froze, long stunned. Daxia actually has monsters like this. I need to report back to my clan immediately. At the same time, waves of cheering from the stands surged toward the dome, the chants of Bai Qiuli, growing louder and louder, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. The emotions that had been suppressed under the repeated dominance of the elf royal family suddenly surged to the surface. The stands were noisy and chaotic, but Bai Qiuli's expression remained calm and composed. As a powerhouse nearly 30 levels above her peers, equipped with a god-tier class and legendary weapon, she could hardly find any worthy opponents at Huaxing University. The entire challenge tournament felt like adults bullying children. After a few rounds, no one dared to step onto the stage anymore, and the championship was won by her without a doubt. Amidst cheers, Bai Qiuli stepped down from the ring and returned to Zhou Moyo's side. Number 1. Vajra really is amazing. Zhou Moyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Qiuli smiled faintly and raised her hand, shaking her communicator. The boss just messaged. There's a trial secret realm that appeared in the international public zone. Let's head over together. The boss? Zhou Moyo's excitement deepened. When do we leave? Now. Bai Qiuli immediately asked their mentor, Jiang Yuanshuang, for a day off. Although requesting leave on the first day of school was a bit improper, once Jiang heard it was on Yishin's orders, she nodded without hesitation to grant permission. Staff Bai Qiuli wins first place in Huaxing University Freshman Challenge. Bonus reward granted, funds 6. On the hovering car, Tian received the system notification and raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. A pleasant surprise. He and Wei Yuan were currently en route to the eastern capital. On the way, they picked up Wang Jiang, while the other 4 were arranged by Wei Yuan's secretary to arrive later by a dedicated hovering vehicle. I heard you're going, Wei Yuan said after reading the latest report, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and disbelief. The Groundroar squad, which was supposed to be sent by the Underdragon base, gave up outright. Wang Jiang scratched his head. Are our reputations really that intimidating? The Groundroar squad is Underdragon's only rookie squad. They took a hit during the last mid-tier secret realm scramble, Wei Yuan explained. This time the trial secret realm is only tier 2. If they come to compete with you, it would be a waste of time. Better for them to do other missions and actually gain something. He then cautioned, it's just you guys this time. Be careful. Understood. Wang Jiang's expression instantly turned serious. Etienne nodded assent while sipping the juice from Wei Yuan's car, suddenly feeling like he had forgotten something important. Just then, Wei Yuan received a call and looked at Etienne with a strange expression. Military Commander Lin of the garrison said their team inside the secret realm was threatened by 2 monsters. They were forced to transfer the ownership of a small secret realm to the boss, but the other party didn't reveal their identity. Lin suspects it's an organization more terrifying than Shinlin's sect. At the mention of boss, Wei Yuan's expression tightened. Do you have any idea who that is? Yishin's mouth twitched as he finally realized the question he had overlooked while Bai Qiuli and the others could contact him by phone. Alice and the Black Prince had no means of communication at all. They could only meet in person. Looks like Head need to provide them with devices. He cleared his throat. It's me. Definitely not some terrifying organization. Although a bit awkward, at least Alice and the Black Prince remembered to hand over the secret realm spoils to him. It would have been better if they'd given him a heads up in advance. Wei Yuan joked. Your reach is really long. Can you remotely control secret realms now? This is just the beginning. Etienne raised an eyebrow. He wondered how Wei Yuan would react if he knew Etienne had already extended his influence to the Agro continent, and even recruited a supreme dragon of the Dragon Clan. The eastern capital lay in silent ruin. Broken skyscrapers jutted out of the scorched earth like shattered spears, their walls tangled with withered vines. The soil, stained dark brown by old blood and fire, released faint scents of rust and dust into the air. This former island kingdom's ancient capital had fallen decades ago, and was now designated an international public zone, frequently patrolled by mercenary groups. Yet the moment General Wei Yuan's dispatch from Great Xia regular army arrived, all wandering factions retreated like a tide, wary of being wiped out before the secret trial began. Etienne and his group reached the ruins just as Bai Qiuli and her party joined them. Etienne introduced the young woman at his side to the others. This is Zhou Moyo. She's an excellent support specialist. The 4 in the team were all frontline fighters skilled in battle, so having a support was crucial for balance. Though Zhou Moyo's eyes were blind, she smiled warmly as she greeted Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu before solemnly thanking Etienne. Blind members were often rejected by other squads, let alone accepted into an elite team. Seeing her pale, clouded eyes, Wang Jiang and the others felt a jolt of concern but responded in high spirits. Thus, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, Yi Xiu, and Zhou Moyo formed the core of their special squad. They soon arrived at the coordinates of the trial's secret realm, an energy vortex swirling in the void that would soon open. To their surprise, 2 rival forces were already gathered there. Wei Yuan, directing the perimeter defenses, pointed to a heavily armed unit, and said to Tian, "See those? They're from the US Empire's Delta Special Base, but I can't recall which team exactly." As the Eastern Capital was one of Blue Star's most contested public zones, every country sent their elite teams. The Delta Base was the Empire's sole special squad training ground, and a longtime rival of Great Xia's Hidden Dragon Base. With Wei Yuan leading their side, the opposing commander showed no interest in exchanging pleasantries. Wei Yuan's gaze fixed on a man with distinctive shoulder boards, Colonel Jack. He's the mastermind behind their constant talent poaching. Tian sneered quietly. Wei Yuan then turned his attention to another group, blonde, pointed ears, the same race Bai Qiuli had battled before. The Elven royalty. Quite a headache. I thought they mostly operated in southern China. Why have they come all the way to the Eastern Capital? Aliens never missed any resources, especially in international public zones. Everyone wanted a piece of the secret trial. The Elven royal lineage was noble, with each member's strength nearing legendary levels, their bloodline system very similar to the Yaga dynasties. Meanwhile, within the Delta squad, their brown-haired, slightly curly-haired captain wearing a demon mask eyed Tian's group and scoffed. "The Hidden Dragon Base won't even show? Afraid of us?" The team burst into laughter. The Hidden Dragon and Delta bases were historic rivals in public zone conflicts. With Hidden Dragon absent, they naturally mocked. Usually, Colonel Jack indulged such boastful talk, but this time he suddenly barked, "Martin, shut up. Stay sharp and take this team seriously." He had recognized Bai Qiuli's group the young stars from Great Xia's racial contest. He had offered some of the highest salaries to recruit them, far better than other nations' offers for even one legend, but they hadn't accepted. He found it puzzling but saw today as the perfect chance to showcase the US Empire's strength and win them over. The massive annual funding pumped into the Delta base gave him confidence. Elsewhere, among the Elven royal team, pale blue-skinned Elvain in silver-embroidered robes folded his arms and looked down on Bai Qiuli with an amused smile. "So this is the one your brother mentioned? I see we've truly met." A rookie daring to compete for the trial's secret zone, either incredibly strong or extremely reckless. He chuckled lightly. Either way, it didn't matter to him. The kingly blood of the Elvain line lent him an air of calm authority in every gesture. A distant reverberation sounded, suddenly humming, and Deepa portal to the ruins entrance materialized. The entrance to the secret realm appeared. "Pay attention, the Elven queen leading this mission, a female elf named Selena," warned Elvain. "Don't forget, you have to seize another secret realm to pass the royal court's trial. Don't disappoint the court." Her voice was cold and sharp, like a blade of ice brushing past the ear. Elvain lazily brushed dust off his sleeve and smiled confidently. "Relax, it's just a second-tier secret realm. We'll win." With that, he led the small team of 5 elves into the gradually solidifying swirling portal. Elsewhere, Tian, Yeshio, Jiang Che, Bai Qiuli, Zhou Moyao, and Wan Jiang stopped to gaze upward. Above the portal, the void seemed torn open, revealing a ring-shaped continent floating against the blue sky, shrouded in mist. Jagged mountains and tangled pathways formed the complete race course map. All teams competing on the same map? Wan Jiang narrowed his eyes, sensing a rule change. In previous medium-tier secret realm races, participants were scattered into multiple sub-challenge spaces. This time, all teams shared a single battlefield. Jiang Che rubbed the back of his head, staring at the complicated layered roads. "No matter how you look at it, this is a maze." Bai Qiuli shook her head. "It only looks like one. Each team appears at a separate entrance leading to the boss lair at the center. Along the way are elite monsters and mini-bosses, unpredictable obstacles where every second counts." She shifted tone. "It's similar to the Tianyu realm medium resource secret realm, but the key difference is everyone's on the same map." Zhou Moyao recalled her pre-blindness clearing experience and quietly summarized. "Meaning once you reach the boss area, watch out for ambushes from other teams." Yeshio stroked his chin, a smile creeping across his lips. "Interesting. I think I've got a fun strategy." Despite the added unpredictability, Tian chose not to join the battle personally, instead handing command to Yeshio. "You guys figure it out yourselves. I won't always be there. Remember, this is your trial to become capable leaders." What he didn't say out loud was more practical. If all 5 employees entered the dungeon, grabbing the realm would mean 5 shares of the prize. Meanwhile, the Elven royal team also sized up the floating labyrinth. Selena frowned slightly, murmuring, "This terrain isn't in our favor." One elf quietly agreed. "If it comes down to the boss battle with Daxia and the American Empire teaming up, our chances won't be high. Don't forget, they're all humans," another added, concern lacing their voice. Elvain sneered, flames surging as a fiery snake coiled around his palm. "Humans don't always get along with each other. Besides, facing 2 opponents alone, what's there to fear?" The firelight cast flickering shadows on his handsome elven face, declaring certainty of victory. Selena's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded. "True. Elemental, shaping your second-tier ability, has reached its peak. Naturally gifted, the Elven royal bloodline could communicate with the 5 elements: wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Among the tribes, elves were seen as unparalleled magicians from birth. Those of higher royal blood could more easily channel and even command elemental forces. Among the royal bloodlines, there were those of supreme lineage, born with innate mastery over incredibly dangerous magic, their powers truly awe-inspiring. Yet even so, the name Elvine still shone brightly among the young nobles, though not of the highest bloodline. He was still a top-tier peer. With the captain here, a mere second-tier secret realm is nothing. The silver-haired elf squad member eagerly chimed in, raising his cup immediately after. Let's toast to the captain's success in passing the royal court trials. Serena nodded slightly. She understood that Widaria destructive magic was a natural accelerator in secret realm races. At the same time, the American Empire's Delta Special Base unexpectedly reached out proactively to Dacia. Wei Yuan's secretary relayed their offer. They're willing to trade a small-scale secret realm if we help them block the elf royal family in the final boss zone, so they can seize the trial secret realm. Tian replied simply, tell them to get lost. One trial secret realm is not worth that trade, not even 2 medium secret realms would suffice. He set his teacup down firmly, voice cold and resolute. The American Empire has caught on to the importance of the boss zone and tries to make us fight for them under the pretext of common enemy delusional. Wei Yuan added, after we refused, they apparently tried to negotiate with the elf royal family. His tone was joking, but warned everyone to stay alert. Tian, however, remained unfazed, confident in his team's strength. Soon, the secret realm trial officially began. The 3 expedition teams from Dacia, the American Empire, and the elf royal family were teleported into the stages simultaneously. The massive triangular map spread them out at 3 corners, connected by narrow tunnels packed with elite monsters and mini-bosses, culminating at the deepest point where the true final boss awaited. Teams 3 and 4, pull a mob first and speed up clearing. The American Empire squad's ghost-faced captain muttered orders in a low voice. Due to frequent roster changes caused by rapid recruitment, everyone used code names for now. To avoid elimination, the team grinded relentlessly, pulled mobs, cleared them, pulled more, squeezing every second dry. On the other side, Elvine's elf squad was even more spectacular. Born wizards, they wielded heavy area damage. Veen himself was unbeatable at this level. A single spell obliterated entire clusters of small monsters. The captain is too strong. No other team can keep up with our pace. Veen boasted proudly. As long as we reach and kill the boss first, no one can stop us. Outside the secret realm, a holographic map hovered in the sky, clearly showing each team's progress bars. The elf royal family and American Empire bars raced furiously, showing the all-out effort of both. But Serena and Colonel Jack couldn't smile, their attention fixed squarely on the Dacia spectator view. There, Daxia's progress bar rocketed forward like a rocket, surging without pause. Others would slow down at elites and mini-bosses, but this bar looked like it was on a speed run, blazing past without a second wasted. Serena's face grew grave, disbelief in her whispered question. How is this possible? Aren't they clearing mobs? The answer was crystal clear, they weren't. Deep in the realm, inside Daxia's tunnel, Wan Jiang charged forward alone at the front, his thunderous form crackling with blue-white arcs, staggering monsters but ignoring finishing blows. Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu followed closely, their shadows merging into a single streak. All the mobs, elites, even mini-bosses, were left far behind, not touched once. Everything followed Yi Xiu's strategy. Move at top speed, not to kill but to essentially fly to the boss lair, sparing not a single second. Running, Jiang Che couldn't help but shout excitedly, holy crap, so this is how you speedrun secret realms? Behind him, Zhou Moyo's face was crushed into a wrinkle by the gust, letting out a scream. Too fast. Way too fast. Let's rewind to the moment they entered the secret realm. Yi Xiu closed the scroll map in his hands, his eyes glowing like burning flames. This time, we're trying a completely new strategy. As he spoke, he laid out the whole plan to his teammates on this map with no obstacles or checkpoints, a straight line from entrance to boss room. Every elite monster or boss was just a speed bump. No matter how fast you killed them, nothing beats sprinting straight to the finish. The conclusion was clear. In this run, ignore all the small mobs completely. Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Zhou Moyao almost said in unison, what? After countless dungeon runs, they'd never heard such a crazy idea of skipping all the mobs. Bai Qiuli, however, quickly assessed its feasibility and nodded in approval. In theory, bypassing all combat completely is definitely the fastest way to race. But the problem was obvious. How to deal with the monsters' attacks and blockades along the way. Second-tier elites and boss damage output was nothing to scoff at. If he got caught, heavy injuries would slow everyone down. Yi Xiu fixed his gaze on Zhou Moyao. Moyao, this is all on your flow reversal light. Even before entering the realm, he had memorized each teammate's skills inside and out. Flow reversal light cast a group shield equivalent to 500 spirit power, granting control, immunity, and high defense. The usual shields couldn't let the team tank small bosses, but Zhou Moyo's spirit power was an astonishing 1080 points. This move was like wrapping the whole team in an unbreakable iron shell. Zhou Moyao raised her fist confidently. No problem. Yi Xiao then turned to Wan Jiang. You take point with Thunder Battle Body and unleash the Thunder's power. Hits cause paralysis, that's our lifeline. Good idea. Wan Jiang's fighting spirit surged, faint lightning crackling around his arms. Bai Chili added, this way, we'll be the first to reach the boss area, cutting out any surprises from the other two teams. Finally, Yi Xiao gave Zhou Moyao a serious reminder. The most pressure's on you. Your spirit form has to stick close to Chioli as she moves fast like riding a roller coaster. You have to hold steady. Zhou Moyao smiled and patted her chest. Mission guaranteed. Back to the present. No way around Ithis is brutal. Sweeping forward at top speed, Zhou Moyo's spirit hovered forcefully within 10 meters behind by Chioli. The wind howled past so fiercely she felt like a balloon tied to an out-of-control roller coaster, ears ringing with rushing air. The teammates didn't treat her like a blind person, but they didn't exactly treat her like a human, either. Fortunately, this high-speed dash didn't last long. Thanks to the thick shield from Flow Reversal Light and the Thunder Arc blazing a trail through Thunder Battle Body, all the minor mobs became nothing more than frozen scenery. The team shot forward, almost skimming the ground into the boss zone. The originally tedious clearing turned into a 100-meter sprint. Zhou Moyo's racing heartbeat finally began to calm, and she refocused on tracking her teammates. Yi Xiao spoke up. All right, Moyao, add another layer of buffs. We kill the boss in seconds, then we're done. Got it. She raised her hand, pale azure spirit light gathering as she murmured, Biyunju. The ethereal form of the Azure Phoenix appeared among them. The boss of this second-tier trial dungeon was a level 55 epic monster, somewhat stronger than the boss of a medium-level resource dungeon. Yi Xiao recalled how, back in Tianyu realm, they had defeated bosses of the same level in under a minute. Now, with the whole team's power dramatically increased, they didn't even need half a minute. His eyes sharpened. It's just a second-tier dungeon boss. Once I break its armor, focus all fire. Before he finished speaking, his armor-breaking skill hit precisely. Then, a dazzling barrage of light blades, rain of arrows, and magic circles followed in quick succession. In just over 10 seconds, the epic boss health bar was completely depleted. Boss defeated. Dungeon complete. The system notifications flashed repeatedly in front of all the raiding team members inside. LVN's longbow had just aimed at an elite monster when the alert hit like a hammer. The elf squad froze on the spot. 5 members of the American Empire team were dumbfounded, 2 still holding skills ready to pull the next wave of monsters. What? The boss is dead? Impossible. We just reached the elite stage. Several squads suddenly lost heart, and, with a flash of white light, were forced to teleport out of the dungeon. The swift ending caught everyone present off guard. Outside the dungeon, Wei Yuan looked at the time record and couldn't help but sigh. These few under your command aren't just strong. Their strategies are so varied. Tian nodded gently, both satisfied and excited as the payment notification popped up on the screen. Employees, by Chioli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yi Xiao, Zhou Moyao. Event, completed trial dungeon. Bonus, funds 155. Received, 75. Balance, 123.1. The treasury data refreshed once again. Tian knew well that since the overall strength of his employees had improved, the second-tier dungeon had become relatively easy, so the bonus naturally shrunk. Luckily, the large number of participants kept the total some substantial. Yi Xiao's team had handled the task cleanly and efficiently. Their coordination flawless. This performance was worthy of being a model raid strategy. Thinking further, he pondered employee benefits. Ning Jing had been busy exploring ruins and earned considerable merit. Alice worked hard but desperately needed advanced equipment. Yi Xiao's team, as the first formed special squad, also deserved future investment. The year-end benefit unlocked by the Tier 2 access lingered in Tian's mind. Year-end bonus spend funds equal to 10 the number of employees to distribute 1 legendary quality equipment blind box guaranteed to suit the employee's class to each employee. To fulfill this now, with 8 employees, he'd need 80 points of funds. Tian quickly calculated. After paying, the treasury would be left with only a little over 40 points, which might even hinder recruiting rare talents in the future. He paused to reflect, but in the end decided firmly. Next time for sure. Tian vowed he was no stingy boss. Rather, he was planning long-term. As soon as there was a big influx of funds again, employee benefits would be granted without fail. He made this silent resolve in his heart. Compared to the cheers and excitement among the people of Daxia, the faces on the sides of the American Empire and the Elf royal family were dark and grim. If it had been just a normal defeat, it would have been one thing, but this time the gap between the two sides was so vast, it was truly disheartening. Especially Elf Captain Iyer Wan, who had spoken boldly before entering the secret realm, now stood frozen, his expression as stiff as if it could freeze solid. The Elf royal team leader, Selena, saw this and sighed softly. I heard that in next year's grand competition, Daxia defeated the Yaga dynasty. Now it seems their strength is indeed remarkable. Fortunately, we have no fundamental conflicts with Daxia with that. She forced a smile and led her team over to Wei Yuan and his group, exchanging polite greetings. She hadn't taken this Daxia team seriously at first, but the one-sided battle in the secret realm made her immediately reassess. Weiyan remained resentful. He was convinced that if it were a pure test of strength, he would never have lost. He suspected Daxia had used some kind of trick. Staring at the opposing side, he spoke each word deliberately in fluent Daxia Mandarin. Who is your team captain? The elves had long been stationed in southern China and were well-versed in the human language. From the crowd, Yishio stepped forward lazily, arching an eyebrow. Yishio, what's your business? Weiyan was taken aback, had assumed the one who defeated his brother by Chioli was the captain, not realizing there was an even more mysterious figure. He grunted and threw down a parting remark. I look forward to our next duel. Then he left with his clan. Meanwhile, Colonel Jack of the American Empire had been cursing loudly for some time. Two of the Empire's medium-sized secret realms had been completely overrun by the Void Insect tribe, and they desperately needed new secret realms to recover their losses. Yet the Special Task Force his governor's office had poured so much money into was utterly defeated. Before leaving, he cast a dark glance at the trial's secret realm now under Daxia's control, snorting coldly. Dongdu is not far from the Void Insect nest. When those bugs come knocking, you've wasted your effort. The Void Insect tribe dwelled in the ruins of Han State, just a short distance from Dongdu, itself located within the island nation ruins. Given their bloodthirsty nature, no one could guarantee this new secret realm wouldn't be their next target. But just as this thought struck, Colonel Jack Frownet recalled rumors that Daxia was not afraid of the Void Insect tribe. Fuck, he cursed under his breath, then switched to a humble tone and begrudgingly turned back to face the Daxia group again. We're willing to offer 2 small secret realms in exchange for your assistance in dealing with the Void Insect problem. We hope Daxia will seriously consider this. The translator relayed his words verbatim. Wei Yuan snorted coldly upon hearing them, then glanced at Tian. Tian lazily waved a hand in a go-away gesture. Well, consider it, but you should seriously think things over first, and bring some brains next time you come to talk. With that, the Americans left with dark faces, their backs like storm clouds pressing down and refusing to disperse. All right, let's first take a look at the specific challenge of this trial's secret realm. With only the Daxia group left, Wei Yuan gathered everyone to activate the secret realm. Although the realm now belonged to Daxia, rewards could only be claimed by completing its trial, which came in countless varied forms, each with an unpredictable difficulty. Curious, Tian asked, are the trial challenges very different from each other? Wei Yuan explained, not all involve fighting monsters and clearing levels. Some secret realms have very unique tests. Upon hearing this, excitement sparked in Tian's eyes. He, along with Yishio and 3 others, stepped through the entrance with Wei Yuan. As their spiritual energy surged, the trial gate opened. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt the world spin and the entire space reset in an instant. The mountains, rivers, plants, flashes of lightning, everything dissolved into streams of data that formed walls, terrain, and obstacles. The secret realm transformed dramatically, like a virtual gaming environment. It looked like a virtual arena built from a network, a digital battleground. At the entrance, a glowing screen floated like a leaderboard. Tian was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "What is this?" Wei Yuan hurried forward and pressed the edge of the screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Starfield Arena Network. You guys got really lucky. The Trial Realms challenges are random, but this time the dungeon we got is universally recognized as a top-tier one. Starfield Arena Network. Yishio's Adam's apple bobbed as his eyes lit up like bulbs. I heard this place matches powerful contenders from all realms, for real unknown duels. Wei Yuan nodded. Exactly. And the key point is the rewards here reportedly have no upper limit. No upper limit? Tian sucked in a sharp breath. Just then, the Trial Realm System's notification appeared before everyone's eyes. Welcome to Starfield Glory. This network connects thousands of star systems across infinite worlds to provide a fair, unknown matching platform. Trial Realm owners can use entry tickets to log into Starfield Glory, where opponents are matched by rank and personal strength. Winners earn Starshine points, which can be exchanged for rewards at the Glory Vault. Ranking up grants additional prizes. There are 8 ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Starfall, King, World Breaker, Immortal, Bloodsea Azura. Each rank has 5 sublevels, from 5 to 1, and winning consecutive matches promotes you by 1 sublevel. Holy! Tian snapped back to reality, realizing this was a true test of skill and strength, nothing like those low-stakes rehab games had played before. The higher the rank, the more lavish the rewards. Yishio fixed his gaze on the virtual interface, a hunter smelling blood, full of excitement. They even have legendary artifacts in the Glory Vault. Chili glanced at the exchange list and gasped, equipment, skill books, rare materials, they have everything. The top mythical level gear costs 5,000 starshine points. The higher tier exchanges were locked in gray. Next page unlocks at silver 5 rank. Wei Yuan added, don't just focus on the vault. The promotions themselves come with huge gifts. The highest rank anyone in Great Xia's history reached was Starfall. That player got a mythical rewards, the legendary profession expert who left a prophecy behind, still the only one to reach Starfall. Yishio clenched his fists and looked up sharply. Boss, I want to give it a try. Dungeons were his specialty, but real competition was in his blood. This arena felt like it was made for him. Wei Yuan reminded him, Starfield glory isn't something you just walk into. You need an entry ticket for each login, and losing one match kicks you out. The trial realm only produces 3 tickets per week. It's extremely rare. Without hesitation, Tian, as the trial realm owner, took out a metal card glimmering with starlight and handed it over. Yishio, since you led the team to victory, this ticket's yours. Yishio took the card, pressed it with his fingertip, and his body dissolved into a stream of data, pulled into the heart of the arena. The next moment, a vast open battleground spread beneath his feet. A translucent light screen appeared, generating his personal info. Matching in progress. Name, Yishio. Glory rank, Bronze 5. Profession level, Stage 2, Level 30. Finding an opponent of similar strength for you. Tian handed the last 2 entry tickets to Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, while Wan Jiang voluntarily stepped aside. The surrounding light dimmed, and the air was thick with the tension of an imminent battle. As a support class, Zhou Moyao was clearly at a disadvantage in unknown fights, so no one pressured her to join. Tian reminded them, if Yishio loses, you too step in. The rules were well known by now. Win, and you keep fighting non-stop. Lose, and you get teleported out. To continue battling, you'd have to use another entry ticket. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded in unison, their gazes fixed sharply on Yishio. Yishio adjusted his stance, ready for his first match. Suddenly, the system announcement sounded. Opponent matched, Blue Star US Empire Malik virtual opponent. With a flash of light, the ground beneath Yishio solidified into a 100-meter square metallic arena. Opposite him stood a virtual figure, a blond man glowing faintly, his robe patterned with gritty textures symbolizing earth element power. Excitement flickered in Yishio's eyes. The 1,000-mechanism umbrella unfolded gracefully, then folded back swiftly, transforming into a gleaming long blade radiating cold light. Outside the arena, Tian frowned. A virtual opponent? Wei Yuan explained. In recent years, the Great Xia has figured out the system's rules. Players in bronze and silver ranks only face virtual projections. These projections retain the original's combat instincts, so don't underestimate them. Only from gold rank upward do you encounter real players. So, it's a kind of human-machine match? Tian realized. Wei Yuan chuckled. These human machines are no weaker than real people. According to records, below Starfall rank, you only fight enemies from your own world. From Starfall upward, you can challenge across star systems. The Starfield Glory Arena brings warriors from different planets and realms into the same stage. It's a power no one fully understands. Tian silently marveled. This system was truly designed for battle. Nearby, Bai Qiuli leaned toward Zhou Moyao to quietly explain, the opponent is a second-tier Earth mage from the US Empire. Before she finished, Yishio's figure blurred. His long blade sliced through the air. Match over. Wow, that was fast. Zhou Moyao's eyes widened. Bai Qiuli nodded. He has the myth-level 1,000-mechanism umbrella. Hardly anyone of the same rank can block that strike. The victory screen popped up. This round's victory. Starshine points 10, rank promoted to bronze 4. Yishio sheathed the blade with some dissatisfaction. Too quick. Again. For him, every life had to sustain the longest winning streak possible to climb higher in rank. A new match began. No one was surprised by how effortlessly he won the first, but they didn't expect his dominance to continue. Second match. Yishio blinked out of sight again, his blade flashing silver lines. Instant kill. Third match. The 1,000-mechanism umbrella expanded, unleashing a storm of metal shards. Again, instant kill. Fourth match. Divine Punishment's Thunder Domain erupted, lightning crackling. Instant kill. Bai Qiuli stopped explaining. Zhou Moyao raised her hand eagerly. I know. Another instant kill. 5 consecutive wins in bronze rank. Each match an instant kill. Even some epic class opponents 10 levels above Yishio were cut down without hesitation. You've just secured victory in this match, earning 50 starlight points and advancing to silver 5. Immediately, the system's luminous screen flared again. Silver tier promotion reward. Title Glory Silver Challenger. The gleam in Yishio's eyes flickered. A title? Not only could it hover above one's head in specific scenarios to showcase status, it also carried a passive bonus. No need to equip it. Its attributes were always active. Glory Silver Challenger. 20 damage to extraterrestrial creatures. Extraterrestrial creatures? Yishio's heart leapt with pleasure. This was clearly a powerful countermeasure against demons and alien races. Beside him, Tian also nodded appreciatively, and their eyes met in the air, openly sharing their excitement. The system continued the broadcast. You have shared your staff members Yi Zia's newly earned title, Glory Silver Challenger. Staff member Yi Xiao has been promoted to silver rank in Star Domain Glory, receiving dividends. Funds 3. Titles were always scarce, and many veteran powerhouses still had none. To receive one just by reaching silver was truly an unexpected gift. But silver was far from enough to satisfy Yi Xiao. Up to now, he hadn't faced a single opponent worth exchanging blows with. The rewards were gratifying, sure, but what truly made his blood surge was the prospect of facing serious competition among professional players. Again, match me. He raised his hand and tapped the void, matching with an opponent of similar strength for you. Below the arena, Wei Yuan watched the projected matching screen and murmured, a silver opponent should put considerable pressure on him. Silver second stage represents the very top tier on Blue Star. Unfortunately, that pressure never materialized. First to appear was the young projection of the legendary professional Colonel Jacka second stage, Flame Sharpshooter. Yi Xiao vanished, blinked, and backstabbed in a single burst to end the fight instantly. Next came the Life Eater War Saint Zhou Yuan, also in the fiery prime of second stage. Yi Xiao used the Thunder Domain to control him, fortified by Holy Healing Apocalypse to outlast the enemy's burst window, and then swiftly finished him off. 4 battles in a row, and the audience saw Yi Xiao remain completely in control. Wei Yuan sighed. So many techniques, so many skills, and he uses every one flawlessly. Tian nodded in agreement. This was exactly the foundation of a god-level loner. The system announced again, victory. You gain 140 starlight points, and rise to silver 1. Claiming 140 points in a single fight at silver 2, combined with his earlier points, brought Yi Xiao to a total of 590, just 1 victory away from entering gold. Keep going, Yi Xiao said without hesitation. But when the next match appeared, everyone's expressions turned strange. Yi Xiao, Tian, and others all simultaneously glanced toward Wei Yuan sitting in the spectator seats. Whoa, old Wei. No offense, Yi Xiao chuckled awkwardly. The screen froze. Opponent matched. Blue Stardasha Wei Yuan virtual opponent. On stage, a projection of a young Wei Yuan appeared second stage, level 30 Star Soul Master, with sharp eyes full of ambition and vigor. The real Wei Yuan stared at the familiar yet distant face, dazed for a moment, then smiled softly. Didn't expect it'd be me. Yi Xiao scratched the back of his head and called down to the seats. Old Wei, can you share any weaknesses? Wei Yuan pursed his lips, shaking his head gently. You'll have to find that out yourself. He then looked at the arena with clear eyes. Back then, he had the same sharpness, unstoppable. But facing demons and aliens, he was stretched too thin, missing the chance to push further in Star Domain glory. Now, he hoped even more that Yi Xiao would win. The future of a nation lies in its younger generation, Wei Yuan thought. If today's young can't surpass who we once were, then what hope is there for tomorrow? Over the past decade, with the randomness of profession awakenings, every country had suffered a talent drought. Only this year, with Tian's sudden rise and newcomers like Bai Qiuli and Wang Jiang, did Wei Yuan truly believe Daxiao still had a chance. So, defeat me. In fact, there was no need to say more. Yi Xiao struck with ruthless efficiency. The sky roiled as thunder cracked like chained lightning. He raised his hand and unleashed the divine punishment Thunder Domain, electric snakes writhing wildly, the roar like a hammer smashing the earth. Even though his opponent was Wei Yuan, a confident young man full of vigor, Yi Xiao's relentless assault pressed forward without hesitation. The thousand mechanism umbrella spun at his fingertips, its blades sliding free to become chill glinting daggers, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Yi Xiao knew well that spellcaster-class Star Soul Masters were notoriously fragile. If he could deny them even a moment's breath, he could seize the upper hand. Opposite him was the system-projected Wei Yuan, mute, emotionless, driven solely by pure combat instinct. Just as lightning struck, Wei Yuan used his starlight power to erect a barrier, enveloping himself in a glowing shield that both resisted the Thunder Domain and disrupted targeting locks. Seeing this, Yi Xiao did not hesitate. The dagger reshaped and extended in an instant into a massive firearm. He gripped the gun and slammed the trigger. The metal storm erupted into a scorching hail of bullets, a dense steel storm raining down, shattering the barrier in mere moments. But in that instant, Wei Yuan's figure vanished from the fractured light screen, then abruptly reappeared behind Yi Xiao. The star web formed a colossal hand looming in the air, poised to strike down. The crowd at the arena gasped in unison. Bai Qiuli spoke rapidly. Teleport? No, it's an illusion. The moment he cast the barrier, he shifted his position. Tian turned toward the stands, grinning. Brother Wei, your tricks are really something else. Wei Yuan smiled faintly, still focused on the fight, and said resignedly, too bad. The star web was the strongest crowd control for a Star Soul Master once formed. It was nearly impossible to break free from within the same rank. Just as the giant hand was about to grasp Yi Xiao, a smile curved his lips. Triple phase blink. Yi Xiao's figure vanished instantly, and the giant hand struck empty air. He then appeared like a phantom behind Wei Yuan, dagger flashing backward in a reverse arc, blade of divine execution. A system prompt exploded on screen. You have won this match. Starlight points 160, rank up, gold 5. Gold rank promotion reward. Ability replenishment 1. Title, Glory Golden Duelist. The arena erupted with cheers. He actually won. Wei Yuan explained to the crowd. This kid saw through my skills, or rather, saw through my whole fighting style. His understanding of tactics and the profession system surpasses mine. For Wei Yuan to openly admit this carried undeniable weight. Tian quickly chimed in. You are a national talent, and he's a full-time master, different levels entirely. Wei Yuan treated it as a joke, shaking his head slightly to brush it off. In truth, that compliment perfectly matched the potential assessment from the resume system now. It seemed uncannily accurate. Meanwhile, the backstage notification flashed again. Employee Shio has promoted to gold rank in Stellar Glory, bonus dividend. Fund 6. With 2 rank ups totaling 9 points added to the fund, Tian was in high spirits. The gold rank shared attribute also transferred to him. Shared title upgrade Golden Duelist. 60 damage to alien creatures. In the arena center, Yishio was more interested in the other reward ability replenishment. Using this allows you to add 1 missing skill or ability from your current profession. Yishio raised an eyebrow. Add a missing ability? Wei Yuan elaborated. This replenishment is usually a top-tier legendary skill. If you're a mage, it's a survival skill if your damage output is sufficient. If a warrior, it might be ranged attack, defense, or area damage. Basically, it's always aimed at boosting combat effectiveness. It sounded tempting. Yet beneath the surface, both Yishio and Tian couldn't help but wonder. As a free agent with no missing abilities, what would happen then? That's right, Yishio now has 14 skills, covering every angle. He combines the abilities of a priest, assassin, swordsman, mage, tank, gunner, summoner, and more. After all, his core talent is learning and enhancing anything, leaving him with virtually no weaknesses. So what should I add next? With eager eyes, he activated the last remaining ability supplement, detecting missing abilities for you. The system's holographic screen hovered midair, data flickering rapidly. In the spectator stands, Jiang Che grabbed his hair and shouted loudly, "Boss, I have to report him. Yi Ge must be cheating. He already has so many skills, and now he gets to add another? How could anyone lose to him?" Bai Qiuli tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Tian patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, comforting yet somewhat uneasy. It's okay, he can lose. The detection bar crawled slowly. Minutes passed. Even the usually composed Wei Yuan looked surprised. Finally, a cold electronic voice rang out. Detection complete. No weaknesses detected in your primary attributes: strength, agility, stamina, spirit, attack, defense, speed, endurance. Congratulations. Hidden achievement unlocked. All-rounder basic. Special talent granted all-rounder. Hidden achievement. Everyone exclaimed in unison, the atmosphere erupting with excitement. Although Zhou Moya didn't understand, she sensed it was rare and valuable. Yishio fixed his gaze on the panel. All-rounder basic. Effect. All current skill values too. Hint. Continue walking the path of all-round mastery for unexpected benefits ahead. Double the boost? Yishio blinked, then his smile blossomed. His original 500 skill multiplier skyrocketed to 1,000. High-level skills were already terrifying. This power multiplied. Who could possibly stand against him? Stay an all-rounder. That's always been my way. He cracked his wrist, battle fervor surging. Tian drew a sharp breath and patted Jiang Qi's shoulder again. Now it's really not certain if he'll lose. Jiang Qi's face soured, thinking, there's no fight left here. Yishio couldn't wait any longer. He raised his hand and pressed the matchmaking button. Let's go again, gold tier. Starting at the gold tier, the system would match him against real players. Sparks flickered in his eye. She was clearly fired up. Meanwhile, in the Elven King's court, Irwain stood inside the towering palace, explaining the reasons for their defeat in the secret realm contest to the Elder Council. According to plan, he only needed to claim that low-level second-tier secret realm to pass the test and gain permission to train in the most sacred part of the court. But they lost, decisively defeated by the Daxia human race, Yishio, whose talent was nowhere near that of the elves. On the way back, his own kin's cold sneers cut like knives. Frustrated, Irwain refused to accept another mission. He turned and entered the trial secret realm directly, tossing out an entry ticket. So annoying. Haven't played Starfield Glory in a long time. Time to relax. The system announcement echoed. Opponent matched. Blue Star Elven King's Court Irwain. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Yishio himself, immediately wore a subtle look. Irwain, the elven captain who had just lost in the secret realm battle, harbored deep hatred for Yishio. The elven royal family wielded great power in the Blue Star faction, opposing the Daxia camp, so it made perfect sense for them to be matched now. The arena instantly took choppy, rugged canyon crisscrossed with deep ravines. Jagged cliffs lined the battleground, with molten lava surging in cracks beneath. The air was thick with the searing scent of sulfur. The moment Wei stepped onto the field, his piercing emerald eyes locked onto Yi Xiu not far off. His pupils contracted in fury as he spat between clenched teeth. It's you. Yi Xiu, I will never forget your name. Their previous clash in the secret realm ended in failure for him because of this Daxiao man. Now enemy rivals face to face, his rage instantly flared to the max. Yi Xiu stood calmly with hands behind his back, his tone casual. Well, isn't this a coincidence? A coincidence? Humph. I hope you're the one laughing last. Wei snorted coldly, and wild elemental energy surged furiously around him, as if ready to rip Yi Xiu limb from limb. Power of flames, heed my call. In elven tongue, over 10 blazing fireballs hurtled toward Yi Xiu like falling meteors. The elves didn't need complicated incantations, just their bloodline alone could summon legendary elements. Such talent was truly terrifying. Yi Xiu lightly tapped his toes, teleporting in 3 quick phases, weaving like light between rocks to dodge, leaving fiery trails bursting behind him. Wind, fire, thunder answer my summons together. Wyan's eyes glinted madly as he unleashed a relentless volley of magic like a Gatling gun. A vast barrage of powerful, combined elemental attacks, his signature technique all the way to the golden rank. Yi Xiu's space to dodge shrank under the pressure. He finally landed on a jagged peak jutting from the canyon wall. Wayan curled his lips. You're digging your own grave. To him, escape was impossible. This battle would wash away his shame of defeat. The failure was only because of weak teammates. As captain, he would reclaim his honor with his own hands. The combined wind-fire-thunder spells crashed in a tidal wave toward the cliff. Yi Xiu raised his hand. Divine protection. A golden shield burst open, blocking all spells, its patterned light shimmering fiercely. Wayan sneered, a feeble last stand. He clenched his right hand to form a bow made of pure white light. Arrow of light. Without a sound of the string, dozens of radiant arrows rained down on the shield. If the barrier shattered, Yi Xiu would tumble off the cliff and be shredded by the elemental flood below. Just as Wayan prepared to claim a crushing victory, behind him came a faint SHH sound. A cold, dull pain pierced Wayan's heart. His pupils snapped shut. Straining to look down, he saw a dagger lodged in his chest, blood trickling along its blade. You and did you, his words cut off as darkness swallowed his consciousness. Yi Xiu appeared behind him, ending the fight with a single, simple strike. The stands erupted in shock. Tian glanced at Wei Yuan in amazement. He's learned it on the spot. The exact tactic you just used, and now he turned it on Wayan. Wei Yuan smiled and shook his head. As expected, Yi Xiu had vanished at the very moment he activated the light shield, leaving behind a dummy to absorb the onslaught. This move was exactly what Wei Yuan had used against Yi Xiu earlier. Yi Xiu had grasped the idea, but Wayan hadn't caught on. The elven fighting style hadn't yet mastered such cunning deception. Yi Xiu slowly withdrew the dagger, bent close to the elf's ear, and whispered with a sly smile. Still need more practice, little brother. Then, innocently smiling, he delivered the final blow. So devious. That was downright ruthless. Alvian's eyes were bloodshot, his frustration over the crushing defeat almost tearing him apart. The moment he was forcefully ejected from the arena, it finally dawned on him how much thought Yi Xiu had put into that final counterstrike. Humans really do hide knives in every shadow. It was one thing for tactics to be suppressed inside the secret realm, but to have his solo combat skills utterly crushed was beyond belief. He slumped out of the trial realm, shoulders heavy, hoping for fresh air, but the weight on his chest only grew tighter. By the secret realm's entrance, 2 elven archers standing guard glanced at his flushed, disheveled face and raised their brows in surprise. Already over? Not fighting anymore today? The fight ended so abruptly the guards hadn't even realized Alvian had lost. His skin paled further as he muttered a low hum and briskly walked away, his posture radiating silent bitterness. You have won this match. Reward, 200 starlight points. Rank promoted to Gold 4. The system's announcement exploded in Yi Xiu's ear. He twirled his dagger between his fingers, the sharp sound slicing the air as a grin crept across his face. Not bad at all, this match had some kick. He casually opened the glory treasury, golden light flooding his vision. Beyond the base rewards from rank promotion, the redemption list suddenly bloomed with new treasures. A quick glance made him catch his breath as he hurriedly snapped a screenshot and sent it to Tian and the others. No way. Look at these rewards. World artifacts? Are the prices for real? Tian's heart jolted when he saw the message. World artifacts. The eternal spear that had slain the Black Emperor was a legendary world artifact. Without that weapon, the White Emperor's side would never have pulled off that decapitation strike. But such mythic weapons were rare, even in the Great Xia Empire, never mind legendary world artifacts. And yet, in the gold ranks redemption section, the list boldly read, World artifact this world, 100,000 starlight points required. World artifact other world, 200,000 starlight points required. The numbers were absurdly high, but like a real mountain standing before them, at least they could see the peak worth striving for. The spiritual energy stirring quietly in Tian's dantian made him clench his fist. The higher the wins and rank, the greater the point rewards. Gold 5 alone granted 200 points per match, far off, yes, but no longer a fantasy. As for the difference between this world and otherworld artifacts, that would have to wait until they could actually redeem one for study. He continued scanning the list until his eyes lit up. Exclusive equipment blind box requires 2,000 starlight points. Exclusive equipment, like Yishio's Qianji umbrella, these were deeply bound to one's professional most a second life. Tian had long wondered what his boss exclusive gear would be. Now the chance was right before him. Yishio, give me that first. Got it, boss. Yishio knew the importance of exclusive equipment well, but the awkward truth washed only earned 950 points, climbing from bronze 5 to gold 4, still far from the 2,000 needed. Almost there, just keep steady. He tapped match again, only to find the queue time had stretched longer than before. Gold tier used real-time matchmaking, so if no challengers from Blue Star were available, waiting was inevitable. Tian was calm inside. Rewards wouldn't vanish. The only thing left was to win. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan received an urgent call. Turning to Tian, he said quietly, I have to leave first. Headquarters is preparing to strike the level 74, 4th tier advanced dungeon again. What? Tian's brow furrowed sharply. Players worldwide had been stuck at level 74 for a long time because that 4th tier dungeon was where they repeatedly fell, unable to obtain advancement materials. Now Great Xia was rallying its strongest forces once more for this risky push. Wei Yuan spoke grimly. The White Emperor's recent arrival at Ding City made the gap painfully clear. If we don't break into the 4th tier soon, next time the White Emperor attacks, what will we use to fight back? Pray he leaves us alone again. That's foolish. True, last time the White Emperor withdrew was because his primary goal was hunting the Black Prince. But if the next attack was directly on Great Xia, no one could guarantee they'd stop this ancient dragon emperor. He added, also, Zhou Yuan's life is near its end. If we could get his life-eroding martial saint to ascend to the 4th tier, maybe we could find a way to prolong his life. Tian was silent, his mind replaying scenes from the last race of races. Zhou Yuan's body ravaged by death's aura, likely worse now. The greatest difficulty of the 4th tier dungeon was the final boss' cruel ability. The attributes of challengers would be cut by 90. If Alice could also ascend into the ultimate boss, using the rules to counterbalance suppression, their chances of victory would soar. The question was, how far was Alice from that ascension? Wei Yuan left the secret realm, scheduling the 74th level dungeon raid for the next day. Ling Luo, Jiang Yuanshuang, and 4 other top-tier professionals would join the battle, so everyone needed enough time to prepare. Tian and Yishio accompanied them as they left. As long as the dungeon raid didn't fail, the Star Domain Glory team could keep queuing outside, so Yishio remained focused, eyes glued to the matchmaking screen. Wei Yuan left part of his forces stationed at the secret realm's entrance. This area was an international public zone where professionals from various countries and international mercenary groups operated freely. Though they couldn't enter the realm itself, there was no guarantee they wouldn't cause trouble. Over a decade ago, someone had piled a mountain of stinking waste blocking the entrance of a secret realm in the American Empire, move rumored to be retaliation from a country that had lost talent to America. The case had many leads, but eventually went cold. The flying car initiated its return protocol. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was relaxed. Some suggested playing cards to pass the time. Yishio wore a headset, eyes fixed intently on the matchmaking interface. Tian leaned casually against the window, his gaze wandering downward. Suddenly, his expression stiffened. An automatic resume detection window popped up on his retinal display, showing a group of international mercenaries hunting down a lone man outside the car. Many international mercenary groups operated in the public zone under a strict rule, money talks. With frequent crises erupting across 21 countries worldwide, many lacked sufficient national forces or couldn't afford aid from major powers. Hiring mercenaries became a more cost-effective option. Countries also sometimes used mercenaries to do dirty work they couldn't publicly claim. Conflicts and skirmishes among the numerous mercenary groups were common. At this moment, on the border of Daxia's eastern capital, a young man soaked in blood was being relentlessly pursued by a dozen heavily armed mercenaries. Chinemo, you escaped when we slaughtered your family back then, and now you come back seeking revenge? You killed my son in a sneak attack, you're asking to die, growled the burly mercenary leader, his voice vibrating under his steel helmet. It'll crush every bone in your body and make you regret coming back to this world. The mercenaries quickly encircled him, heavy footsteps in perfect formation, gun barrels and alloy war hammers blocking every escape route. Chunmo's breath was ragged, his clothes soaked in blood, but his cold eyes furiously searched for any chance to survive. He could not die. His blood feud was unfinished. The mercenaries clearly did not take this dying prey seriously. At the moment the circle tightened, a black shadow dove from 3,000 meters above. Amid roaring winds, clad in black with heavy boots pounding the dust, the figure landed directly in the middle of the group. The fully armed mercenaries gasped in unison. They had noticed the flying car bearing Daxia's emblem high in the sky, but hadn't dared provoke it. Yet here this person had jumped straight down from that height. Inside the flying car, Wei Yuan, Bai Chiuli, and the others stood by the open door, stunned as they watched Tian leap out. Their shock matched that of the mercenaries below. The leader steadied his nerves and raised his gun, growling low, "Sir," in the team leader of the Black Gold Hand. "You are?" Black Gold Hand ranked in the top 5 mercenary factions internationally, usually enough to keep troublemakers in line. He hoped to intimidate and calm the situation. Tian's black coat fluttered as he casually adjusted his sleeve and glanced up, waving a hand dismissively, "Stay out of my way." At this, some of the Black Gold Hand mercenaries visibly lost their composure. Only the captain at the front showed deep apprehension. "Sir." Before he could finish, a furious member of the American Empire team nearby shouted, "You bastard! Who do you think you are? The Black Gold Hand has countless rank 3 professionals. Even the American Empire has to save face with them. And you come here ordering us to scram? You think you're one of the top professionals in Defier?" Hearing this provocation, the Black Gold Hand captain's pupils contracted sharply, a sharp sense of crisis instantly flooding him. He abruptly raised his hand, trying to stop his men from further taunts. "You idiot. Anyone who can leap from 3,000 meters up isn't just some normal guy." His words barely twisted in his throat before the next murderous moment overwhelmed everything. Tian, clad in black, moved like a howling wind. With a swift flick of his wrist, a deadly cold blade seemingly materialized out of thin air. The sword's edge sliced through the air with a low, resonant soul-severing sky split, spreading an invisible crescent-shaped slash in an instant. Bang! The heavy tearing sound of air was deafening. The protective spiritual energy shields of all Black Gold Hand members shattered like paper at a touch. Blood mist exploded in the night breeze, and in the blink of an eye, the entire clearing became a gruesome battlefield of torn limbs and crushed bodies. Not a single person survived the strike. Chun Mo stood frozen, stunned by the scene before his eyes, his gaze fixed on Tian's flowing black figure. Tian seemed to know he was being watched. He turned slowly and approached. He had already thoroughly studied Chun Mo's dossier. Name: Chun Mo. Basic info: male, 19 years old, from Dingcheng, Defier. Profession: assassin. Potential: elusive spectrum undead plague. Life story: his parents were slaughtered by an alien race when he was young, later adopted by the leader of the international mercenary organization Dawn. 3 days ago, during a competition for the F-Country Ruins mission with Black Gold Hand, Dawn's entire squad was ambushed and wiped out by remnants of the Divine Lin cult allied with Black Gold Hand. Betrayed by an insider, only Chun Mo managed to escape. Investment opportunity: God-tier profession undead overlord summoner class, required funding, 40 points. Because Tian saw this dossier, he personally jumped down from 3,000 meters to intervene in this conflict. Standing before him was the first God-tier professional seed he had ever encountered. "Want revenge?" Tian asked bluntly, his calm tone carrying undeniable authority. The annihilation just seconds ago said everything. Chun Mo didn't need to question Tian's background or motives anymore. "Yes," Chun Mo replied with a single word, heavy with overwhelming hatred. "With your current strength, you're far from ready." Tian reversed his grip on the long blade. "Join me and follow my orders. I will give you the power to take your revenge." Chun Mo glanced around the blood and scattered limbs still dripping quietly. He was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Okay." Hatred was his only obsession. At this moment, whether Tian was god or demon no longer mattered. "Good." Tian nodded with satisfaction. A man with purpose even strides faster. He immediately activated the 40 points of funding, and a contract materialized out of thin air, drifting down into Chun Mo's palm. Chun Mo looked up. "What is this for?" "To take control of all international public zones," Tian said casually, each word resounding like thunder. "Seal off anyone from approaching the Trial Secret Realm in the Eastern Capital, and rise to become the strongest in the international mercenary world." "Can you do it?" International public zones were considered lawless territories dominated by extreme terrorist groups, smuggling gangs, even remnants of the Divine Lin cult. The territory was vast and riddled with secret realms and dungeons. No nation had the power or will to intervene. Tian planned to use the power of undead plague to bring order to this chaotic land with overwhelming force. Though these 3 goals sounded almost arrogant, Chun Mo didn't even furrow his brow. "Okay." In the next moment, he raised his hand and sealed his fate, pressing his handprint onto the contract. Chun Mo's ultimate class had changed from Necromancer to Lord of the Undead. At this moment, the hovercar released a faint blue flame, resembling a massive steel beast slowly diving, steadily descending toward the barren plains 3,000 meters below, preparing to pick up Tian, who had just leapt off. Inside the cabin, everyone was still frozen in place. Tian's jump had almost shattered their understanding of what counted as a safe height. Chili frowned slightly as she watched the slender, yet upright figure far below. Despite being on the same team, why did the gap between her and the boss keep widening? In contrast, Wei Yuan remained much calmer. His gaze followed Tian's flawless landing steps, his mind racing through possibilities. Surviving a fall from 3,000 meters without a scratch could only mean one of three things, he thought carefully. 1. Innate flight ability. 2. Physique strong enough to ignore fall damage. 3. Reaching the floating realm, enabling brief levitation. This level requires terrifying thresholds in physique, agility, and spirit simultaneously. Usually only legendary class experts above level 70 can even touch it. In the entire Great Xia Empire, only a handful qualify. He shook his head, excluding the third option outright. A teenager who had just awakened for a dozen days competing with the best in Great Xia? Nearly impossible in theory. Just as the hover car was about to land, a dazzling rainbow-colored light pillar suddenly shot up from below, piercing through the clouds in a straight line. Whoa, a god-level awakening? Someone exclaimed. The boss is powering up again. I want to reach god level too. Another teammate said, eyes full of envy. The glowing pillar made Wei Yuan's eyes flicker sharply. Another god level. He instinctively wanted to activate a barrier to block the blinding signs of awakening, but stopped mid-motion. This place was an international public zone in East Capital, sparsely populated. Even if hostile factions or extremists wanted to mount an attack, they wouldn't even know where to start. And if danger did arise, they could retreat at any time. Clearly, Tian had foreseen this. With his power surging and the Yaga dynasty tournament long over, he no longer needed to hide his class change, except in special circumstances. As the radiance faded, the hovercar window reflected Tian's personal status panel densely packed with attribute numbers that left him marveling. Employee, Shinemo. Class, Necromancer. Rank 2, Lord of the Undead. Quality, God level. Level, 25. Strength, 25. Agility, 435. Constitution, 435. Spirit, 480. 690 hidden class points. Class talents. Undead enhancement. All undead skill values 10. Soul harvest. Absorb a portion of the spirit attribute from surrounding enemies upon their death. Class skills. Curse domain. Damage transfer. Bone prison. Summon undead berserker. Summon undead sharpshooter. Summon lich mage. Summon undead general. Summon capacity. 01250. Tian skimmed over it, thinking how absurd it was. Undead enhancement was a pure numerical bomb, multiplying all undead skills and summons by 10 without any need for complex maneuvers. Undead classes had always been criticized as fragile and easy to kill, but now that tenfold boost meant a single skeleton warrior could hold its own against an entire squad. Add in the continually snowballing spirit boosts from Soul Harvest, and the summon unit's stats would rise infinitely with the summoner. Even more staggering was the full 1,250 summon capacity, meaning he could have 1,250 undead followers existing simultaneously. And that number would keep growing as his level increased. With just this ability alone, it's easy to imagine Chun Mo one day commanding all international public zones by himself. That would surely shock every nation as simply too formidable. It wasn't until this moment that Chun Mo finally spoke his first heartfelt assessment. He had never witnessed a profession with such absurd combat power. Even the legendary mercenary who consistently topped global rankings was but a mere speck compared to the undead overlord. Reflecting on this, his reverence for Tian grew deeper still. At the brink of death, Tian had descended from the heavens to save him and granted him the power needed for vengeance. Such an act in Chun Mo's mind could only be associated with the word demon. Yet the strength Tian bestowed was enormous. A great demon? No, a demon king. Tian didn't notice Chun Mo's wild thoughts. He glanced at Chun Mo's resume and asked again, what's the situation with that relic mission in Country F? He paid little heed to mentions of the Black Hand and the remnants of the Divine Sect, treating those factions as mere stepping stones in Chun Mo's journey. What truly piqued his interest was the word relic. Each relic represented limitless possibilities, possibly hiding new inheritances or treasures. Chun Mo didn't question how Tian knew these details. With Tian's terrifying methods, gathering intelligence was no big deal. Without pause, he explained, a few days ago, Country F issued a mission to major mercenary groups. The target is to conquer that relic. They reportedly spent nearly 3 years decrypting the entrance, but their own troops suffered heavy casualties inside and gained almost nothing. So they had no choice but to seek outside help. Spent 3 years cracking the entrance, but still can't conquer it. Hat explains why they need mercenaries. Tian thought. The fact that Country F refuses to seek aid elsewhere likely means they don't want the relic's fruits divided. Mercenaries are easier to control. Chun Mo added. But many mercenaries who accepted the task never returned. My leader, well, the former head of the Dawnbreaker, suspected the relic hides some treasure that requires sacrificing a certain number of people to reveal itself. Oh, Tian's interest sharpened. The theory wasn't groundless. If true, what lay inside the relic must be extraordinary. Chun Mo's voice turned grave. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to verify this. Tian patted Chun Mo's shoulder. Keep an ear out for inside information. Even if it's some sinister artifact, I'd be intrigued. I'd have plenty of employees pretty much devoted to evil anyway. Understood. Chun Mo nodded. Beyond revenge, he had planned to explore the relic and fulfill the last wish of the leader who took him in. Remember my mission. Tian left him a string of contacts, then boarded a hovercar. The engine roared to life as it slowly drove away. As the engine noise faded, the ruins along the eastern capital's border fell silent once more, leaving Chun Mo standing alone amid the rubble. He lingered there for a few seconds, almost unable to believe it was real. Then he spoke in a low tone, "Soldiers." His words barely left his lips before dark whirlpools erupted on the barren ground beneath him, exuding a decayed, icy chill. Click, click. The black energy solidified into pale white bones, one by one forming perfect joints. Boom. Dozens of skeletal figures 2 or 3 meters tall assembled, their hollow eye sockets ignited with twin ghostly blue flames, as if reborn. Among them stood a massive axe-wielding skeleton, broad-shouldered, its axe blade glinting coldly. A bone archer, nimble in its joints, the bowstring lightly vibrating. A soul lich, clutching a bone staff swirling with black mist, eerie and fearsome. And before Chun Mo stood the mightiest undead general, cloaked in shadows, gripping a long sword, spine straight, proudly towering over the assembled bones. Only one such general could be summoned at a time. Empowered by Chun Mo's tenfold talent, each undead possessed stats equivalent to a level 30 epic professional, with 3 fixed skills. The undead general's strength far exceeded them, nearly 2 to 3 times greater. Feeling the creeping cold of this aura, Chun Mo showed no hint of chill. Instead, a barely concealed smile spread across his face. This was just the beginning. As his rank rose, he sensed even stronger undead waiting to be summoned. Thinking of the nearby small black hand outpost, the flames of vengeance roared within his chest. His gaze sharpened, and with a fierce motion, he swung his right hand down. Soldiers, advance. Tian and the others returned to East China. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyao got off at Xingqing Station, dragging their luggage straight back to Huaxing University. Wang Jiang, carrying his military pack, transferred to a military vehicle and headed back to the Dingxing border defense camp. Just as Yi Xiu stepped off the train at Xingqing Station, an invisible force seemed to pull him away, and he vanished from the platform in an instant. Once a Star Glory match is confirmed, the player is immediately teleported into the arena. Jiang Che stared in disbelief, scratching his head. Looks like Yi Bro got matched with someone. We'll just wait here for him. Tian nodded and said goodbye to the group. Instead of going home, he went alone to a dungeon. His goal wasn't to level up, but to contact Alice. Wei Yuan had prepared 2 special communicators for him in advance made from the legendary nested crystal stone. No matter how far apart or weak the signal, once a message was sent from one end, it would be received instantly on the other. This way, Alice could also reach out to Tian proactively. The real key was that Tian wanted to know when Alice could ascend to become an ultimate boss. The Great Xia was about to open a 4th-level dungeon, and if Alice completed the ascension first, the difficulty of the raid would drop dramatically. Unfortunately, Tian's reply was disheartening. Only one ultimate boss was allowed to exist across the entire territory of Great Xia. Alice had been troubled by this rule for a long time and had to hold back for now. If she didn't ascend, she couldn't pass the 4th-level dungeon. But without clearing the 4th level, she couldn't replace the existing ultimate boss. A complete, deadlocked cycle. When Tian opened his front door, a sudden idea struck him. What if he tried ascending in another region? Since each area only permits one ultimate boss, maybe other regions still had vacancies. The thought brightened his eyes sharply. He resolved to start investigating the very next day. Meow? A sharp cat call yanked him from his thoughts. On the coffee table's aviation case, the black cat's ears perked up, its slit pupils gleaming cold like stars, looking utterly plaintive. Ugh, Tian shuddered. He had left this time Cat 003 alone all day without even leaving food. Sorry, I really didn't expect to be this late. He quickly opened the case and gently picked up the black cat, soothing it with an apologetic expression. Surprisingly, 003, who normally flared up at the slightest dissatisfaction, obediently curled up on his lap now, only flicking its tail occasionally to show mild displeasure. If the usual caretaker saw this, they might think it was a different cat. This one usually roars even when cat food flavor changes. Tian hurriedly messaged Wei Yuan to send its special favorite cat food. Stroking its fur, he asked curiously, "So, where is your child of prophecy partner anyway?" The black cat lazily meowed as if to say, "I have no clue either." Tian thought, if this really was the child of prophecy, there should have been some commotion in Great Xia by now. The complete lack of any clues was strange indeed. This question puzzled both man and cat alike. As night deepened, only the soft glow of the floor lamp remained in the living room. The delivery man knocked, handing over a delicately packaged bag of cat food, which Tian poured into the dish. The black cat eagerly devoured the freshly delivered special feast. Tian's management log had just been settled. There was a collective action in the international public area today, but the additional bonus wasn't substantial. The Secret Realm dividends and Star Domain Glory promotion rewards had long been credited. After deducting the cost of recruiting Tian Mo, the account still held a balance of 92.8, not an impressive figure, but enough to keep things running smoothly. The truly remarkable change was the huge jump in experience points. Tian had devoted both meetings of the day to boosting experience, and the results exceeded expectations. Level 34 to 37, a full 3 levels gained in one day. The reason quickly became clear: Alice and the Black Prince had teamed up to take down 3 level 60 Lord level bosses in a row. The experience overflow from these high-level kills pushed the team right up to the doorstep of the ultimate boss, just short of promotion eligibility. Tian was only a dozen levels away from reaching level 50, Tier 3. Early the next morning, just as he opened his eyes, the apartment door was knocked on. "Boss, I've won 4 matches in a row. I've got enough points." Yishio appeared, his face marked by dark circles, but brimming with excitement like he'd just chugged an energy drink. Looking at Yishio's exhausted but elated expression, Tian felt a pang of guilt. Last night, he had slept soundly, while Yishio stayed up matching in Star Domain Glory all night. Because nighttime in Daxia coincided with daytime in the United States, Yishio faced 4 American opponents consecutively, winning every match. The score for each victory at the gold tier was 230, 260, 290, and 320 points respectively, which, added to his previous 950 points, was just enough to redeem the exclusive equipment blind box. "Good job," Tian said sincerely. He quietly resolved. The next promotion slot absolutely had to go to Yishio. This guy was too dedicated. The blind box opened, a dark glow flashed, and a pitch-black card landed in Tian's palm. Exclusive equipment black card. Effect 1. Allows overdraft of funds. Funds grow by 5 interest daily. Effect 2. Using the black card, any item requiring currency can be purchased. Effect 3. Unlocks Tier 3. Effect 4. Unlocks Tier 4. Effect 5. Activates when the full set is completed. Exclusive equipment, a black card? Tian stared at the delicate card in his hand, black with gold patterns, and felt a surge of surprise. The card's glossy surface shimmered under the light, faintly revealing 5 faint gold characters labeling effects. There were 5 effects in total, but the last 3 were still covered by gray chain icons, indicating unknown conditions had to be met to unlock them. Even so, the first 2 alone were dazzling enough. First effect, fixed daily capital growth of 5. This feature is practically tailor-made for savvy and accumulate players, Tian muttered, crunching numbers on the card's corner. Starting with a base capital of 100 points, that meant earning 5 points of interest per day just by holding it. But reality wouldn't let him leave the money idle. With the black clouds of the Yaga dynasty looming, he needed to quickly improve employee benefits and speed up experience gain, aiming to reach level 50 soon and launch a counterattack. Second effect, overdraft facility. How much overdraft can it actually provide? Tian couldn't help but think of the limitless top-tier black card from his previous life. The daydream lasted just 2 seconds before the detailed explanation popped up and shattered his fantasy Tier 2 boss. Maximum overdraft limit 500 capital. Well, I guess my rank isn't high enough, he sighed inwardly. Still, 500 capital was a hefty turnaround reserve, enough to ease any tight cash flow when recruiting high-potential talents. What caught his eye next was even more exciting. The card's funds could be used to buy anything requiring currency. So this means I could purchase breakfast buns and fried dough sticks at the shop, equipment and skill books at the trade house, even special exchange items within secret realms, all with this card? The thought sparked instantly, and he called his assistant. "Yishio, take this card and try to exchange it for that world artifact in the glory treasury priced at 100,000 star domain points." Yishio took the card, his silver-gray eyes full of doubt. "Boss, is this really your exclusive equipment? The world artifact costs 100,000 points. Can one card actually cover it?" Despite his skepticism, he followed the instruction. Golden light ascended from the glory treasury exchange desk. "Wait, it actually worked," Yishio exclaimed. At the same time, a prompt popped up in Tian's view. Black card redeeming a world artifact in this world requires spending 1,000 capital points. What? That's possible? His pupils contracted sharply as he quickly calculated the exchange rate. Capital to star domain points was an astonishing 1 to 100. In a way, capital was even more solid currency than points. Compared to 100,000 points, 1,000 capital felt like a heavy discount. Still, even at a discount, the price wasn't cheap. Plus, the secret realm's limit of 1 exclusive item per person forced Tian to give up on opening another blind box. At least with the black card in hand, I don't have to worry about cash flow in the short term. He rubbed his brow and refocused on employee welfare. According to his earlier promise, after the trial secret realm ended, Everyone would receive a batch of legendary equipment as rewards. Now with the black card, the funding issue was solved. But human nature's little calculator began working again. If I delay the welfare for a few days, the interest could compound a few more times. Tian opened his panel. Current balance 92.8 points, daily increase about 4.64 points. He stared at the fluctuating numbers, pondering deeply, before a hesitant smile crept across his lips. Maybe not handing out the rewards right away would be more profitable after all. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tian shuddered violently. Damn it! How did becoming a boss turn him into someone who immediately thinks so cynically? After a brief internal struggle, he took a deep breath. A promise even one kept only in his heart must be honored. Besides, his 9 employees were performing excellently, making things easier for him. At this moment, everyone was in the second-level growth phase. As long as their gear kept up, their strength could multiply rapidly. The earlier he invested in their equipment, the faster the returns would come. Without hesitation, he spent 90 points of currency to buy each employee a piece of legendary gear suited to their profession. This year-end bonus had another purpose: a strategic buff for experience gain. Standard insurance benefit, 120 experience for 3 hours. Stacked with the year-end bonus, 300 experience, ignores fatigue, lasts 7 hours. The leveling speed skyrocketed instantly. Tian was eager to hit level 50 and break into the 3rd stage as quickly as possible, so he could remove the thorn of the Yaga dynasty once and for all. Right after handing out the rewards, Yishio, despite his dark circles, was full of energy. Clutching the newly acquired legendary dagger, veins bulging on his hand, he burst out with excitement. I must serve the boss with all my might immediately. With this, he now had 3 legendary items gifted by Tian, radiating a brilliant aura all over him. Looking at the remaining 2.8 points of currency on the status screen, Tian sighed and waved his hand. Get to work quickly. Outside East China, in a ruined mountain range, a scientific expedition team struggled through mist-shrouded ruins. Researcher Ning Jing held up a metallic staff gleaming with faint golden light, her voice trembling with excitement. An ancient scholar's exploration staff. The boss even gave me a bonus. With this equipment, she could more precisely sense underground vibrations and track the location of relic slabs. She hurried to the team leader. Captain, with this, we can double our slab detection speed. In the international public zone of East City, within a concealed black gold hand hideout, corpses lay everywhere as Chun Mo unleashed undead carnage. Chun Mo, you'll die a terrible death. The ones who deserve it are you. His hoarse voice echoed as a black grimoire hovered over his right palm, its pages flipping on their own. The undead grimoire greatly enhanced his mana regeneration and summoning speed, allowing hundreds of undead soldiers to rampage down the corridors under the undead general's command. Chun Mo raised his eyes, a faint eerie glow flickering. Without this legendary equipment, avenging Black Gold Hand and sweeping East City would have taken months. Now he was striking straight at their core. Thinking of the boss who casually handed out legendary gear, his respect deepened. The boss really is the boss. Meanwhile, on the Yaga continent, the once prosperous Yaga dynasty lay silent and dead. After tirelessly searching day and night, the Red Emperor, Blue Emperor, and White Emperor had scoured every affiliated extra-dimensional realm, but found no trace of the Black Emperor. As time passed, the traitors led by the White Emperor grew increasingly panicked. At this moment, the White Emperor alone flew to the continent's center, the towering world tree that soared into the clouds. Its roots were hundreds of meters wide, shrouded in mist, lush and verdant. Though he feared the Black Emperor, the White Emperor still held confidence. Based on the divine being of Yagu continent, the world tree Yggdrasilho forged the eternal spear and commanded the execution of the Black Emperor, an immortal entity. He knelt beneath the tree, speaking low and urgently in ancient dragon tongue. Eternal deity, I need your help. Nidhogg has disappeared. A fierce wind swept past, but the world tree standing between heaven and earth remained silent for a moment. The White Emperor stood in the vast shadow cast by its branches, his face calm, yet his heart roiling beneath the surface. Of all things, what he feared most back then was not Nidhogg, but this very world tree. The deity knew well the Black Emperor's ambitious power and had long foreseen the day it would be gnawed and broken apart. Therefore, it was not the White Emperor who first sought to eliminate Nidhogg, but the gods themselves. Lowering his gaze, the White Emperor thought coldly. Nidhogg, if even the gods want you destroyed, how do you expect to survive? An unseen wave of spiritual energy swept down from the treetop, and the world tree responded through its mind. I can't locate him either. The divine presence entered the White Emperor's mind, and his pupils contracted sharply. Unbelievable, the world tree had existed longer than the ancient continent of Yagu, and possessed unfathomable divine power. Yet it claimed it could not trace Nidhogg's whereabouts. The world tree's thought continued. His soul has betrayed Yagu. In other words, any being that leaves Yagu cannot be quickly tracked, as this falls outside the bounds of divine authority. Although the rules of this magical realm were still obscure to the White Emperor, the next revelation made his eyes blaze fiercely. He has chosen the human race. The human race? A fire flared within the White Emperor's heart. Daxia? It had to be Daxia. The World Tree's thought took on a teasing tone. Nidhogg has deliberately joined the battlefield of the multiverse. After being bound for a century, his mind has grown foolish, haha. That cold, biting laughter made the White Emperor frown. Battlefield of the multiverse? Daxiao? Or Blue Star? Even with his vast knowledge, the White Emperor had trouble fully grasping these divine concepts. But all he wanted was to act immediately. Then I will go to Daxia at once, to capture Nidhogg. Taking down the Black Emperor and annexing Daxia's territory at the same time would be a perfect double victory. But the World Tree stopped his impulse. The battlefield will face a great upheaval in 3 days. Acting then will be twice as effective. If the White Emperor expanded his domain, the World Tree would benefit as well, so it offered this advice. Trusted above all gods by the White Emperor, he nodded. Understood. I will recall the Eternal Spear first. Elsewhere, in Daxia. Brother Wei, do you know which region doesn't have an ultimate boss? Tian gripped his phone, his voice urgent. With no vacancies in Daxia, he had come up with a new plan last night. Try to claim a spot in another region. But with limited leads, he had to turn to Wei Yuan for help. Which region has no ultimate boss? Honestly, I haven't studied that. Wei Yuan smiled wryly, clearly unfamiliar with such obscure data. Tian sighed. Alright then. A moment later, Wei Yuan added, but I can put you in touch with the East China Scientific Exploration Team. Scientific Exploration Team? Tian froze. Wei Yuan explained. The headquarters invests heavily every year to form these teams. They survey relics nationwide, record supernatural phenomena including the distribution and count of dungeons and secret realms. So naturally, they have files on ultimate bosses. Tian's eyes widened. There's an organization like that. Headquarters' vision was incredibly far-reaching. He hadn't expected such an operation to exist. On second thought, it made sense if there really was such an exploratory team. Their investigation records could save professionals a great deal of effort. Wei Yuan quickly transferred the call, and on the other end came a steady voice introducing himself as Zhang Qi, the deputy team leader. Zhang Qi answered Tian's earlier question. Theoretically, every region worldwide had its own ultimate boss, but the void insect tribe that destroyed the Han Kingdom was very unusual. These insects directly eroded the dungeons themselves, ruthlessly plundering resources like marauders, and therefore were enemies of all the dungeon bosses. To completely dominate a dungeon, they first wiped out all bosses within their territory. Even ultimate bosses were powerless to stop the tidal wave of insects. I see now, Tian said, enlightened, thanking Zhang Qi repeatedly. After hanging up, he immediately realized that the Han Kingdom swept away by the void insects might currently lack an ultimate boss altogether. Without hesitation, he rushed out. Wei Yuan had already arranged a silver-white hovercar. Tian got off in a wilderness some distance from the Han Kingdom border, then used the shared invisibility skill from Yi Xiu to stealthily advance. The gray-black wasteland reeked of rot and decay, and his every step cracked sharply on broken rubble. Between the stones wriggled countless insect eggs, splitting open to reveal pale larvae poking their heads out. The scene was physically nauseating. After circling several collapsed tall buildings, Tian finally found a shattered dungeon entrance. Its stone door cracked like a spider's web, with faint light filtering through. Just as he stepped inside, the silent swarm outside surged a sudden buzzing noise, like a shattered beehive, and a flood of insects poured into the dungeon. Alice. Tian had entered the dungeon to summon her. The void portal bloomed like a black lotus in midair, and Alice and the Black Prince stepped through simultaneously. The girl's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement as she took in the surroundings. Boss, this place really is fit for an ultimate promotion. Good. Tian nodded with satisfaction, thinking that enduring the nauseating scenes en route had not been in vain. Inside the dungeon was like a torn theater, its walls covered in spiderweb-like black threads, festooned with clusters of void insects. At the center, a massive leader insect slowly lifted its head, its dark purple eyes fixed on the intruders. Humans, just 2 of you dare enter my clan's territory, you seek your own death. Tian smiled lightly, his tone calm. Who told you we're only 2? As he spoke, hundreds of black whirlpools suddenly appeared on the ground, and heavy armor clanged as rows of undead warriors rose from the earth, their eyes burning with cold flames. The undead strength was linked to the summoner's mental power, and after recruiting Zhou Mo Yao, the Black Prince, and Chen Mo, Tian's shared mental stats were astonishingly high. These summoned warriors were dozens of times stronger than Chen Mo's own kind. Moreover, he had shared Yi Xiu's talent Omni Beginner, which doubled all skill values mastered. With this double bonus, the undead warriors radiated a terrifying aura, the air around them heavy with the chill of death. The dense void insects instinctively retreated, their shells clattering with a rustling noise. Seizing the moment, Alice closed her eyes to meditate. Her silver hair floated without wind, and the Black Prince stood at her flank to guard her. After several breaths, a surge of magical flames erupted from Alice's body, instantly drowning out the howls of the insect swarm. The glowing patterns on her monster template shifted from ghostly blue to blazing white, her aura rising step by step. Her monster template had successfully evolved from a Lord Boss into an Ultimate Boss. At the moment Alice was promoted to the Ultimate Boss, the abilities and authorities tied to the monster template were also upgraded. Her void traversal skill improved significantly, allowing her to teleport up to 30 times daily. She could instantly teleport to any location within her line of sight or mental perception, completely ignoring distance. Simultaneously, her demon transformation advanced as well. The combat multiplier in her Dark War God form surged from 8 times to 12. Even more daunting was the unlocking of new ultimate boss level privileges. She could forcibly merge multiple instances, manifest her true form in other instances, and issue highest level commands to all monsters under her dominion in every instance. Alice's control extended over the Frozen Kingdom and nearby Eastern Capital and beyond. Any monster within her domain obeyed her absolute command. Except for the boss-exclusive privileges, all these new powers were shared through the contract with Tian. This massive leap thrilled him, feeling this gain alone surpassed all the Lord-level upgrades combined before. The daily use limit of void traversal doubled, and he could instantly teleport anywhere within his line of sight or spiritual awareness with a mere glance. If his eye saw it or his spirit sensed it, it was a valid destination. For Alice, trapped within instances, this ability was a welcome bonus. For Tian, already free to move, it was a transcendent skill that rendered instance barriers meaningless. On the battlefield, every blink could mean life or death. Coupled with the additional fourfold combat boost from demon transformation, he couldn't help but wonder what heights he could reach if fully unleashing his demon form. As for Alice's exclusive boss-level privileges, they put her leagues above all other Lord Bosses. 1. Instance fusion. She could merge multiple separate instances into one, vastly expanding resources and power. 2. Dominion over all instance monsters within her domain. A single command mobilized legions of monsters. 3. True form manifestation across instances. Though somewhat symbolic due to innate void traversal, it marked supreme authority. 4. Ultimate restriction. Any instance rules attempting to weaken her were forcibly nullified. At the moment her template ascended, Alice's appearance and attributes simultaneously transformed into the boss template. Her health, attack power, and other key stats soared dramatically, instantly leaving ordinary professions far behind. Her presence alone pressed heavily on the Black Prince, who secretly envied the terrifying boost granted by dual templates. However, the ultimate boss phenomenon also triggered stronger ripples in the void. Swarms of purple void insects tore through the rift, surging in. Wasn't the previous ultimate boss already killed? Why was there another? A massive purple-armored beetle-like monster burst through the instance barrier, its compound eyes fixed unblinkingly on Tian and Alice. Above, a spider-like matriarch howled fiercely from the black spiderweb enveloping the instance. Intruders in our territory must be killed. Your territory now? Tian sneered, magic surging in his hand. This is Blue Star's land. You aliens will be driven out sooner or later. Before finishing, he waved his hand. Attack. Suddenly, undead warriors charged with furious roars, smashing the ground beneath them. Each skeleton possessed combat power approaching a level 60 epic profession. The berserkers charged like full-speed steel trucks, carving a bloody path through the insect tide. Tian summoned over 1,000 terrifying undead soldiers at once. In the void, the undead archmage raised his bone staff as dark purple magic circles appeared, buffing, healing, and reviving the charging undead. This efficient and potent skill combo made Tian involuntarily praise his own forces. Of course, it was mainly due to Tian's overwhelmingly strong spiritual power. The berserkers' twin axes whirled through the air, their broad blades slicing through the swarm of bugs like a gale, cleaving dozens in half. The sharp clinks of black iron striking chitin rang out continuously. The undead general stomped and swung his sword to shatter the ground. His deadly strike left no room for the bug elite to even dodge, instantly reducing them to severed limbs. Meanwhile, Alice targeted the bug leaders clad in spiked shells atop the black web. Empowered by the Black Prince's blood boil buff, she struck like a streak of blood-red lightning, causing bug bodies to burst wherever she landed. Is this really the fighting strength of the human race? A void bug leader staggered, screaming hoarsely amid the shockwave. Could it be the main forces of Great Xia have broken in? Quickly, seek guidance from Queen Bug. Several leaders' expressions changed at once. They couldn't even withstand half an attack, hastily tore open teleportation rifts, and fled the instance in defeat, leaving behind a battlefield littered with bug corpses. Severed limbs, broken wings, and corrosive green bodily fluids mixed with scattered stones flew everywhere. The piles of bodies formed mountains, roughly estimated to number in the tens of thousands. At the heart of the battle, Tian withdrew his spiritual energy, gently clinking his long sword against its sheath, sending a cold gleam flickering. He yawned. Pathetic, but the experience was worthwhile. The once impenetrable swarms of bugs had been nearly wiped out, leaving only scattered stragglers. With his objective achieved, he had no intention of lingering. Waiting for the queen bug to show up would be rude. Alice, let's move. A pitch-black void portal tore open as he stepped forward. The girl's golden hair swayed lightly amid the smoke and green blood mist. Alice looked up at the half-transparent dome of the instant sky, woven from laws of reality, trembling subtly as if on the verge of collapse. Recently promoted to the final boss, she had become more sensitive to the instance's fluctuations. Though she noticed something was off, she only furrowed her brow slightly. Surely the void bug infestation had run too deep. With that thought, she stepped through the void gate as well. Originally planning to ascend with Alice and hurry to central China to join Wei Yuan and the others to clear the fourth-tier instance, Tian unexpectedly encountered a sudden crisis upon returning east and stepping into Qing City. Piercing screams, shattering glass, and monstrous roars erupted repeatedly, as if a hornet's nest had been violently stirred up. The source was concentrated at the instance core. What's going on? Tian strode against the panicked crowd rushing away, climbing to a high spot on the street. At the instance core, halos of light exploded. Countless instance monsters of various forms swarmed out from the shattered barrier, crowding, biting, and trampling each other like a tidal wave flooding into the streets. Damn, instance monsters have actually broken into the real world. Fortunately, the instance core was usually crowded with professionals, hundreds of battle classes standing shoulder to shoulder to resist. But even so, some monsters slipped through and scattered. Worse still, once slain, they crawled up again from the eerie black mist, fully healed. Tian squinted. If all 10,000 instances worldwide collapsed simultaneously and the high-tier bosses descended, it would be an extinction-level disaster for Blue Star. Luckily, only low-tier monsters had broken out so far. His mind raced as he suddenly accelerated, becoming an afterimage racing west toward Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. That's the densest campus with low-tier instance. If it fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. The playground had turned into a battlefield. Skeletal dogs, stone-skinned lizards, and puppet guards poured out from the corridors between the classroom buildings, relentlessly gnawing and chasing students. Screams and shattering glass blended into a piercing, ear-splitting cacophony. In the center of the playground, Principal Ji Chonglin stood like a rock, his blue mage robe singed and tattered by flames. Despite his old age, he wielded his staff as two water-blue magic walls suddenly erupted, blocking the monster tide. His face pale, he shouted hoarsely, "Don't panic. The defense forces will." Before he finished, a shadow like ink struck down like lightning. The black-clad figure struck a single palm forward. Dark nether energy roared as undead soldiers, their armor battered and weapons broken, crawled from bone shards on the ground. Within moments, hundreds formed a gray-white phalanx, spears raised, forcefully sealing off the monster horde. So fast, Ji Changlin's heart jolted. When he caught sight of the side profile, joy burst from his eyes. He nearly shouted, "Tian. Principal, long time no see." Tian raised his hand, and hundreds of fully armed undead warriors surged out like a tidal wave. Their blades gleamed coldly as they shredded every roaming dungeon monster on campus into pieces within seconds. Tian himself didn't even draw his sword. On the playground of No. 2 High School, hundreds of teachers and students first recoiled in shock at the terrifying undead aura, but quickly realized these monsters had come to help. An indescribable wave of joy exploded among the crowd. Ji Chonglin stood rooted, stunned. He could clearly sense that any one of these undead warriors was far above his own strength, and yet they had been casually summoned by Tian. "Tian, I didn't expect you to get this strong," he said with a hearty laugh, patting Tian's arm firmly. Some teachers nearby hadn't recognized the former student, but Ji Chonglin knew well the terrifying power this young man now possessed. "Tian, let the students have normal classes now. There won't be any more incidents here." Lowering his voice, he added, "These monsters are strange. Even if killed, they come back to life after a while. It must be a dungeon monster trait." Tian nodded with a slight frown. The monsters in dungeons always respawned in the next cycle. If creatures that had appeared on Blue Star shared the same resurrection ability, it would be disastrous. At that moment, his communicator lit up and Alice's avatar flickered. Tian raised an eyebrow. Any abnormality inside the dungeon would certainly have caught the attention of Alice, the ultimate boss. "Principal, he'll be back soon." With that, he entrusted the safety of No. 2 High School to the undead army. In a swirl of black mist, Tian vanished from the spot and entered a private conference with Alice. The virtual light screen in the conference room lit up, revealing Alice with her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her expression grave. Tian got straight to the point. "What's going on inside the dungeon?" After advancing to ultimate, I sensed the dungeon space collapsing. Alice spoke rapidly. Just now, my boss template flashed an alert. All dungeon spaces might disappear entirely. The low-level dungeons are failing first, and in 3 days, many high-level dungeons will follow. Once the space collapses completely, the monsters inside will spill into the real world. For her, long imprisoned, this was an opportunity to break free, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. Tian remained puzzled. Why is the dungeon space suddenly disappearing? Alice shook her head. I'm not sure, but it involves a great upheaval. Great upheaval. Tian's mind flashed through historic, extraordinary events. The portal to another world opened a century ago, ushering in alien invaders to Greater Xia. Now the second century was arriving, signaling another brewing storm. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. Interesting. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what happens. He then asked, by the way, can you command the dungeon monsters? As the ultimate boss, with just one command, all dungeon monsters would bow. If Alice was active, monsters inside Greater Xia wouldn't cause major trouble, at least as long as she remained the ultimate boss there. I can, but currently I only control the area around the Han Kingdom. To command dungeon monsters in Greater Xia, I'd have to replace the ultimate boss there first. Tian laughed aloud. That's easy. Headquarters was preparing to challenge a 4th-tier dungeon anyway, and with Alice's ability to bypass dungeon restrictions, capturing the ultimate boss of Greater Xia shouldn't be difficult. Tian felt like he was about to write a novel Dungeons Invading Reality, but the ultimate boss was actually one of his own employees. As he left the meeting space, the dungeon monsters had long since been swept clean by his summoned undead legion, all now in cooldown. The moment he stepped out the exit, he saw the garrison troops arriving soldiers busily piling sandbags and setting up energy cannons, the atmosphere tense and urgent. To his surprise, the team leader was the Lord of Qingqing City. From afar, the city lord spotted Tian, and his once stern expression quickly softened into respect as he hurried over. You're here too. You know me? Tian raised an eyebrow. We met during the recent racial competition elections and finals, the Qingqing lord said seriously. Despite Tian's young age, he showed no condescension, only greater respect. Half joking, half pleading, he added, those undead warriors are your summons, right? Please recall them for now. Your team is actually scarier than the dungeon monsters our garrison troops won't even move. Outside the camp, hundreds of pitch-black, bone-armored undead warriors stood silently in formation, emanating such terrifying pressure that ordinary soldiers dared not breathe. With a thought, Tian recalled them all into his summoning space. Since he had an appointment with Wei Yuan for the 4th-tier dungeon raid, he wasted no time and turned to leave. Meanwhile, emergency summits were being held worldwide, all focused on the same topic, dungeon monsters appearing in reality. Central China's headquarters was no exception. In the headquarters meeting room, Sun Lao presided for the Great Xia dynasty. Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and the heads of other major war zones, as well as most top-tier professionals, were present. Large screens on the wall displayed the history of the Blue Star's supernatural events. Year 100 interdimensional portals opened, alien races arrived. Year 200 dungeon spaces vanished, unknown crisis approached. Now that dungeon monsters could manifest in reality with boss-level difficulty and resurrection ability, the situation was more precarious than ever. But the focus of today's Great Xia meeting was not emergency response. Ling Luo had already led the Qianlong base's defenses. Sun Lao rapped the table, his voice low. Let's get to the point. 4th-tier dungeon, 5th rate. The crisis in Great Xia was escalating rapidly, and everyone understood survival meant growing stronger. The same mindset gripped countries worldwide, but whether they could follow through was another matter. Next to Wei Yuan, a graceful woman with long snow-white hair looked up. The American Empire, cornered by the void insect swarm, recently challenged the 4th-tier dungeon again and was crushed. This morning, they offered a medium-sized secret realm as a bargain, officially requesting Great Xia's help against the void insect swarm. The news instantly lifted the mood around the table. Their longtime rival was not only beaten, but now openly seeking aid. If this reached the public, it would be sensational. Yet no one grew complacent. First, Great Xia wasn't sure it could break the 4th tier either. Second, the person who truly had the ability to solve the void insect swarm problem wasn't present. Chu Chun, the broad-shouldered head of Western China, crossed his arms and glanced at Wei Yuan with some envy. Wei Yuan, you scored quite a gem, huh? Sun Lao was curious too. Is there really someone who can counter the void insect swarm? Can he still make a move? Strong powers often have limits. We need to know his ceiling. All eyes turned to Wei Yuan, who smiled. Better let him answer that himself. Perfect timing. Today's the 4th-tier dungeon raid, and I'm planning to bring him along. What? The group exchanged shocked looks. Raid the 4th-tier dungeon? Since when did Great Xia have another top-tier professional? At that moment, Wei Yuan's phone lit up. It was Tian calling. Without hesitation, Wei Yuan answered, ignoring protocol. Here he is. At the door, Wei Yuan lowered his voice. Done with your business? He'll open the teleportation array and pick you up. On the other end, Tian replied tersely. No need, Wei Gu. Just open a video. Tian's void shuttle allowed him to teleport instantly anywhere he could see. Distance was irrelevant. Video worked the same way. Wei Yuan paused, then switched to video mode. The next second, the air behind him rippled as a void rift appeared. Wei Yuan spun around just in time to see Tian step out, crossing thousands of miles in an instant, landing in the center of the Central China headquarters meeting room. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. The moment Tian stepped into the headquarters meeting room, he wore a polite smile and greeted the senior leaders of Defier softly. Though he had faced life-and-death situations before and wasn't fazed by such formalities, being stared down by a group of powerful figures still made him slightly uneasy. His tone was casual, like greeting a neighbor on the street corner, yet this was Defier's most secure conference room. Almost everyone silently wondered at the same time, how exactly did he get in here? Wei Yuan was stunned for a split second but quickly recovered and introduced him to the group. This is Tian, the person I just mentioned. He intentionally brought Tian into the senior leader's spotlight to set the stage for the next discussion. Only 8 people were attending this top-level meeting at Defier headquarters. Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and Zhou Yuan had already met Tian before. The others hadn't, but had heard of him. Sitting at the head of the table, Elder Sun regarded Tian with a gleam of admiration. You're the one who solved the void insect infestation? Excellent. A young hero emerging early. After Wei Yuan gave a confirming nod, several of the bigwigs exchanged polite greetings. Elder Sun stood up, his tone urgent. Tian, how many times can you use your skill to deal with the void insect invasion? Or rather, what is its cooldown? Tian replied calmly, no real limits. It's just a minor skill. Huh. Elder Sun was momentarily taken aback. The void insects had been a nightmare even for the American Empire. He had assumed the difficulty was enormous, yet apparently it wasn't. A low murmur of astonishment filled the room. Suddenly, Chu Chun, the burly head of the Huaxi region, spoke up. I suspect that dealing with the void insects is just the least impressive ability Tian has. All eyes turned toward him. Chu Chun continued. I think Tian has some way to upgrade someone else's professional rank or maybe even force a job change. Am I correct? Before anyone could respond, Zhou Yuan slammed his fist on the alloy table and glared at Chu Chun. Investigating others? That's crossing a line. His daughter's future had been saved by Tian, and he was deeply grateful he wouldn't tolerate any targeted scrutiny. Chu Chun sighed helplessly. You all covered up the records of Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and others may be well enough. But there's a glaring problem. In this year's Huadong ethnic contest, there are 4 contestants ranked legendary or above. He looked at Zhou Yuan, spreading his hands in disbelief. When in Defier's 200-year history, have there ever been 4 legendary professionals in 1 year? Let alone all concentrated in Huadong. That alone calls for an investigation, doesn't it? Jiang Yuanshuang shook her head slightly, while Wei Yuan chuckled at the comment. Unconsciously, all eyes gradually gathered on Tian. Indeed, as more people were recruited, Tian realized there was no way to keep his abilities hidden. After all, never before had so many high-quality professionals emerged in Daxia in the same year. If he kept a low profile any longer, it would only raise suspicion. Fortunately, his strength was growing day by day, and he no longer cared about the outside gaze purely in terms of attributes. He was on par with any top-tier professional. Besides, he had reviewed everyone's backgrounds here and was confident there were no infiltrators. At most, the Daxia leadership was divided into factions, but there was no hostile penetration. That's right, I can change other people's professions, Tian said calmly. The moment he finished, the room fell silent. The senior officials watched him like a national treasure, their eyes blazing with interest. Chu Chun was the first to stand, his Adam's apple bobbing. Can you change a legendary-level profession? That's just the starting point. Tian nodded with a casual expression. Before Chu Chun could ask further, a snowy white figure flickered to Tian's side. The elegant woman with white hair and light blue dress shone brightly in her eyes. Little brother Tian, South China welcomes you. If you visit, Big Sister will agree to any condition. She was Ling Hua, the sister of Ling Luo, head of the South China branch and captain of the Qianlong base. Wei Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Ling Hua, no need to recruit on the spot, right? Ling Hua refused to back down. Beneath her gentle appearance, her tone was sharp. You all in East China are riding high, but South China is having an awful year. Before she could finish, Chu Qin joined the fray. West China has to face the Dracula Empire directly. The situation is tense. Tian, why not come experience West China's local customs? What was supposed to be a serious meeting had turned into a forced talent-snatching contest. Of the 7 participants, 4 regional heads plus Zhou Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang had already clustered around Tian. The remaining 2 Old Sun and another headquarters staff were nervously rubbing their palms. Old Sun almost wanting to intervene for Central China if it weren't for his age. Such talent seemed unreal. Wei Yuan cleared his throat to calm the chaos. All right, let's be fair. Where Tian goes is his own decision. Right now, the more important matter is the 4th level dungeon breakthrough. Ling Hua cast Wei Yuan a reluctant glare, but knowing the stakes, returned to her seat. As she left, she secretly slipped her contact info to Tian and waved from a distance to let him know he could sit next to her. Then Old Sun remembered something and asked, Wei Yuan, you said before you wanted Tian to participate in the 4th level dungeon breakthrough? That's right, Wei Yuan answered firmly. Absolutely not. Ling Hua slammed the table. The 4th level dungeon is too dangerous. Tian must not get hurt. Chu Chun, Jiang Yuan Shuang, and others nodded repeatedly in rare unanimity. No matter if the dungeon failed, Tian must be safe. Wei Yuan smiled at Tian. I'm just passing on the message. It's his own decision. All eyes turned to Tian, who looked calm. Yes, I have another ability that will greatly help with breaking the 4th level dungeon. Everyone exchanged looks. Another power? Except for Wei Yuan, who already knew. The rest were stunned. Just how many trump cards did this guy have? And each one more unbelievable than the last. Tian continued. I'm willing to participate in the breakthrough, but I want a blind box for an exclusive piece of equipment. The black card ability had made him painfully aware of his weakness in exclusive gear. Now, he was straightforward. For an ordinary person, the demand was outrageous. But for state-level resources, maybe just a matter of a flick of the finger. Old Sun pondered a moment, then nodded resolutely. If what you say is true, exclusive equipment won't be a problem. Sun Lao's words carried great weight. Ling Hua then smiled at Tian and said, perfect timing. In the South China Logistics Vault, I happen to have a special exclusive equipment chest. Whether this dungeon run succeeds or not, as long as little brother Tian is willing to visit South China, he'll give it to you. At this, Tian's eyes lit. Panther exclusive item was within reach. Wei Yuan stood nearby with a scowl, as if the beads on Ling Hua's abacus might suddenly snap and hit him in the face, but he could only swallow his frustration silently. Ignoring Wei Yuan, Ling Hua patiently explained to Tian, this chest was brought out of the ruins by an epic-class adventurer. Unfortunately, that person realized they didn't have any exclusive equipment, so they exchanged it for military merit. You must understand, whether an adventurer has exclusive equipment, or even how many pieces they own, is uncertain. Even a god-tier profession might only have one piece. Clearly, she was warning Tian not to blindly chase exclusive gear. Most classes don't even have matching equipment, so they can't open these chests. Among those who can, very few possess more than one piece. Tian wasn't worried. He recalled that the 5th effect of the black card said complete the set to activate, indicating his exclusive equipment could form a full set. His attitude was, the more the merrier. At that moment, Zhou Yuan frowned and objected to Sun Lao's decision. Elder Sun, a 4th-tier dungeon is very dangerous. If something goes wrong, Tian might not be able to protect himself. Let me join the run as well. As an eroded life war saint, my combat power far exceeds others of the same level. After I erupt, I can protect him. But the elderly Sun Lao immediately shook his head. You don't have as many years left as I do. Don't overreach. Wei Yuan chuckled beside them. That's not wrong. The side effects of the eroded life war saint already shortened Zhou Yuan's lifespan. This dungeon run was originally intended as a breakthrough opportunity that might extend his life. Zhou Yuan knew his own condition well and had no argument. Tian reassured everyone calmly, don't worry. If things get dangerous, I run fast. Void traversal is practically an escape god skill. He always prioritized safety and would be the first to withdraw if faced with a dead end. Zhou Yuan saw this and nodded, dropping his insistence. After a brief discussion, the team for the 4th-tier dungeon run was finalized. Sun Lao solemnly announced, this run will be entrusted to Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuan Shuang, Chu Chun, Ling Hua, and Tian. Counting on you 5. The team lineup was impressive. Except for Tian, the other 4 were legendary top-tier adventurers. Wei Yuan, level 74, Star Soul Master. Jiang Yuan Shuang, level 74, Flowing Cloud Sword Saint. Chu Chun, level 74, Saint. Ling Hua, level 67, Divine Beast Tamer. Tian, level 37, Profession Boss. Tian was particularly interested in one member. Chu Chun, the head of West China pure tough guy whose muscles seemed ready to burst from his clothes, but whose profession was saint, more precisely a paladin. A dependable dad type, giving double reassurance from both appearance and profession. Ling Hua, the South China head, was a divine beast tamer, similar to a summoner. Being selected for the run at level 67 already hinted at her considerable power. The team readied themselves and arrived at the entrance of the 4th-tier Dungeona dark red vortex, swirling ominously, stirring unease. This was the 4th-level dungeon that had thwarted Daxia time, and again an impossible trial no other nation in the world had ever conquered. Before the dungeon entrance, Elder Sun stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Yuan and the others, watching as their team prepared to enter. Zhou Yuan stared at the swirling spatial rift, a flicker of fear rising deep in his chest. It's a relief the high-level dungeon space hasn't completely vanished yet. Otherwise, there'd truly be a catastrophe worldwide. What's emerging into reality now are just low-level dungeon monsters who can barely handle them. But if high-level monsters start appearing too, humanity's living space will become even more desperate. Elder Sun shook his head gravely. It's hard to say. Since low-level monsters can arrive, the era of high-level monsters might be just around the corner. We must figure out countermeasures quickly. He paused and scanned the crowd. And once the dungeon space disappears, the main sources of gear, skills, and resources will be cut in half. We'll have to rely solely on secret realms, and competition there will be even fiercer. Everyone around nodded solemnly, the mood heavy. Zhou Yuan withdrew his gaze and fixed his eyes on the entrance, silently wishing, "Hope this expedition goes smoothly." System notice. You have entered the dungeon Purgatory Prison. Ultimate Boss Purgatory Apostle activates a negative effect. All challengers' stats decreased by 90. Flames roared all around as Tian stepped into the dungeon, heat crashing over him like a wave. Beneath his feet lay dark gray gravel cracked open to reveal swirling magma seas below, each surge sending up scorching flames capable of melting steel. A fourth-level dungeon lives up to its reputation, Tian said, glancing at his status panel where a grim 90 reduction blazed back at him. This was the dungeon mechanism players talked about. The ultimate boss directly imposed it in its domain with absurdly high authority, which explained why only one ultimate rank existed in any given area. Beside him, Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, Chu Chun, and Ling Hua all felt their inner powers drained, their faces turning grim, their full strength reduced to a mere fraction. Ling Hua was the first to respond. She lifted her staff and called out, "Comling." A ghostly silhouette of a giant fish-like divine beast appeared overhead, glowing with a cool blue light. As a divine beast summoner, she could manifest various spirits to grant allies special abilities. The Kuan spirit, an auxiliary type, spread a refreshing aura that partially purified the curse. Negative effect weakened. Attribute reduction lessened from 90 to 70. The ultimate boss restriction is terrifying, Wei Yuan said, flexing his stiff fingers. Reducing the debuff to 70 is already a miracle. Jiang Yuanshuang recalled the last time Daxia had ventured into this dungeon. Back then, with just 30 of our stats, we nearly have the boss health. If it stays at 70, let's hope we don't repeat that disaster. As the group prepared to move forward, Tian raised his hand, signaling, "Wait, I can dispel this too." Ling Hua looked surprised. "You can as well?" "Sort of," Tian replied with a faint smile, privately noting he wasn't an ordinary summoner. He stepped forward, and the air twisted violently, tears opening a portal directly amidst the magma hellscape. Alice, a silver-haired girl, stepped out calmly. Wei Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and Chu Qin all gazed curiously at this unexpected figure. Ling Hua could not help but ask, "Tian, are you really a summoner?" "Barely," Tian said, giving no further explanation, and signaled Alice to follow orders. Alice's ice-blue eyes gleamed as she invoked the boss authority and declared, "Dungeon challengers' attribute reductions are nullified." In an instant, within Purgatory Prison, two ultimate commands collided. Hedon. System notice. Instruction conflict detected. Judgment. Both bosses of equal rank. Permissions cancel each other out. Although Alice's command did not completely override the boss effect, the canceling clash produced an astonishing result. Wei Yuan and the others trembled as their panels' despair-inducing red debuffs flatlined to 0. The attribute reductions vanished entirely. "What? How is this possible?" Wei Yuan exclaimed. "Tian, explain, how did you pull this off?" Jiang Yuanshuang's hands trembled on her bow. "You somehow negated a mechanic only legendary classes could marginally weaken?" Chu Chen's gaze burned with intensity. This ultimate dungeon mechanism battle was rarely seen even among top professionals, let alone understood. In 2 centuries, only Tian had truly mastered a boss like this. Though none fully grasped the method, the results stunned them all. Chu Chun and Ling Hua exchanged a knowing glance, thoughts racing, their looks toward Tian burning ever brighter. "This one must be fought for whether by Huaxi or Huanan. No wonder you were so confident about leading the charge." Jiang Yuanshuang's expression brightened. Her young apprentice boss never failed to bring unexpected surprises. The other teammates were equally shaken before. With only 30 of their power, they had already brought the final boss down to half health. Now that their stats were back to full strength, what was there to fear in this 4th-tier dungeon? Across the world, the hardest part of most 4th-tier dungeons was the mechanic's ability restriction. Yet Etienne could completely erase this limitation. If word got out to other countries, they'd pay any price to get his help. Even if Etienne did nothing else, just lifting this restriction would easily earn him MVP of this dungeon run. "Then let's get started right away." Jiang Yuanshuang swung her longsword impatiently. When they had only 30 power, they'd spent a lot of time studying strategies. But now that everything was back to full strength, strategy? Kill it hat was all. Jiang Yuanshuang charged headlong into the monster pack. Like a flowing dragon, the sword saint cut down one creature after another with ruthless precision. As the top sword saint of the great Xia, fully restored, she murdered monsters like cutting grass. Etienne followed safely behind in a DPS position, watching his experience bar soar with quiet satisfaction. This was way too easy. They swept from mobs, to elites, to the elite boss. What once required cautious step-by-step tactics was now a breeze. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the infernal prison, the boss lair. Who goes there? An angry roar echoed through the dark cell. The decades-old ability restriction had been nullified by another ultimate being. Crack clang. Chains snapped and sparks flew as a blazing figure, cracked all over like molten rock, burst out. Limbs wrapped in broken iron chains. Burning with rage, the infernal apostle, the final boss, had appeared. But before he could give chase, Yishin's team was already upon him. Humans? Why do you have another ultimate helping you? The infernal apostle seethed. Trying to take my domain? Dream on. Ling Hua sneered. Enough babbling, take a punch from my summons. Jiang Yuanshuang had been doing most of the fighting, but Ling Hua and the others had gathered their strength. She raised her hand, and the summoning circle flashed in iron-eating beast's phantom stepped into the air. Though small in size, this iron-eating beast struck with mighty, steady punches, emanating the aura of a divine warrior. Its fists rained down like a storm, forcing the infernal apostle backward. Tian was amazed. One phantom suppresses the final boss? This has to be a divine beast-level summon. Ling Hua's divine beast summoner class could only summon phantoms. No wonder she was legendary. The Iron Eater's punches shattered the void. Chu Chen's group blessings stacked. Wei Yuan's crowd control followed. While others attacked in turn, they utterly crushed him. The infernal apostle collapsed with a thunderous roar, stubbornly stood back up, signaling the end of Phase 1 and transition to Phase 2. Roar. Waves of flame pulsed outward as scorching infernal fire instantly engulfed the area, causing continuous burning damage. None of them had seen a fourth-tier boss second phase before. Tian had no intention of getting hurt and reacted swiftly, unleashing his skill, Flow Reversal. A crystalline barrier formed instantly on the battlefield, forged from 500 of his mental attribute. It spread like a wave, enveloping Wei Yuan, Chu Chen, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Hua, and the others, gently blocking the searing area damage poured down by the Purgatory Apostle. Chu Chen, since when is your shield this thick? Have you collected a full legendary set? Wei Yuan looked down at the shield bar on his body, which was nearly half a person's height, his voice full of surprise. When he glanced back, seeing the same shocked expression on the proud paladin Chu Chen's face, the realization dawned the shield wasn't Chu Chen's skill at all. Wait a minute, that shield was cast by Tian? Ling Hua's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their heads to see Tian a short distance away, wearing an innocently calm expression. The shield's thickness was directly related to the caster's mental attribute. So one thing was clear. Tian's mental strength was absurdly high. In fact, most of the team members Tian recruited recently had specialized mental attributes, especially the Black Prince, an extreme case who apparently had nothing but mental power. This had pushed Tian's own mental stats to an unusually exaggerated level. When did he get this strong? Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang exchanged looks, the same question forming in their minds. However, they quickly shrugged it off. Perhaps it was just a large amplification of shield skills. Right now, the more important matter was the boss before them. At peak condition, this team of top-tier professionals quickly forced the Purgatory Apostle into Phase 2, yet they remained cautious without suffering real danger. When the boss health dropped below the critical line, they tacitly paused and focused their attention on Tian. You said before the boss with low health is yours to deal with? Wei Yuan confirmed. Exactly. I have other plans, Tian nodded. His strategy was to let Alice finish the final blow, replacing the ultimate boss of the Daxia region. At the same time, he could gain the full dungeon experience through shared rewards. At this moment, the Purgatory Apostle had only 5 health remaining. Seeing Alice approaching, it roared with fury. Weaklings collaborating with humans. Its dungeon privileges were suppressed by Alice, and it knew that without this, it would not have been pushed to the brink by Wei Yuan and the others. Its fighting spirit only grew stronger. With your strength? I fear nothing now. The black cloak billowed as Alice's voice cut cold, devoid of warmth. Too bad. I have to execute. The final judgment triggered 12 luminous wheel blades shot out simultaneously, piercing precisely into the Purgatory Apostle's body. The rule that guaranteed an instant kill below 12 health activated immediately. SHHHH. The Apostle's pupils dilated as it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Gravely wounded, it gave Alice a resentful glare. Purgatory will not forgive you. The next instant, the air beside Alice twisted slightly, and a little boy in a black suit appeared from nowhere. The Black Prince's soul form reached out and grabbed the fleeing soul into his palm. The soul struggled violently, filled with terror. The Black Prince smiled with amusement. Now, Nidhogg won't forgive you. With those words, he crushed the soul and swallowed it whole, his spiritual presence growing stronger. This soul layer hunt happened completely unnoticed by anyone but Tian. System notifications flooded the screen. Alice defeated the Purgatory Apostle, gaining ultimate boss control over the Daxiao region, earning bonus shares and 5 funds. Alice replaced the Purgatory Apostle as the dungeon boss in Purgatory Prison. Alice exited the Purgatory Prison dungeon. Dungeon completed. Your team has successfully cleared the Tier 4 dungeon Purgatory Prison. After Alice defeated the ultimate boss of the Daxiao region, the Purgatory Apostle, she immediately exited the dungeon. To the others, the battle seemed like a swift and clean sweep, but only Tian understood that this strike had secured him a potentially lethal trump card for the higher-level dungeons yet to come. Even so, for most players, the rewards from clearing the Tier 4 dungeon for the first time were an unexpected delight, especially the exclusive drop of the Ultimate Awakening Stone. As the team leader, Wei Yuan was the first to reach out and take the priceless stone from the Radiant Treasure Chest. The Ultimate Awakening Stone was the sole indispensable item for advancing to a Tier 4 profession. Each Tier 4 dungeon produced only one stone, and there was still no other known way of obtaining it worldwide. Its rarity was obvious, and it was the primary goal of their entire mission. Meanwhile, Tian and Ling Hua also gained first clear experience bonuses. Tian leveled up 3 times at once, reaching level 40, only 10 levels shy of the Tier 3 promotion at level 50. Ling Hua also gained considerably. Their smiles betrayed their joy. Overall, everyone came away from the dungeon richly rewarded. Outside the dungeon, Sun Lao, Zhou Yuan, and others fixed their eyes on the dark red portal with anxious expressions. Just last night, a team from the American Empire whose strength rivaled Daxia's had been utterly defeated. They weren't sure if this attempt could succeed. Yet the tension only lasted briefly. Gradually, the dark red glow faded, and the dungeon entrance returned to calm. Sun Lao and Zhou Yuan's pupils suddenly dilated as their feelings shifted from nervousness to excitement. Did it really succeed? Am I seeing this right? Unbelievable cries erupted from the crowd nearby. The next moment, Wei Yuan, Tian, Ling Hua, Chu Chun, and Su Huai emerged from the portal, laughing and chatting, their armor gleaming as if brand new. Nearby, the medical team, standing ready, froze in surprise, and then exchanged glances, quietly stepping back. Every previous global attempt to clear a Tier 4 dungeon had been accompanied by brutal casualties, but this time, the Daxia team returned completely unscathed, staggering everyone so much they half-doubted their own presence. Sun Lao hurried forward, barely containing his excitement. Wonderful. It really worked. Wei Yuan raised the Ultimate Awakening Stone, its body shimmering with ethereal light, a smile playing at his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Lao repeatedly praised. This is invaluable for Daxia. The world's first Ultimate Awakening Stone had appeared in Daxia, making it highly likely the world's first Tier 4 professional would be born here. In an era of looming crises, this was nothing short of a tonic. As international tensions rose again, Daxia would gain an overwhelming edge. Zhou Yuan muttered quietly. This clearing went surprisingly smoothly. In truth, no one but Tian had expected it to be so effortless. Chu Chun and Ling Hua spoke up quickly. All thanks to brother Tian. Exactly. Without Tian, we couldn't have taken the Tier 4 dungeon so easily. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan and Sun Lao's eyes widened in admiration. Facing their gazes, Tian smiled faintly. Well, I did set conditions in advance, so some effort was expected. Ling Hua immediately caught on and added quickly. Don't worry, brother Tian. Just give us your address and your exclusive equipment will be delivered today. She flashed a sly smile. Of course, if you come back with me to South China, not only will you get the equipment faster, but any other requests can be negotiated too. Ahem. Wei Yuan coughed lightly, as if trying to ease the mood. But Ling Hua kept her intense gaze fixed on Tian, seemingly ignoring the team leader's gentle reminder. Truth be told, if it were just to help awaken a few professions back in South China, Tian was more than willing. Unfortunately, after disbursing employee benefits this morning, Tian's funds were down to a mere 7.8, leaving him quite broke. He so broke, in fact, that he couldn't even afford to recruit any legendary-level staff. Faced with this reality, he forced a somewhat awkward smile and politely declined Ling Hua's kind offer. Ling Hua, next time for sure. He'll come visit you in South China when I'm free. Ling Hua wasn't discouraged. She shook her phone lightly and chuckled. All right, when you get to South China, don't forget to message your big sis. Seeing this, Chu Chen also stepped forward to exchange contact info. Soon after, Elder Sun hosted a brief celebration banquet. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone gradually dispersed, and Tian set off on his journey back to East China. Later that night, the doorbell at Qingshan apartment rang. A company representative, who had come all the way from South China, arrived with a heavy treasure chest at the address Tian had given Ling Hua. This is your exclusive equipment chest, the representative explained quickly before leaving. It's like a blind box and contains a random piece of equipment specific to your profession. Tian set the chest down in the living room, rubbed his palms, eyes filled with anticipation. I wonder what'll get this time. A black cat rubbed against the sofa leg, tilting its head curiously. With a dazzling flash of light, the chest opened. Before him lay a compact laptop. On its screen, several lines of text flickered. KPI assessment system. KPI, key performance indicator used to evaluate employee work performance. Effect, enhances management log settlements. If upon settlement the total bonus funds generated by all employees exceed the set target, an additional reward is granted. The target is set by the boss. The higher the target, the greater the reward. KPI is now a thing. Tian scratched his head. Unlike his multifunctional black card, this new equipment wasn't part of a set and had a single effect. It seemed almost annoyingly black, i.e., unlucky. What troubled him more was, how many exclusive equipment pieces did he have already? The KPI assessment system was straightforward. The boss sets a target, and employees try to meet it. For example, a target of 20 points means if the entire team earns at least 20 points that day, the assessment passes and triggers extra rewards. If they only earn 19, it fails. The target could be set arbitrarily, with rewards scaling accordingly between 5 points and 20 points. The problem was, Tian had no idea exactly what employees did daily and couldn't precisely measure the output. Nor could he check their panels beforehand without prematurely collecting funds, which would mess up the normal management log settlement. One day passed in a flash. Late at night, the street lamp outside cast a dim yellow glow across the apartment living room. With the management log about to settle, Tian sat at the table, fingers tapping his chin, pondering today's KPI target. There had been no coordinated group action. No one could say for sure if any bonuses had been earned. The new semester just started at Huaxing University. Maybe there was some activity? After much deliberation, he decided to take a gamble. Tian booted up the KPI system and typed in 2 numbers on the laptop keyboard, then decisively hit confirm. 30. The KPI target was 30 funding points for 9 employees. Wait, no, Alice and the Black Prince were tied up in a dungeon run, barely getting any chance to earn funds. That left just 7 employees. Tian leaned back in his office chair, tapping the desk to psych himself up. With 7 people, if each could manage 4 or 5 points, that would be a success. But deep down, he knew setting the KPI at 4 to 5 points per person was already a gamble. Actually hitting that mark wouldn't be easy. Head raised the goal partly to test how the team would function without his direct supervision. Today was the first time he was off-site, letting them operate with complete freedom. Thinking this, he felt a small thrill. Head never looked forward to refreshing the management logs this much before, especially since his own funding was running low. The update popped up quickly, and it was the most voluminous yet. The first entry practically blinded him. Management log by Chioli and Zhou Moyao participated in the Huaxing entrance exam 2-player match, defeating the previous top seniors consecutively, securing a clear first place. Awarded SS-level entrance evaluation and full scholarship, funding 10. Right out of the gate, they'd completed a third of the KPI strong opening. But the very next line left Tian utterly dumbfounded. Management log due to Bai Yuli's dazzling performance. Her popularity has exploded. The new Huaxing students spontaneously formed a fan club called Chioli Syrup, actively promoting her on the campus forum, pushing her to top the forum headlines. Funding 2. Tian was like old guy checking phone in subway.jpga fan club for Bai Chioli. Called Chili Syrup? He rubbed his forehead, speechless. The name was just too much, like a tidal wave of absurdity with no escape. Who came up with that? The backstage must have some real trollmaster. He checked online casually. Turns out the fan club already had over 700 members. He chuckled, shaking his head. College students really had endless energy. On reflection, freshmen with freedom, a passion for fandom, and reverence for powerful figures, it wasn't surprising Bai Chioli had fans. But getting funding for topping the campus forum headlines? Was this an achievement award or some kind of honorary bonus? Fortunately, the rest of the records were more normal. Management log Wanjiang led a guerrilla squad to the abyssal border to scout for demonic activity, killed 7 demon-level spirits, completing the reconnaissance mission, funding 3. Management log Jiang Che became an ambassador for the Spark Martial Hall, appointed as an instructor, recruiting 5 registered disciples, funding 1. Management log Jiang Che and Yi Xiu led a team to conquer a secondary-level secret realm, which was bought by the East China military at a high price, funding 2. Management log Yi Xiu achieved 4 consecutive wins in Stellar Glory, advancing to Starfall rank 1, becoming the highest-ranked player on Blue Star, funding 5. Reconnaissance at the abyssal border was a routine border guard mission, constantly monitoring demonic movements. Although demons were currently quiet, that didn't mean there was no threat. What surprised Tian further was that a secondary-level secret realm source, generally less rich than the smaller-level realms, was bought at a high price by the military. Oh, I get it now. He suddenly realized the dungeon space had disappeared, and the only stable source of equipment and resources left was the secret realms. The dungeon's arrival into reality wasn't just about monsters running amok. Going forward, the value of secret realms would only rise. Secret realms were about to become the sole source of resource production, and that meant they were about to become far more important. I'm afraid it's not just the Dasham military scrambling to acquire the secret realm. Countries worldwide have already joined the race. Tian closed the intelligence terminal, rubbed his forehead, and quickly tallied the numbers that had come in so far, 23 points. That still left a whole 7 points short of this week's KPI, but he had only 2 employees left. Ning Jing was a scholar with limited fundraising skills, so the odds of hitting the target looked slim. He felt uncertain. Then the terminal flashed 4 battle reports in rapid succession. The screen almost flooded with bright red, funds received, notifications. 1. Chen Mo wiped out 3 small bases of the mercenary group, Black Hand. Funds 3. 2. Chen Mo brutally flattened all the mercenary strongholds in East Capital, ruling the international public zone by force. Funds 8. 3. Thanks to his record of slaying a level 50 epic professional out of rank, Chen Mo's fearsome reputation skyrocketed, landing him 5th on the international mercenary leaderboard. Funds 3. 4. Chen Mo eliminated a hideout of the remaining cultists of the divine arrival faith. Funds 1. In just a few hours, 15 points in funds poured in out of nowhere. Chen Mo was like a blade thrown into the fire. Everything he touched turned to scrap metal. Tian sat stunned, had just helped Chen Mo with his class change yesterday, and today this guy couldn't stop killing. Avenging the Black Hand was understandable, but sweeping through all of East Capital in one day was unbelievable. East Capital was an international hub where countless mercenary groups set up shop. On second thought, Tian understood. Apart from a few top-tier groups at the top of the rankings, most mercenaries maxed out at level 50. The true elites had long been snapped up by various countries with high-paying offers. Chen Mo, as the Lord of the Undead, could summon armies single-handedly. It wasn't surprising he could take on several mercenary groups at once. Not only had the KPI been met, it was exceeded by a wide margin. Tian's mood lifted. Even the coffee on his desk tasted sweeter. As for Ning Jing, the pressure of the assessment vanished immediately. Ning Jing arrived at the border with the East China Scientific Expedition team and found a relic tablet and an ancient alien tomb in the desert rock layers. Funds 2. Surprisingly, Ning Jing was also moving with the expedition team and even discovered another relic stone tablet, likely a new clue to another ruin. As for the alien tribe's ancient tomb, Tian wasn't sure what it might contain. The funding had been settled. The management log updated immediately today held another highlight. Tian shared all his accumulated experience with the entire staff, instantly boosting the team's collective level from 40 to 44, a full 4-level jump. This explosive growth was entirely thanks to the 200 extra experience buff he gave out early that morning. With the buff active, the employees' enthusiasm for leveling skyrocketed, prompting Tian to unleash a massive amount of experience all at once. They were now only 6 levels away from reaching level 50, stage 3, a remarkably rapid progression. Beyond experience gains, today's financial rewards were also substantial. The log's final lines reported. 1. Employee of the day Chen Mo, net profit 15 points. 2. Total funds earned today, 40 points, successfully achieving the KPI target, triggering a 50 bonus on today's earnings. 40 points plus a 50 bonus added another 20 points, meaning a total income of 60 points. Tian quietly celebrated as his small treasury instantly swelled. When setting the target, he had only written 30 points for funding. The bonus rate was unexpectedly generous. He had considered setting a higher goal, but feared employees might not meet it. So for now he planned to push the KPIs only during major events like the last nighttime repair team's quest for the Trial Realm, which earned 75 points at once. Such scenarios justified taking bolder targets. Otherwise, high pressure was pointless. While he was weighing strategies, another prompt appeared. Reward employee of the day, Chen Mo. Spend 10 points to grant him 1 skill from his current profession. A separate reward after hitting the KPI? Chen Mo alone had earned the company 15 points today, clearly deserving recognition. More importantly, the skill would belong personally to Chen Mo, though as the boss, Tian could still share its benefits. A win-win. Go for it. 10 points were deducted, leaving a balance of 57.8. The system confirmed. Employee of the day Chen Mo has been rewarded with the Necromancer skill Summon Death Knight. International Public Zone, Eastern Capital Border. The last time Chen Mo stepped onto this desolate yellow earth, he had been hunted by the Black Gold Hand. Today, he was the attacker, hunting down the remnants of the Shenlin cult. Not long ago, he had wiped out a Shenlin cult stronghold here. The mercenary group Dawnbreak that once took him in had been jointly destroyed by the Black Gold Hand, and the Shenlin cultists a blood debt he vowed to settle personally. Under the setting sun, hundreds of skeletal, armor-clad undead warriors formed ranks at his feet. Dry dust swirled from their boots as the air thickened with the stench of death. Chen Mo's gaze was icy cold as he raised his hand and ordered, "Kill the rest, but take these few alive." The undead warriors surged forward with a thunderous roar. In front of the crumbling city walls, blades flashed and screams erupted one after another. The next moment, his expression faltered briefly before joy blossomed. "Your performance has earned the boss recognition. You have received the boss skill reward, Summon Death Knight." The system announcement rang clear. Black mist coalesced in his palm as a heavily armored death knight, astride a soul-devouring warhorse, stepped through the void. Chun Mo's heart pounded with excitement, scarcely containing his delight until now. His summonable units had been limited to warriors, archers, and mages, but at last he had acquired cavalry. In international public zones where there are barely any fortifications, cavalry plays an even greater role. This reward suited Chun Mo perfectly. The facts once again proved that strictly following his boss Tian's orders never led to losses. Tian had flattened Dongdu just to seize control over all the international public areas. Dongdu was merely the beginning. He raised his right hand, black energy flickering at his fingertips, suddenly twisting into a dark vortex in midair. From the inky depths came the sound of clashing armor. One after another, spectral knights mounted on towering ghostly steeds charged out, their heavy armor exuding a deadly chill, reins clinking sharply. With them here, neither the Shunlin sect nor the Black Golden Hand will escape, Chun Mo whispered, waving his hand. The Death Knights surged forward like a black tide, joining the undead warriors present to attack the remaining Shunlin sect members. Within minutes, the street echoed with screams and the sound of breaking bones, until the last 5 sect remnants were dragged to Chun Mo's feet. Since the Shunlin sect ambushed by Qiuli but lost most of their top fighters to Jiang Yuanshuang's slaughter, the organization had been on its last legs, reduced to hiding and surviving in remote areas. These few who had infiltrated the international public zone were now caught by Chun Mo. The 5 were either indifferent, furious, or cowering. Why assist the Black Golden Hand against Dawnbreak? Chun Mo's voice was as cold as iron on a winter night as he stared at the first man. It made sense that Dawnbreak and Black Golden Hand, having grudges over the ruins in Country F, would clash, but what was the Shunlin sect's agenda interfering? Without their covert help, how could Dawnbreak have been so thoroughly crushed? The cultist lowered his head in silence. Humph! Chun Mo sneered and gestured slightly. An undead warrior stretched out a pale bony hand, and with a crunch crushed the man's skull. Blood and bone fragments splattered onto the second cultist. Chun Mo fixed his gaze on the second man. Speak. Those who defy the gods shall die without a grave. The man growled, glaring. You resist the Shunlin sect, and the gods when they descend upon the world, they will grind your bones to dust. Bang! An undead warrior's heavy fist smashed down, turning the second man instantly into a splatter of blood mist. At the faintest hint of resistance from the third and fourth men, Chun Mo silenced them the same way, reducing them to pulped flesh, which oozed down the cracks in the stone to pool beneath the last cultist's knees. Speak. Chun Mo repeated the single word, sharp as an ice pick to the heart. The grim fate of the first 4 shattered the last survivor's mental defenses entirely. He'll tell you. He'll tell you everything. The final man broke into a cold sweat. I just joined the Shunlin sect. The captain said we opposed Dawnbreak because they banned mercenaries from entering the F country ruins. So what's that got to do with you? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. There's a treasure in the ruins the sect leader desperately wants, but it only appears after offering many lives and sacrifice. The Shunlin sect deliberately sends more people to die there. When Dawnbreak's leader realized this, not only did he ban his mercenaries, he warned other groups too. Before he finished, Chun Mo already understood Dawnbreak had been wiped out simply for standing in the sect's way. He paused for a moment, then gazed up at the gray sky, a wave of loneliness washing over him. Such a trivial cause led to the deaths of over 3,000 Dawnbreak members. In this era, without power, one cannot control their destiny. This was especially true for mercenaries eking out a living in international public zones. If that's the case, now that I have the power, I will control everything. His eyes turned cold. If your leader wants that treasure, then I'll be the one to keep it from him. With that, Chun Mo turned and strode toward Country F. Behind him came the cultist's despairing scream. I've told you everything. Spare me. Before the words finished, the Death Knight's sword sliced through, and the head rolled away. You have shared the skill Summon Death Knight with your allies. Each level increase of the god level summoning space allows 50 more undead to be summoned. Tian can now summon 2,200 undead soldiers simultaneously. Not bad. Chun Mo felt pleased and was about to rest when his expression suddenly changed. On the staff panel next to his skill interface, he saw that Ningjing's health had dropped by nearly half. If it had been anyone else losing health, Tian wouldn't have cared. But Ningjing was a scholar by profession. She theoretically shouldn't be involved in combat yet. She had just lost half her life in one go. At that moment, she was following the expedition team in an underground space near the eastern border of China. They had just unearthed a relic stone tablet and clues to an ancient tomb when suddenly over 100 monsters swarmed them. The danger was obvious. Tian immediately made a video call. On the other side of the screen was a dimly lit cavern flickering with firelight. Dirt and rubble were scattered everywhere, and the shrieking monsters poured in like a tidal wave. Ningjing clutched the heavy stone tablet tightly with one hand while her other hand, trembling slightly, held the phone. The soldiers escorting the expedition fired desperately, shouting, "Move quickly! The monsters are closing in." Boss, I'm in a little trouble here. Ningjing's voice was tense. This was her first time facing enemies since her job change. Instinctively, she called Tian for help. Seeing she was still alive and kicking, Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Just a monster attack, nothing serious. Don't worry, I'm coming to get you. No sooner had he spoken than his image on the video vanished. Wait, boss, I haven't told you our position, boss. Ningjing froze. Before she could react, a warm hand gently tapped her shoulder. I'm here. Yishin's voice came from behind. Ningjing spun around sharply, and even the nearby soldiers were stunned. Tian had somehow arrived right beside her. He moved through empty space, his vision enabling instantaneous teleportation regardless of distance. The video call had just happened to meet the condition for his sight. He quickly scanned the battlefield. The monsters attacking the expedition were mostly second-tier dungeon creatures, mixed with quite a few third-tier ones. It was probably because a nearby dungeon space had just collapsed, dumping monsters into the real world and trapping Ningjing's group. This also meant the strength of appearing dungeon monsters was rising. Complete dungeon emergence couldn't be far off. I'll handle the monsters, you protect the expedition team, Tian said as he raised his hand. Dozens of armored undead warriors erupted from the mud, shrouded in black mist, instantly taking the front line. The soldiers were startled by this sudden appearance of undead, fearing an even stronger foe had appeared. Only after Tian loudly explained did they lower their guard. Even Chun Mo's undead army could fight above their level to kill a third-tier epic class player. Yishin's summoned undead warriors made killing third-tier monsters look like child's play. In just seconds, waves of monsters fell. When the smoke cleared, Ningjing huddled behind Tian, mouth agape with admiration. Boss, you're amazing. She had thought Baicholi was the strongest among their peers. Turns out the boss was even better. The remaining dungeon monsters were swiftly wiped out. The captain of the escort squad and the expedition leader hurried forward. Thank you for your timely rescue, young man. Tian. It was Zhang Qi, the one who had helped Tian with the ultimate boss slot issue just the day before. Captain Zhang. Tian smiled and shook his hand. Though Zhang Qi was the deputy director of the research institute, he treated Tian with great respect. He knew how highly Wei Yuan valued Tian. Wei Yuan's urgent demand for him to answer Yishin's questions was all the proof he needed. After exchanging a few polite words with Tian, Zhang Qi turned his gaze toward Ningjing, who was still receiving treatment. Suddenly, Tian's tone shifted. There are so few security personnel with the expedition team. Why was Ningjing brought along? Though Tian's voice wasn't raised, Zhang Qi felt as if had been hit by a bolt of lightning. The embarrassing moment of facing a superior's interrogation flashed through his mind. The fault truly lay with the expedition team. Ningjing was a scholar of legendary renown, invaluable to the study of the great Xia ancient civilization, yet they had not prepared adequately for emergencies, nearly costing her life. Chills ran down Zhang Qi's spine as these thoughts crossed him. He quickly composed himself and solemnly promised, "My apologies. Once we return, we will immediately apply to increase the security detail." Tian nodded. He too did not want his only non-combat specialist repeatedly dragged into peril. He warned Ningjing to contact him at once if anything abnormal occurred again. Having finished his instructions, he was about to leave when his eyes caught sight of a restrained, unfamiliar man near the expedition team. Inside this massive underground space, buried more than 100 meters beneath the eastern border of Huadong, there were strangers in addition to the expedition team. Tian turned toward the voice and saw the prisoner, a lean, sturdy figure with a cropped haircut, wearing a worn gray combat uniform. His sharp eyes darted around suspiciously, bearing the marks of experience and alertness. Oh, Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected catch. System prompt. Detection of a spectrum-level potential talent nearby. Meanwhile, soldiers from the expedition team were conducting a brief interrogation of the young man. A late-night underground intruder hardly seemed trustworthy. What's your name? Hey, no pulling me around. Leaders, I'm a law-abiding citizen. The youth raised his hands, looking innocent. Chijio, from Qingqing. Resident ID's right in my jacket pocket. One soldier rifled through his pocket. The ID is real, but there's a bunch of random stuff in here, plus a signed guarantee saying you won't tomb rob within Great Xia territory? Huh, that was just signed the day before yesterday when they caught me, Chijio grinned. But this time, I haven't set foot in Great Xia land. Zhang Qi leaned closer, curiosity piqued. You're a tomb robber? Did you take everything from that alien tomb nearby? TSK, Chijio waved his hand dismissively. That tomb is actually human, from before the supernatural era, just occupied by aliens. It's full of old junk, barely worth anything now. Besides, I never rob human graves. You tomb robbers have that sense of honor? Zhang Qi clicked his tongue in surprise. In earlier years, archaeological teams hated tomb robbers, but since the supernatural era began, the craft nearly vanished. Seeing an active tomb robber now even felt novel to the researchers. Of course, Chijio suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming. Nowadays, with the supernatural era, Humans research or repurpose most treasures who buries valuables in graves anymore. But some aliens are different. They're lavish, burying piles of treasures. Take the elf royal family rumor, says the previous elf king's tomb holds 3 mythic-level artifacts. If I could cough, borrow those alien tombs, I'd make a fortune. The expedition team exchanged amused looks. Alien tombs were perilous, mythic treasures or not. Few made it out alive. For a low-tier supernatural like Chi-Jio to dream that big was laughable. As the group chuckled, Tian approached with interest. So, you should go tomb rob in other worlds and make your mark. Chi-Jio's eyes lit up, giving him a knowing grin before shrugging with a sigh. Ah, if only I had the skill. Tian glanced down at the temporary dossier, pulled up before him, and smiled quietly. Name, Chi-Jio. Basic info, male, 18 years old, Qingqing citizen of Great Xia. Occupation, thief. Potential, spectrum level true tomb robber's legacy. Biography, the last true heir of the tomb robbers sect. After the coming of the supernatural era, the antique market declined and many tomb raiding sects disappeared. Chi-Jio, self-taught from ancient texts, mastered the 4 main tomb raiding techniques and vows to revive the tomb robber's legacy. Investment opportunity, divine class profession tomb master, requires 40 funding points. The tomb raider of lost treasures. This profession is truly skilled at handling precious artifacts. According to unofficial records, during the chaotic 3 Kingdoms period, Cao Cao established the position of tomb raider captain specifically to raise funds for his army. Now, with dungeons disappearing and global resources running low, the Great Xia desperately needs new ways to acquire wealth. If someone could really inherit this craft and unearth rare treasures from alien burial sites, it would undoubtedly be a timely blessing for the country. Tian pondered Chi-Jio's words, increasingly convinced that the phrase travel through all realms, plunder alien tombs held immense promise. He glanced sideways at Chi-Jio, who was being escorted by 2 soldiers, and casually asked, "Have you ever tried entering alien tombs?" Of course. Chi-Jio nodded without hesitation, though a hint of helplessness showed on his face. But there aren't many alien races who actually bury their dead. The dragon and beast clans don't really have burial customs, whereas the elven race and most humanoid species have quite a few tombs, and the burial goods are often rich. I have managed to dig up a few locations, but my strength is limited. I barely got out alive the first time I poked inside. Tian nodded repeatedly, his interest growing. It seemed this path was definitely worth exploring more deeply. Chi-Jio's hands were bound, yet he still looked pitiful and pleaded, "Leaders, am honestly a decent citizen. Can you please release me first?" After the investigation is complete, Captain Zhang Qi replied sharply, leaving no room for negotiation. Chi-Jio lowered his head and sighed. Grave robbing was no respectable profession, and even if no major problem was found, he was bound to face serious reprimands. At that moment, Tian sat down on a stone step beside him and whispered, "How about coming with me from now on?" Chi-Jio looked up and scrutinized this young face in front of him, filled with suspicion. He laughed cautiously. "If you can get them to release me right now, they'll follow you." Tian smiled silently and beckoned Captain Zhang. "Captain Zhang, leave this man to me." Zhang Qi hesitated not at all. Tian's words carried weight before Chief Wei Yuan. It wasn't a big deal to take custody of someone. The shackles immediately loosened. Chi-Jio shook his numb arms, secretly amazed. Such powerful connections? A second-generation official? One word from him, and the survey team sets you free. His influence was truly intimidating. "Is it okay now?" Tian asked calmly. But Chi-Jio's expression changed, forcing a grin. "Brother, just joking earlier. Am used to my freedom, don't like being controlled, and have no intention of working for any organization. Work for someone? Impossible." Even if his work was underhanded, he wanted to restore the honor of tomb raiding by his own skill. Tian raised an eyebrow. "Playing me?" Before he finished, he stood and said to Zhang Qi, "Captain, take this man away. I suspect he poses a security risk to East China. Sentence him to 100 years in prison for now. I will report to Chief Wei. No one releases him without my order." "Understood." Zhang Qi immediately obeyed, signaling his subordinates to rush forward and tie Chi-Jio up tightly again. "Hey, hey, hey!" Chi-Jio was utterly stunned. He was pinned firmly to the ground, struggling and twisting with all his might, yet he couldn't break free. 100 years in prison. He thought in disbelief. "I can't even live to be 100. And what's with this absurd accusation? How could someone like me, just a petty thief, possibly threaten the safety of the entire East China region?" His voice was filled with frustration and indignation as he cried out, "I was wrong. I was wrong, brother." At this point, he could only resign himself to the fate of a powerless victim. If only he hadn't provoked Tian back then. Sure, he'd have been punished and lectured a bit, but he'd still be free now. How did things turn out like this? If he were really locked away for a century, the revival of the Mo-Jin clan would be nothing more than a joke. "I really messed up, brother, I messed up." Chi-Jio's desperate pleas, full of anguish, were almost painful to hear, yet Ning Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Compared to this, she suddenly thought, Tian had been quite polite when he first recruited her. Tian, of course, was fully aware that different people required different approaches, so he ignored Qi Jiu's begging altogether and instead turned to chat casually with Ning Jing. Meanwhile, the expedition team was preparing to leave, and Qi Jiu could see that he was about to be taken away. He cried and shouted, frantically twisting his lips and choking out, "Brother, I was wrong. I'll work myself to death for the organization, be a real pack mule for you, if I have to." Tian hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Fine, let's keep him around." As soon as those words left Tian's mouth, he made the decision to keep Qi Jiu. At the same time, Zhang Qi and Ning Jing wrapped up their survey mission and returned to East China after saying their farewells to Tian. With a deduction of 40 points from Tian's funds, his account balance dropped to 17.8 points. A contract fell into Qi Jiu's trembling hands. He stared at it in defeat and, without even bothering to read, signed his name with his eyes shut tight. Tian teased him, "What's the matter? You won't even give it a quick look before signing?" Qi Jiu forced a bitter smile and retorted, "What difference does it make? Even if I read it, it's not like I have a choice whether to sign it or not." Tian chuckled lightly, "Exactly. So why bother?" In that moment, Qi Jiu looked like a man utterly defeated by life, hollow and worn, no longer possessing any fight left in him. He closed his eyes and scribbled down his name on the contract. But unexpectedly, as a flash of colorful light flickered at his fingertips, the hopeless expression on his face abruptly transformed into one of shock. Employee, Qi Jiu. Occupation, Mo Jin Xiao Wei Tier 2. Grade, Legendary. Level, 25. Strength, 560. Agility, 540. Constitution, 480. Spirit, 460. Job talent seeking dragon and dividing gold. Automatically detects changes in the Earth's veins, resonates with hidden treasures, and provides early warnings of impending danger. Job skills. FHO finger. Passive skill enabling the detection and destruction of traps and mechanisms. Active skill allows Qi to focus energy in his finger to launch a remote pressure point attack, immobilizing enemies for 2 seconds. Mountain moving technique. Can relocate treasures trapped in restricted or mystical locations to any desired position. Unloading ridge tyrant armor removal. Unleashes full power to greatly enhance strength and destructive abilities, dealing fatal damage to constructions and mechanisms. You've unlocked all of Qi Jiu's abilities locating dragons and dividing gold, tomb opening technique, mountain moving skill, hill unloading king's armor removal. You now share all of Qi Jiu's traits, tomb raider, grave opener, mountain mover, hill unloader. Seeing all 4 legendary skills activate at once, Tian gasped, inwardly worthy of the last orthodox heir of the tomb raiding lineage. He had mastered every secret technique, especially the mountain moving skill, which made Tian's eyes suddenly light up. This ability could relocate entire hidden realms and treasure-laden ruins. Just imagine, the most coveted resources are secret domains, but once formed, these realms are fixed like immovable rocks. The Trial Secret Realm in the eastern capital is a prime example. Wei Yuan had to station elite guards there, and Tian also assigned Chun Mo for constant surveillance, all because the realm was anchored in an international public zone. One slip in guarding could lead to disaster. That was just a trial-type realm. If it were a resource domain harboring mineral veins or spirit herbs, even heavy forces could not prevent others from coveting it. Not to mention seizing secret realms on foreign soil. Even if conquered, it would still be deep in enemy territory, making it impossible to safely send excavation teams. During the Yaga Dynasty tournament, the 2 medium-sized secret realms lost by Daxia serve as a cautionary tale. Those realms remained on the Yaga continent, and Daxia never dared to send a single hand to disturb them. But now, Qi Jiu's mountain-moving skill emerges like a godsend, instantly solving all these dilemmas. Moving entire foreign resource realms back to Daxia is completely feasible. The economic map would expand overnight, catapulting Daxia's future to new heights. Transporting ruins and treasures is just as effective, making future raids on alien tombs utterly practical. Just this one technique alone made Tian feel like recruiting Qi Jiu as a god-level employee was the best deal ever. Qi Jiu lowered his head to look at the words god-level profession flashing on the panel, first stunned into immobility, then bursting with joy. Brotherno, father, father. His eyes, once mischievous, instantly grew clear. He suddenly dropped down and hugged Tian's leg, nearly moved to tears, a bit frustrated with himself, shouting, "Father, if you'd said you had this skill earlier, I would have joined you sooner. How did I even have the nerve to refuse you before? I must have lost my mind, chasing freedom and trying to revive the Tomb Raider lineage all by myself for lifetimes." He grew more emotional, his heart brightening. From the moment the god-level profession was born, the Tomb Raider lineage was reborn. After enduring a life of hardship, he could finally stand tall. Qi Jiu looked up eagerly. "Father, from now on, I'll go wherever you send me. If you tell me to fight tanks, I won't touch planes." Tian looked at the guy now hanging onto his leg, twitching at the words. All right, enough. Don't call me father, call me boss. Yes, sir. Chi immediately straightened up and said loudly. Tian nodded. Except for special missions where you answer to me. Normally you can do whatever you want. The freedom surprised Chi. His eyes lit up again so it could be this free. Just as Tian was about to leave, his neural interface buzzed with a short message from Chunimo. Chunimo was heading to the ruins in Country F to capture a treasure that the Shanlin sect was secretly plotting for, unable to carry out other orders temporarily, and apologizing while asking for instructions. Country F ruins. Tian still had some impression of these ruins, never expecting they were tied to the Shanlin sect schemes. Suddenly, he turned to Chi, who was watching nearby, and asked, "Do you want to enter the ruins?" Ruins? Chi eyes lit up instantly. He shot upright like a firecracker ignited, excitement bubbling out. Yes, I'm in. Boss, you have to understand, ruins are the lost legacies of various alien civilizations. Simply put, it's like tomb raiding. With my skills now, one word to describe going in kill. 2 words kill everything. Tian, worried he was getting carried away, raised a hand to block Chi's rapid-fire boasting. All right, they'll find you a partner. You two will enter the ruins in Country F together. Chunimo had originally planned to go alone, but Tian had done some digging. F Country was in extreme turmoil at the moment, so having more people meant better backup. Although Chi was a bit unruly, his strength was undeniable. Chi thumped his chest enthusiastically. No problem, boss. As long as we can get inside the ruins. Tired of his rambling, Tian pulled out a comm device. Chunimo, come over here. I'm pairing you with a partner. Fortunately, Dongdu was not far from the border of Huadong, just a few hours by car. At 1:30 a.m., fighting off sleepiness, Tian brought the two together. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Chunimo stood quietly, his tone cold but respectful. Boss. Chi leaned toward Tian's ear and whispered. Boss, this guy can't be the legendary cold-blooded assassin, right? Tian ignored him and nudged Chi toward Chunimo. He's yours now. Contact me if there's any problem. He yawned big and turned away. Being a boss meant keeping a decent schedule, and 1:30 a.m. was definitely not early. The night wind swept across the empty parking lot. Chunimo quietly studied his overly familiar new partner. Tian was someone to be respected. If he arranged this, Chunimo wouldn't refuse. Chi grinned broadly and stuck out his hand. Hello, expert. I'm Chi. I specialize in tomb raiding. Chunimo. The other just nodded, introducing himself briefly. It was about 1,000 kilometers from Dongdu to the border of F Country. Chunimo rented a silver-gray hovercar from the neutral mercenary mechanic. The roar of the jet engine sounded as they set off overnight. Around 3 a.m., still dark outside, they reached the border of F Country. The car followed preset commands and turned around to head back, its taillights tracing long red streaks in the night. Crossing into F Country's territory, the breeze carried dry dust. It was Chi's first time here, and his curiosity ran wild. Wow, so this is F Country? I heard it's pretty chaotic. His eyes darted around, taking in the dilapidated guard towers, scattered campfires, and armed soldiers. They were already weak, and to hold back the demons they gave half the land to alien tribes. Then the ruins opened, man. Every kind of group has crawled in here. It's a real mix of fish and dragons. Chunimo nodded faintly. Yeah, at least a dozen factions have entrenched themselves inside. It's practically lawless. But for us, it makes entering easier. The two followed the flow of people to the ruins entrance. Lights and searchlights interwove. Mercenaries, terrorists, F Country soldiers, and freelance practitioners squeezed together, noise rising and falling. The F Country government had announced, whatever you find inside the ruins is yours, no compulsory handover. That promise acted like a magnet, drawing every fugitive and treasure seeker from around the world. Though open for over 10 days, the ruins remained as lively as ever. Yet Chunmo's mind was elsewhere. He had already learned from intelligence that the Shanlin sect had secretly laid plans here. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Among the latest group entering, several members of the Black Gold Hand and Shanlin sect were mixed in. Chi noticed the change in expression and tilted his head, whispering, Enemies? Looks like people to kill. Chunmo nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the horse vendors, watchful soldiers, and suspicious figures lurking in the crowd. His voice was low but clear. Let's get inside the ruins first. The F Country's guard over this ruin was surprisingly lax. Any kind of adventurer could enter. Chunmo stood at the entrance with a cold smirk. Either the F Country's top officials had learned about that treasure inside that required sacrifices in exchange, or some followers of the Shanlin sect had already infiltrated their ranks. Chi's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the assembled adventurers. He couldn't help but whistle. There are over 100 just in this group, and F Country's elite forces are stealthily stationed outside. He shuddered. Are you really going to rush in? Chunmo gave no answer, stepping over the stairs. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. Chi shrugged. That applies well to our tomb raiding business too. complaining, yet his body honestly followed him inside. In truth, Chen Imo had a far more important mission, absolutely could not let the Shenlin sect seize the treasure. The ruin was an underground labyrinth, its entrance a stone staircase leading straight down. As soon as they landed, a chill blew out at them. Chun Mo's brow twitched. This was the scent of necromancy. Ahead lay at least a dozen dark passageways. Some mercenaries who had come down casually picked a direction and charged. Others deliberated cautiously. No one knew where the treasure was hidden. Chun Imo noticed that the Shenlin sect and the Black Gold Hands had already picked their routes, as if they had exact coordinates. I need to speed up, he thought. The maze was vast and winding, both time-consuming and full of deadly traps that meant certain death if triggered. Luckily, as a necromancer, he could use his summons to trigger the traps instead of himself. Chun Imo raised his hand, and dozens of skeleton warriors materialized, ready to scout ahead separately. Hey, wait! Chi Jiao suddenly chuckled, squatting down to press his palms against the ground, listening intently to the tremors below. Chun Imo raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Dragon divining and metal dividing. Chi Jiao's voice was low as he not only sensed the terrain, but also tried to pick up treasure resonance. After a moment, his eyes widened. Damn, there are 2 priceless treasures here, each worth a fortune. He pointed to the left front. Head that way. Chun Imo silently marveled. The partner Tian found was basically a human treasure detector. He ordered all the undead warriors to form up and charge down the passage Chi Jiao indicated. As soon as they stepped in, the air reeked of blood. The ground was littered with bodies of adventurers, flesh pale and dry as if the blood had been completely drained. Chi Jiao brought his index and middle fingers together, sweeping the wall. His FHO passive ability let him feel the vibrations in the cracks of the stone. Trap ahead. Before he could finish, ghostly undead spirits shot out from the wall fissures. Chun Imo remained calm and summoned again. The skeleton warriors formed a protective line up front, while the lich raised his staff so that eerie green soul flames roared forward, incinerating the ghosts into ash. Wow, the traps are insanely dense. Chi Jiao gaped. The reason this ruin claimed so many lives became clear. Chun Imo only uttered 3 words calmly. Not important. Click deep inside the maze. Another trap was triggered. He raised his hand again, summoning a fresh batch of undead. 1 trap, 1 group of undead to set it off. 1 ambush, 1 row of shield bearers to break it. He chose the simplest, most brutal, and effective method, overwhelming numbers. If 10 skeleton warriors couldn't handle it, then 100. If 100 weren't enough, then 1,000. With the legendary weapon Necromancer's Codex gifted by Tian, there was no longer any worry about mana consumption or summoning speed. Chi Jiao followed closely beside Chun Imo, scratching the back of his head and muttering softly. This boss men are pretty fierce. Definitely tough fighters. The 2 pressed deeper, passing through narrow, dim stone corridors until suddenly the space opened up an expansive underground hall, tall and cold, with an ancient altar standing prominently in the center, its stone surface covered in faintly glowing runes. A piercing whoosh cut through the air. 3 arrows formed entirely of ice suddenly shot down from the vaulted ceiling, aiming straight at Chun Imo. Whoa! Chi Jiao quickly dodged behind a stone pillar. That's no trap. But Chun Imo remained motionless. 3 undead warriors stepped forward half a pace, raising shields to block the icy arrows shattered and scattered. The boy's eyes narrowed coldly as he spat out 2 names, Black Gold Hand, Shenlin Sect. From the shadows at both ends of the hall, mercenaries of Black Gold Hand and cultists of the Shenlin Sect appeared, numbering several dozen, with mercenaries making up the majority. Chun Imo, Black Gold Hand's deputy captain, Ji Li, strode out from the crowd, a sinister smile twisting his lips. You barely escaped when we wiped out Dawnbreak. And now you actually come back for revenge? You don't want to live, huh? Chun Imo had destroyed 3 small Black Gold Hand outposts, and the higher-ups had already heard about it. The moment Ji Li confirmed his target's identity, he gathered his troops to encircle and attack. Capture him alive, he shouted. He's suddenly gotten stronger, must gotten some inheritance, keep him alive and force him to reveal the location. More than 40 mercenaries pressed in close. Chun Mo's lips curled into a slow smile, but his expression remained calm. That was exactly why he never hid his whereabouts. He had been waiting for this night. In the next moment, a dark vortex spread around him, howling winds swirling violently. 30 death knights, 30 undead warriors, 20 undead archers, and 10 lich mages stepped out from the void, their skeletal armor flickering with ghostly flames, deathly energy spreading like a pall over the hall. How can he summon so many at once? Ji Li's scalp went numb. From what he knew, even undead summoners maxed out at 2 or 3 dozen creatures, and none with such terrifying combat power. Something's wrong. A Shenlin sect cultist cried in terror. Could you be the one behind that god-level class change effect that appeared in Dongdu that day? After that world-shaking phenomenon, everyone believed class changers had to start over at level 0, but Chun Mo's combat strength clearly surpassed legendary status. Chun Imo said nothing, just raised his hand. The Death Knights charged on horseback, their icy blades tearing through enemy lines with blood-red light. Lich mages chanted spells protected by undead warriors, summoning gray-black magic circles blowing bone-like winds. Undead archers loosed arrows in rapid succession, their cold gleam piercing flesh as fleeing cultists fell one by one. The Black Gold Hand and Shunlin sect forces descended into chaos. Their planned encirclement was instantly shattered. Dozens of elites fell before the necromancer army like paper, their terrified screams echoing against the stone walls. Chi-Jio watched with blood pounding, fists clenched, shouting wildly, "Holy crap! We're wrecking them!" Chinemo. In mere moments, bodies lay strewn everywhere. No one noticed that the fallen corpses seeped ethereal blue energy, trickling like a stream through cracks in the floor toward the altar. Suddenly, Chi-Jio felt a shock in his chest, a resonance with some unseen presence. He abruptly looked around, locking eyes on the altar where a faint, glowing image of a treasure chest flickered into view. A treasure has appeared. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.